Coriolis, Core Rulebook. Coriolis was the reason I got back into role-playing games and the key to the foundation of Free League publishing. In 2008, when the first edition of the game was released, I hadn't played a pen-and-paper RPG in years. Coriolis had everything I had longed for in a sci-fi game. Vast space, exciting cultures, lost wonders, and mysteries in abundance. I started playing the game with some new friends right away. We had tremendous fun, but soon realized that there wasn't enough material about the game universe. So a few of us enthusiasts decided to create more material for the game. Thus, the Free League Game Studio was born, taking its name from one of the factions in the Third Horizon. The Third Horizon is a truly unique RPG setting, a marriage of old Oriental tales and modern science fiction. Storytellers, Jinni, wide deserts, magnificent palaces, thieves, and scoundrels mingle with starships, portals between the stars, and beam weapons. The opportunity to weave one's own stories from the rich tapestry of Middle Eastern culture fused with concepts from my favorite modern sci-fi, by authors such as Ian M. Banks, Alastair Reynolds, and Michael Flynn, just to mention a few, this was enough to get me hooked straight away. When we at Free League got the opportunity to develop a completely new edition of the game, the main thing missing was a rule system that truly fit the setting of Coriolis. The game engine from Mutant, Year Zero, modified to bring the themes of Coriolis to the forefront, made the difference. Now, you have a game that incorporates a vivid world and setting with easy-to-grasp rules that let you dive into the universe without any hindrance. The Third Horizon, with its space nomads, rival factions, distant star systems, mischievous Jinni, and much, much more, is waiting for you. So don your exoshells, spit on your sugar globes, and venture out into the dark between the stars. Rules. Chapter 1. Zenith heralded the dawn of a new era, and the horizon blossomed once again. 36 star systems, linked by fate and by the will of the icons, wandered together towards a brighter future. But as the emissaries arrived, the happy days drew to a close, and the dark between the stars slowly came creeping back. The realm of the icons. A historical overview of the Third Horizon. Caldana Murir Introduction. Welcome to Coriolis, the Third Horizon. In this role-playing game, you take on the role of adventurers traveling the stars. Along your journey, you will experience marvelous things. Ahead lies the greatest adventure of all, and who knows, maybe you will be the ones who change the fate of the Third Horizon for good. Players. All players except for one will play adventurers, or player characters, PCs. You, the player, decide what your PC does, thinks, and says, but not what challenges she needs to overcome. Your job as a player is to bring your PC to life. Imagine yourself in her position. How would you react? What would you do? The PCs are always the central characters of the story. The game is about you, your decisions, your lives. Game Master. The last player takes on the role of the Game Master, GM. He describes the world around you. He plays the other characters you encounter during your adventures. He controls the monsters and enemies standing in your way, and he decides what truths lie behind the secrets you uncover. It's the GM's job to put obstacles in your way, to challenge your PCs, and to force them to show what they're truly made of. It's not his job, however, to decide everything that happens in the game, and certainly not how your story should end. Over the course of the game, this is what you play to find out. What do you do? In Coriolis, the entire Third Horizon lies before you. A vast cluster of star systems containing exotic planets, space stations, and strange artifacts. It is up to you to explore the game world and unearth its secrets. There are several things you will be doing while playing the game. Crew a spacecraft. Your spaceship is your vessel, your base, and your home. It is without doubt your most valuable possession and most important asset. On board your craft, you will experience both perilous journeys and violent conflicts that will test your mettle. Explore the horizon. The Third Horizon is the game world of Coriolis, a gigantic cluster of stars linked together by mystical portals. Together, you will explore the stars and behold their grandeur. Unravel secrets. The world of Coriolis is full of mysteries and secrets. Who built the portals? From where did the strange emissaries arrive? And what really happened to the lost faction, the sacrifice of Nazarim? During your adventures, you will delve into the mysterious world that is the Third Horizon, and perhaps learn something about yourselves along the way. Plot and scheme on board Coriolis. The factions of the Third Horizon are wrapped up in a never-ending struggle for power and influence, a game that you sooner or later will be forced to engage in. The agents of the factions converge on the Coriolis space station, and this is where the lies and the scheming are most intense. Carry out missions. In order to survive and build yourselves a better future, you will have to take on missions. Whether it is hauling Dabran wine to a colony out on the fringes of civilization, spying on a rival faction, or acting as bodyguards to a wealthy merchant, you will have to work together to accomplish the mission in the best way you can. Pray to the icons. Icon worship is ever present in the Third Horizon. Through faith, the people find strength, and so will you. When darkness surrounds you and all hope seems lost, a desperate prayer to the icons can be what saves your lives. Coriolis in a nutshell. Coriolis, the Third Horizon, is a role-playing game set in space. There are ships, space stations, and starry vistas just like in any other space-themed RPG. What separates Coriolis from other sci-fi RPGs is, first and foremost, the social environment, which in Coriolis is strongly inspired by the Middle East. The unique features of the game are listed below. Arabian Nights in space. The Coriolis world is inspired by Middle Eastern culture rather than Western culture. Food, music, and fashion, as well as religion, philosophy, and literature. Most importantly, myths and folk tales from the Middle East deeply entwine with the spirit of the game world. The Third Horizon is a world where ancient myth meets high technology. The old versus the new. A central theme in Coriolis is the conflict between the First Come, the Horizon's earliest settlers, and the Zenithians, descendants of the second wave of colonists arriving on board the Zenith. Although the First Come had already established their culture throughout the Horizon when Zenith arrived, the Zenithians have grown to dominate more and more in the last decades through trade, hostile expansion, and colonization. The Zenithians' cultural imperialism is a key factor in the conflict between the Consortium, a Zenithian faction, and the First Come Order of the Pariah. Mysticism and icon worship. Worship of the icons permeates everything in the world of Coriolis. The religion is the smallest common denominator for the peoples of the Third Horizon. While faith is strongest among the First Come, especially amongst the ranks of the Church of the Icons and the Order of the Pariah, the recently arrived Zenithians have also converted to worshipping the icons in large numbers. The level of religious commitment varies, from the superstitious hauler crew praying to the traveler before a portal jump, to missionaries zealously devoted to the holiest of struggles, saving the Horizon one soul at a time. The dark between the stars. The omens have foretold it, and the clergy have preached it for a long time now. The dark between the stars, the unspeakable, corrupting force at work in the intersection between civilization and the endless nothingness of space, seems to be real. In Coriolis, the dark between the stars plays roughly the role of the devil in Earth's Christianity. 3 tips for inspiration. Watching a TV series or reading a book can help you get into the right mood for an RPG. Here are 3 quick tips for Coriolis. Firefly, the TV series about the crew on board a small freighter vessel, has a lot in common with Coriolis. Just trade the Western influence for Arabian Nights. Revelation Space and its sequels. These books by Alastair Reynolds are full of ancient mysteries and mythical ruins, just like Coriolis. Alien by Ridley Scott. Dark, deep space horror and retrofuturistic spaceships fit perfectly with the world of Coriolis. Tools of the game. Your improvisational skill and creativity will be your most important tools when playing Coriolis, the Third Horizon. But there are a bunch of other tools in the game that will help you build your story. Character and ship sheets. Your PCs are no anonymous dime a dozens. You are individuals, each with your own roles and tasks, unique attributes and traits, relationships, and dreams. In Coriolis, the Third Horizon, you create your PC and write everything about him or her down on a character sheet. A character sheet can be found at the back of this book for you to make copies of, and on the Free League website. The website also provides free downloads of character sheets. The next chapter will help you create your PC. But your PCs are not everything. In Coriolis, your spaceship is your most prized possession. Use the ship sheet, also at the back of the book and available for free download, to keep track of what happens to your craft. Dice. You decide what your PC does, but if your actions are especially risky, the GM will ask you for a dice roll to determine if you are successful or not. Treat your dice well, because out there in the darkness, whether you live or die will sometimes come down to chance. Maps and plans. Inside the front cover of the book, you will find a map of the third horizon to use when you plan your space travel. Several detailed ship plans are also provided in Chapter 7. Use these to get an overview of your or someone else's spaceship. Both maps and ship plans are free to download from our website. The Third Horizon. The Third Horizon, commonly just the Horizon, consists of 36 star systems joined through space and time by mystic portals. The horizon of today is a melting pot of different cultures, peoples, and factions. Zenith and Nadir. Many hundreds of years ago, two colossal colonization vessels left Earth. Their names were Zenith and Nadir, and their destination was the star Aldebaran. The crews lived their lives aboard the ships through centuries of deep space travel. One of the ships, the Nadir, was lost somewhere in the darkness during the voyage, without leaving any trace. The Zenith continued alone, and after traversing the empty void, finally reached its destination. But the humans on board discovered that they were not the first to arrive in the Third Horizon. They arrived in an already colonized cluster of star systems, linked by ancient portals. A long time after the departure of Zenith, the ruling powers of Earth had discovered one of these portals, and threw it a shortcut to what became known as the Third Horizon. The portals. Mankind had discovered a remnant from a highly advanced culture, which they named the Portal Builders. The portals opened the way for humanity to travel the stars, and a new golden age began. Colonization vessels sought out distant stars, establishing the first and second horizons. Finally, the third horizon was reached, and it became a haven for radicals and freethinkers from the first two horizons. Earth-like worlds were discovered and colonized, massive palaces and temples erected, civilization slowly spread across the third horizon. The Portal Wars. Eventually, the first horizon wanted to reclaim the systems that had freed themselves. The newborn separatist powers, headed by the Order of the Pariah, resisted and war broke out. The slaughter lasted for several years, but ended when the star fleets of the Third Horizon finally wiped out the First Horizon's lackeys, a faction called the Sacrifice of Nazarim, and closed all portals to the other horizons. The terrible war left in its wake remnants of once great armadas, rifts in the fabric of space-time, and cities, whole planets, even scorched and destroyed. Zenith. When the silence after the war was at its deepest, Zenith finally arrived in the Third Horizon. The massive Ark ship found its original destination already colonized, by the lords and emirs of Dabaran. After traveling the war-torn horizon, Zenith decided on the cluster's central system, Qua, as its new home. However, a mutiny aboard soon divided the crew. The captain's family fled the ship and settled on the planet Qua's surface below. The remaining colonists cannibalized their ship, rebuilding it into the great space station Coriolis, and declared a new era in the Third Horizon. A time for trade, reawakening, and peace. Zenithians and the First Come. Descendants of the crew of Zenith call themselves Zenithians, while the peoples of the first colonization wave call themselves the First Come, as they view themselves as the Horizon's original settlers. Among the latter, however, many have begun identifying as Zenithians, despite not being blood related to the crew of Zenith. This is most common among those who regard themselves as progressive, and who share the Zenithians' practical take on the icons and life in general. Coriolis and Qua. The center of the Third Horizon is the Qua system, where the space station Coriolis orbits the green jungles of the planet Qua. The system is also home to the burning hot planet Luba, the acidified Gina and asteroid belt, the gas giant Xene, the ice planet Sura, and, farthest out, an outer asteroid belt where only one of the 9 sectors is inhabited. Most of the system's inhabitants live on the planet Qua. There, many dwell close to an ancient wonder left behind by the Portal Builders, a gigantic monolith, made habitable by the Zenithians, or in the industrial conglomerate that stretches along the planet's equator. The factions. When the Zenithians founded Coriolis, They sent word to all major powers in the Third Horizon to come to the space station and set up a council for peace and trade. The invitees became known as factions, and the Council of Force for Peace and Commerce, albeit some conflicts remained unsolved. The council factions of today are the Consortium, a group of powerful corporations, the Zenithian Hegemony, the descendants of the captain's family on board Zenith, the Free League, the Union of Free Traders, the Mercenaries of the Legion, the Secretive Draconites, the Divine Iconocrates of the Order of the Pariah, Ahlam's Temple with its courtesans and philosophers, and lastly the People's Church, the Church of the Icons. Two additional groups are regarded as factions, although they are not represented at the council: the Criminal Network, the Syndicate, and the Nomads in the Nomad Federation. Tradition divides the council into Zenithian, the first four factions mentioned above, and first-come factions, the four latter. The Syndicate is usually considered Zenithian and the Nomad Federation, first come. The Emissaries, as the Third Horizon had just begun to blossom again, and harmony had returned to the Council of Factions, the peace was suddenly broken. From the depths of the gas giant Xene rose the faceless emissaries, specters from another world, icons, or portal builders. The theories about their origins are many. The emissaries demanded a seat at the council and got one. One of the emissaries claimed itself an incarnation of the icon, the judge, to which the Order of the Pariah cried sacrilege, and closed their home system to all travel. A new age of shadows and suspicion has dawned, and the peoples of the horizon all wonder, what is the true agenda of the emissaries? Conflict. Today, new conflicts are flaring up, and old ones are emerging again in the horizon. The intrigue surrounding the factions thickens, and matters usually settled with a signature or a handshake are now taken to the battlefield. First-come revolts against the Zenithian factions, particularly the Consortium, are erupting everywhere. The factions fight each other in proxy wars through rebel forces, mercenaries, corsairs, and toll ships. In the midst of all this chaos, a new phenomenon has come to light in the horizon. People are suddenly showing signs of powers said to be reserved for the icons themselves. They can tell the future, see things worlds away, and even conjure up fire from empty air. These new mystics are a dangerous element to the rest of the population, as they are not yet in full control of their powers. Possibilities. The new era does, however, bring with it many new opportunities for adventurers like you and your group. Trading with far-off systems, solving conflicts with your trusty Vulcan carbine, spying on shady corporations or factions, escorting travelers and pilgrims, delivering important messages as couriers, or searching for secrets in the ruins of old, be it the remnants of the portal builders or the looming wrecks from the portal wars. All this and much more is at your feet in Coriolis, the Third Horizon. Chapter 2. Zura Saddledon was not just anyone. Born of a tailor and a laundress in the shadow of the monolith, her upbringing was modest, but the icons had bigger plans for her. That she would one day play a key part in the greatest battle of the Portal Wars was nothing that anyone foresaw. Zura Saddledon, the life and death of a hero, Rumsa Shamsin your characters. It is time to create the main characters in your story. The player characters, PCs. In Coriolis, your PC is your avatar, your eyes and ears in the Third Horizon. But she relies on you to make wise decisions. Take your PC seriously and portray her as if she were an actual person. That will create the most rewarding experience. But don't try to shield your PC from every danger. The object of the game is to create an exciting story, and to do this you will have to take some risks. Creating your PC is preferably done together with the other players. Your PC is part of a group and has her role to play. Your task is to create a team where all the PCs contribute something unique. The group. Before creating your PCs, you should decide together what kind of group your PCs make up. Your group can consist of all kinds of individuals. The group concept only outlines your most basic reason for sticking together in the Third Horizon. The group concept will also tell you what type of ship you will begin play with, what group talent you will have, and who your patron and nemesis will be. There are 5 group concepts to choose from: agents, mercenaries, free traders, pilgrims, and explorers. Create your group. Pick a group concept. Pick your spaceship. Pick your group talent. Pick your patron. Pick your nemesis. Free traders. Commerce is what greases the wheels of the third horizon, and the hub of trade in the region is the space station Coriolis. The free traders are the entrepreneurs and innovators of the horizon, embracers of the new order with a few exceptions. Tariffs, tolls, and bureaucrats looking to make a quick buck by abusing the trade system are all things despised by any free trader. As free traders, you will portal jump between the different systems of the third horizon, hauling everything from goats on ice or farm machinery to candied cabra bugs and illegal Vulcan carbines. In small freighters or enormous bulk haulers, you travel silent routes in an ocean of cold starlight, slipping past corrupt toll collectors, blockade ships, and corsairs is all part of your thrilling lives. The free traders group concept can also be used for smugglers carrying illegal cargo to the highest bidder, bulk haulers on lonely routes with heavy loads, couriers delivering valuable information, possible character concepts with subconcepts, 4 PCs as a group of free traders, negotiator, peddler. If it wasn't for you, the crew would still be delivering livestock to the asteroid belt. You make sure those sweet bear end up in your bank account. Pilot, freighter pilot. Someone needs to fly this thing. Scientist, technician. A ship is only as good as its mechanic or technician. You make sure the group gets anywhere at all. Ship worker, deckhand. There is always something that needs doing on board. The others may think that you mainly scrub air filters, but there is no one who knows the ship like you do. Ship worker, dock worker. You oversee the cargo. A crap job, some would say, but this is far from true. Without you, the crew wouldn't earn a single bear. Soldier, legionnaire. Corsairs, mercenaries, smugglers. The list of cold-blooded fighters out there in the dark is long. You and your Vulcan carbine protect the group when the going gets rough. Mercenaries. Not all can enjoy the peace and prosperity of the new era. Old wounds fester in the dark, and the absence of peace means plenty of job opportunities for people like you. Mercenaries. As such, you are often both feared and scorned, yet valuable pawns in the power plays of the factions. Mercenaries can be anything from legionnaires to hired guns for the consortium. Typical jobs for you would be crushing rebels on Uharu 9, hunting corsairs in the border space, or toppling Dabaran Pashas. The mercenaries group concept can also be used for corsairs plundering careless free traders on lonely routes, rebels fighting to free their people from oppression, tactical teams performing whatever military operations the factions might require. Possible concepts with subconcepts, 4 PCs as a group of mercenaries, soldier, officer. Without you, the group would be without discipline. In a crisis, you are quick to take charge. Soldier, legionnaire. The backbone of any mercenary group. You could be anything from a field medicurg to a weapons expert or a marine. Regardless, you and your trusty carbine get the job done. Trailblazer, scout. You make sure your surroundings are clear, be it in the hills of the Xiphas Ridge or the scrap belt around Kagasa. You could be a sniper, a scout, an ex-burglar, or a sensor specialist. Pilot, fighter pilot. Someone has to fly the iron fist you call your ship, or land your drop pod or armored hovercraft. Scientist, technician. Tending to your death machines is a rigorous job. Without someone to look after the crew's equipment, you'd soon be worth about as much as Scavara droppings in a dung plant. Operative, spy. You are the group's expert on alarm systems and infiltration, and your network of contacts is vast. With your help, the jobs run smoother and require fewer Vulcan hails than they otherwise would. Your characters, explorers. The horizon is full of mysteries to uncover. You are truth seekers who refuse to settle for the Bulletin's oversimplified version of reality. It's all there if you just scratch the surface a little. Explorers not only delve into the past, they also push beyond the frontiers of the horizon, as colonists, curious anthropologists, or traveling journalists. As explorers, you dig through the frozen ruins on Sura, the remnants of the portal builders in the jungles of Kwa, or search for forgotten colonies along the Ana Arm. The explorers group concept can also be used for prospectors seeking valuable minerals in dangerous asteroid belts, colonists valiantly claiming new settlements for the peoples of the horizon, Correspondents reporting the news no one else dares to. Possible concepts with subconcepts. 4 PCs as a group of explorers. Scientist, archaeologist. Whether it's digging for ruins in the desert or mapping the mysterious gravitation pools, you are an explorer in the truest sense. Trailblazer, prospector. You know how to find all the horizon's riches, from ice or helium-3 to shipwrecks or the finest timber. Scientist, technician. Whether it's calibrating the macroscope and the deep space sensors, or repairing the colony's old grav tractor, you are essential to the group. Pilot, freighter pilot. The crew would get nowhere without you, especially if the destination is somewhere no one's been in a while. Trailblazer, scout. As a colonist or pathfinder, you are vital to discovering both valuables and threats during your travels. Data spider, correspondent. You are the #1 news hunter. No truths slip by your keen eyes and ears. Agents, bear and legionnaires are not always the best tools for a faction. Sometimes more subtle means are required. This is where the agent cells come in. Typical jobs for a group of agents might be infiltrating Dabran courts, assassinating dignitaries, tracking down lost relatives, or just keeping the scum on Coriolis in check. The agents group concept can also be used for judicators keeping the Coriolis station free from criminals, assassins making sure that troublemakers disappear, detectives for hire. Possible concepts with subconcepts. 4 PCs as a group of agents. Operative, spy. You are the core of the cell with your skill set of infiltration, subtle cons, and surveillance. Trailblazer, scout. If anyone can follow a trail, in a crowded bazaar or on the vast savannah, it's you. Soldier, officer. All groups need organization and contacts, things you possess, as well as practical knowledge of combat and social interaction. Artist, courtesan. You are the true manipulator. Your skill and reputation get you in anywhere, and what you need done gets done. Data spider, correspondent. You dig through old archives, bulletin logs, and info terminals. No stored information is out of your reach. Pilgrims. The pilgrimage is an important rite for everyone in the horizon, and for some it is their calling. Other pilgrims travel for different reasons than visiting the holy sites. Looking for work, searching for wisdom, or spreading joy to the horizon as traveling circuses. Lastly, there are the nomads of the horizon. They usually remain in one system or one sector, but sometimes they also travel through the dangerous portal fields. Regardless of why you travel, your lives will be hard and painful. Getting to visit the Dome of the Icons on Coriolis, the Leaning Prayer Tower on Algol, Myra's Icon City, or the Temple City of Lotus on Dabran is achieved only by the truly dedicated, as is experiencing the joy of the audience as Kasser the Nimble performs his triple salto mortale. The Pilgrims group concept can also be used for hands, traveling workers taking jobs where they are to be found, traveling circuses made up of entertainers and performers, space nomads, perpetually trudging the starry void. Possible concepts with subconcepts. 4 PCs as a group of pilgrims. Preacher, missionary. You preach, see visions, and strive to make the peoples of the horizon understand the greatness of the icons. Negotiator, diplomat. You are the one who makes sure that your crew always gets to your destinations, acquiring new passports and papers with the correct stamps, as well as paying the occasional bribe. Ship worker, deckhand. You can work just about anywhere, be it on a ship or in a bar. Someone with a broad skill set is always needed, and that someone is you. Artist, courtesan. As a master of the arts of pleasure, you can perform anything from a chai ceremony to intricate dances and the sacred Algolan incense prayers. Negotiator, peddler. You are a traveling merchant, supplying whatever people are demanding. Spaceship. Your PCs will begin play with a spaceship. Decide together as a group which spaceship to pick using the rules and tables in Chapter 7. Your most logical choice would be a ship suited to your group concept, but nothing prevents you from picking one with entirely different qualities. You could also choose to design your ship from scratch using the ship construction rules in Chapter 7. Regardless of your choice, you will begin your adventures in debt. As you begin playing, you will not yet entirely own your spacecraft. Depending on the ship type you choose, a sizable debt will lie between you and calling the ship your very own. As you begin playing, your collective debt will be 50% of the ship's original value. Who you owe the money to is up to you to decide. It could be your patron, some other NPC, or maybe your nemesis. Whomever you owe the money to will expect regular payments from you. Estimate 5% of the total debt per year in monthly payments. In other words, already from the start you will have a very good reason to make sure you make enough bear to keep your ship flying. If you play your cards right, you might even find yourselves the rightful owners of your very own spaceship. But it's a long road getting there. Group talents. When creating your group, pick one of the talents connected to your group concept. Everyone in the group can use this talent. Talents are described in Chapter 4. Patron and Nemesis. The third horizon is a hard place, and getting anywhere without help is difficult. It has become something of a tradition for smaller ship crews to ally themselves with a powerful benefactor. As a group, pick a patron from your group concept list below. If you'd rather come up with a patron of your own, you may, as long as the GM agrees. You will also begin play with an enemy, a nemesis who can suddenly turn up to spoil your plans, or stay in the shadows as a lurking threat. Just like the patron, the nemesis is described briefly below. Pick a nemesis from the list, or come up with one of your own. The free trader's patron/nemesis. Alder Jubal, Jubal imports and exports. A shady peddler from Jakram, making sure the flow of spices, drugs, and weapons continues. Abdul Nasser, the Free League. A merchant specializing in technological artifacts, operating out of Ozone Plaza on Coriolis. Leah Marown, Zenith Ian Trade Alliance. An antiques dealer from the Monolith, specializing in trade in artifacts and archaeological findings. Mukhtar Sa'ala, Hyperion Logistics. An agent of a consortium-owned corporation, running bulk haulers all over the horizon. The mercenary's patron/nemesis. Hatma, the Skull, Karash, the Legion. A recruiter for the Legion, but also involved in running operations that are too dirty for Legion standards. Captain Arena Chaik, the Chaik Company. An exiled hegemonist who raids faction ships in Qua's outer rim from a secret base. High General Abbasar Duk, the Free Uharan Army. A leader of rebel forces all across the Menkar Arm. An idealist and a pragmatist in one. Farhad Krizma, Strike Team Krizma. An exjudicator, now hired by the consortium for interventions against rebels and agents of other factions. The explorer's patron/nemesis. Dr. Wana, the Foundation's Archaeological Institute. An unconventional archaeologist, happy to get her hands dirty searching for findings in the sector of the Lady of Tears. Professor Omalda Darbuno, the Mathematical Institute of Data, a brilliant mathematician with his heart set on explaining every mystery in the horizon, including the icons themselves. Jaros Cumbra, the Colonial Agency, one of the few within the agency passionate about founding new colonies, however unsafe they may be. Drefusal Amadi, Free News, a media mogul with the ambition to reach places even the Bulletin cannot. The agent's patron/nemesis. Captain Gira, Judicator, completely loyal to the governor of Coriolis, and prepared to counter any threat to the station, even if it means breaking the rules. Javain Kurids, special branch of the consortium, a field agent rising through the ranks who will stop at nothing to climb even higher. Hiram, the Black Widow Momasti, Ullum's Black Lotuses, an aged madam who is secretly an assassin, offering her customers anything but pleasure. Nephrite Garoud, the Free League's news division, wants to know everything that could affect the League's activities in the horizon. The Pilgrim's patron/nemesis. High Priestess Tamanasabiri, the Church of the Icons, a woman of the faith, supporting all of the horizon's believers seeking the truth of the icons. High General Abbasar Duk, the Free Uharan Army, a leader of rebel forces all across the Menkar Arm, an idealist and a pragmatist in one. Captain Marrow, commander of the bulk hauler Marrow's Promise, a generous soul who lets anyone travel on board his ship as long as they help out in some way. Io the Smile Zoma, circus director, owner of several traveling circuses in the Kwa system. Shuja Mulkshatral, leader of the Meter nomads, started the Hargadur rebellion to unite the nomads in the sector of the Lady of Tears. The player character. When you have decided on what type of group you will be playing, it is time to create your individual characters. The player character, PC, is your alter ego in the game. It is through her you will experience the third horizon. How to create your player character. 6. Choose your background. 7. Choose a concept. 8. Determine your reputation score. 9. Choose a name. 10. Choose your appearance. 11. Distribute your attribute points. 12. Determine your hit points and mind points. 13. Distribute your skill levels. 14. Choose a talent. 15. Randomly determine your icon and icon talent. 16. Choose a personal problem. 17. Choose your relationships to the other PCs. 18. Choose your gear. 19. Choose your crew position. Background. The first thing you must do is decide on your PC's background. Where are you from? How did you grow up? Are you a normal human or a humanite? The answers will be the foundation on which to build your PC. Origin. Origin means both which star system you come from and whether you're of the first come or a Zenithian. An important part of the Third Horizon's history is the 2 waves of colonization that have swept across the systems. The first come have been living in the horizon for hundreds of years, but have been isolated from each other for a long time. The Zenithians are newcomers who have opened up the trade routes and furthered contact between the systems once again. Roll to determine your home planet on Table 2.1 on the next page. Your origin has no mechanical effect. It merely tells you something about who your PC is. Upbringing. Are you from a remote colony in the jungle that now covers a ruined metropolis from the first wave of colonization? Or did you grow up among the traveling nomads, going from station to station, living off odd jobs or selling handicrafts? Perhaps you were born into one of the old Zenithian bloodlines, brought up according to the old traditions? You can choose between the upbringings plebeian, stationary, or privileged. See Table 2.2. The plebeians are the lower class of the horizon, workers as well as planetside colonists and nomads. People raised on major space stations or asteroids are called stationary. The privileged are the highest of the social strata, bureaucrats and factory owners in the conglomerate, Dabran Pashas, and wealthy merchants on Coriolis, pure-blooded hegemonists in the monolith. Your environment growing up affects many aspects of your PC, your attributes, skills, and reputation score at the start of the game, as well as your starting capital. Humanists. Not everyone in the horizon is a normal human or a pureblood, as the older hegemonists would say. Some groups of people are biosculpted. These humanists, as they are called, are often found in primitive tribes on distant planets or abandoned space stations. Common folk view the humanists as subhuman and dirty, but they are usually superbly fitted to life in the environment they were designed for. You can only choose to play a humanite if you choose the upbringings plebeian or stationary. If you play a humanite PC, your starting reputation is halved. It's 1 for plebeians and 2 for stationaries. In return, however, you get a talent connected to your biosculpting. Read more about humanites in Chapter 10. You can create your own humanites using inspiration from the ones in the book. Character concept. When your background has been decided upon, it is time to figure out what you have done in your life up to this point, your concept. The concept tells you what you do for a living. Each concept contains several subconcepts to give your PC more detail. Your concept affects your attributes, which skills and talents you can choose from at the start of the game, your gear, your relationships, and your personal problem. All of the concepts are described at the end of this chapter. Contacts. Your subconcept determines what network of contacts you will have access to. If you're in a place where the GM decides that you might find former colleagues, you can roll for manipulation to find a useful contact. Table 2.1 Home System. D6 System. 1 Algol, a planet of rebels, ruined by heavy industry and under draconian consortium rule. 2 Mira, the cradle of first-come culture, filled with temples, churches, and cloister palaces. 3 Kua, the center of the horizon, home to the space station Coriolis. For Dabrin, a barren desert with ravine seraglios, oasis gardens, and domed palaces. 5 Zalos, deeply devoted to the icon the martyr, an incarnation of the judge, locked in constant civil war with the heathens. 6 Choose, check the map of the Third Horizon and read Chapter 13 for inspiration. Humanists, SIRB get the talent pheromones. Zinger get the talent resistant. Nerid get the talent water breathing. Zenithians and the First Come. Zenithians often have a pragmatic view of the world and place their trust in science as much as in the whims of the icons. They regard themselves as being more modern than the superstitious First Come and claim to be the champions of success, progress, and leadership. The First Come, on the other hand, view themselves as more spiritual and with a deeper connection to the icons than the Zenithians. For the First Come, both close and extended family matter greatly, and old myths from many generations back take precedence over modern history. Read more about Zenithians and First Come in Chapter 10. Concepts and subconcepts. Artist, courtesan, musician, poet. Data spider, analyst, correspondent, data djinn. Fugitive, criminal, mystic, revolutionary. Negotiator, agitator, diplomat, peddler. Operative, assassin, guardsman/woman, spy. Pilot, driver, fighter pilot, freighter pilot. Trailblazer, colonist, prospector, scout. Preacher, ascetic, missionary, prophet. Scientist, archaeologist, metachurg, technician. Ship worker, deckhand, dock worker, engineer. Soldier, legionnaire, mercenary, officer. Name and appearance. When you know your concept, it is time to pick a name and decide how you look. Each concept has a list of suggested names, facial features, and clothing. Choose from the list or come up with something of your own. Note your choices down on your character sheet. Name and appearance will not affect the game in any mechanical sense, but are, of course, important to bring your PC to life. Reputation. Your reputation is a rating that decides your social position and standing in the horizon. Your reputation is determined by your upbringing and modified by your concept. If you play a humanite, your reputation is lowered, page 22. Your reputation can change over the course of the game, page 28. Your reputation score determines how easily you can manipulate people, page 62, and how others generally treat you, attributes. Your 4 attributes determine your basic composition, what natural characteristics you were born with. Attributes range from 1 to 5 for normal humans, and a higher number is better. The attribute scores are used when you roll dice for important actions in the game. When you create your PC, you get a pool of points to spend on your attributes. How many depends on your upbringing. You must assign at least 2 and at most 4 points to each attribute, with an exception for the key attribute for your concept, in which you can place 5 points. Table 2.2 Upbringing. Upbringing, plebeian, stationary, privileged. Attribute points 15, 14, 13. Skill points 8, 10, 12. Reputation 2, 4, 6. Starting capital 500 bear, 1000 bear, 5000 bear. Playing a semi-intelligence? You could create a PC from one of the semi-intelligent species Nekatra, Equilbri, or Scavara. Make sure that the other players are fine with it, and then have the GM check the rules for semi-intelligent species in Chapter 14. Example: Jessica is creating the PC Sabah, Trailblazer, and Prospector. Sabah is of a first-come origin with a stationary background, born and raised on Qua. As a stationary, her reputation score is 4, and her chosen character concept, Trailblazer, will not modify this. Your characters: strength, raw physical strength and physique. Agility, your overall body control and motor skills. Wits, intelligence, alertness, and sharpness of mind. Empathy, your charisma, empathy, and ability to manipulate others. Hit points and mind points. Life in the Third Horizon will no doubt be tough on both your body and your mind. Read more in Chapter 5. To measure how much trauma you can take, the game uses 2 numeric ratings: hit points, HP, and mind points, MP. You have a number of HP equal to your strength plus agility scores. HP are degraded by damage. You have a number of MP equal to your wits plus empathy scores. MP are degraded by stress. Example: as Sabah comes from a stationary background, Jessica gets 14 points to spend on attributes. She gives Sabah Strength 2, Agility 3, Wits 5, and Empathy 4. She gets 5 hit points and 9 mind points. Table 2.3 Skill Levels. Skill Level Ability: 1 Novice, 2 Capable, 3 Competent, 4 Experienced, 5 Master. General Skills: Dexterity, Agility, Force, Strength, Infiltration, Agility, Manipulation, Empathy, Melee Combat, Strength, Observation, Wits, Ranged Combat, Agility, Survival, Wits, Advanced Skills, Command, Empathy, Culture, Empathy, Data Jin, Wits, Metacurgy, Wits, Mystic Powers, Empathy, Pilot, Agility, Science, Wits, Technology, Wits. Example: Sabah, being stationary, gives Jessica 10 points to spend on skills. She gives the Trailblazer Sabah Technology 3, Survival 2, Pilot 2, Dexterity 1, Ranged Combat 1, and Observation 1. Jessica picks the 9 Lives talent for Sabah. Table 2.4 Skill Points. Upbringing points to spend: Plebeian 8, Stationary 10, Privilege 12. Table 2.5 Your Icon, D66. Con. 11 to 14 The Lady of Tears. 15 to 22 The Dancer. 23 to 26 The Gambler. 31 to 34 The Merchant. 35 to 42 The Deckhand. 43 to 46 The Traveler. 51 to 54 The Messenger. 55 to 62 The Judge. 63 to 66 The Faceless. Skills. The next step is picking skills. These are important as they, along with your attributes, determine how effectively you can act in the game. There are 16 skills in the game, and they're all described in detail in the next chapter. Your mastery of a certain skill is called your skill level and is a number from 0 to 5, the higher, the better. Skills and their use are described in detail in Chapter 3. General and Advanced. The skills are divided into 2 groups: General and Advanced. See the adjacent lists. Each skill is also connected to one of your attributes. You can always roll dice for a general skill even if your skill level is 0. Just roll dice for the corresponding attribute. To use an advanced skill, you need at least a skill level of 1. Starting levels. When you create your PC, you get a number of skill points to distribute across your skills. How many depends on your upbringing. See Table 2.4. You can set your concept skills to a maximum of level 3 and other skills to a maximum of 1. You can increase your skill levels during play. See page 28. Talents. Talents are tricks, cheats, and abilities that give you an edge over others. They are more specialized than skills and are a way to give further detail to your PC. Talents are described in Chapter 4. You will have 3 talents at the start of the game, 1 each from your group concept, your character concept, and your icon. You can acquire more talents during play. Mystical powers are a special category of talents. They are only available to a PC with at least skill level 1 in the Mystic Powers skill. If you begin play as a Mystic, you get to choose 1 free mystical power talent. Your icon. The 9 icons are ever present in the third horizon. Almost all believe in their power and the protection they offer from the dark between the stars. Prayers, giving alms, and the burning of incense are common among most people at the start of a long journey, before signing a business contract, or just to jumpstart the old harvester in the shed. You are born under the sign of one of the icons. This icon will have a tangible impact on your life and might just lend you supernatural powers. You won't get to choose your icon, this is up to fate. If you have the icon deck, sold separately, draw a card to see which icon is yours. Otherwise, use Table 2.5. Icon Talents. The icon under whose sign you are born will grant you a special icon talent. Icon talents work like normal talents, but are generally more powerful. You can never learn additional icon talents. The 9 icons. The 9 icons worshipped in the third horizon are described briefly below, with their symbols in parentheses. Read more about the icons in Chapter 10. The Lady of Tears. a tear on their way towards the justice of the judge. The dead are accompanied by the Lady of Tears. She also consoles the living. The Lady of Tears is a woman dressed in white, the color of mourning, with traces of tears still on her cheeks. The dancer, a sweeping shawl. The dancer is the icon of inspiration and perseverance. Sometimes a woman, sometimes a man, mostly androgynous. The dancer represents the bond formed in the union between two lovers, but also unbridled lust when appearing as the musician, playing a lyre or sira. The gambler, dice for the adventurous. The gambler is a perfect fit. This icon is often pictured as a little girl stretching her hand towards the beholder, her eyes urging you to take a risk, to roll the dice. The merchant, a chalice. The portly merchant, an older man dressed in embroidered silk robes, is the icon of growth, prosperity, and success. The deckhand, a key. This icon is usually portrayed as a tired boy holding a broom. The deckhand can bless homes and ships, if they're well kept and the right offerings have been made. The traveler, a ship for free traders, explorers, and colonists. The traveler offers protection. The traveler is often portrayed as a man with his eyes on the horizon, holding a walking stick, a compass, or an astrograph. The messenger, a scroll. The fleet-footed messenger brings news, prayers, and omens to wherever the faithful might be. The messenger is portrayed as a pale boy with a stern face and flaming eyes. The judge, a sword. An old matriarch with a grave face and a sword at her side is the common way to picture the judge. The judge's realm is that of justice and due punishment. The faceless, an O symbol. The seeker among the icons is never pictured. In temples and on icon walls, there is instead an empty place or alcove, or an asymmetry in the placement of the other icons. Personal problem. As a PC in Coriolis, you have a history. You have been through something before the beginning of the game that still haunts or threatens you. Perhaps a mortal enemy, a dark secret, or a strong addiction. Whatever it is, it's called your personal problem. Each concept lists 3 suggested personal problems. Choose one from the list or come up with one of your own. Your personal problem is mainly a tool for the GM to create stories and events that feel personal to you, but it also affects how many experience points you receive after a gaming session. Page 28. Relationships. As you enter the game, you will already have relationships to the other PCs. These relationships will affect how you gain experience points, see below, and are useful tools for the GM to create suspense. When creating your PC, describe your relationship to each of the other PCs with a short sentence on your character sheet. Your concept lists a few suggestions to choose from or to use as inspiration. PC Buddy. When you've chosen your relationships to the other PCs, you should pick one of them as your buddy, your best friend in the group. Check the box next to that person on your character sheet. Crew position. You've already chosen your spaceship. It is time to decide who does what on board. There are 5 crew positions: captain, engineer, pilot, sensor operator, gunner. Decide as a group who should have which position. The crew positions are mainly important during space combat, which you can read more about in Chapter 7. You are free to switch positions during play, so the choice is not permanent. The Space Combat chapter describes how to proceed if you have fewer than 5 PCs in the group. If you have more than 5 PCs, you can either share positions or crew other stations on board, like the med lab, the hangar, etc. Gear. The last step in the PC creation process is for you to pick your starting gear. Your concept gives you a few choices. You can purchase extra gear during play. See the price lists for goods and services in Chapter 6. Starting capital. The currency in the third horizon is called the bear. Your upbringing, see above, determines how many bear you start the game with, along with your starting gear. Transactions involving bear are mostly handled electronically, using so-called tags. Encumbrance. Each of your possessions should be written down on a row under gear on your character sheet. If an object is not on the list, you don't have it anymore, you've dropped it or forgotten it somewhere. Generally, you can carry a number of items equal to your strength doubled. Note down 1 object per row on your character sheet. Talents, Chapter 4, can increase your carrying capacity. Heavy and light objects. Extra heavy or cumbersome objects are harder to carry. An object deemed heavy will count double and thus take up 2 rows on your sheet instead of 1. Some objects may even require 3 or more rows. There are also objects considered light. They require only half a row, meaning you can have 2 light items on 1 row. Tiny objects. Even smaller objects than light ones are called tiny. They are small enough not to affect your encumbrance at all. A good rule of thumb is, if the item can be concealed in a closed fist, it is tiny. Tiny items must also be written down, even if they don't weigh you down. Over-encumbered. You can temporarily carry more than your normal load. If you do, though, you must roll the force skill each time you attempt to move any long distance. If you fail the roll, you must either let go of what you are carrying or stop where you are. Example. Sabah is possessed by something from the dark between the stars. It sometimes takes over, causing seizures or memory loss. Crew cards. For each of the positions, there is a crew position card supplied in the icon card deck, sold separately, which includes a summary of the actions possible for each crew position. These cards are not needed for play, but are very handy. Your characters. Improve your character. Your PC will not stride unaffected through the third horizon. Your adventures will change you. This is the only certainty in an uncertain world. Your PC will improve her skills, learn new talents, and change her reputation score over the course of the game. Experience points. How much you learn during the game is measured in experience points, XP. You get your XP after each session. Have a debriefing and let everyone discuss what happened. For each of these questions you can answer yes to, you get 1 XP. Did you participate in the session? You get 1 XP just for attendance. Did you overcome a difficult challenge to help your crew reach its current goal? Did you put yourself or your crew at risk because of your personal problem? Did you learn something new about yourself or another PC? Did you sacrifice or risk something for your PC buddy? Did you act in accordance with your icon? The GM will have the last say on how many XP each PC gets, but let everyone speak their mind. Mark your XP in the checkboxes on your character sheet. After XP has been handed out, you're free to change relationships with the other PCs. Learning skills and talents. When you've gathered 5 XP, you can take an advance. An advance is either increasing a skill level by 1 or learning a new talent. You can never raise a skill level above 5. You can learn any new talent except for icon talents. When you've taken your advance, erase 5 XP and start getting new ones. When you've got another 5 XP, you can take a new advance. You are free to save XP as long as you like before using them. Changing your reputation. Your reputation in the horizon can be changed by actions you take in the game. This is decided after the session, when XP are handed out. If you've done something generally considered good and heroic, your reputation is increased by 1. If you've done something generally considered evil or destructive, your reputation is decreased by 1. Your reputation can never go below 0. Truly remarkable deeds may change your reputation several steps. For an action to affect your reputation, it must be publicly recognized somehow. Your characters, artist. The icons live through poetry, songs, and books. You have dedicated your life to the fleeting moments of iconic beauty that your art creates. You know that no culture is stronger than its art, and you intend to make sure the third horizon is remembered for something other than chaos, war, and destruction. Possible subconcepts. Courtesan well-versed in all the arts of pleasure. You live to share them with others. You could be one of the legendary courtesans of Ahlam's temple, a Dabran Mitra, a Hierodul from the Pillar Quadrant, or perhaps an Algolan food artist. Musician, you are one with your instrument. Your music can communicate the most triumphant love or the blackest sorrow. You are a street performer in the conglomerate, a Sira player, a Baryachantress, or a composer of blood operas in the monolith. Poet, your words are your art, and they stir strong emotions in your audience. You might be a Psalter serving the Church of the Icon, a street poet, a border space singer, or a Tereb from Algol. Names: Abdalar, Amira, Havama, Ayasop, Masruk, Sani. Reputation: +1. Key attribute: empathy. Concept skills: courtesan, manipulation, culture, dexterity, observation. Musician: manipulation, culture, infiltration, observation. Poet, manipulation, culture, dexterity, infiltration, appearance. Choose from the list or use your imagination. Face, flawless makeup, bedroom eyes, black curls, animate tattoo. Clothing, silk burra, shining dress, embroidered jalaba, swirling skirts. Talents, pick one. You can learn more during play. Chapter 4 details all of the talents. Beautiful, BIO, defensive, seductive, personal problem. Choose from the list or use your imagination. You get very jealous when others succeed. It should be your turn now. You are insanely stubborn and never give up despite negative consequences. A faction you have somehow angered is out to get you. Relationships to the other PCS. Choose from the list or use your imagination. Is annoying. She just rubs you the wrong way. Appreciates your art and is deserving of your time. Is your true love. But does she feel the same? Is hiding something. You want to know what? Gear. You begin play with this gear. Pick one from each row. Gear is described in Chapter 6. Hand fan or tabula. Oper or environment scanner. Exquisite clothing or musical instrument. Beautiful BIO or rare collection of poems. The Memoirs of Maiselman or a standing reservation at Alkmaar's. Data spider. The factions rule the horizon, and information guides their actions. If you can control this information, you will be powerful. A simple enough equation, but you are one of the few to have figured it out. You are a data spider, carefully weaving a complex net of data gathered from the most obscure sources. You might not be the sharpest dressed or have a single bear to your name, but you have information, and information is power. Possible subconcepts. Analyst, you gather and compile data from many different sources and systems. Your info bank can be used to predict anything from the rebels coming offensive to next segment's fad in the Spire. You might be a corporate oracle, a data seer, or a souk analyst. Correspondent, you work for the Bulletin or some smaller news organization, collecting and disseminating information. You might be an embedded war correspondent with the Legionnaires on Uharu, or a freelance reporter covering the elephant trade on Algol. Some private detectives are ex-journalists. Data Jinn, you spend your days by your computer wherever you are. With a careful whisper, you can control and direct complex systems, extract classified information from Jinn intelligences, or simply destroy info banks and databases. You could be a meme creator, a data infiltrator, or just a lowly programmer for the Spaceport Authority. Names: Asur, Barika, Fatma, Naim, Amrin, Yaqub. Reputation: plus or minus 0. Key attribute: wits. Concept skills: analyst, data Jinn, culture, manipulation, science. Correspondent: culture, manipulation, infiltration, observation. Data Jinn, manipulation, observation, science. Appearance: choose from the list or use your imagination. Face: flawless makeup, curious eyes, smirking face, wrinkled forehead. Clothing: embroidered vest, dark corporate kaftan, worn galabia, skullcap. Talents: pick one. You can learn more during play. Chapter 4 details all of the talents. Faction standing. Judge of character. Third eye. Personal problem. Choose from the list or use your imagination. You are a compulsive thrill seeker. If you see the chance to do something foolhardy, nothing can stop you. You have sworn an oath never to rest until you have apprehended the nemesis of your friend or your family. Someone knows who you are and who you work for. Unless you pay up, the news will be spread. Relationships to the other PCS. Choose from the list or use your imagination. Has a keen eye for what's important. Watch and learn. Has the occasional bright idea, but is mostly just a waste of space. Doesn't even see you. One day that will change. Is your role model. You want to be more like him, her. Gear. You begin play with this gear. Pick one from each row. Gear is described in Chapter 6. Communicator, 4, or personal holograph. Proximity sensor or computer. Vulcan cricket or stun gun. Tabula or transactor with 1000 bear. Oper or arash. Fugitive. You can never stop moving. Always look over your shoulder. Always sleep with a gun under your pillow. You are on the run from the past. It doesn't matter what you once may or may not have done. All that matters is getting to the next hideout, the next safe haven. But someday you shall be rid of your pursuers. Someday you will dare sleep with your back to the door. Possible subconcepts. Criminal, you make sure that the bear keeps flowing in the back alleys of society. No matter if it takes threats or even outright violence to do it. You could be a gang member, a corsair, or an oper dealer, maybe even one of the despised Algolan slavers. Mystic, you are on the run, stigmatized and possibly being tracked. Your past life is gone. Now, you are a prisoner to nightmares and the crippling anxiety over what trouble your powers will cause next. Revolutionary, you want to make the horizon a better place. To do it, the oppressors must be destroyed. You could be a member of the Quan Free Brigades, a rebel on Oharu, or maybe one of the Maskless fighting the regime on Sadal. Names: Abud, Ghazi, Inus, Jabril, Yara, Xena. Reputation: -2. Key attribute: empathy. Concept skills: criminal, force, melee combat, dexterity, infiltration. Mystic, manipulation, mystic powers, dexterity, infiltration. Revolutionary, ranged combat, dexterity, observation, survival. Appearance: choose from the list or use your imagination. Face: blank stare, facial tattoos, lip ring, shaved head. Clothing: brown coat, jacket with many pockets, blue patterned galabia, turban. Talents: pick one. You can learn more during play. Chapter 4 details all of the talents. Intimidating, mystical power, 9 lives, personal problem. Choose from the list or use your imagination. A group of zealous icon believers are on your tail. They know about your powers. You suffer from terrible agoraphobia that could set in at any moment. You have betrayed a friend who has sworn to get back at you. Relationships to the other PCS. Choose from the list or use your imagination. Wishes you harm. Keep your distance. Knows your secret, but maybe she could understand you. Is principled. A shame it's the wrong principles, though. Is someone you respect. You hope she feels the same way about you. Gear. You begin play with this gear. Pick one from each row. Gear is described in Chapter 6. Anonymous clothing or tag with 500 bear. Communicator 2 or protective clothing. Vulcan carbine or Dura sword. Thermostatic suit or exoshell. Transactor with fake identity or mask. Your characters. Negotiator. Words are what keep the horizon running. Weapons and threats may have their uses, but in the end, it's around the negotiating table where everything is really settled. You have realized this, and seen the immense power that lies in closing a deal when all hope seems lost. Your sharp intellect and silver tongue can move mountains. Possible subconcepts. Agitator, you make sure the people or the customers know what's important, whether your goal is to stir a revolt or sell a product. Perhaps you are a rebel prophet, a statistician at the Sadal Institute of Planning, or an adjin at a consortium firm. Diplomat, you parley and negotiate between the factions and dynasties of the horizon. A peace treaty or free trade agreement is usually the goal. You could be a consul, a trade mission official, or the personal ambassador of a wealthy family. Less glamorous jobs, such as a customs officer or bureaucrat, are also possible. Peddler, you scheme and deal in anything from frozen goats to Quan hardwood. Profit is your imperative, and bear jingling in your pockets makes you truly happy. You could be a free trader, an import mogul, or the Dubra of a souk. Or you could be working from the shadows as a smuggler or a fence for the syndicate. Names: Isam, Isildan, Minna, Nada, Radwa, Abaid. Reputation: +1. Key attribute: empathy. Concept skills: agitator, data jinn, force, manipulation, culture. Diplomat: command, culture, manipulation, melee combat. Peddler: culture, manipulation, observation, pilot, appearance. Choose from the list or use your imagination. Face. Red face, grave-looking stubble, too much makeup. Clothing. Red jalaba with gold embroidery, dress uniform, black kaftan, head wrap with a gem. Talents. Pick one. You can learn more during play. Chapter 4 details all of the talents. Faction standing. Language modulator, CYB. Lie detector, CYB. Personal problem. Choose from the list or use your imagination. You have a protege that you need to take care of. It could be a relative or a friend you owe a debt of gratitude. You owe money to the syndicate. They want it back. Now, you are greedy, and you just have to scam people if you get the chance, even your friends. Relationships to the other PCS. Choose from the list or use your imagination. Is easy to like, and easy to manipulate. Is very blunt. You don't understand each other. Embarrassed you in front of everybody. You won't forget that. Is good with words. You respect that. Gear. You begin play with this gear. Pick one from each row. Gear is described in Chapter 6. Tabula or language modulator, CYB. Comlink V or voice amplifier. Exquisite clothing or Canberra, D6 doses. Lie detector, CYB or language unit. Vulcan cricket or Mercurium dagger. Operative. You are a professional. You move unnoticed through the shadows, as comfortable in a crowded bazaar as in the corridors of power. Where law and diplomacy end, you begin. You are an operative, the long arm of the powerful, carrying out missions in the dark. You expect neither laurels nor fame. To you, a job well done is enough reward in itself. Possible subconcepts. Assassin, you make sure that undesirable elements disappear, sometimes in public and conspicuous ways, but more often in secret. You could be one of Ahlam's Black Lotuses, or maybe a assassin from the Order of the Pariah. Guardsman/woman, you work for the good of the people by protecting them from criminals, be it gang members or deadly assassins. You might be a member of the Coriolis Guard, a Draconite Dragoon, or a gendarme in the conglomerate. Or you may serve the law only for pay and work as a bounty hunter. Spy, you work for a faction or some other powerful group, carrying out secret missions and espionage. You could be an operative for the Consortium Special Branch, adjudicator, or perhaps a loathed corporate agent. Names: Abatha, Kef, Shakir, Sulla, Sorbel, Waga. Reputation: plus or minus 0. Key attribute: agility. Concept skills: assassin, infiltration, dexterity, melee combat, ranged combat. Guardsman/woman, force, melee combat, ranged combat, observation. Spy, data djinn, manipulation, infiltration, ranged combat. Appearance: choose from the list or use your imagination. Face: scarred face, blank stare, cold eyes, crew cut. Clothing: practical uniform, black galabia, long leather coat, utility vest. Talents: pick one. You can learn more during play. Chapter 4 details all of the talents. Executioner, intimidating, licensed, personal problem. Choose from the list or use your imagination. You are paranoid and rarely trust anybody. You are being hunted by a powerful group/person who wants both you and your loved ones dead. You have a dark secret that could turn everyone against you. Relationships to the other PCS. Choose from the list or use your imagination. Can be trusted no matter what. Is skillful but naive. Is clumsy. Don't let him, her near your stuff. Has a hidden agenda. You are going to find out what it is. Gear. You begin play with this gear. Pick one from each row. Gear is described in Chapter 6. Vulcan cricket or advanced melee weapon. Proximity sensor or computer. Modulation mask or mechanical lockpick. Recon drone or an assortment of fake identities. Security tablet or poison. 5 doses. Pilot. Your ship and you are as one. At the helm, you feel complete freedom and a righteous, iconic presence. You are never more alive than when you pierce the O'Haran clouds, when you soar across the Quan jungles, or when you defy death by diving into an asteroid field. Flying is living, and you want to live more than ever. Possible subconcepts. Driver, you thrive in your vehicle, free to roam as you please across the planet's surface. You could be a hoverbike racer in the conglomerate slums, a caravan driver, or an attack hovercraft pilot. Fighter pilot, you can afford to be cocky and obnoxious, because you know that in the cockpit of your fighter, you are a god. Perhaps your ship is a torpedo boat or a breach pod. Maybe you are a corsair hunter or a dogfight ace. Freighter pilot, you travel the horizon's trade routes in a freighter. The dark between the stars doesn't scare you. You could be a free trader, a dust trawler, a bulk hauler pilot, or an ice miner. Names: Dakir, Dunyana, Ghazala, Hanbal, Ithar, Nadir. Reputation: plus or minus 0. Key attribute: agility. Concept skills: driver, force pilot, ranged combat, survival. Fighter pilot: data jinn, pilot, ranged combat, technology. Freighter pilot: data jinn, force, pilot, technology. Appearance: choose from the list or use your imagination. Face: proud eyes, chiseled features, steely gray eyes, unshaven. Clothing: pilot's uniform, leather jacket, overalls and safety harness, dark green caftan. Talents: pick one. You can learn more during play. Chapter 4 details all of the talents. 0G training, Exo specialist. Targeting scope, CYB. Personal problem: choose from the list or use your imagination. You are reckless and take stupid risks with yourself and your ship, even when it isn't necessary. You hate humanists / the privileged / Nekatra / the Zenithian hegemony / something else, and will do anything to provoke one of them if they get close. You scare easily and never challenge yourself. Better safe than sorry. Relationships to the other PCS. Choose from the list or use your imagination. Thinks that you are a rickshaw driver. This annoys you. Can take a 0G roll without throwing up. Impressive. Is a good friend, someone to trust. Thinks she is the captain of this boat. You know that this is far from true. Gear. You begin play with this gear. Pick one from each row. Gear is described in Chapter 6. Tools: ordinary or talisman, pilot +1, exoshell or hand jet. Targeting scope: CYB or communicator, 4, accelerator pistol or stun weapon. Flight suit or exquisite clothing. Preacher. You are convinced that the third horizon is the promised land of the icons, and it is your duty to convince its people of this. You are a preacher, a bringer of holy words, one of the icons' countless pilgrims. Humility, duty, and piety are your virtues. In times like these, when the dark between the stars grows stronger, you are needed more than ever. Possible subconcepts. Ascetic, you have dedicated your life to understanding the horizon and the innermost nature of the universe. Your road to enlightenment has been hard. You could be a hermit from the Zhao system, one of the Yogin of Karist, a philosopher from the Circle of Seekers, or just a simple beggar monk or nun. Missionary, countless souls wander aimlessly through the horizon, but you have the chance to save at least a few of them. You might be a traveling missionary, a Samaritan apprentice, or an iconoturg. Prophet, you have seen the icons' faces, or creatures from beyond the darkness, and the people must know. You are a revivalist preacher, a flagellant, one of Ahlam's dance masters, or maybe a Sogoi shaman. Names: Abdelkader, Hira, Ibnasser, Jana, Luna, Salam. Reputation: +1. Key attribute: empathy. Concept skills: ascetic, force, culture, dexterity, science. Missionary: culture, manipulation, dexterity, survival. Prophet: force, culture, manipulation, observation. Appearance: choose from the list or use your imagination. Face: mad eyes, fiery speech, frowning, unruly hair. Clothing: loincloth, black preacher's gowns, golden head wrap, torn galabia. Talents: pick one. You can learn more during play. Chapter 4 details all of the talents. Blessing, faction standing, talisman maker, personal problem. Choose from the list or use your imagination. You only see the worst in people, and you can't trust or accept help from anyone. You are indecisive and hesitant to act. You obsess over choices and get nothing done. You have seen the power of the darkness and throw a fanatical fit if signs of darkness appear near you. Relationships to the other PCS. Choose from the list or use your imagination. Doesn't understand your visions. A lost soul. Could be steered onto the right path. You mustn't give up. Is probably an unbeliever. Stay clear. Thinks before she speaks. Someone you can really talk to. Gear. You begin play with this gear. Pick one from each row. Gear is described in Chapter 6. Blessed scripture or thurible. Talisman or casula. Preacher's robes. Reliquary or written prophecy. 10 blessed M-doses or 10 herbal remedies. Tabula or writing paraphernalia. Scientist. The horizon is full of mysteries, but they can all be explained. You are a soldier in the service of science. Your duty is to find answers where others see only questions. You work tirelessly, honoring the scientific method, testing and retesting your hypotheses. There are no absolute truths, only a constantly changing canon of stories about the creation of the icons. It's your job to write those stories. Possible subconcepts. Archaeologist, you dig through the old and the forgotten, from ancient ruins to dead stars. You could be an astronaut at the Yerba Institute, a psychoarithmetist, a quanhumanologist, or a field archaeologist in an exoshell in the darkness of border space. Metachirurg, you work with healing and improving people, physically as well as spiritually. You could be a biosculptor on Ozone Plaza, a Samaritan with the Order of the Pariah, or perhaps a field metachirurg in the Legion. Technician, you work with anything technical, from old sensors to ship reactors. You could be a ship engineer on the Harima docks, an artifact technician with the Consortium, or maybe a gunsmith in a band of mercenaries. Names: Abdalasa, Kantara, Dalal, Amrin, Qasim, Wana. Reputation: +1. Key attribute: wits, concept skills. Archaeologist: culture, observation, science, survival. Metachirurg: metachirurgy, manipulation, observation, science. Technician: force, technology, observation, science. Appearance: choose from the list or use your imagination. Face: curious eyes, smooth forehead, dirty face, hair bun. Clothing: overalls, lab coat, white jalaba, cargo shorts and boots. Talents: pick one. You can learn more during play. Chapter 4 details all of the talents. Field metachirurg, gearhead, wealthy family, personal problem. Choose from the list or use your imagination. You just can't stay off the cohol. It makes you impulsive and erratic. Bounty hunters are after you, but for something you didn't do. A competitor has slandered your good name. One day you shall have vengeance. Relationships to the other PCS. Choose from the list or use your imagination. Is almost as smart as you. Impressive. Has no clue. How can someone possibly be so dumb? Makes you insecure. You don't know how to interact with him, her. Is so beautiful. But she would probably never look your way twice. Gear. You begin play with this gear. Pick one from each row. Gear is described in Chapter 6. Communicator, 3, or proximity sensor. Portable lab or computer. Exoshell or database. Pressure tent or medkit. Tools, advanced or compass. Ship worker. You have always felt the stars calling to you. Your destiny is to travel the endless darkness with your crew. Your ship is your home and your best friend, and you know her like the back of your hand. You live a tough life in a tough profession, but you wouldn't trade it for anything. You are a starfarer through and through. Possible subconcepts. Deckhand, it is the little things that make sure a spaceship and its crew can function, and you work with just those little things. You are a captain's aide, a chef, the master deckhand, or maybe a janitor on a spaceship. Dock worker, you load and unload cargo in one of the Horizon's ports. Your skill with grav loaders and exosuits makes you a vital part of any trade enterprise. You could be a spaceport worker, an exospecialist, or a river barge rat. Engineer, you maintain the technical state of the ship. The head engineer will sometimes give you orders, but most times you just get things done on your own. You might be a reactor djinn, a torpedo operator, or a ship's mechanic. Names: Batu, Dar, Fida, Gada, Hamid, Hamsa. Reputation: -1. Key attribute: strength. Concept skills: deckhand, force, manipulation, dexterity, culture. Dock worker: force, melee combat, dexterity, technology. Engineer: data djinn, force, observation, technology. Appearance: choose from the list or use your imagination. Face: tired eyes, sweaty face, lank hair, pursed lips. Clothing: tattooed arms, tank top with a symbol, wide brim cap, leather jacket. Talents: pick one. You can learn more during play. Chapter 4 details all of the talents. Exo Specialist: tough. 0G training. Personal problem. Choose from the list or use your imagination. You have a short fuse and are prone to fits of rage. This often gets you in trouble. You have a cold heart and would never help someone in need unless you would really benefit from it. You have seen the dark between the stars, and now space terrifies you. Sometimes you are able to conquer your fear. Relationships to the other PCS. Choose from the list or use your imagination. Treats you like a Skavara. Plots to hurt your best friend. You must find out how. Is your closest friend. You can talk about anything with each other. Is someone you would follow into death if needed. Gear. You begin play with this gear. Pick one from each row. Gear is described in Chapter 6. Tools: ordinary or vacuum sealer. Power glove or environment scanner. Arash or tabak. Exo loader or exo shell. Hyper rope or dura knife. Soldier. You know what war and violence do to people. You have seen it up close. Watching your friend being blown to bits does something to your soul. It alters your mind. What you also know is that a Vulcan carbine is power in its absolute form. Violence is power. You don't live for killing, but as long as the factions keep fighting, as long as the Corsairs keep raiding, and as long as someone pays and feeds you, you will continue doing it. Because you are a soldier and it's just what you do. 48. Possible subconcepts. Legionnaire, you are one with the Legion and your comrades. You fight for honor, order, and bear, although maybe not in that order. You are a sergeant, a Nekatra handler, a sniper, or simply a Legionnaire soldier. Mercenary, you follow the conflicts and the money, usually in a group of like-minded fighters. You could be a rebel fighter, a gun for hire, a nomad clan warrior, or perhaps a specialist in a shadow company. Officer, you are in command of a unit or a ship. Your orders are law, and you always keep a cool head when things get ugly. You could be a Legionnaire corporal, a Miran Temple guard, a captain of the guard, or maybe a political officer with the Sadal Dogma Institute. Names: Akila, Farida, Jabbar, Kuri, Wazir, Zara. Reputation: -1. Key attribute: agility. Concept skills: Legionnaire, force, melee combat, ranged combat, survival. Mercenary, melee combat, dexterity, observation, ranged combat. Officer, command, culture, melee combat, ranged combat. Appearance: choose from the list or use your imagination. Face: menacing stare, scarred, cybernetic eye, burn marks. Clothing: fatigues, dress uniform, deep black jalaba, long leather coat. Talents: pick one. You can learn more during play. Chapter 4 details all of the talents. Combat veteran. Cybernetic muscles. CYB. Tough. Personal problem. Choose from the list or use your imagination. You are addicted to Oper and use it after doing things on the battlefield you would rather forget. You are arrogant and condescending toward others. You are a coward, but try to hide it as best as you can. Relationships to the other PCS. Choose from the list or use your imagination. Fought by your side and saved your life. left you for dead. You will never forgive him, her. Is highly skilled, a quality you respect. Is wonderful. She will one day be yours. Gear. You begin play with this gear. Pick one from each row. Gear is described in Chapter 6. Heavy armor or mercurium sword. Accelerator pistol with sensor scope or Vulcan carbine. Frag grenade or cybernetic muscles. CYB. Command unit or advanced scope. Communicator 2 or medkit. Trailblazer. Curiosity is your poison. You have always been one to look under every stone. Search every nook and cranny. Your calling is to unravel the horizon's secrets and mysteries. You know that the future can be told through the ruins of the past. If you only dig deep enough and work hard enough, maybe you will be the one who discovers a secret so vast it will shake the horizon to its very core. Possible subconcepts. Colonist, you are the worker who couldn't stand the slums anymore and left to start a new life. You have only your fists and your skills, but the horizon is your oyster. You could be a logger, an asteroid colonist, a miner, or a nomad. Prospector, ever the seeker of new worlds and new riches. For you, there are always new expeditions to be planned. You could be a colonial agent, an asteroid walla, a robber digger, or perhaps a nomad. Scout, you are a self-reliant lone wolf, but you offer your services to others, if they keep the talking to a minimum. You could be a legionnaire scout, a big game hunter, an agent for the colonial agency, or even a cat burglar. Names: Umjud, Duro, Evgena, Hakam, Maysam, Sabah. Reputation: plus or minus 0. Key attribute: wits, concept skills. Colonist: force, dexterity, ranged combat, survival. Prospector: pilot, technology, science, survival. Scout: infiltration, ranged combat, observation, survival. Appearance: choose from the list or use your imagination. Face: weather-beaten, squinting, protective goggles, bald. Clothing: heavy overalls, crude boots, fur-lined coat, lined kaftan. Talents: pick one. You can learn more during play. Chapter 4 details all of the talents. Weatherproof, CYB. 9 lives. Rugged. Personal problem. Choose from the list or use your imagination. You are stubborn to a fault, never giving up, even if you or your friends will suffer negative consequences. You have a dark secret that has made you the target of a faction. You are possessed by something from the dark between the stars. It sometimes takes over, giving you seizures or memory loss. Relationships to the other PCS. Choose from the list or use your imagination. Survive 10 days in a desert. A worthy friend. Is always correcting you even when she is wrong. Won't stop talking. One day you will have to do something about that. Always looks so gloomy. What's eating him, her? Gear. You begin play with this gear. Pick one from each row. Gear is described in Chapter 6. Recon drone or communicator, V. Dura axe or Vulcan carbine. 5 MDOSes or database. Weatherproof, CYB, or exoshell. Environment scanner or compass. Chapter 3. Skills. It has been said about the 4th Sultan of Bari that nowhere in the horizon was there ever a speaker more eloquent. When the raiding parties of rivaling clans stood at the city gates, the Sultan spoke so movingly to them that they turned their weapons against their leaders and swore eternal loyalty to the Sultan instead, forming the now legendary Bari bodyguard. Early rulers of the horizon, Sora Moradi. You have created your alter ego in the 3rd horizon, and soon you will depart on a great adventure in the dark between the stars. But first, you must learn how to overcome the obstacles you will encounter by using your skills. There are 2 kinds of skills: general skills that anyone can use and advanced skills that require specialist training. All skills are described in detail further on in this chapter. Each skill is tied to one of your 4 attributes: strength, agility, wits, and empathy. Both attributes and skills are measured on a scale of 1 to 5. A higher score is better. Rolling dice. When you are in danger and attempt to accomplish something difficult, your fate is in the hands of the icons. It is time to bring out some dice. Any 6-sided dice will do. Sixes mean success. When you perform an action, start by describing what your PC tries to accomplish. Then, take as many dice as your skill level in the appropriate skill plus its corresponding attribute. The dice total can be modified by your gear and other external factors. Then, roll your modified dice total all dice at once. For your action to succeed, at least one die must come out a 6. If you roll more than one 6, you unlock bonus effects. Advanced skills. You can always test a general skill, even if your skill level is 0. Simply roll a number of dice equal to the corresponding attribute only. This is called your base chance. To use an advanced skill, however, your skill level must be at least 1. Otherwise, you can't roll for the skill at all. Levels of success. 1 6 is enough for your action to succeed, but it means you made it just barely. If you roll 3 or more 6s, you achieve what is called a critical success. Each skill lists its own results corresponding to your level of success later in this chapter. General skills. Dexterity, agility, force, strength, infiltration, agility, manipulation, empathy, melee combat, strength, observation, wits, ranged combat, agility, survival, wits, advanced skills, command, empathy, culture, empathy, data, gin, wits, metacurgy, wits, mystic powers, empathy, pilot, agility, science, wits, technology, wits. Example. Prospector Sabah hurls herself towards the closing airlock. The GM decides that, to make it in time, Sabah must successfully test dexterity. Sabah has dexterity 1 and agility 3, giving her a total of 4 dice for the roll. Describe your action. In Coriolis, you create your story together. Testing a skill should be a dramatic high point. Start by describing what you intend to do so that everyone knows what is at stake. Then roll the dice. Read the result and describe the outcome, what you do, what you say, what you think, how your enemy reacts. If you send a prayer to the icons, describe your prayer. Take the dramatic initiative. Don't wait for the GM. Only if you overstep your dice result should he stop you. Example. Sabah rolls her 4 dice and gets a 6. It's a limited success. She rolls through the airlock without a second to spare. Bonus effects. Some skills, like ranged combat, melee combat, and pilot, allow for bonus effects to be bought using your extra 6s. If you rolled more than 1. These effects and how many 6s they cost are described in Chapter 5, Combat, and Chapter 7, Space Combat. The Art of Failing. If you roll no 6s, something goes wrong. You are now in the hands of the GM, and he decides what happens to you. The only thing he cannot say is nothing happens. Failure should always have consequences. In some cases, the rules outline what the failure means, but most times the GM gets to decide. Maybe you hurt yourself, lose an important possession, are forced to take another route to your destination, or maybe a new threat arises. You have one last chance if you are truly desperate to avoid failing a roll. You can pray to the icons, page 55. Combat. In Combat, Chapter 5, the GM doesn't have to give every failure too much of a consequence. The fact that your attack missed is usually enough, as it is now your enemy's turn to retaliate. The GM can, of course, penalize you with extra consequences in combat as well. Maybe your missed shot hits someone else instead. Praying to the icons. When your need is most dire, you can pray to the icons for help. This means you get to reroll all dice not showing 6s. Which icon you pray to depends on the skill you just tested, see Table 3.2. The prayer doesn't count towards your actions in the turn, see Chapter 5, and takes no time to perform. You just open yourself up to the energy of the icons. But this doesn't come without risk. See below. You will usually only pray to the icons when your roll has failed, but you could pray even if there were 6s in your initial roll to get more 6s and unlock more bonus effects. You can only pray to the icons when testing a skill, not for any other roll. You can only pray once for each roll. Preparatory prayer and chapels. If you make time for preparatory prayers to a specific icon before lunging into the fray, you get a +1 modifier to rerolls when you pray to that same icon anytime later during the session. If the prayer takes place in a chapel, your modifier becomes +2. This is in effect for the rest of the session, but only when you pray to that specific icon, See Table 3.2. The dark between the stars. The universe strives towards balance. If you use the power of the icons to help you, you will sooner or later suffer the backlash, something represented in the game by darkness points, DP. Every time you pray to the icons for a reroll, the GM gets 1 DP. He can use these in a number of ways, see the adjacent list. You can use any token you like to keep track of DP. There are many types of gaming markers available in hobby stores. If you don't have access to those, you can use coins, for example. DP can be saved between sessions, so the GM should make a note of his pool at the end of each session. There is no cap on how many DP the GM can have. Darkness points without prayer. The GM can acquire DPs in other ways as well. At portal jumps, during travel in the dark between the stars, and when players use mystical powers. Read more in Chapter 15. Using darkness points. The darkness points are a dramatic tool for the GM. Using them, he can put obstacles in the PC's way or help NPCs in a pinch. The DP also have a psychological effect on the players. Seeing the growing pool of tokens becomes an omen that something bad is about to happen. The GM can use his DP whenever or however he wants to create the most suspense possible. Here is a list of some ways to spend DP and of how much each usage costs. Reroll, just like when a PC prays and rerolls, the GM can reroll a skill roll for an NPC. Costs 1 DP. Take the initiative. An NPC breaks the turn order and reacts before her slot in the turn. The GM chooses when. Costs 1 DP. Empty clip. APC who is shooting runs out of ammo. The attack is not affected, but the weapon must be reloaded after it. Costs 1 DP. Misfire. APC's firearm jams. The attack is lost and a roll for technology, a slow action, is required to fix the weapon. Costs 3 DP. Reactive action. Normally, NPCs cannot perform reactive actions in combat. Page 84. To do so, the GM must spend 1 DP. Lost possession. APC has dropped an important possession. The GM decides which. Costs 3 DP. NPCs and skills. NPCs use skills just like the PCs. The GM rolls dice for their actions and can re-roll by spending darkness points. But the GM should only roll dice when an action directly affects a PC. For example, when an NPC attacks or attempts to rescue a PC. When an NPC takes an action that doesn't directly affect a PC, the GM is free to decide what happens without dice rolls. Reinforcements. The enemy receives unexpected backup. The GM decides the details. Costs 1 to 3 DP depending on the reinforcements. Innocent in danger. An innocent bystander is suddenly caught in the line of fire and needs help. Will the PCs intervene? Costs 2 DP. Personal problem. APC's personal problem, page 26, affects her in a manner the GM chooses. Costs 1 DP. Nature's wrath. Something dangerous in the environment around the PCs suddenly affects them. Could be collapsing beams or a landslide. Costs 1 to 3 DP depending on the level of danger. A dark mind. APC is suddenly stricken with a temporary dark madness. More details in Chapter 14. Costs 1 to 3 DP. The power of darkness. Certain talents or abilities can be activated by NPCs or creatures using DP. More details in Chapter 15. The DP cost varies. Only 1 chance. As a rule, you only have 1 chance at succeeding with an action. When you have rolled the dice and prayed to your icon, you can't take another shot at doing the exact same thing again. You must change your approach to reaching the goal, or wait for the circumstances to change in some tangible way. Another PC could attempt to succeed where you failed, though. In combat, Chapter 5, the GM should be more permissive. You can keep attacking the same enemy turn after turn, as long as you describe what you do differently to up your chances. Modification. Sometimes, external factors help you reach your goal, giving you extra dice to roll. Sometimes, they work against you, lowering your dice total. These factors are called modifiers. A +1 modifier means you get 1 extra die, a +2 modifier means you get 2 extra dice, and so on. A -1 modifier means you roll 1 less die, a -2 modifier means 2 less dice, and so on. There can be several active modifiers at once. Add them together to get your modifier total. A +2 and a -1 equals a +1. Table 3.2 Icons and Skills. Which icon you pray to depends on which skill you just tested. This has no mechanical effect, but should be part of your narrative. Dexterity, the dancer. Force, the deckhand. Infiltration, the faceless. Manipulation, the merchant. Melee combat, the dancer. Observation, the gambler. Ranged combat, the judge. Survival, the traveler. Command, the judge. Culture, the traveler. Data Jinn, the messenger. Metacurgy, the lady of tears. Mystic powers, the faceless. Pilot, the gambler. Science, the messenger. Technology, the messenger. Example. Prospector Sabah raises her shaking hand and fires her Vulcan pistol against the assassin. She has ranged combat 1 and agility 3, so she rolls 4 dice but gets no 6s. She sends a silent prayer to the judge and re-rolls the dice. A 6. Sabah closes her eyes and the shot hits. The GM gets a darkness point. Table 3.3 Success Chance. When rolling many dice at once, it can be hard to estimate your chance of succeeding. The table below lists the chance of success when rolling 1 to 10 dice. The third column shows the chance modified by praying to an icon. There are 4 things that can result in modifiers: your gear, the difficulty of your action, assistance from others, prayer and preparatory prayer, page 55. Gear. Good gear can give you positive modifiers, usually between +1 and +3. Lists of weapons and other gear can be found in Chapter 6. Modifiers to metacurgy from medical gear are listed on page 95. Difficulty. The exact difficulty of your action is often not that important. Only challenging actions should demand dice rolls in the first place, after all. But there may be situations when the GM wishes to emphasize that some circumstance or other either makes your action harder or easier to do. Use Table 3.4 for guidance. In Combat, Chapter 5, the rules often give you modifiers, for example, depending on the distance between your firing position and your target, or when you set up an ambush for your enemies. Some talents, Chapter 4, can also give you positive modifiers. Help from others. Other PCs or NPCs with at least a level 1 in the skill you are about to test can help you succeed. They must state that they are helping you before you roll the dice. It must also fit with the story. The person assisting you must be where you are and have a reasonable chance of affecting your action. The GM has final say. For every person helping you, you get a +1 modifier. A maximum of 3 people can help with any one roll, which means that the highest modifier others can give you is +3. Combat. Helping someone perform a slow action counts as a slow action for you as well. Helping someone with a normal or fast action counts as a normal action for you. Command. The command skill, page 63, can be used for more effective assistance. Instead of the automatic +1, a commander provides a modifier equal to the number of 6s on her command roll, given that you follow her order, that is, commanding is always a normal action in combat. NPCs can help each other just like PCs. Having NPCs act as groups rather than individuals is a good way to manage large groups of NPCs in combat, Chapter 5. Simultaneous actions. You and the other PCs cannot help each other when you are acting simultaneously. That is, when you are performing the same action at the same time, for example, when you are trying to sneak past a guard, infiltration, or when you walk into an ambush, observation. Then you must all roll separately. If the outcome of your roll is really good, some skills allow you to share your success with a friend, who in turn does not have to roll. You can help someone this way even if that person has already failed her roll. Opposed rolls. Sometimes, a 6 will not be enough to pass a skill test. In these cases, you also have to beat an enemy's roll. This is called an opposed roll. To win an opposed roll, you have to roll more 6s than your opponent. Each of your opponent's 6s cancels out one of yours. Only you, the attacker, can pray to the icons on an opposed roll. Sometimes, you and your opponent will test different skills, sometimes the same. Opposed rolls are always used when you roll for manipulation or infiltration, and when someone uses these skills against you. The GM can also call for an opposed roll when he deems it appropriate, for example, force versus force to resolve some arm wrestling. Combat. In Combat, Chapter 5, An opposed roll only counts as an action for you, the attacker, not for your opponent, the defender. General skills. The following section will describe the 8 general skills that all PCs and NPCs can use. Each skill lists examples of what a failure, a limited success, and a critical success could mean, but the exact details are up to the GM. The combat skills melee combat and ranged combat are exceptions to this. The effects of your level of success when testing these are detailed in Chapter 5. 0 dice. If your modifiers put you at 0 dice or fewer, roll 2 dice, but to succeed, both have to show 6s. Hard, but not impossible. Table 3.4 difficulty. Difficulty modifier. Child's play +3. Effortless +2. Easy +1. Normal 0. Demanding -1. Hard -2. Insane -3. Example. A while later, Sabah is desperately trying to shake off a pursuing enemy and attempts to climb over a wall. She must test dexterity again, but the GM deems the climb hard, -2. Sabah has agility 3 and dexterity 1, but gets only 2 dice. Example. Sabah's friend, the prospector Wali, helps her over the wall. This gives Sabah 1 extra die to roll. Dexterity, agility. When you jump, climb, sprint, or perform an action that demands speed or coordination, you test dexterity. Failure. You fall or stumble and fail to reach your goal. Depending on the circumstances, you run a high risk of taking damage. See page 97 in Chapter 5 for rules about damage resulting from falling. Limited success. You manage to pull off the maneuver, but just barely. Critical success. You succeed with flawless skill, and you achieve some unexpected positive side effect, like helping a friend or creating an obstacle for an enemy. The GM decides the details. Force, strength. When you must lift something heavy, carry a wounded comrade, or force shut an airlock by hand in a spaceship under explosive decompression, you test force. If you are trying to overpower another person, for example when arm wrestling, it is an opposed roll. Failure. You give it your all, but you are not strong enough. Is there another way? Limited success. You beat the challenge, but just barely. Critical success. You beat the challenge and receive some unexpected, positive side effect. For example, wounding an enemy, helping a friend, or finding a new way ahead. Infiltration, agility. Avoiding confrontation by sneaking around the enemy is often the wiser choice. Test infiltration when you want to move unnoticed, perform a sneak attack, or set up an ambush. See Chapter 5. Infiltration tests are opposed rolls, with your infiltration score against the observation score of your opponent. Failure. The enemy spots you or hears you. The element of surprise is lost. Limited success. You avoid detection, but are forced to take a detour to your destination. An enemy might also sense that something is up and start looking for you. Critical success. Like a shadow in the night, you approach your oblivious enemies. You get a +2 on a sneak attack if you perform it directly after the infiltration test. Manipulation, empathy. Lies, persuasion, threats, charm, or seduction. There are many ways to make someone see things your way. You must beat the opponent in an opposed manipulation versus manipulation roll. See above. Your leverage below, and your reputation modify the roll. Failure. Your opponent refuses to listen and won't accept your demands. She may even attack you if you provoke her. Limited success. Your opponent must make a choice. Either do as you want, or attack you physically right now with melee or ranged combat. Even if she agrees, she can demand something of you in return. The GM decides what. You can either accept the deal or back off. Critical success. Your opponent is so moved by the strength of your personality that she accepts your demands without asking for anything in return. If you want to, you can also inflict stress points, page 92, equal to the number of 6s you rolled. Leverage. When testing manipulation, you get a +1 for each of the following factors. You have more people on your side than your opponent does. What you are asking for doesn't really cost your opponent anything. Your opponent is injured. You have helped your opponent in the past. You present a strong case, GM's judgment. You get a -1 for each of the following factors. Your opponent has more people on her side than you do. What you are asking for is expensive or risky for your opponent. Your opponent has nothing to gain from helping you. You and your opponent have trouble understanding each other. The distance between you and your opponent is short or longer. Page 84. Melee combat. Strength. The third horizon is a violent place. At times, you will have no choice but to fight for your life. Test melee combat when either attacking someone or defending yourself in close combat. Rules and details are found under melee combat in Chapter 5. Weapons. You can use weapons in close combat. Anything from simple shivs and blunt instruments to advanced weapons like Dura knives and Mercurium swords. Weapons will give you a bonus and inflict more damage than an unarmed attack. Read more in Chapter 5. Observation. Wits. An adventurer in the third horizon must always be vigilant, or she won't live long. You test observation to spot someone sneaking up on you. Opposed roll. See above. You can also test the skill when you spot someone or something at a distance if you wish to know more. Failure. You can't make out what it is or come to a faulty conclusion. The GM gives you false information. Limited success. You can see what it is but can't tell much detail. The GM gives you correct but brief information. Critical success. You see in detail what it is and also discover a weakness, if enemy/obstacle, or a new route ahead. Ranged combat. Agility. With a Vulcan pistol, an accelerator carbine, or a common throwing knife, you can stop an enemy at a distance, keeping the bloodstains off your caftan. Test ranged combat when firing a ranged weapon at an enemy. Read more about ranged combat in Chapter 5. Ranged combat is also tested when operating ship guns or launching torpedoes. Read more about this in Chapter 7. Weapons. Firearms count as gear, giving you a bonus to your roll, just like weapons in close combat. The difference is that a firearm is a direct necessity to even use the skill. Many different firearms are described in Chapter 5. Survival. Wits. Surviving in the harsh landscapes of the third horizon is not easy. The horizon contains everything from steaming jungles and frozen tundras to titanic mountains and bottomless oceans. Survival includes the knowledge about constructing shelters, finding food and water, and how to orient oneself using only the stars in the sky, as well as how to construct simple traps, how to fish, and how to hunt. Test survival when you travel in uncharted terrain on a planet's surface. Failure. You get lost or are unable to find food or clean water. Limited success. You find your way, find clean water, find food, or create a simple shelter for yourself. Critical success. You find a shortcut to your destination, find clean water and food for yourself plus D6 others, or construct a sturdy shelter that can be used again later. Manipulating groups. When you use manipulation on a group of people, you normally engage with the group's leader or spokesperson. Remember that you get a -1 for being outnumbered by your opponent. If you reach an agreement with the leader, the group will usually accept this. If there is no clear leader, things will be harder. Every one of your opponents will then act individually. Don't roll to spot hidden objects. In Coriolis, you don't roll dice to find hidden objects, secret doors, or clues. If you describe to the GM that you are searching in the correct spot, he should let you find it if it can be found at all. Roll no dice. Reputation. Your reputation score and that of your opponent will affect your manipulation roll. If yours is higher, you get a +1 for each step you outrank your opponent. If your score is lower, you instead get a -1 for each step of difference. Reputation will, however, only affect your role in situations where your social standing in the third horizon is relevant. The GM has the final call on this. Advanced skills. This section describes the 8 advanced skills that require specialist training to use. If your skill level in an advanced skill is 0, you don't get to test that skill, you automatically fail. Just like with the general skills above, each skill below lists examples of what failure, limited success, and critical success could mean. The GM decides the details. Command. Empathy. You are the leader of a ship or maybe a troop of soldiers. In a crisis, you call the shots, but you know that you are never stronger than your unit. Your task is to make sure your comrades perform at their best. Unity is strength. Command uses different rules during space combat, Chapter 7, but can otherwise be used whenever you help others, page 58. The positive modifier your help gives the other person is equal to the number of 6s on your command roll, as long as the other person follows your orders. Command can also be used to help others recover mind points. Read more in Chapter 5. Culture, empathy. You are a person of wisdom with insight into a wide array of subjects. You have studied the diverse cultures and peoples of the horizon, and know of their traditions, faiths, and superstitions. You are also familiar with their home planet's beings and animals. Test culture to see if you can recall something advanced, like the proper greetings among the Sogoi of Kwa, the trade routes across the Salam Plains on Algol, or if Bakr can be driven off through prayer. If you have access to old books, databases, or the Foundation's infologs, you get a positive modifier. Failure. You don't know or you are mistaken. The GM gives you false information. Limited success. Your knowledge is limited. The GM gives you correct but brief information. Critical success. You know the subject like the back of your hand, and come to think of something that gives you an extra bonus. Data Jin, wits. Terminals, sensors, and advanced data systems are all part of everyday life in the Third Horizon. Most computers are voice-operated, but interaction through touchpads, data stylus, or via the user's cybernetics is not uncommon. Most people in the Horizon can use basic data systems, but advanced operations require a data gin test, for example, entering protected systems, modifying or writing new programs, or counteracting spyware and attack memes. Data gin is also used to operate ship sensors. More in Chapter 7. Failure. Something goes wrong, and the result is the opposite of what you had hoped. Limited success. You reach your goal, but it takes longer than expected, and some sort of complication arises along the way. Critical success. You reach your goal and achieve some unexpected bonus effect, up to the GM. Metacurgy, wits. Having this skill means that you are trained in the healing arts, how to care for the ill and the wounded, and how to treat psychic maladies. Skillful metacurgs also perform cosmetic surgery and bionic sculpting. As a metacurg, you also know how to use special medical equipment like med labs, spider doctors, and mobile trauma units. The main use of metacurgy is stabilizing and treating wounded people. Read more in Chapter 5. The skill can also be used to recover mind points and to make diagnoses, for example recognizing drug abuse or the effects of poison, and identifying injuries or psychic illnesses. Failure. You have no idea as to what is ailing the patient, or you make an incorrect diagnosis. The GM gives you partial or false information. Limited success. You have a good guess as to what the problem might be. The GM gives you correct but brief information. Critical success. You make a correct diagnosis, and you remember something that gives you an extra bonus. Mystic powers, empathy. In the last few years, reports of mystics, people with special powers, have started to surface. The reaction didn't take long. Among the religious cults, mystics have either been murdered or worshipped as heralds of the icons, depending on the cult's beliefs. The bulletin's newscasts on Coriolis have reported on council meetings at the highest political level, debating the legitimacy of the mystical powers. To acquire this skill when creating your PC, you must pick the subconcept Mystic, page 35. You can, however, acquire this skill during play, regardless of concept. This means that dormant powers within you suddenly manifest themselves. Each mystic power counts as a separate talent. Chapter 4. When activating a power, test mystic powers. Each activation gives the GM 1 darkness point. Failure. The power misfires somehow, giving you false information or some other undesired effect. The GM decides the details. Limited success. Through tremendous concentration and force of will, you activate the power. Critical success. Mystical energies surge through your body, activating the power and triggering an unexpected but positive bonus effect. Details are up to the GM. Pilot. Agility. You are one with your ship. You pilot hundreds of tons of metal through the darkness, pierce ice winds and mile-high sandstorms, and make sure you all live to tell the tale. Roll for pilot when you operate a vehicle, anything from hoverbikes and ground loaders to gravships and space vessels. The rules for using pilot in space combat can be found in Chapter 7. You will also test pilot when you operate a normal vehicle and attempt a risky maneuver. Failure. You fail. Depending on the circumstances, The outcome can be anything from embarrassing to fatal. Limited success. You perform the maneuver with the smallest margin possible. Critical success. You perform the maneuver flawlessly and achieve an unexpected, positive side effect, such as creating an obstacle for an enemy. The GM decides the details. Science, wits. You are an academic trained in the scientific tradition. You are well-read on everything from astrophysics and geochemistry to bionics and socio-arithmetics. Test science to see if you can figure out something that requires advanced scientific knowledge, like how to calculate a portal jump or where to find xenon gas pockets on a frozen megaplanet. If you have access to relevant databases, you get a positive modifier. Failure. You don't know or you are mistaken. The GM gives you false information. Limited success. Your knowledge is limited. The GM gives you correct but brief information. Critical success. You know the subject like the back of your hand and come to think of something that gives you an extra bonus. Technology, wits. Others may view technical gadgets as almost magical, but you understand their inner workings. The skill is used when handling machines, mechanics, electronics, and explosives. You can repair anything from a small gadget to a spaceship. Chapter 7. The skill is also used when blowing things up. Failure. Something goes wrong, and the result is the opposite of what you wanted. Limited success. You reach your goal, but it takes longer than expected, and some sort of complication arises along the way. Critical success. You reach your goal as well as achieving some unexpected bonus effect. Understanding artifacts. You can come across strange artifacts on your adventures in the third horizon. All artifacts have a knowledge requisite, certain skills or talents you must have to understand the artifact. You must pass a science test to understand how to use the artifact. Even if you understand what it is, your PC may not. Each PC can make one attempt. If you fail, you must gather more information, or wait for another PC or the GM to explain the object to you. Chapter 4. Aphrodite. A mere whisper of the name chills the blood of regents and rulers everywhere. Perhaps the most skilled assassin of the Black Lotuses of Ahlam, she has elevated her craft to a form of art. There are no known pictures of her, and she is said to be a master of changing her appearance. Sex, cults and secret societies. Khalil Dalma. Talents. Table 4.1 Group Talents. A nose for bear. Everything is for sale. Quickest route. Assault. Charge. Master Scouts. A friend in every port. Assassin's Guild. Dancers of Ahlam. Seasoned Travelers. Survivors. Truth Seekers. Last Laugh. One Last Bear. Mercy of the Icons. Table 4.2 Icon Talents. The Lady of Tears Talent. The Dancer's Talent. The Gambler's Talent. The Merchant's Talent. The Deckhand's Talent. The Traveler's Talent. The Messenger's Talent. The Judge's Talent. The Faceless One's Talent. As a group and a ship crew, you will work as a unit. But your PC is also unique and has capabilities that no one else in the group has. In the game, these abilities are called talents. Talents can change how you use your skills and how you recover from injury, or enable you to do things that are otherwise impossible. Starting talents. When creating your PC, you get 3 or 4 talents. A group talent that you choose as a group depending on your group concept. Page 16. A personal talent that you choose for yourself depending on your character concept. Page 22. An icon talent, connected to your personal icon, determined randomly. Page 25. If you play a humanite, page 22, you get a 4th, special humanite talent. Mystical powers are a separate category of talents. In order to learn these, you must have a skill level of at least 1 in the skill mystic powers. Cybernetics and bionics. Cybernetic implants and bionic sculpts are talents that some concepts allow you to pick from the start. Such a talent must be chosen both as a talent and as a piece of gear. New talents. You can acquire new talents during play through experience points, XP. When you have collected 5 XP, you can trade them in for a new talent. You can pick any talent, with the following exceptions. In order to gain new cybernetic or bionic implants, you need to spend both XP and bear. The bear cost is shown in the gear lists in Chapter 6. In order to gain a new group talent, everyone in the group must spend 5 XP. You can only choose among the talents associated with your group concept, page 19. You can never learn new icon talents. Only once. As a rule, you can only take each talent once, but there are exceptions to this. Remember to write down all your talents on your sheet. Table 4.3 General Talents. Blessing, Combat Veteran, Defensive Executioner, Exospecialist, Faction Standing, Field Metacurg, Gearhead, Intimidating, Judge of Character, Licensed, Machine Gunner, Malicious, 9 Lives, Point Blank, Rapid Reload, Rugged, Seductive, Soothing, Sprinter, Talisman Maker, the Assassin's Thrust, Third Eye, Tough, Wealthy Family, 0G Training. Table 4.5 Cybernetic Implants. Accelerated Reflexes, Active Sensors, Body Armor, Built-in Weapon, Comlink, Cybernetic Muscles, Endoskeleton, Language Modulator, Lie Detector, Passive Sensors, Servo Locks, Skin Electrodes, Targeting Scope, Voice Amplifier, Water Breathing, Weatherproof. Table 4.6 Bionic Sculpts. Beautiful, Built-in Weapon, Intelligent, Morph, Nimble, Quick, Regenerate. Table 4.7 Mystical Powers. Artificer, Clairvoyant, Exorcist, Intuition, Mind Reader, Mind Walker, Prediction, Premonition, Stop, Telekinesis. Table 4.4 Humanite Talents. Pheromones, Resistant, Water Breathing. Talents. Group Talents. Your group gets to choose one talent connected to your group concept. All the PCs can use this talent. It can be used individually by every PC unless explicitly stated otherwise. Free Traders. A nose for bear. When trading, you get a +2 to manipulation. 1 use per session for the whole group, not once per PC. Everything is for sale. You have a knack for finding the most corrupt public servants, toll officers, or guards, and always get a +2 to manipulation when you are bribing someone. Quickest route. You find the quickest route. Travel takes half the amount of time, page 138. Or one encounter along the way may be ignored. The GM gets 1 DP per use. 1 use per journey. Mercenaries. Assault. You get a +2 to ranged combat, but only when everyone in the group attacks the same target in the same turn. Charge. You get a +2 to melee combat, but only when everyone in the group in the same turn also spends at least 1 fast action, 1 AP on movement. The bonus lasts 1 turn only. Situational Awareness. You always know your surroundings, and get a +2 to observation when testing it to discover an ambush. Agents. A friend in every port. You can find a useful contact in a new place. The contact can protect you, lend you gear, or vouch for you with the local rulers. The GM gets 1 DP per use. 1 use per session for the whole group, not once per PC. Assassin's Guild. You can test infiltration instead of melee combat when you make a melee combat attack against an enemy who isn't aware of you. Dancers of Ahlam. You can test dexterity instead of manipulation when trying to make a good impression. Explorers. Seasoned Travelers. You can test manipulation instead of culture to understand a group's customs. Survivors. You can get out of a dangerous situation somehow connected to nature, such as a brush fire or explosive decompression. The whole group escapes the danger. The GM gets 1 DP per use. 1 use per session for the whole group, not once per PC. Truth Seekers. You can find important information or get a clue from the GM without rolling dice. The information must be important enough to enable you to overcome a minor obstacle or a challenge in the scenario. The GM gets 1 DP per use. 1 use per session for the whole group, not once per PC. Pilgrims. Last laugh. You can get yourselves out of a pinch using your knack for entertainment. The GM gets 1 DP per use. 1 use per session for the whole group, not once per PC. Mercy of the Icons. When you are in a tight spot, the icons will hear you. This means that you can cancel the effects of darkness points that have just been spent by the GM. Chapter 3. 1 use per session for the whole group, not once per PC. One last bear. You can make a living out of your craft or performances. Test dexterity instead of manipulation to find basic subsistence. Food, drink, repairs, no new gear, when in a new place. Icon Talents. As your PC is born under the sign of one of the icons, she is blessed by it. Icon talents are determined randomly when creating your PC and can never be learned during play. Icon talents can be used once per session, and each use gives the GM 1 DP. The Lady of Tears talent. You can get back up after having been broken by damage or stress, and are immediately restored to 1 HP or MP. Read more in Chapter 5. Alternatively, you can choose to ignore the effects of a critical injury when you suffer one. The Dancer's talent. You can evade an incoming attack, taking no damage. You can choose to activate the talent after a successful attack roll, but before you roll any cover or armor dice. The Gambler's talent. You are incredibly lucky and can choose an automatic critical success on a skill test of your choice. Counts as if you had rolled 3 sixes. If it is an advanced skill, you still need a level of at least 1 in that skill to activate the talent. The Merchant's talent. You can find a favorable loan enabling you to purchase an expensive object or a ship module. The loan must then be paid back within the agreed-upon timeframe. The Deckhand's talent. If your ship drops to 0 hull points or energy points, you can restore D6 points of either kind instantly. This requires no action from you. It is the icons intervening on your behalf. The Traveler's talent. You can ask the GM about a choice you have to make in the game. It has to be a choice with only 2 options. The GM must then answer truthfully which of the 2 is most beneficial to you, if that is at all possible to estimate. The Messenger's talent. You can make someone obey you through careful words and actions, without having to test manipulation. It can be used on both NPCs and PCs. Your wish must be reasonable. You cannot, for example, force an NPC to act completely against her own interests. The Judge's talent. You deal an automatic critical injury when your attack hits, regardless of whether the attack penetrated cover and armor. Any other effects from the attack are resolved as usual. The Faceless One's talent. Fate is on your side, giving you the benefit of getting to change a single, concrete detail in a scene more to your favor. It must be something that has a cosmetic or indirectly helpful effect. You cannot make an enemy disappear, but you can decide that there is a knife within reach, or that a window has been left open. The GM has the final say on what is possible to accomplish with the talent. Remember, you can only use the talent once per session. General talents. Below are all the general talents. They can be learned during play at a cost of 5 XP each. Blessing. Once per session, you can bless another PC, giving her a +3 to 1 action. The receiver of the blessing must be within close range of you. In combat, imparting the blessing is a slow action. The GM gets 1 DP per use. Combat Veteran. You can make your initiative roll, page 82, with 2 dice and choose the best one. If you also have accelerated reflexes, you get to make your initiative roll with 3 dice and choose the best one. Why defensive? You are as nimble as a cat and can easily evade close combat attacks. You get a +2 to melee combat when defending, page 87. Executioner. You know where to strike to make the enemy fall and not get up again. Ever. When you inflict a critical injury, you can, if you want to, switch the dice in the D66 roll, turning the 10's die into 1's and vice versa. If your victim has the talent 9 lives, the effects cancel each other out. Roll normally for the critical injury. Exo Specialist. You get a +2 to dexterity or force when handling an exo of some kind, from loaders to battle exos. Faction Standing. You belong to a faction or a gang and can use its reputation to get a +2 to manipulation when trying to scare or threaten someone, given that the person you are threatening knows of the faction, and that the faction has some influence in the location where you are. Field Metachirurg. You know the delicate art of stopping a bleeding wound or treating grave injuries. You get a +2 to metachirurgy when treating someone who is about to die from a critical injury. The talent has no effect on stress. Gearhead. You love tinkering with gear and equipment. With a successful technology test, you can repair an item or jury-rig a one-use contraption for a specific task. The number of 6s on your roll determines the gear bonus of the item. Intimidating. You can test force instead of manipulation when you are threatening someone. If you achieve a limited success, you don't have to accept your opponent's conditional demand. Your opponent may then refuse the deal, but if she does, she must immediately attack you. Judge of Character. You can tell if someone is lying or telling the truth without testing manipulation. takes about a minute and you can't tell any details, only whether the person is lying or not. Half-truths also read as lies. Each use gives the GM 1 DP. Licensed. You have the proper licenses to buy restricted gear and weapons. Chapter 6. You can purchase the items if you can afford them and if they are available at your location. Being licensed is not the same as being permitted to carry all kinds of weaponry in public, however. Local regulations can still stop you from carrying weapons you are allowed to own. Machine gun. Firing full auto is the only way to get the job done, in your opinion. Ignore the first one when rolling for automatic fire, page 89. When firing a weapon with the high capacity feature, you get to ignore the first two ones. Malicious. When you successfully manipulate someone and inflict at least 1 point of stress, she takes 1 additional point of stress. 9 lives. No matter how bad it looks, you always seem to come out of situations alive. When you suffer a critical injury, you get to switch the dice, turning the 10s digit into the 1s and vice versa, page 94. If your attacker has the talent Executioner, the effects neutralize each other. Roll the critical injury normally. Point blank. When you shoot someone and hit, you automatically add an extra 6 to your roll, but only if you attack from close range. Rapid reload. You can reload a weapon as a fast action, rather than as a normal one, page 83. Rugged. You are used to extreme weather and other natural hazards. Cold, storms, strong gravity, fire, etc. The talent counts as armor with an armor rating of 3 against natural damage. Seductive. You have an eye for romance and get a +2 to manipulation in situations when you try to achieve something through seduction. Sprinter. Your movement rate, page 84, is increased from 10 to 12 meters. You can learn this talent up to 3 times, for a maximum movement rate of 16 meters. This talent can be combined with the quick talent, but not with cybernetic muscles. Soothing. You read others as if they were open books and possess a natural quality that makes people open up to you. You get a +2 to metacurgy when treating someone who has been broken by stress. Page 92. Talisman Maker. You know how to create and bless talismans. The process takes D6 hours and requires a chapel or an altar. A talisman provides a +1 to 1 skill test. Then the blessing wears off. The Assassin's Thrust. You are a highly trained assassin. When you make a sneak attack, page 85, using a small weapon, you get +2 to melee combat. Third Eye. You have the ability to sense an ambush, and once per session you can avoid the effects of being surprised. The talent also gives you a constant +2 to observation when trying to detect a sneak attack or an ambush. Tough. You are used to taking a beating. You get 2 additional hit points. Wealthy family. You can use the rumors of your family's vast riches to give yourself a +2 to manipulation in any situation where the GM deems it relevant. Whether the rumors are true or not doesn't matter. You can only choose this talent if you come from a privileged background. Page 21. 0G training. Your sense of balance is well adapted to an environment without gravity. You get a +2 to dexterity when in 0G. Humanite talents. The 3 talents below are unique to humanites. Page 22. They cannot be learned during play. Pheromones. You have the ability to transmit and receive pheromones via enlarged dermal glands on your chest, neck, or face. Your pheromones spread through air and will not work in a vacuum or affect people in exos. The pheromones make others obey you. You get a +2 to manipulation. 1 use per session. Resistant. Your body can endure extreme weather and other natural hazards. The talent counts as armor with an armor rating of 6 against natural damage. You can combine resistant with rugged for a total armor rating of 9 against natural damage. Water breathing. You can breathe normally underwater. Cybernetic implants. Cybernetic implants will cost you both bear and XP. They also demand D6 days of healing after the procedure before they can be used. Accelerated reflexes. Your nerves are cybernetically modified with extra wiring and microgen, giving you superb body control. You get a +2 to dexterity for acrobatic maneuvers, and you get to roll your initiative with 2 dice and pick the best one to determine your initiative score. If you also have the combat veteran talent, you get to roll your initiative with 3 dice and choose the best one. Cost. 7,000 bear. Active sensors. Active sensors are implanted in your body. You can use them like the active mode on a personal sensor whenever you wish. Details for personal sensors are found in Chapter 6. Cost, 3,000 bear. Body armor. You are cybernetically armored, giving you an extra armor rating of 3, page 92. The implant's rating is added to any other armor you may wear as well. The implants give you a -1 to dexterity for acrobatic maneuvers. Cost, 6,000 bear. Built-in weapon. You have a built-in weapon. The weapon is hard to detect and can only be discovered by someone actively searching for it. The weapon itself must be bought separately. To draw a built-in weapon is a free action. Cost, 3,000 bear. Com link. You have a built-in communications device, similar to a personal communicator. The benefit of the link is that it is very hard to detect. You can verbalize your message in your mind, and the receiver is jacked directly into your auditory system. Cost, 1,500 bear. Cybernetic muscles. Muscles enhanced with ceramic fibers make you an extremely fast and strong runner. Your movement rate is increased by 4 meters per fast action. Cannot be combined with sprinter or quick. The damage of your unarmed attacks is increased to 2. Cost, 7,000 bear. Endoskeleton. An endoskeleton with powerful hydraulics and strong alloys supports your body, making you considerably stronger than others. You get a +2 to force for heavy lifting. Your carrying capacity is doubled. You get 2 extra hit points. Cost, 7,000 bear. Language modulator. Your larynx and vocal cords have been replaced with a sound modulator and an interpreter unit. You can automatically translate your speech to another language if you speak slowly. The modulator supports up to 5 different language packs. See language unit in Chapter 6. Cost, 12,000 bear. Lie detector. You have a built-in lie detector. To use it on someone, you must touch the person, speak to her, and look her in the eyes. Test manipulation with a +2, not an opposed roll. If you pass, you can tell if the person is lying or not. Cost, 4,000 bear. Passive sensors. Passive sensors are implanted in your body. You can use them like the passive mode on a personal sensor whenever you wish. Details for personal sensors are found in Chapter 6. Cost, 2,000 bear. Servo locks. The joints in your arms and shoulders have been replaced with lockable servo units, enabling you to carry extremely heavy objects for short distances and grapple people in combat very effectively. You get a +2 to melee combat when your opponent tries to break free from your grappling hold, and a +2 to force for heavy lifting. Cost, 4,000 bear. Skin electrodes. Your palms are fitted with conductive surfaces capable of transmitting powerful electrical shocks. After a successful unarmed attack, you can choose to inflict 2 points of stress, page 92, instead of dealing damage. Each additional 6 rolled inflicts 1 extra point of stress. Cost, 6,000 bear. Targeting scope. One of your eyes has been enhanced with a targeting scope. It makes it easier to hit with firearms, +1 to ranged combat at short range and above. It does not work for quick shots, page 88. Cost, 20,000 bear. Voice amplifier. A resonance chamber with built-in loudspeakers in your throat can amplify your voice. You get a +2 to command or manipulation in situations where a loud voice is a benefit, for example when intimidating someone. Cost, 2,000 bear. Water breathing. Artificial gills allow you to extract oxygen from water. You can remain underwater for as long as you like. Cost, 5,000 bear. Weatherproof. You are heavily modified to withstand all climates, recycle body fluids, and conserve energy. The effect is that the time between each point of damage you suffer from thirst or hunger, page 98, is doubled to 24 hours and 4 days, respectively. Cost, 2,000 bear. Bionic sculpts. Like cybernetics, bionic improvements of your body will cost you both 5 XP and bear. They also require D6 days of healing after the procedure before they can be used. Beautiful. Your beauty is breathtaking. Whether by classical standards or tasteful originality, you turn heads wherever you go. Your biosculpted looks give you a +2 to manipulation whenever they can affect the situation. People with the appropriate sexual orientation tend to fall in love with you. If you are in a place with different ideals of beauty, the GM may decide to ignore your modifier. Cost: 25,000 bear. Built-in weapon. You have a built-in weapon that counts as a primitive melee weapon, for example claws, a shorter blade, or throwing knives. The weapon is very discreet, and only a thorough medical checkup can discover it. Drawing a built-in weapon is a free action. Cost: 40,000 bear. Intelligent. Your brain's biocode and cognitive pathways have been altered to make you cold and logical. You get a +1 to all science and technology tests, but a -2 to manipulation. Cost: 25,000 bear. Morph. Your body is sculpted so that your entire physiognomy is changed. You could have anything from wings to extra limbs. This gives you obvious benefits, but could trigger fear and disgust among common people, or even hate among fanatics. Your reputation is lowered by 2. See the box text on the opposite page for a list of known morphs. Cost: between 30,000 and 60,000 bear. Nimble. Your bionically enhanced nerves give you amazing agility. You get a +2 to dexterity for acrobatic feats and gymnastic maneuvers. The modifier also applies to dance and other physical activities. Cost: 15,000 bear. Known morphs. The Third Horizon is full of stories about monstrous morphed humans. In the mausoleum of Din Rama, the captain of the guards is said to have an extended torso and an extra set of arms. Some of the monks in the temple of Annapurna on Amito supposedly have wings. The nomads in the Quan Rimward Reach are often equipped with prehensile tails to assist movement in 0G, or so rumor would have it. Extra pair of arms. You can perform an extra fast action per turn, as long as you can use the extra arms for that action. Extra fingers. You can use tools, make repairs, operate computers, or do other tasks that require fine motor skills with extraordinary ease. You get a +1 in situations where fine motor skills are paramount, such as advanced metachurgy, repairing precision engineering with technology, or reprogramming a computer using data gin. Unfortunately, your brittle and sensitive fingers give you a -2 to force. Wings. You can glide up to long range if you leap from at least 20 meters up. Test dexterity to land without taking damage. Failure means D6 points of damage. When on the ground, you suffer a -1 to dexterity due to the size of the wings. Prehensile tail. You get a +2 to dexterity when climbing or moving around in low or 0G. The tail is easily hidden under a coat or a caftan. Quick. Your muscles are bionically altered for incredibly explosive speed, making you a fast runner. Your movement rate is increased by 4 meters, can be combined with sprinter but not with cybernetic muscles. You can jump 5 meters horizontally from standing still, 15 meters with a running start, slow action, and 2 meters vertically. Cost: 10,000 bear. Regenerate. You heal fast and recover remarkably quickly even from grave injuries. The time to heal a critical injury, page 94, is halved. You also get 2 extra hit points. Cost: 15,000 bear. Mystical powers. In order to learn a mystical power, you need at least skill level 1 in the skill Mystic Powers. To activate a power, you must pass a Mystic Powers test. In combat, this is normally a slow action. A failed roll means that the power does not activate properly, giving you incorrect information or resulting in some other undesired effect. The GM decides the details. Each use of a power gives the GM 1 DP. Artificer. You can enter a trance to understand an artifact close to you and to determine its origin and use. Clairvoyant. You get visions of where an object or a person can be found. The GM decides what form the visions take, but as a rule of thumb, an object you once owned is easier to locate than an object only described to you. Exorcist. You can enter a trance and exorcise an intruding spirit from someone. Intuition. You get to ask the GM a simple yes/no question about anything in the game world. He must answer truthfully yes, no, or maybe. The GM can answer maybe even if he knows the answer, if he thinks answering yes or no would upset the game too much. Please note that neither truths nor lies are universal. It depends on who is asking. Opinions, morals, and worldviews can make something true to someone and false to someone else. Mind reader. You can read someone else's thoughts for a minute or so. You can only read surface thoughts. You can't dig for any deeper memories. Your target must be within close range. Mind Walker. If you focus your thoughts on a person you have previously met, you can tap into that person's sensory input. You experience what that person sees, hears, and feels in that exact moment, regardless of where in the horizon she is. No thoughts or emotions are transmitted. Prediction. If you conduct a séance, you can experience powerful visions of the future. You ask the GM questions about yourself or someone else taking part in the séance. The GM answers as best he can. The answers should be short, preferably mysterious and ambiguous. An answer could also take the form of an omen, a sign of fortune, or tragedy waiting around the corner. Premonition. In some mysterious way, you can sense impending danger. The GM will have you test mystic powers. If you pass, you get a feeling of a looming threat, but no details about what it might be. Stop. You can stop an NPC from performing an action she otherwise would have. It must be something subtle that can be attributed to simple forgetfulness. Typical examples would be that the NPC lets the PCs pass a roadblock without checking their papers, or forgets her keys somewhere. The power cannot be used to stop an incoming attack. Telekinesis. You can lift, move, turn, or bend an object using sheer force of will. The item must be tiny. Larger objects are beyond your control. No dice roll is needed unless you want to use the object for something demanding, like moving a key to a lock and then turning it. Then test any appropriate skill. The power cannot be used in combat. The problem of clairvoyance. A PC with the clairvoyant power can make a mess of the GM's plans. If the goal of the scenario is to find someone or to reveal the identity of a killer, the PC can just solve the puzzle right off the bat using this talent. Not fun. The best way to handle this is to give the PC vague clues instead of hard facts. Mystical powers are not an exact science. Try to give the PC a clue that feels valuable, but one that won't ruin the mystery. Chapter 5. Talents. Who the soldier was, we don't know. We know no name, no age, no gender. Still, the unknown legionnaire is perhaps the most famous soldier in the horizon. Killed during the infamous Tahura offensive, the unknown legionnaire represents the ultimate sacrifice. A holy symbol to some, a representation of the madness of war to others. War and conflict, CC 12, 56, Ibra combat. The third horizon is a giant melting pot of different cultures and rivaling powers, all set on dominating the stars. Sometimes these conflicts lead to bloodshed. Sooner or later, someone will pull a gun on you, or you will pull yours first, seeing no other way out. But remember, combat in Coriolis is dangerous and can get you killed. So, before resorting to violence, always ask yourself, is it worth it? Turns and initiative. Combat begins when you attack an enemy, or when an enemy attacks you. Begin by determining your initiative score. Roll for initiative before testing any skills. Initiative score. All participants in a fight, willing or unwilling, roll 1 die each. The result of each die is the initiative score for that person. Leave the dice showing your individual scores on the table during the fight. The GM rolls for NPCs. The scores of the combatants establish the turn order, where a higher score goes before a lower one. In case of a tie, let chance decide, roll another die, no modifiers. When all participants in the fight have acted, the turn is over and another begins. Initiative rolls are only made for the first turn of combat. You keep your original initiative roll for the whole fight, but it can be raised or lowered during the fight. Time. 1 turn of combat in the game is approximately 10 to 20 seconds long. NPC groups. For groups of NPCs sharing the same game stats, the GM can choose to make a single initiative roll for them all. They all act at the same point in the overall turn order, but the order in which the NPCs act at that point is up to the GM. Raising your initiative. You never reroll your initiative score during a fight, but you can raise your score in a number of ways. A surprise attack below gives you a +2 to your initiative score, but only in the first turn of the fight. The Talent Combat Veteran, page 72, lets you make your initiative roll with 2 dice instead of 1, and you choose the best result. You can use actions below to maneuver into a better position, raising your initiative score. Your new score takes effect in the following turn, and could change the turn order for the rest of the fight. Skill tests that you pass remarkably well can raise your initiative score. Weapons can give you an initiative bonus, but only a temporary one. To gain the bonus, you must attack with the weapon in question. If you apply a weapon's initiative bonus to your score in a turn, you are required to attack with that weapon in that turn, or perform no action at all. Lowering your initiative. When it's your turn to act in the turn order, you can, instead of taking any action, lower your initiative score to any number below your current score. This has the effect of allowing you to simply wait and see how things unfold. When your new score is up, you can choose if you wish to act or to keep waiting, lowering your score further. Your new score is then in effect for the rest of the fight. You cannot return to your original, higher initiative score. Some bonus effects for successful attacks allow you to lower an enemy's initiative score. When it's your turn to act, you can perform actions. There are 4 kinds of actions: slow, normal, fast, and free. Action points. You get 3 action points, AP, to spend each turn. A slow action will cost you all 3 AP, a normal action will cost 2 AP, a fast action will cost 1 AP, and free actions are just that, free costing 0 AP. In a turn, you can perform 3 fast actions, 1 normal and 1 fast action, or 1 slow action. You can make any number of free actions. Usually, you will perform all your actions together during your position in the turn order, but reactions are exceptions to this. See below. Your AP are refreshed at the beginning of every turn, before anyone acts. The icon card deck. Instead of rolling dice, you can choose to draw icon cards from the icon card deck, sold separately, to determine the turn order. The 10's number on the cards will determine your initiative scores. The 1's number will break ties. Keep the cards in front of you to remember your scores. Example. Sabah attacks a Sogoi warrior deep in the jungles of Kwa. She rolls an initiative score of 6, and then adds +1, i.e., the initiative bonus of her Dura knife. Her total initiative score is 7, and she gets to act first in the turn. She must attack with the Dura knife this turn, because she claimed the initiative bonus from it. Slow actions, 3 AP. Firing an aimed shot. Firing full auto. Administering first aid. Tinkering with a gadget. Activating a mystical power. Normal actions, 2 AP. Attacking in close combat. Firing a normal shot. Reloading a weapon. Ramming with a vehicle. Fast actions, 1 AP. Sprinting a short distance, typically 10 meters. Taking cover. Hitting the ground. Makes you harder to hit. See page 88. Getting up off the ground. Drawing a weapon. Picking up an item. Parrying in close combat. Making an attack of opportunity in close combat. Making a quick shot. Going into Overwatch. Getting into a vehicle. Starting a vehicle. Driving a vehicle. Free actions, 0 AP. A free action is really no action at all. Most are passive dice rolls. Using your armor against an attack. Defending in an opposed roll. A quick shout to a comrade. Table 5.1 action points. Slow 3. Normal 2. Fast 1. Free 0. Group roles for NPCs. Groups of NPCs working together can attack with only 1 dice roll, instead of each one making an individual attack. This works like help from others, page 58. Each additional person, up to the maximum of 3, means a +1 to the attack roll. This makes the GM's job a lot easier. Example. Sabah has been broken, and her friend Wally attempts to administer first aid using his MDOS. He is not a very good Metacurgy 2. So he asks the help of Scylla, Metacurgy 2. When Wally tests his Metacurgy, he gets a +1 for Scylla's help, and a +1 for the MDOS. The effort counts as slow actions for both Wally and Scylla. Reactions. Generally, all your actions must be made at your initiative scores place in the turn order, but there are exceptions to this. These exceptions are called reactions. There are 3 different reactions in the game. Defending in close combat. Attacks of opportunity. Overwatch fire. How these reactions work is described below under close combat and ranged combat, respectively. In order to perform a reaction, you still need to spend AP. If you perform reactions before your turn in the turn order, you will have less AP to spend on your regular actions when it is your turn. Further, to perform reactions after your turn in the turn order, you need to have saved some AP while performing your regular actions, and so have some AP left over for this turn. NPCs cannot perform reactions unless the GM spends darkness points. Page 56. Helping others. Helping someone perform a slow action counts as a slow action for you as well. Helping someone with a normal or fast action counts as a normal action for you. Range. In combat, the distance between you and your enemy is divided into 4 categories. Close range, up to about 2 meters. Short range, up to about 20 meters. Long range, up to about 100 meters. Extreme range, up to about 1 kilometer. Movement. Moving around in combat requires actions. One fast action lets you move a number of meters equal to your movement rate, which typically means 10 meters. There are talents that increase your movement rate, and non-human creatures and vehicles can both have higher movement rates than a human PC. During combat, you will need to keep track of where the different combatants are positioned. You can keep this approximate, or you can use a battle map if you wish. The GM has the final say if there are any uncertainties. Battle maps. A battle map of a desert and a battle map of a bazaar are available as PDFs from the Modifius website. Use these if you want to keep extra detailed track of where all the combatants in a fight are positioned. Place tokens or miniatures representing each of the fighters on the white dots on the map. The white dots are 2 meters apart, that is, at close range from each other. 2 people cannot occupy the same dot. Terrain. In difficult terrain like dense jungle, deep snow, or waist-high water, your movement rate is halved. Crawling. If you crawl on the ground instead of running, your movement rate is halved. Sneaking. Sneaking takes time. If you sneak, your movement rate is halved. Darkness. If you are moving in complete darkness, you must move carefully, so your movement rate is halved. Sneak attacks and ambushes. The key to winning a fight is often to attack when the enemy least expects it. There are several ways to do this. Surprise. If you attack in a way that the GM deems surprising to your enemy, you get a +2 to your initiative score. This can only occur in the first turn of the fight. Sneak attack. Sneaking up on someone and attacking without them knowing is called a sneak attack. First, test infiltration. Roll only once, regardless of how far you are sneaking. Your roll will be modified depending on how close you want to get to your target. See Table 5.2. If you want to attack in close combat, you have to get within close range. If you fail the test, you are spotted. Now roll initiative scores as you would normally. If you pass the infiltration test, you get a normal action for free before rolling initiative. You cannot trade your bonus normal action for 2 fast actions. If several people wish to make a joint sneak attack, they must test infiltration individually. If one or more of the rolls fail, all the attackers are discovered. Now roll initiative scores normally. Ambush. An ambush is a special kind of sneak attack. You lie in wait for an enemy and then attack when she passes you. All participants in the ambush must test infiltration individually as above, but each roll gets a +2 modifier because it is the target that is moving, not the attacker. Melee combat. When you are within close range of an enemy who is aware of your presence, you are engaged in close combat. It doesn't matter if you haven't attacked each other yet. As soon as you are within close range, you are engaged in close combat. When engaged in close combat, you can attack. This is typically a normal action, and you test the skill melee combat. The enemy then chooses if she should take the blow or attempt to defend, which she can do if she has enough AP left. For NPCs to defend, the GM also needs to spend 1 DP below. Standing up. To attack someone in melee combat, you must be on your feet. If you are prone, you must first stand up, a fast action, before you can attack. Weapons can give you extra dice to roll. The weapons gear bonus tells you how many extra dice you get. Bonus effects. When your melee combat roll is successful, your attack hits and you inflict your weapon's weapon damage on your enemy. See below. For each additional 6 rolled beyond the first one, you can choose one of the following bonus effects. Table 5.2 Sneak Attacks and Ambushes. Range modifier. Close -2. Short 0. Long +2. Extreme +4. Increase damage. You inflict 1 extra point of damage. This effect can be chosen multiple times. Critical injury. You inflict a critical injury on your enemy. This effect costs extra 6s, beyond the first one, equal to your weapon's crit rating. By adding even more 6s, you can increase the severity of the critical injury. Strike Fear. You strike fear into your enemy. She takes 1 point of stress. Page 92. This effect can be chosen multiple times. Raise Initiative. You assume a better position for your next attack. Your initiative score is raised by 2, taking effect at the beginning of the next turn. This effect can be chosen multiple times. Disarm. Your enemy drops her weapon or some other handheld item of your choosing. Picking something up again is a fast action. Grapple. You pin your enemy in a tight clinch. See grappling below. Defending. Your enemy can attempt to defend against your attack, and you can, of course, do the same if you are attacked. You must state that you intend to defend before the enemy makes her attack roll. Defending is a fast reaction. Above. This means that you can defend even when it is not your turn in the turn order, so long as you have the AP required. Enemies can only defend if the GM also spends 1 DP. When you defend, you test melee combat. You and the enemy roll dice at the same time and compare the results. For each 6 the defender roll, choose an effect below. Decrease damage. You neutralize one of the enemy's 6s. If she is left with no 6s, the attack misses. This effect can be chosen multiple times. Counterattack. You perform a counterattack, dealing weapon damage to the attacker. You cannot spend additional 6s to increase the damage of your counterattack. You can, however, spend extra 6s to inflict a critical injury, but the crit rating of your weapon is considered 1 step higher than normal. You can spend further extra 6s to increase the severity of the critical injury. Disarm. You disarm your enemy, but only after her attack has been resolved normally. Raise Initiative. Your initiative score is raised by 2, taking effect this turn if you have not yet acted. Otherwise, the effect applies at the beginning of the next turn. This effect can be chosen multiple times for additional effect. Note that you can perform a counterattack instead of stopping your enemy's attack. The outcome could be that you both hit each other at the same time. Also note that each time you defend is considered a fast reaction, costing you 1 AP. To be able to defend, you must have either not yet acted in the turn, or have AP saved up after performing your regular actions this turn. If you are attacked multiple times in the same turn, you will eventually not be able to defend. Weapons. If your enemy attacks you with a weapon and you yourself are unarmed, you get a -2 modifier to defending. Quick melee attack. You can perform a quick attack in melee combat. This is at the expense of accuracy. You get a -2 modifier to the attack roll, but the attack counts as a fast action, 1 AP, instead of a normal one, 2 AP. Quick melee attacks can only be performed with light weapons or unarmed. Attack of Opportunity. If an enemy who is engaged in melee combat with you attempts to move away, you can, if you wish, make an attack of opportunity against her. This works like any other melee combat attack, but counts as fast, 1 AP, and you get a +2 to your roll. Attacks of opportunity are reactions. See above. Movement. You also get to make an attack of opportunity against an enemy who moves past you within close range. The enemy's movement must not start or end within close range of you. If she passes close enough during her movement, you get to strike. Grappling. As a bonus effect to a successful melee combat attack, you can choose to pin your opponent. To break free, your enemy must beat you in an opposed melee combat roll. The opposed roll counts as a normal action for the person in the clinch, but as a free action for you. Until your enemy manages to break free, she can perform no other actions. Grapple attack. While you are grappling with a pinned opponent, grapple attacks are your only available actions. A grapple attack is like any other melee combat attack, a normal action, but with the following exceptions. You cannot use weapons, you inflict your unarmed weapon damage, normally 1. You get a +2 modifier to the number of dice you roll for the grapple. Your enemy cannot defend against the attack. Ranged combat. When attacking an enemy from a distance, test the ranged combat skill. You will need some form of ranged weapon, be it just a rock. The tables in Chapter 6 list the maximum range of different weapons, i.e., how far away your target can be for your weapon to still be used effectively. You can fire your weapon at targets at up to 1 range step beyond the weapon's maximum range, but you will suffer a -3 modifier. Cover. You cannot defend against ranged attacks. Instead, a smart move is to find cover, page 93, when the bullets start flying. Target size. If your target is prone or small, you suffer a -1 modifier to the shot. Tiny targets can give even bigger penalties. A large target, such as a vehicle, instead gives you a +1. Huge targets can give you +2 or more. This is up to the GM. Range modifiers. The distance to your target will also affect your hit chance. When your target is at long range from you, you get a -1. At extreme range, you get a -2. Within close range, you either get a -3 if you are engaged in close combat with the target, the scuffle makes aiming very difficult, or a +3 if the target is immobile or unaware of you. Aim shot. If you take your time to aim carefully before squeezing the trigger, you get a +2 to your attack roll. This makes your attack a slow action, costing 3 AP, instead of a normal action, 2 AP. You cannot make an aimed shot against an enemy with whom you are engaged in close combat. There is simply no time to aim. Quick shot. If there is no time for aiming, you can just shoot from the hip. You get a -2 to your attack roll, but the attack is a fast action, 1 AP, instead of a normal action, 2 AP. There are 2 special rules that apply to quick shots. Example. Sabah attacks a Sogoi warrior with her Dura knife, and she rolls 2 6s. She inflicts 2 points of damage on the Sogoi with the first 6, 2 is her weapon damage, and she spends her second 6 on pinning the now bleeding warrior. The Sogoi attempts to break the clinch through an opposed melee combat roll, but fails. In the following turn, Sabah makes a grapple attack, giving her a +2 modifier and a total of 8 dice to roll. She gets 3 6s. The pinned Sogoi cannot defend. Sabah spends both her additional 6s on extra damage, and the Sogoi goes limp beneath her, broken after another 3 points of damage. Table 5.3 Ranged attacks. Distance modifier. Close, -3/+3. Short, 0. Long, -1. Extreme, -2. Beyond weapon range, -3. You can only fire a quick shot attack against enemies at close range or short range. If you make 3 quick shots in the same turn, your clip is empty or your cell depleted. You must reload your weapon. Reloading. Most firearms have large enough magazines for you not to need to worry about counting shots during a fight. Just reload when the fight is over. There are a few exceptions. Some primitive firearms like long rifles, bows, and rocket launchers, see the weapon lists in Chapter 6, require reloading after every shot. If you make 3 quick shots in the same turn, your clip is empty or your cell depleted. This does not apply for mounted weapons. When you shoot full auto-fire, see below, you run a great risk of emptying your clip. Reloading in combat is a normal action, unless you have the rapid reload talent. Bonus effects. When your ranged combat roll is successful, your attack hits and you inflict your weapon's weapon damage on your enemy. For each additional 6 after the first one, choose one of the bonus effects below. Increase damage. You inflict 1 extra point of damage. This effect can be chosen multiple times. Critical injury. You inflict a critical injury on your enemy. This effect costs extra 6s, beyond the first one, equal to your weapon's crit rating. By adding even more 6s, you can increase the severity of the critical injury. Suppressive fire. You force your enemy to keep her head down. She suffers 1 point of stress, page 92. If you are shooting full auto-fire, she takes 1 additional point of stress. This effect can be chosen multiple times. Raise initiative. You assume a better position for your next attack. Your initiative score is raised by 2, taking effect at the beginning of the next turn. This effect can be chosen multiple times. Disarm. Your enemy drops her weapon or some other handheld item of your choosing. Picking something up again is a fast action. Automatic fire. Some firearms are capable of unleashing deadly bursts of fully automatic fire. See the weapon lists in Chapter 6. Full auto fire differs from regular ranged attacks in the following ways. Your attack counts as slow, 3 AP. Your target must be within long range or less. You get a -2 modifier to your attack roll. Regardless of whether your initial roll is successful or not, you can choose to keep rolling dice one at a time. These extra dice are added to your first roll. However, as soon as you roll a 1, your clip is empty and you must reload. See above. Mounted weapons. Many large mounted weapons have magazines so big that they don't need to be reloaded in combat. Full auto-fire with these weapons works the same as with other weapons, but a result of 1 on the extra automatic fire dice instead means that the shooter loses control over the weapon and must stop firing. No reloading is necessary. Multiple targets. When you fire full auto, you can choose to distribute your dice, those in your original roll and/or the extra full auto dice, against new targets. You can do this after rolling. The first 6 you roll for a new target means that you inflict weapon damage on it. Additional 6s against the new target mean bonus effects as usual. Every new target you direct your fire against must be within close range of the previous target. You can fire at any number of targets until the burst is cut off by you rolling a 1. Overwatch fire. As a fast action, 1 AP, you can assume an overwatch position, aiming in a specified direction. Your aim covers a 90-degree fire arc with your line of sight in the middle. You cannot assume an overwatch position when engaged in melee combat. Effect. Overwatch means that you are ready to fire your weapon in the direction of your aim anytime during the coming turn, i.e., from now until your initiative score comes round again in the next turn. During this time, you can fire a normal shot, costing 2 AP, whenever you want to, before any other actions are performed, even after they have been declared. For example, if an enemy within your fire arc wants to shoot at you, you can shoot him first. Your enemy cannot change her declared action after your overwatch attack. If you and an enemy both are in overwatch position and are in each other's fire arc, an opposed ranged combat roll, a free action for both of you, decides who goes first. Example. In the Quan Conglomerate, Sabah is suddenly attacked by a group of mercenaries firing at her from a rooftop. She returns fire with her Vulcan carbine and rolls 7 dice, 3 for agility, 3 for ranged combat, and 1 for the gear bonus of the weapon. She rolls 2 6s, inflicting her weapon's weapon damage, 3, on one of the mercenaries. She uses her second 6 to disarm the mercenary, whose rifle drops to the street below. Example. Sabah is taking cover behind a wall when suddenly the mercenary's firing stops. War crying. 4 of them come running towards Sabah's hiding place, giving her no choice but to fire a deadly burst of full auto fire against them. She rolls 6 dice, 3 for agility, 3 for ranged combat, 1 for the weapon's gear bonus, 1 for the support of leaning against the wall, and then -2 dice for firing full auto. She is out of luck, no 6s. She sends a quick prayer to the icons, giving the GM a darkness point, and rerolls 2 6s. She uses the 2 6s to hit 2 of her enemies, and then starts rolling extra full auto dice. On the first one, she rolls a 4, no hit, but she gets to keep on firing because it wasn't a 1. Next die shows another 4, but she keeps going. Third die shows a 6, which she uses to score a hit on a third mercenary. The fourth die shows a 1, her clip is empty and she must reload. 3 of the mercenaries were hit by Sabah's burst, each taking weapon damage. Time to see if their armor holds. Broken Overwatch. As soon as you perform any action other than shooting at a target in your fire arc, your concentration breaks and your overwatch position is gone. This also immediately happens if you become engaged in close combat. You take damage. Weapons. Weapons make you more effective in close combat, and they are a direct necessity for ranged combat. Chapter 6 lists and describes common weapons in the third horizon. Bonus tells you what gear bonus modifier you get to your attack roll, i.e., to the number of dice you can roll for your attack, can be positive or negative. Initiative on a weapon modifies your initiative score, on the condition that you attack with the weapon in the turn. If you apply the weapon's initiative modifier to your initiative score, you must make an attack with the weapon during the turn. Other actions that somehow include the weapon in question don't count. To get the weapon's initiative modifier, you must attack with the weapon, or you lose all AP for the turn. Weapon damage determines how many points of damage are inflicted on your enemy if your attack hits. Extra 6s on your attack roll can inflict more damage. Crit tells you how many extra 6s beyond the first one you need on your roll to inflict a critical injury on your opponent. Range is the maximum range within which the weapon can be used effectively. Light weapons require only half a row in the gear list on your character sheet. Heavy weapons require 2 rows in your gear list. Automatic weapons can fire in fully automatic mode. Special means special features and modifications, which are found on some weapons. Stress. You start the game with a pool of mind points, MP, equal to your wits plus your empathy. When you are attacked in combat or when someone tries to use manipulation on you, you might suffer stress, which lowers your number of MP from the mental strain. Contact with the dark between the stars can also have this effect. Breakdown. If something puts you at 0 mind points, you suffer a breakdown, collapsing from fear or anxiety. You can follow simple commands but not take any action that requires dice rolls. After D6 hours, you regain some control of yourself and 1 MP is restored. After that, you can begin to recover the rest of your MP normally. Skills. You can use either command or metacurgy to treat someone who has suffered a breakdown. If your roll is successful, the person you are calming down regains MP equal to the number of 6s on your roll. Each attempt is a slow action, and each person can try only once. Recovery. You automatically recover 1 MP per hour when resting. If you have suffered a breakdown, however 0 MP, you run a risk of permanent trauma. Roll 1 die. If the result is a 1, your maximum total of mind points is permanently reduced by 1. If you drop permanently to a 0 MP total, you become a raving lunatic. Time to create a new PC. Damage. You run the risk of being injured in combat. Everything from exhaustion to bleeding cuts and broken bones is summarized as damage. How much damage you can take is determined by your number of hit points, HP. Starting hit points. You start the game with a number of HP equal to your strength plus your agility scores. Talents can modify your HP total. Armor. To protect yourself from harm, you can wear armor. See Chapter 6. The effectiveness of a piece of armor is described by its armor rating. You can only wear 1 suit of armor at a time. When you take damage from an attack, roll a number of dice equal to your armor rating. Each 6 you roll lowers the damage by 1. The armor roll is a free action. If the damage from the attack is reduced to 0, you escape any critical injuries as well. Cover. In a firefight, taking cover behind something could save your life. Choose something sturdy like a metal door frame or a brick wall. Taking cover is a fast action, separate from any movement required to reach the cover itself. Covers also have armor ratings and work just like armor above, but they only work against ranged attacks. Cover and armor can be combined. Simply add the dice together. Fire support. If you are behind cover, you can also lean on it when shooting. This gives a +1 modifier, but not on quick shots. Being prone. If you are prone, enemies firing at you suffer a -1 modifier. This can be combined with the effect of cover, above. Also, you can claim the +1 fire support bonus when prone, even if you have no cover. Broken. If you drop to 0 hit points, you are broken, unconscious or paralyzed with pain, and in no condition to keep fighting. You cannot perform any actions and may not test any skills. All you can do is writhe in pain and cry for help. Further normal attacks that would put you below 0 HP have no effect, but you can still suffer additional critical injuries. Getting back up. Being broken is not fatal. Only critical injuries can actually kill you. There are 2 ways to get back up after being broken. First aid. Someone can help you back onto your feet by administering first aid to you. This is a slow action demanding a metacurgy test of the helping player. The medical equipment at hand determines what modifiers apply to the dice the player rolls. See below. Without any medical equipment, the test cannot be attempted at all. You need to at least improvise something. If the roll is successful, i.e., if the player rolls at least 1 6, you get back up immediately, regaining HP equal to the number of 6s on the metacurgy roll. Track your damage. When your PC takes damage, tick the corresponding number of boxes next to the hit points section on the character sheet. Example: a mercenary is firing a Vulcan carbine, weapon damage 3, at Sabah. The mercenary rolls 3 sixes and uses them all in order to maximize damage. Luckily, Sabah is wearing an armored suit, armor rating 3. She rolls 3 dice and gets 2 sixes, canceling 2 points of damage from the attack. Example: Sabah is sneaking through a corridor on a spaceship when a Corsair suddenly fires at her. The first shot misses, and Sabah takes cover around a corner in the corridor, fast action, to return fire. In the next turn, the Corsair shoots again, hitting Sabah with 2 sixes. Given that Sabah is in cover behind the corner, an inner wall, she gets to roll 8 dice when testing her armor, 5 for the inner wall and 3 for her armored suit. Table 5.4 Common Covers. Cover Armor Rating. Divan 2. Table 3. Door 4. Inner wall 5. Outer wall 6. Brick wall 7. Foxhole 8. Administering first aid to someone who isn't broken has no effect. No HP are restored. Pushing on. When you have been broken and no one is around to treat you, you automatically recover 1 HP after D6 hours, and can then get back up on your own. Recovery. When you are no longer broken, you recover 1 HP per hour until you are fully healed. Critical injuries can still affect you after all your HP are restored, however. Critical injuries. Normal damage can be fatigue, bruises, or smaller cuts. Painful to be sure, but easily overcome. Critical injuries represent a much more dangerous form of injury. These can maim or kill you. When attacking an enemy in melee combat or from afar, you can spend any extra sixes you rolled beyond the first one to inflict critical injuries. How many sixes you need beyond the first one depends on the weapon you are using. You must spend sixes equal to your weapon's crit value. When you inflict a critical injury on an enemy, roll D66 on table 5.6 to see which critical injury you inflict. Note that a critical injury won't necessarily cause someone to be broken. Severity. If you have even more sixes to spend than those which you need to score a critical injury, you can use them to increase the severity of the injury. For every extra 6 spent to increase the severity of the critical injury, you get to re-roll the D66 crit roll once. You need to determine how many sixes you want to spend on this before you start re-rolling. You are allowed to go back to an earlier result if you re-roll. Effects of critical injuries. Most critical injuries have 2 effects, one immediate, such as making you fall over or being stunned, and one long-term, usually giving you negative modifiers to 1 or more skills. Stunned. The effect, stunned for 1 turn, means that you lose all your remaining AP in the current turn, if you have any left, or in the next turn, if you have none left this turn. Table 5.5 Medical Equipment. There are many kinds of medical equipment in the Third Horizon. More details can be found in Chapter 6. Asterisk when treating a critical injury. Modifier to skill. The listed modifier is in effect until the critical injury is completely healed. See below. Death. If you suffer a critical injury described as fatal in Table 5.6, someone must give you first aid or you will die when the listed time runs out. First aid is a slow action and requires a successful metacurgy test, modified by the available medical equipment, Table 5.5. Note that some critical injuries are so severe that a negative modifier is applied to the metacurgy test. As long as you are not broken above, you can try to give yourself first aid, but you get a -2 modifier to the roll. Each person who attempts to treat you can try only once. To get a second chance, better medical equipment is needed. Broken. If you are both broken and have sustained a fatal critical injury, 2 separate metacurgy rolls are needed. One to get you back on your feet, and another one to save your life. You can make these 2 rolls in whichever order you prefer. Instant kill. There are 2 critical injuries in the table, numbers 65 and 66, that simply kill you outright. If you roll one of these 2, the Lady of Tears has come to claim you. Time to make a new PC. Healing. Each critical injury below lists its healing time in days, usually rolled with a number of D6. If someone gives you medical treatment during your recovery time, that person tests metacurgy, modified by the available medical equipment, see above. If the roll is successful, i.e., If the roll includes at least 1 6, the remaining recovery time is reduced by half. Earlier metacurgy rolls to stabilize a fatal injury or to bring you back on your feet from having been broken don't count. A new roll is required to shorten the recovery time. Atypical damage. There are many ways to get hurt in the third horizon. Some examples of atypical damage are described below. As a rule, atypical damage is determined through a dice roll where each 6 means you take 1 point of damage. Critical injuries. Atypical damage can result in critical injuries as well, but only if the attack leaves you broken. If you drop to 0 HP and there are extra 6s left unused, check the crit rating of the atypical damage in question below. If enough 6s are left, you suffer a critical injury. A critical injury from atypical damage is usually not rolled on table 5.6. Instead, atypical damage has a special critical injury at the bottom of the table. The time limit until death varies depending on the type of damage. Falling. A fall of 3 meters or more ending on a hard surface prompts an atypical damage attack roll. The GM rolls dice equal to the number of meters fallen minus 2. Armor may be tested. The crit rating of falling is 3. Roll critical injuries normally. Drowning. Swimming on the surface works just like movement on land, but your movement rate is halved. If, however, you are underwater, by choice or not, you are attacked once every turn. The GM rolls the attack at your turn in the turn order, and before you get to act. He rolls a number of dice equal to double the number of turns you have been underwater. 2 dice for the first turn, 4 dice for the second turn, and so on. As soon as you come up for air, the attacks stop. Armor has no effect. You will continue being attacked even after having been broken, which sooner or later will result in a critical injury. The crit rating of drowning is 2, and the time limit to death is d6 minutes. Fire. If you are in or within close range of a large fire, you will suffer attack rolls once every turn. The GM rolls the attack at your turn in the turn order, and before you get to act. The size of the fire determines the number of dice on the roll, and that is up to the GM to decide. The number of dice is then increased by 1 per turn. As soon as you suffer 1 or more points of damage from the fire, your clothes catch fire, and you will continue to suffer the attack rolls even if you get out of the fire itself. Putting out burning clothes demands a successful dexterity test. You or someone else within close range of you may attempt the roll. Armor may be tested. You will continue being attacked by fire rolls even after having been broken, which sooner or later will result in a critical injury. The crit rating of fire is 1, and the time limit to death is d6 turns. Explosions. The strength of an explosion is measured in its blast power. When an explosive detonates, the GM rolls an attack with a number of dice equal to the blast power once for each person within close range of the explosion. Armor may be tested. The crit rating of normal explosions is 2, but see shrapnel below. Critical injuries caused by explosions are rolled on table 5.6, like regular critical injuries. Blast radius. Powerful explosives, with a blast power of 7 or higher, may wound people beyond close range of the explosion. Within short range, the blast power is lowered by 6. If a lot of victims are within short range of the explosion, the GM could make 1 attack roll against them all for simplification. Shrapnel. The crit rating of normal explosions is 2, but bombs containing shrapnel such as nails or ball bearings, as well as some forms of grenades, are more lethal. Explosives that spread shrapnel damage have a weapon damage of 2 and a crit rating of 1. Hunger and thirst. Coriolis is not mainly a game about survival, but you could well end up in situations where you don't have enough food or water. The GM decides when this is the case. Thirst. If you lack sufficient water, you become dehydrated. You automatically suffer 1 point of damage per 12 hours. No attack roll is made. When dehydrated, you cannot heal any damage or critical injury. If you become broken from thirst, you immediately suffer a critical injury. The time limit to death is d6 days. Hunger. If you lack sufficient food, you will starve. You automatically suffer 1 point of damage every 48 hours. In all other regards, see thirst above. Cold. If you are in a cold environment without the necessary gear to stay warm, the GM decides. You suffer attack rolls with 6 dice. The frequency of those rolls is up to the GM. Around 0 degrees Celsius, a roll per day should be enough, but on a blistering ice planet you may have to roll once per hour. The crit rating of cold is 1, and the time limit to death is d6 hours. Vacuum. The dark between the stars is a cold and unforgiving place. Without the protection of an exoshell or the hull of a ship, you won't last long in the black void. If your ship suffers explosive decompression or if you are thrown out of an airlock, your life is in extreme danger. The absence of pressure creates gas bubbles in your blood, causing your whole body to swell up. This results in crippling pain, all while the raw UV radiation from the nearest star sears your skin. You can't hold your breath. If you do, your lungs will collapse, so after about 10 seconds you lose consciousness from the lack of oxygen. After that, you are maybe a minute or two away from death. Rules-wise, you must pass a force test every turn you are without protection in a vacuum. The test is a free action, but you must pass it before doing anything else in the turn. The roll is unmodified for the first turn, but you get a -1 modifier for the second turn. In turn 3 you get -2 and so on. A failed roll means you drop directly to 0 HP, become broken, and suffer an immediate critical injury. The time limit to death is d6 minutes. Before going unconscious, you should put all your efforts towards getting an exoshell on, if one can be found nearby. Climbing into an exoshell in a single turn requires a successful dexterity test. Radiation. The dark between the stars contains many places where you will be exposed to hard radiation. On a spacewalk near a dying star, for example, or when you try to repair your ship's leaking reactor core. Radiation level. When you are exposed to radiation, you suffer radiation points, RP, that accumulate in your body. Check off the RP boxes on your character sheet. The area's radiation level determines how often you get RP. Weak radiation, 1 RP per day. Strong radiation, 1 RP per hour. Extreme radiation, 1 RP per minute. Effects. Every time you suffer an RP, you must roll a number of dice equal to your total current number of accumulated RP. For every 6 in the roll, you take 1 point of damage. The crit rating of radiation is 1, and the time limit to death is d6 days. Recovery. When you leave the irradiated area, you heal 1 RP per day. Permanent radiation. There is a risk that the radiation will permanently stay in your body. Every time you are about to heal an RP, roll a die. If it shows a 6, the RP is not healed but instead becomes permanent. Mark this with a line between the RP boxes on your character sheet. Permanent radiation can never be healed. Vehicles. The third horizon is home to many different kinds of vehicles. Driving under normal circumstances requires no dice rolls, but more advanced maneuvers demand pilot tests. Note that pilot is an advanced skill. Unless you have a skill level of at least 1 in pilot, you don't get to roll for it and fail the test automatically. Entering or mounting a vehicle is a fast action. Starting a motorized vehicle is also a fast action. Gear bonus. The modifier you get to your pilot tests when performing challenging maneuvers. Small, agile vehicles generally have higher bonuses than large and heavy ones. Hit points, HP, how much damage the vehicle can take before becoming wrecked. Movement rate. The speed of the vehicle. How many meters the vehicle moves per fast action from the driver. Fuel. All vehicles require fuel, be it fusion batteries or botrol. Table 5.7 lists which vehicle needs which fuel type. Vehicles in the third horizon. Planetside vehicles in the third horizon normally run on wheels or graviton projectors. The former types of vehicle are commonly referred to as crawlers, and the latter types as gravs. Most vehicles are powered by small fusion units that run on water, or sometimes on rarer isotopes of water. Smaller vehicles may run on fusion batteries or cells. Older, more primitive vehicles sometimes run on alcohol or on petroleum products like botrol. Passengers. The number of people that can ride in the vehicle, including the driver. Armor. The armor rating of the vehicle. Vehicles in combat. Combat in a vehicle works just like combat on foot, but you use the vehicle's movement rate instead of your own. Ramming enemies. Most vehicles can be used as weapons, i.e., to simply ram your enemies. It counts as a melee combat attack, but you test pilot instead of melee combat. Don't forget the vehicle's gear bonus. The weapon damage is equal to the vehicle's HP divided by 5, rounded up. Damage to vehicles. Vehicles suffer damage just like people, each point of damage lowering the vehicle's total hit points by 1. When the vehicle's HP drop to 0, the vehicle is wrecked. Vehicles don't suffer critical injuries. Most vehicles have armor, which works just like armor does for people. Ramming vehicles. You can use your vehicle to ram other vehicles as long as your vehicle has at least as many HP, starting value, as the enemy's vehicle. Roll the attack like you would if you were ramming a person. The damage from your attack is inflicted on the enemy vehicle. Passengers in the vehicle are only hurt if the enemy vehicle's HP drops to 0, in which case all passengers suffer the same amount of damage as the vehicle did. Example: Sabah is riding her grav bike through the conglomerate slums. She wants to ram a mercenary from short range. She uses a fast action to get within close range. The bike's movement rate is 30 meters, and then her normal action to ram the enemy. She rolls 7 dice, agility 3, pilot 2, gear bonus +2. After a quick prayer, she finally gets 2 6s. The mercenary is hit and takes 3 points of damage, weapon damage 2. The bike's HP, 8, divided by 5 and rounded up, +1 damage for the extra 6. Example: an enforcer from the syndicate fires a missile against Sabah's gravcraft. The attack hits and deals 6 points of damage. Sabah tests the gravcraft's armor rating 3, and rolls 1 6. The gravcraft takes 5 points of damage. Chapter 6. Combat 101. There once lived a tailor in Pahiv whose name was known far and wide, and who was said to be the best in the horizon. His name was Farazman, and his customers were pashas and sultans from every system. Farazman's clothes were not only exquisite and beautiful, but also known to contain hidden pockets, strange technology, and protective plating. Arts and craft, a historical overview. Sorush Burka. Weapons and equipment. The third horizon is one big bazaar of trinkets, art, vehicles, weapons, and technological marvels. Items like these can be the difference between an affluent life in the spire of Coriolis or dying from dehydration in the salt deserts of Dabaran. This chapter describes all the kinds of gear and equipment the PCs might need. Technology tiers. The technology of the third horizon is divided into different tiers: primitive, ordinary, and advanced, plus the mysterious faction technology and whatever the portal builders left behind, if it can be understood at all. Primitive technology is the remains of the tech brought by the first waves of first-come colonists, adapted to local environments and materials. Ordinary technology is the bulk of everything produced and used by ordinary people, with exceptions for the more barbaric areas or very poor colonies. Ordinary tech is produced in modular designs to make repairs and modifications easy. It is exported and imported all across the cluster. Advanced technology is the high end of the tech available on the open market, as long as you can afford it, have the proper connections, and make the purchase in technologically advanced places such as Coriolis, the conglomerate, the monolith, or other large trade stations and cities. Restricted items. Certain items, regardless of the tech tier, are harder to come by than others. They could require certain licenses, be outlawed, or just be available to those with friends in the right places. These items are marked with an asterisk symbol, indicating that they are restricted items. Restricted gear can only be purchased by PCs with the licensed talent. See Chapter 4. Faction technology. The technology of the factions, usually called faction tech, differs from advanced technology mostly in its availability, or rather, lack thereof. Advanced technology can be purchased by anyone on a core world with enough bear, but the faction tech is available only to a select few who have pledged their allegiance to the agenda of the faction in question, or at the very least have formed a strong alliance with it. Huge amounts of bear will, of course, also be necessary. Faction tech is not described in detail in this book, as it will not be available to new PCs. The only way to come by it is through contacts in a faction or theft. Portal builder technology. Relics from the portal builders and other old artifacts are only understood by a few people in the horizon. Both the Foundation and the Special Branch are rumored to have cracked some of the secrets of the portal builders. For common people, only the light globes and the healing scarabs are available, but very expensive. The PCs will most likely not know any more about artifacts than this, unless they are professional archaeologists. Gear. All PCs can purchase extra gear at the start of the game using their starting capital. Below are lists of items that can be found in the third horizon, divided by area of application and sorted alphabetically. Each item will have a brief description and modifiers, if any. It will also state its price and tech tier, primitive, P, ordinary, O, or advanced A, and whether or not it is restricted, asterisk. The lists also contain costs and the weights of the different items. Light objects, L, need only half a row on your gear list. Heavy objects, H, need 2 rows, and tiny T, take up no rows at all. Costs of living and everyday expenses. In Coriolis, there is a wide range of everyday consumables to buy, as well as food and living expenses. This is not handled by transaction, but rather generalized as a monthly cost. You don't have to keep track of food and other consumables. Below are some examples of common dishes, beverages, and services, things the PCs could find on Coriolis and in similar places. Known faction tech. Despite the efforts of the factions to keep their technology secret, rumors about it are spread far and wide. The consortium are known for their technological wonders. Gigantic combat exos called walkers that were field-tested during the Uharu conflict, advanced warships, and portal blades that are said to cut through armored warriors like grass. The Order of the Pariah are known for their animaturgical skills, resulting in the animated armor suits and their antimatter tech. Most people also know about the Hegemony's fearsome arachnid armors, used by the Asturban. Everyday items. Arash, P. Strong stimulant with pain-relieving properties. Usually smoked in a hookah or added to so-called dream wine. Leathery pieces of pressed arash can be eaten directly, but this is considered a sign of strong addiction. The user becomes drowsy and calm. -1 to all skill tests. Cell, O. A hydrogen fuel cell, usually new, but refueled cells can also be used. Refueling stations can be found here and there on Coriolis and in other civilized places. A refueled cell is unpredictable, and the GM can deplete it at the cost of 1 DP. Clothing, P/O/A. The fashion of the third horizon includes many different garments. Jalabas, galabias, kaftans, dodas, kurtas, kamises, cassolis, coats, caps, uniforms, veils, and the list goes on with every possible make, quality, and cost. Communicator, O. A communicator can send and receive sound and video. Can also be used to take pictures and record shorter film segments, sometimes called a comm link. Personal I communicator for short distances, about 10 kilometers. Can be linked via other communicators for longer reach. The standard personal comm is no bigger than a wristwatch, but some models are sewn into pieces of clothing or mounted into jewelry and other gear. This type of minicom costs twice as much but has the same capabilities. Short range, 2 communicator for longer distances, up to 50 kilometers. This model is bigger but usually still handheld. The antenna design varies. Long range, 3 communicator for long distances, up to 100 kilometers. Usually handheld. Orbit for powerful communicator that can reach the orbit of a planet. This model is so big it must be carried in a harness and requires cells to work. System V, the strongest communicator available, reaching anywhere within a system, with the delay times that come with it, of course. The signal travels at the speed of light. The GM decides the delay times, which are usually a few minutes between planets, up to at most an hour between the portals by the star and the outer rim of the system. Pulse function, asterisk, an add-on function available for all communicators. It collects all the data in a message and transmits it in a short burst, making it harder to intercept, triangulate, and decrypt, -2 to technology. Pulse function is a restricted technology. Computer, P/O/A. Regular computers are voice-operated and self-programming. A comm user will be assisted by the computer with whatever she needs, but stress can make it more difficult. Holograph, A. The holograph can transmit and receive holographic messages. The holograms are detailed enough to show tiny text and detailed pictures, and can, for example, be used to see through a disguise. 3-dimensional floor plans and maps can also be transmitted. Personal, Holograph for short-distance communication, about 10 kilometers. Usually designed as a wristband or a tabula. Short, long orbit system and pulse variants exist and work the same way, but with ranges and cost increases equivalent to communicators. Possessions on Coriolis. Some items can be found everywhere in the civilized parts of the horizon. Most people have somewhere to live and food on their plates, plus common items like tags, transactors, and whatever gear they need for their profession. Cambra, a drug that induces a state of euphoria, making the user charismatic and happy, +1 to manipulation, for a few hours, followed by a bad day of hangover. The user suffers 2 points of stress per use. Language unit A. The language unit is worn as a heavy medallion around one's neck. If the wearer speaks slowly, clearly, and with pauses, the unit provides real-time translation to another language. The unit can hold software for 3 different languages. Tags with language software cost half the price of the unit. Library database A. A specialized library database is an encyclopedia of information relating to a specific, usually narrow, topic. It is used via a ship computer or ship GIN to gain a bonus to science or culture, between +1 and +3 depending on how narrow the subject is. Modulator A. A communicator based on modulation, nanotechnological representation of real objects. Has the performance of a personal comm, 10 kilometers, and can both transmit and receive perfect copies of objects and people. The modulated object is tied to the plate-shaped modulator and cannot be moved, but can be touched and turned as long as it stays above the unit. The copied objects lack the functions of the originals, but their weight and appearance are perfect down to the molecular level. Musical instrument P/O. The third horizon contains many different musical instruments, from primitive flutes and drums to ordinary siras, harps, and chordophones. Gives a +1 to manipulation if used for entertainment purposes. The GM has final say on when this bonus is applicable. Oper P. Synthetic arash, stronger and more addictive. Usually smoked in long pipes or burned on a plate, with the smoke being inhaled under a rag. Can also be injected. Gives the user a powerful high and -2 to all skills. Proxy helmet O. A hood, helmet, or some other headdress allowing the wearer to experience other people's recorded brain activity. Proxy trip O. A proxy experience from the streets, rarely morally acceptable but always very strong. Long-term use is very addictive. The user becomes distracted and gets a -2 to observation for the duration of the trip. Requires a proxy helmet to be used. Tabak P. Mild stimulant with a sweet taste. Rolled, dried, and ground up to be smoked in a hookah. Essential oils are sometimes added for a deeper flavor. In certain parts of the horizon, it is dried, rolled, and smoked directly, or used to brew a bitter and soothing tea. Tabula O. A tablet that can be operated by hand or using ornate stylus pens. Everyday object used to gather information, keep a diary, or just to read the bulletin's news. Tag O. A crystalline memory stick for information or bear. Charged at a terminal and not personal, which makes it hard to trace unless you know its specific number. Talisman P. Picture or symbol representing one of the icons. Worn on the body or placed somewhere visible in a vehicle, spaceship, or shop to bring good fortunes and protect against dark influences. A blessed talisman grants a +1 modifier to 1 dice roll. See the talent talisman maker. Transactor O. A personal identity card that can hold bear and credit as well as other information. Since it is personal, it is easy to trace. +1 to data GIN if the tracer has access to the correct personal information. Voice amplifier O. The amplifier usually looks like a tube one speaks into, carrying one's voice up to 100 meters. Cells and energy. A cell is basically a small battery that can power a wide range of portable tech. Refueling a cell with hydrogen can be done in most ordinary environments for a small fee. In weapons, the cells are usually built into the magazine. Heavy weaponry may require several cells in series or parallel. Computers in the third horizon. Anyone who has grown up in an ordinary environment will have a basic proficiency with computers and databases. All ordinary computers are voice-operated and self-programming, which means that they are ordered rather than programmed by the user. Data Gin is tested to make a computer perform tasks properly. Ordinary computers are harder to command, -1, than advanced ones, +1. The most difficult machines are the primitive thought machines that must be operated using keyboards and programmed manually in obscure code languages, -3. They still exist in certain primitive parts of the horizon in the forms of computing and punch card devices and other rudimentary processing units. Clothes in the third horizon. The peoples of the horizon dress very differently. The first come tend to prefer loose-fitting garments such as jalabas or galabias, while Zenithians prefer shirts such as the kameez or the kurta, as well as vests and veils. Among space station and ship crews, practical clothes with pockets are common, along with tight coats and belts. The fashion changes over time, and different groups are influenced by foreign styles and designs, which makes beautifully embroidered jalabas or galabias common among important Zenithians and wealthy merchants. For example, ura, a wide, straight skirt worn over pants by both men and women, common in dance rituals performed by preachers or ascetics. Dhoti, a piece of fabric worn as a loincloth or strapped on as pants, common together with a kurta or kameez. Jalaba, a full-length robe usually made from cotton or wool. Certain local variations include a hood. Belts are sometimes used to accentuate the waist. Dupatta, long shawl that can be worn in many different ways, usually tied around the head. Galabia, a wide, full-length robe without collar, and sometimes without buttons. The sleeves are usually very wide and sometimes contain small pockets. Most common in hot climates. Gutra, a smaller piece of cotton fabric worn as a turban-style headdress or fastened with black string, called a gall. Kaftan, a long coat with wide sleeves, commonly not buttoned in the front but worn open or with the front parts overlapping, sometimes with a belt. Kameez, a long pull-on shirt, usually with embroidery. Kurta, a knee-length, straight shirt or jacket with a round collar. Thob, a full-length robe with straight sleeves and no collar, usually worn with pants underneath. Mercenary in jalaba, courtesan with galabia and a gutra headdress. Peddler in kaftan and dupatta. Stevedore with coat. Pilot in kameez. Criminal in kurta and dhoti. Archaeologist in kameez. Soldier in kaftan. Metachurgical technology. Ballistic M-injector. A metachurgical injector that can be fired with a Vulcan weapon to lend medical assistance from afar, short range. First, test ranged combat to hit the target. If you hit, the injector counts as an M-dose. Biomonitor. Attached to the body. Monitors and stores data about the wearer's health. Includes a level 2 comm link that can be activated to transmit the data to metachurgs not on site. This enables someone to assist with metachurgy from far away. See help from others. Page 58. Doctor's bag. P. Contains metachurgical equipment, needles, cauterization irons, and herbal remedies for 10 treatments. Primitive metachurgical gear gives no bonuses when treating wounds, diseases, or poisons. Has no effect on radiation damage. Herbal remedy. P. A poultice preferably used together with a doctor's bag. On its own, it gives a -1 to metachurgy to treat a broken person. Cannot be used to treat critical or fatal injuries. Medkit. Ordinary bag of metachurgical supplies for treating wounds, poisonings, radiation damage, or severe illness. Contains a diagnostic unit, suture gun, pneumatic needles, bandages, and other basic gear, as well as 10 M-doses. The medkit gives a +2 to metachurgy. Bonuses from medical equipment do not stack. Use only the highest bonus. M-dose. A one-use injector for stabilizing wounds or treating poison, disease, or radiation damage. Called life insurance or first aid in soldier slang. Although the legionnaires are of the belief that one's carbine is the first aid, instead referring to the M-dose as the fuse or the last aid. An M-dose should be used together with a medkit. On its own, it only gives a +1 to metachurgy. Medlab. A complete med unit. Gives a +3 to all metacurgy rolls to treat wounds, diseases, poison, or radiation. The med lab must be resupplied after 100 treatments, which costs half of the original price. If the supplies from the lab are taken away to be used in the field, they count as M doses. A med lab takes up space equivalent to one spaceship module. Mind-enhancing narcotics. O**. These drugs come in a variety of forms and with many different effects. They can be ingested, injected, or applied as adhesive patches. The effects are very strong. One attribute is raised by 1 for d6 hours. The drugs come with serious fatigue after the high, however. When the PC comes down, she suffers 2 points of damage and a -1 to the affected attribute for half a day. P-dose, F***. The P-dose is the order of the pariah's version of a regular M-dose. It is more potent but hard to come by, even in the places where it isn't illegal. It is used like an M-dose but gives a +2 to the metacurgy roll when treating normal injuries and a +3 when treating critical injuries. Poison, P. A poison that can be applied to a weapon, eaten, or injected. Common poisons have a strength of between 1 and 5, but strong ones could have a strength of up to 8. The poison attack is an opposed poison strength versus attribute roll, which attribute to test depends on which kind of poison it is. If the victim fails, she suffers damage or stress equal to the poison strength. If she wins the roll, she suffers only passing symptoms, -1 to the relevant attribute for d6 hours. Spider Doctor, A**. An autonomous field medic unit with a spider-like design. Diagnoses the patient, initiates treatment, and reports to other units via a level 2 comm if needed. Applying a spider doctor to a wounded person is a slow action, but after that it acts independently with wits 5 and metacurgy 3. The spider has a full trauma kit, no bonus. Trauma Kit A, an advanced version of the med kit, gives a +3 to all metacurgy rolls. Contains 10 trauma doses. Cannot be used without trauma doses. Trauma Dose A, an advanced version of the M-dose. One use. Preferably used together with a trauma kit or trauma lab. Used alone, it gives only a +2 to metacurgy. Trauma Lab A*, a state-of-the-art med unit that gives a +4 to metacurgy rolls, or a +5 when treating critical injuries. The trauma lab must be resupplied after 100 treatments, at the cost of 15,000 bear. If the supplies from the lab are taken away to be used in the field, they count as trauma doses. A trauma lab takes up space equivalent to one spaceship module. Tools and repairs. Cutting torch, O. Cell-powered cutting torch. Can cut through ships' hulls and armored doors in a couple of minutes, creating a hole big enough for a person without an exoshell. The cell must be changed before the torch can be used again. Spare part, primitive, P. Enough for one repair to primitive technology. Used without tools, it gives a -2 to technology. Spare part, ordinary, O. Enough for one repair to ordinary technology. Ordinary tools or better are required for the repair. Spare part, advanced A. Enough for one repair to advanced technology. Advanced tools are required for the repair. Thermal cutter, A. A cutting torch with a thermal lance that can cut through ships' hulls, armored doors, and similar things in 1 minute, creating a hole big enough for a person in an exoshell. Powered by 3 cells that must be changed after each use. Tools, primitive, P. Simple tools for repairs. Spare parts are required to repair or create basic objects. Spare parts used without tools give the user a -2 to technology. Tools, ordinary, O. Multi-tools for all kinds of ordinary repairs as long as the proper spare parts are available. Give no bonus but are necessary for the repairs. Tools, advanced A. Multi-tools for all kinds of advanced repairs as long as the proper spare parts are available. Give a +1 to technology. Vacuum sealer, O. The sealer looks like a big injector. It is used to seal up small holes in exos or hulls. Advanced exoshells have built-in sealers, which increase their cost to twice the price of a regular sealer. Workshop, primitive, P. Gives a +1 to all technology rolls when repairing primitive technology. Contains spare parts for 10 primitive repairs. Resupplying the workshop costs 100 bear. Workshop, ordinary, O. Enables repairs and construction of basic ordinary items. Gives a +1 to technology. Contains spare parts for 10 ordinary repairs. Resupplying the workshop costs 500 bear. Workshop, advanced, A. Gives a +2 to all technology rolls. Contains spare parts for 10 advanced repairs. Resupplying the workshop costs 2,000 bear. Survival and colonization. Artificial gills, A. The gills are worn around the neck and extract oxygen from the water. The wearer breathes in the oxygen through a diver's mask. Ballistic cartograph, A*. The cartograph is a small unit connected to a computer or a tabula. It comes with a pack of tiny missiles that fit Vulcan weapons and spread a cloud of microsensors when they hit a solid target. The sensors then transmit a 3D map of everything within short range of the impact back to the home unit. The missiles could also be programmed to detonate in midair in order to provide a map view from above with a long-range radius. There are 5 charges in the cartograph, and reloading it costs 2,000 bear. Binoculars, P. Optical aid to scouting at long distances. Gives a +1 to observation. Box tent, A. A small, rectangular module that expands into a 2-person tent when activated. Solar panels on the roof power climate systems in the tent that keep the inside temperature normal. A must-have for colonists. Chem extinguisher, O. Neutralizes fire and burning or corrosive chemicals in one turn. The extinguisher can put out one small fire. Compass, P. Gives a +1 to survival when orientating in difficult terrain, if the local magnetic fields allow it. The compass comes with a built-in altimeter to help when traveling through hills and mountains. Diving gear, O. Helmet or diving mask connected to an oxygen tube, about 50 by 25 by 10 centimeters, carried on the back in a harness. The oxygen lasts for 2 hours of diving. Emergency flare, P. A flare shot up into the sky, where it burns in a bright color. They come in different colors if one needs to relay different messages. Burn for 1 turn as they fall to the ground, dangling from little parachutes. Environment scanner, O. Scans the surroundings and reports any presence of dangerous chemicals, biological threats, or radiation. Gives a +2 to survival to spot environmental threats. Filter mask, O. A simple rubber mask with a plastic visor and respirator that protects against toxins that affect the respiratory system. The filter lasts for 1 to 3 days depending on the toxicity of the environment before it needs changing. Hyper rope, O. A thin and incredibly strong rope that is 50 meters long. Can be fastened to most materials. Cannot be climbed without special hand and foot grips, as the rope cuts like a knife. The grips are included. Gives a +1 to dexterity when climbing. Moisture condenser, O. Gathers and condenses moisture from the surrounding air. In a normal climate, the unit can produce enough water for 2 people per day. In a humid climate, the water is enough for 5 people. And in an arid climate, such as deserts or tundra, it is enough for 1 person. The water is automatically purified, powered by a cell that needs changing once a week. Nutrition pills, A. One's daily need of energy and nutrition compressed into 3 tiny pills, usually fruit or berry-flavored and designed to provide the user with a sense of being full. Must be taken with at least half a liter of water or they will cause serious stomach pains and massive constipation. Nutrition recycler, A. Biomolecular day or reconstruction technology that processes waste and turns it into food. Used by expeditions, long-haul freighters, or in prison camps to recycle all organic waste into nutritious, if foul-tasting food. For both taste and associative reasons, the end product is appreciated by very few. Powered by the reactor if on a ship or by a fusion battery if in a camp or ground vehicle. Produces enough disgusting food per day to feed 6 people. Portable laboratory, O. A portable lab unit that can be used for most analyses. Comes with bio, rad, chem, and spectral sensors. Gives a +2 to science when analyzing foreign substances and objects. Pressure tent. Oh. A 4-person tent that regulates pressure and gas levels to make the inside atmosphere pleasurable to humans. Comes with enough oxygen for 4 people in a completely oxygen-free environment for 1 day. In low-oxygen surroundings, the oxygen will last proportionately longer. If the tent absorbs some oxygen from the surrounding atmosphere, harmful substances are filtered out. Spider suit. A*. The suit consists of gloves, boots, and pads for elbows and knees that stick to most materials, letting the wearer climb completely flat surfaces and hang upside down from the ceiling. Gives the wearer +3 to dexterity. The suit can be turned on and off. Survival mask. Oh. Full face mask connected to an oxygen tank. Recycles exhaled oxygen and lasts for 1 hour in a completely oxygen-free environment and for 1 day in low-oxygen surroundings. If the mask absorbs some oxygen from the surrounding atmosphere, harmful substances are filtered out. Survival rations. Oh. Bland but nutritious. Enough for 1 person for 1 day of hard work. Add half a liter of water per meal and it will cook itself. Warm water will give a tastier meal, but cold water is also fine. Thermostatic suit. Oh. A suit that monitors and chemically corrects the wearer's body temperature. No extra energy source is necessary. Works between +70 degrees Celsius and -80 degrees Celsius. Collects the wearer's sweat and urine, purifies it, and fills up an internal compartment with clean water. Gives a +1 to survival and supplies 1 ration of water per day. Water purifier. Oh. Purifies water from toxins and chemicals as well as biological and radioactive threats. Can purify enough water for 1 person per day. Powered by a cell that needs changing once a week. Exos and vehicles. Armored Gravcraft. Oh. An armored version of the Gravcraft with more powerful projectors, heavier hull, and a wedge-shaped design. Usually between 5 and 10 meters long. Can reach altitudes of about 20 meters. Crawler. Oh. Vehicle with wheels or tracks designed for difficult terrain and hostile climates. A common version is one with tracks. A cabin that can fit 6 passengers and an internal cargo capacity of 400 kilograms, plus an external platform in the back for another 400 kilograms. The cabin is thermostatic and can compensate for temperatures of between -20 degrees Celsius and +70 degrees Celsius. There is a hatch in the ceiling that can be opened with hydraulics to get out of a buried crawler, after a sandstorm, for example. The top speed is 80 kilometers per hour on level ground, and about 50 kilometers per hour in hilly terrain. Most crawlers are constructed or modified to run on whatever fuel is locally available, but fusion batteries are the optimal choice as they also make the thermostatic cabin function better. Crawlers have level 3 comm units and explosive harpoons to fasten the crawler to the ground during a storm. Drone? Oh. A small recon drone controlled from a computer or a tabula. Unlike the smaller recon probe, the drone can interact with its environment using its tool arms. Many different models are available, tailored to different tasks and situations. Exo shell? Oh. A shell suit to protect the wearer in vacuum and other dangerous situations. Contains oxygen for 8 hours and vacuum sols that stick to level surfaces such as ship hulls. Provides a little protection against external violence, armor 2, but is difficult to move around in, -2 to dexterity. Grav bike. Oh. A 1-person vehicle with graviton projection propulsion. Can reach high speeds and an altitude of about 50 meters. Powered by a fusion battery. Gravcraft. Oh. Graviton projection vehicles, powered by either a small fusion reactor or a fusion unit. Usually designed as transport vehicles, but passenger versions are available to those with enough bear. They normally hover about 1 meter above the ground, but the projectors of some models can be pushed to perform jumps about 10 meters high. The Mirandal is an open gravcraft, usually boat-shaped, that can reach the same heights as a grav bike, if not even higher. Gravity belt. A harness of belts and buckles crowned by a heavy pack worn on the back. The belt normalizes the wearer's gravity to 1 standard G. Powered by a fusion battery also worn on the back that lasts for about 1 hour. Ground loader. Oh. A grav platform used to move heavy cargo. Operated from a control panel on board. Hand jet. Oh. A handheld jet unit designed as an engine for one person in 0G. Gives a +1 to dexterity in 0G. Jet pack. Oh. A jet system worn as a backpack enabling rocket flight for one person. Works best in 0G, +2 to dexterity, but can be used in gravity as well, although with weaker speed and thrust, +1 to dexterity. Must be refueled after 1 hour of flight. Loader EXO. Oh. An EXO reinforced with heavy-duty servos designed for heavy lifting and loading. The wearer can lift up to 500 kilograms without problems, +2 to force. But the EXO is slow to maneuver, which makes it unfit for melee combat. The loader EXO is otherwise treated as a normal EXO shell. Remote control module. Oh. A control unit for a computer or tabula that allows for remote control of a vehicle within extreme range by testing data gen. Track loader. Oh. A container rack platform running on tracks, between 30 and 50 meters long. There is a small driver's cabin in the front from which the operator directs the movement of the platform. Radio beacons help the driver maneuver the enormous platform in spaceports or other industrial areas, allowing the vehicle to reach a speed of between 50 and 60 kilometers per hour, but in settlements without beacons, the top speed is about 15 kilometers per hour, as manual navigation of the platform is a very delicate affair. Water jet. Oh. A water jet propulsion system worn as a backpack. Gives the wearer +1 to dexterity underwater. Powered by a cell that lasts for 2 hours. Recon and infiltration. Chameleon suit. A suit that fools both sensors and the naked eye by evening out signature differences between the wearer and the surroundings. Gives a +2 to infiltration to hide and stay hidden. Fiber scope. A fiber optic cable connected to a small tabula from which the tip of the scope can be maneuvered. The cable is fed manually and is 5 meters long. Can be used to scout out a building through the vent shafts or to look around a corner. Nestor's Grav Belt. Nestor's Grav Belt is a very popular product with a very misleading name. It is actually anti-gravity technology. The belt is based on the drop armors used by the Legion for quick deployment of a strike team from above. It is especially popular in the so-called flying theaters on Mira, acrobatic performances that traditionally used complex systems of ropes, pulleys, and wires but that nowadays have moved on to grav belts instead. The scene where the dancer comes flying across the stage in a red coronicle with flowing veils in jasmine morning has been described as magical by the theater critics, and has given Nest-era massive publicity on Mira. Less romantic and artistic areas of use for the belt include morbid obesity, wall climbing, or visits to high-G worlds. Lie detector. A small box with wires that, when connected to someone who is being questioned, can help the interrogator tell if the subject is telling the truth or not, +2 to manipulation. Mechanical lockpick. P. A lockpick for mechanical locks. Gives no bonus to technology, but with improvised tools instead of a lockpick, the user gets a -1. Modulation mask. A necklace that projects a modulated image in front of the wearer's face. This makes it easier to disguise oneself. Opponents get a -2 to observation to see through the ruse. Proximity sensor. The proximity sensor scans several spectra of the surroundings and displays detailed live information about terrain, vehicles, and even individual persons in the area. The information is not exact enough to identify someone or to make out more about a vehicle than type and model. The sensor has 2 modes. Active mode. This mode covers extreme range in open terrain and forests. Hidden objects and threats require a skilled sensor operator to spot. The sensor allows the operator to test technology to find hidden things in her surroundings. When the sensor is in active mode, it is easy +2 to discover it using other sensor tech. Passive mode. This mode has long range but is less risky to the user, as it won't reveal the user's location. No bonus to technology to spot the sensor user. Recon probe. A probe used to scout out the surrounding area. It hovers thanks to a small grav unit, powered by a cell that needs changing after 2 hours of use. The probe can be remote controlled from up to extreme range. The operator's observation score is tested to determine how detailed the probe's observations are. Security tablet. The security tablet is a codebreaker and an electronic lockpick, and it counteracts electronic and sensor-based traps. Without the tablet, all of the above is difficult to handle, -2 to technology. Weapon gear and combat. Advanced scope, A*. An advanced sensor scope with GIN protocols that calculate recoil and the movement of shooter and target to provide an accurate firing solution. Makes it easier to hit with firearms, +1 to ranged combat at short range and above. Does not work for quick shots, page 88. Command unit, O*. The command unit allows an officer to issue orders to her squad from afar and coordinate the actions of the fighters. The unit can also be used when exploring in dangerous or difficult environments. As long as the unit is active, the person using the controls can command the linked fighters from a distance. Fusion battery, O. A miniature fusion reactor that provides considerable amounts of energy as long as it is fueled by pure hydrogen. Comes with a multi-adapter that allows the battery to connect to most machines and thermal weapons. The battery counts as 3 reloads in combat. Night sights, O. A light-sensitive scope that lets the shooter use her weapon in darkness without penalties. Optical scope, P. A scope that provides the shooter with an enlarged view of the target and a crosshair for firing reference. Makes it easier to hit with firearms, +1 to ranged combat at long range and above. Requires an aimed shot, page 88. Can also be used as binoculars when scouting. Reload, P. Ammunition for primitive weapons is easy to manufacture but generally not interchangeable between weapon types, as it could be cartridges, arrows, slingstones, or black powder charges. A primitive reload could be anything from a magazine of bullets to a handful of arrows. If the weapon has the feature single shot, see below, every reload is 1 unit of ammunition. Reload, O. Ordinary reloads are usually magazines or single missiles or grenades. If the weapon requires a cell, this is built into the magazine. All weapons that use magazines have the weight of a full magazine included in the listed weight of the weapon. For special ammunition, see weapons below. Reload, Vibro, O*. These bullets are vibrating flechettes that cut through the target rather than exploding like normal Vulcan rounds. They are mainly used by hunters who don't wish to ruin the hides of their kills, but could also be used for assassinations as the rounds make very little sound, giving the weapon the feature silent, page 133. Vibro ammo is very effective against unarmored targets but has poor armor-piercing capabilities, which makes it safer to use in a firefight on board a spaceship or space station than regular Vulcan rounds. The shooter gets a +1 to ranged combat, but all targets get a +2 to their armor rating. Reload, A. Advanced ammunition is completely cell-based. An advanced magazine can be recharged at a charging station for 50 bear. Normal, civilian cells cannot be used in weapons as they require specially made versions. Sensor scope, O. A passive sensor that reads the target and provides a firing reference for the shooter as a small dot of light. The scope adjusts contrast and gives information about range, wind drift, and other relevant facts. Makes it easier to hit with firearms, +1 to ranged combat at short range and above. Requires an aimed shot, page 88. Signal jammer, O*. Generates interference across a specific range of comm frequencies, or generally across all bands. Affected comms require a successful technology test to be used despite the jamming. The jammer has extreme range. Powered by a fusion battery. Weapons and armor. The history of the Third Horizon is a bloody one, and many places are still very dangerous to visit. The unrest caused by the arrival of the emissaries has made things even worse. Weapons and armor are desirable objects in the Horizon, regardless of who you are or where you live. Weapon technology in the Horizon. Just like regular gear, weapons and armor are divided into tech tiers: primitive, ordinary, advanced, and factionary. Vulcan weapons. Vulcan weapons fire tiny rockets with explosive heads. Firing and reloading is mechanical, and the weapons require no cells. Vulcan weapons have low recoil to enable steady automatic fire. As they are easily pirated, they are common everywhere in the Horizon, and so is the ammunition. Partisans, rebels, and explorers all use Vulcan weapons, often adorned with mythological or traditional images and patterns. Apart from the explosive rounds, homing and vibrating ammunition is also available, and comes with cells built into special magazines. Special Vulcan weapons. Vulcan Pistol Arax Omir. A big, heavy pistol with a nasty reputation for causing wounds that heal slowly. Vulcan Scorpion. A Vulcan pistol capable of automatic fire. Popular among criminals but very difficult to handle. Vulcan PDW. A hybrid between a carbine and a pistol, produced and marketed by Nestera as a personal defense weapon. Used by bodyguards as it is more discreet than a carbine. Legionnaire Carbine DAYAL-3. A carbine produced and used by the Legion. Comes with a built-in grenade launcher, advanced recoil dampeners, and an extra-large drum magazine. Accelerator weapons. Accelerator weapons utilize magnetic acceleration of tiny projectiles, hence the name. They are almost recoil-free, but their low rate of fire limits their military use. Thanks to their excellent precision, however, they are popular with colonists, hunters, and sharpshooters. The Zenithian hegemony favors accelerator guns over Vulcans just for the sake of precision. Some accelerator weapons have a silent mode, but this limits their capability to pierce armor. Accelerator weapons are hard to copy, unlike Vulcans. Special accelerator weapons. Twin Carbine. A double-barrel accelerator carbine. Both barrels fire at the same time. Has a tendency to overheat easily, and the GM only has to spend 2 DP to cause a weapon jam. Accelerator rifle Nestra Perix. Nestra's flagship sniper rifle. Known for its tremendous penetrating power. Can even stop an armored gravcraft. Thermal weapons. Thermal weapons fire a slug of superheated matter toward their target. This process requires huge amounts of energy, which means that some thermal weapons even require fusion batteries. The adapter between the battery and the weapon is heavy and cumbersome, and the battery itself must be carried as a backpack. The weapon still requires a magazine, as hydrogen is needed for the actual shot. Heavy weapons are exceptions to this, as they instead use big cassettes that are magazine and battery combined into one. Stun weapons. Stun weapons, popularly known as zap weapons, send powerful electrical pulses through a corridor of ionized air created by a laser beam. This is very effective over short distances when the shooter doesn't wish to seriously injure the target. Zap tech is available as an add-on to all thermal weapons and as separate weapons. Primitive ranged weapons. Blowpipes, bows, and different kinds of long rifles are all examples of primitive ranged weapons. There are no uniform principles followed by makers of long rifles, which means that all ammunition is unique to one make of rifle. Explosives. Explosives in the horizon can be anything from primitive detonite capsules to advanced thermobaric grenades. Detonite is a common explosive sold in standardized units, 0.25 kilograms, with modular multifunction detonators, or as satchel charges. Larger so-called breach charges are specially constructed charges designed to destroy roads, bridges, buildings, or slow and parked vehicles. Powerful charges can cause a lot of smoke and tear up dust from the ground, especially in dry environments. The smoke covers the same area as the blast radius of the charge for one scene. Grenades are detonite or thermonite charges with additives designed to create specific blast effects. Missile and grenade launchers. Regular missile systems in the horizon are mass-produced for military groups and factions. They are usually rocket-based and have explosive warheads that function like grenades or are armor-piercing. So-called firestorm systems fire incendiary warheads. Grenades. The statistics for the different grenades are found in Table 6.12 below. A grenade thrown by hand has short range. Stun. The grenade detonates with a loud bang and a blinding flash. Deals stress instead of damage. Smoke. The grenade spreads thick smoke covering everything within short range. Sensor smoke. As above, but the smoke also blocks sensors and makes them unusable within the smoke. FRAG. The grenade detonates with a small explosion but spreads shrapnel. Concussion. The grenade detonates with a powerful explosion. Inferno. The grenade detonates with a very powerful but concentrated explosion. Thermal. The grenade spreads a cloud of flames, setting fire to people and gear caught by the blast. Thermobaric. The grenade detonates with a powerful explosion and the shockwave spreads a big cloud of fire. Melee weapons. There is a wide range of different melee weapons in the horizon. Only a handful of the primitive variants are described below. Ordinary and advanced melee weapons were engineered for combat onboard space stations or spaceships as an alternative to firearms. Ordinary melee weapons can be purchased from most merchants with flexible morals. Primitive weapons could be anything from blunt instruments and broken bottles to swords and axes. Power weapons have hydraulic pistons that activate on impact for increased damage. Dura weapons have vibrating blades made from Duralite that give them better cutting capabilities. Duralite blades are necessary to withstand the force of the vibrations created by the weapon. Dura claws come mounted on a glove, and some models are retractable. Extending the claws, drawing them, is a fast action. Both power and Dura weapons are cell-powered and work like their primitive counterparts if the cells are depleted. Stun weapons deliver powerful electric shocks in addition to the damage from the actual blow. Page 133. Energy weapons release a thermic blast that is much more dangerous than Saladin grape gun, a version of the long rifle, but with the bullets substituted for grapes. Tiny pieces of metal that expand in a cloud when the weapon is fired, which makes aiming less important. The generous spread of the grapes plus the impressive damage it can cause in close combat makes the grape gun a very imposing weapon. Exoshells are spacesuits designed to protect against vacuum and other hazardous environments, but they also offer some protection from violence, especially the heavier models. Exoshells have an oxygen supply that lasts for 8 hours and vacuum sols that stick to level surfaces, such as ship hulls, for example. Protective clothing is made from thin armonite weaves and is available as overalls, coats, jackets, or pants. Light armor is also made from armonite weaves. A light helmet is included with a visor that protects the eyes. Light armor is the standard uniform of the Coriolis Guard and many freelance bodyguards and mercenaries. Heavy armor consists of thick armonite sheets or duralite and carbide plating fastened in special pockets sewn onto regular light armor. The helmet covers the entire head and has a full-face visor. The armed forces of most of the factions wear heavy armor only if they expect combat. Putting on the heavy plates takes several minutes, which means it cannot be done in combat. The soldiers of the Order of the Pariah have special black armonite mail with duralite reinforcements, easily recognizable from afar and associated with both oppression and strength. Advanced armor. Advanced armor is designed to protect against thermal attacks, something other armors offer weak protection from. Advanced suits of armor are expensive and hard to come by. Ablative pads are materials that dissipate energy when hit by high-power attacks, so less energy penetrates and reaches the wearer. Ablative pads are add-ons to other armor and must be renewed after every hit. Doing so requires a technology roll and a spare part. Battle exos are massive, designed only for stormtroopers and palace guards. They are based on a standard suit of heavy armor mounted on an exoskeleton with reinforced servos. As the exo gives the wearer extra strength and endurance, the armor can be made very strong and heavy. A superconductive mesh under the surface helps to spread out thermal attacks over a larger area. The suit is vacuum-proof and has built-in sealer technology that repairs holes to keep the suit pressurized. Uhlum's hand fan. The courtesans of Uhlum's temple prefer subtle energy weapons. Rumors accuse them of using poison applied to hair needles, or that they use poisonous lipstick and kiss their victims to death, they themselves being immune to the venom from slow, gradual exposure. A weapon confirmed to be in the courtesan's arsenal is the hand fan, a weapon with advanced energy technology. The tips of the fan discharge energy in silent bursts when the fan is open and quickly strikes at a target. The energy burns like a very sharp knife through most known materials, as long as they are fairly thin. Opening and closing the fan is a fast action. Opening it can be done in the same action as the weapon is drawn. The fan can only be parried with if it is closed. Shields. Shields come in many forms, from simple leather and wood shields used by Sogoi tribes to armonite shields. Advanced shields are only available as faction tech. The riot shield is made from partly transparent armonite and is used mainly by riot police. Combat shields are expandable covers for one soldier, with small holes to fire a gun through and transparent armonite windows for scouting. Licenses. Without the proper licenses, purchasing, using, and producing weapons is illegal in the civilized parts of the horizon. Without a license or the talent licensed, page 73, you can only obtain weapons and armor illegally through contacts in the right places or factions. Licenses purchased on Coriolis will be valid in affiliated places as well, with some local variations. Most spaceports and portal stations have sensor equipment that scans for weapons and contraband. Battle XOXOAR Janissary. The Janissary XO is advertised as Zor's version of the Order's animated armor. Its quick spring servos, vacuum suit, jet actuators, and built-in weapons make it a monster on the battlefield. The sheer size of the suit makes it unfit for use onboard ships or in bunkers, however. The Janissary is equipped with a grenade launcher, the Zor Pulse Accelerator Carbine, bonus +1, weapon damage 3, crit 1, and a Duralite Axe Blade, weapon damage 3, crit 1. The XO is used by the Hegemony's Janissary unit. Weapon and armor features explained. Weapons and armor can have different features and add-ons. These are explained in detail below. Unique rules for specific models are explained in the descriptions above. Weapon features. The list below describes the different features a weapon might have. Anti-vehicle means that the weapon is designed to take out vehicles or fortifications. The weapon does +2 damage against these targets. Armor-piercing weapons fire very fast or extra-heavy projectiles that penetrate armor more effectively, but tend to cause less damage to soft targets. The armor rating of the target is reduced by 2, but the damage is reduced by 1 if the target has no armor. Automatic fire means that the weapon is capable of fully automatic fire, page 89. Bulky weapons cannot be used standing up without a weapon harness, or the shooter will suffer a -2 to ranged combat. Cell-powered melee weapons require a cell to function. Without a cell, they are treated as their primitive counterparts. Fire makes objects and targets catch fire when they are hit by the weapon. See fire in Chapter 5. The number tells you how many dice to roll for the fire each turn. Flexible weapons, such as whips, can be used to pin an opponent even without rolling extra 6s. See page 86. The first 6 rolled can be used to achieve a grapple hold. Light weapons only count as half an item in the character inventory, page 27. They are also easier to carry concealed, requiring an observation test for someone to spot the weapon. Heavy weapons count as 2 items in the character inventory. High-capacity weapons have extra-large magazines or extra cells that enable the shooter to ignore the first one rolled when firing fully automatic fire, page 89. Long weapons add a +2 to the weapon's initiative bonus, but only in the first turn of combat. Mercurium means that the blade of the weapon is hidden inside the hilt, requiring an observation test with a -2 modifier to spot during a search. Reliable weapons are simple and robust, and will almost never break. The weapon jam effect will cost the GM 4 DP instead of 3. Slow weapons can only be fired every other turn. Single-shot weapons have no magazines and must be reloaded between each shot. Silent is a function that can be activated, a fast action, to make the weapon quieter and harder to detect when it is fired, requiring an observation test. A weapon in silent mode does -1 damage. Stun means that the weapon inflicts stress instead of damage. Thermal sweep means that the weapon can fire a continuous thermal beam that can be swept across several enemies. This works like automatic fire above. Armor features. Some armor suits listed above have 1 or more extra features. Choose the corresponding number of extra features from the list below. Built-in weapon. The armor has a built-in weapon, a pistol, dagger, or short sword. The weapon must be purchased separately. Bulky armor gives the wearer a -2 to dexterity rolls. Camouflage unit. When activated, the unit creates a camouflage field around the suit that makes it almost invisible and very difficult to detect. -3 to observation. High-density armonite. +1 to armor rating. Hydrostatic gel. +3 to armor against explosions or falling. Oxygen supply. 8 hours worth of oxygen, in a closed helmet. Magnetic boots. The boots of the suit have electromagnets to make them work in 0G and stick to ship hulls. Microservos. Give a +1 to dexterity for jumping and running. Reinforced exoservos. +2 to force rolls. Throwing weapons have their damage increased by 1. Thermostatic suit. See details under Survival and Colonization on page 117. Vacuum suit. Protects against vacuum and radiation. Zero-G jet. Tiny thrusters give increased maneuverability in zero-G, +1 to dexterity. Ammunition. Cells and reloads. 1 unit of ammo is included when you buy a weapon. Could be a magazine, a cell, or just a handful of arrows or bullets. In Coriolis, you don't keep track of your ammo shot by shot, but you could still run out and need to reload. Extra ammunition, abstracted as reloads, will cost you differently depending on what weapon you are using. If you have purchased 3 extra units of ammunition, for example, write Reload X3 in your gear list. Cybernetics and bionics. Many cultures in the Third Horizon regard the body as holy, a vessel the icons have blessed with a soul. Because of this, many see cybernetic or bionic modification as something bad, or even blasphemous. Extremists on the matter include the Zenithian hegemony, whose members are obsessed with blood purity, and certain icon cults such as the Face of Truth on Sedal. To many colonists and mercenaries, however, cybernetic prostheses and mods or bionic sculpts could be the difference between life and death. To the Legionnaires, it is even a status symbol to have prosthetic limbs, cybernetic modifications, and scars from wound staples. It also makes them look more menacing, an important trait in their line of work. Specific cybernetic implants and bionic sculpts are handled as both equipment and talents, and they are described in detail in Chapter 4. Biosculpting. Just like cybernetics has its place within certain groups in the Horizon, so does bionic sculpting, although bigots and the narrow-minded strongly disagree. Tattoo Alley next to the Ozone Plaza on Coriolis houses several biosculptors' shops. Most customers come for small cosmetic sculpts such as eyeshadow, longer eyelashes, or more accentuated cheekbones, but sometimes also for more controversial things like longer legs, micro-hearts, or other exotic mods. Biosculpting thrives more openly on the independent station Ahalim and among the nomads, and even sculpts as absurd as wings, tails, and gills can be found out in the fringes of the Qua system. Things that would cause riots or even lynchings in the core. Cybernetics. Cybernetic implants are treated as both talents and gear. They will cost you both XP and bear, and require healing after the procedure. During the healing process, the painful wounds give the PC a -2 to all skill tests. All cybernetics are ordinary technology. PCs with cybernetic implants will likely look heavier and larger than others, move somewhat mechanically, or stand out in some other way. Cybernetics are hard to hide. If the PCs encounter an NPC with cybernetics, it will probably be fairly obvious to them that the person is modified in some way. Some people, such as Legionnaires, choose to make their implants extra visible. Bionics. Bionic sculpts are treated as both talents and gear. They will cost you both XP and bear, and require healing after the procedure. During the healing process, the painful wounds give the PC a -2 to all skill tests. All bionics are restricted advanced technology. Sculpts are subtler than cybernetics. Close observation of a person over time is often required to spot the extraordinary abilities. There are many different sculpts with many different purposes in the Horizon. The sculpts described here have both their talent name and a commercial name listed, given to them by the company or the sculptor. The fury of the mob. The Horizon is not always a place of enlightened dialogue. In some places, divergence is something foul that should not be allowed to exist. A PC with one or more visible implants or sculpts might be subjected to threats and verbal abuse, or sometimes even violence. A society's technological level will affect the population's view on implants and sculpts, as will the context of the situation. Whether the PCs talk to a fiery end-of-days preacher or a forgiving beggar matron will likely have a drastic impact on the way they are treated. Chapter 7. Each culture of the Horizon has its own tradition for spacecraft construction. First come shipbuilders, like the Keleb dockyards on Mira, construct elegant craft with flowing, soft silhouettes, while the Darkos docks and other Zenithian builders tend to put function before form, their ships all sharp angles and massive hulls. The Voidfarers, Bees Tulsa spaceships and star travel. The Bulletin's Astrostradium. The section of the consortium tasked with gathering information about star systems is called the Foundation, but it is the Bulletin, through its astrostratium, that supplies captains with data about routes, portal stations, spaceports, astronomical anomalies, and other useful information. For a small fee, any ship can update its astronomical database at a portal station. Unfortunately, the data is not always up to date, and an unlucky crew could find itself in an ion storm or a Corsair ambush even on a safe route. Calculating travel times. Interplanetary distances are measured in astronomical units, AU. The distance between two planets is calculated like this. Shortest distance. The difference between the planet's individual distances from the Sun. Farthest distance. The sum of the planet's individual distances from the Sun. Divide the distance in AU by the spaceship speed to get the travel time, in number of days. In Coriolis, your PCs will travel the stars in a ship of their own. This chapter details star travel in the Third Horizon, how to create your own spaceship, and how space combat works. Star travel in the Third Horizon. Star travel in the Third Horizon requires both steady nerves and plenty of time. How long the trip will take can be affected by anything from Corsair attacks and asteroid fields to the immense distances of binary or trinary star systems. No captain should leave port without doing solid research about the route. Help is provided by the Bulletin's Astrostratium, an enormous database describing a large number of routes, coordinates, and space stations all across the horizon. Interplanetary travel times can also vary greatly depending on the orbit of the planet you are traveling to. Chapter 12 describes the minimum distances from the Sun to the planets in the Qua system. Spaceflights are rarely longer than the shortest distance between the planetary bodies, as the pilots will chart courses toward their destinations approaching orbit. Thus, the ship and the planet are moving toward each other. Calculate travel times using the shortest distance listed between two planets. Travel between systems. Travel between systems is via the portals, mysterious wormholes left behind by the portal builders. Read more in Chapter 13. The portals are found close to the Sun of each system, closer than any of the planetary orbits. Some stars have more than one portal, each one leading to a different system. The entry field into a portal is not the same as the exit field. They lead to and from the same destination but are separate from each other. Travel between two portals in a system takes about 1 day, and the preparations before the jump also take about a day, usually spent waiting for a convoy to come along to split the jump fee with. The jump itself is instantaneous. Heavily trafficked systems like Qua usually see 1 or 2 convoys per week, while convoys in the outer systems could be whole segments, P232, apart. Bulk haulers are the highest priority for the portal stations and are cleared to jump straight away. They usually arrive at Qua once per segment, on the way to or from either Mira or Dabran. 1 in 5 bulk haulers have Qua as their final destination. The rest only pass through. Smaller ships dock and unload some of their cargo as the space hulks pass by. The Qua portals are $3 apart, a journey the bulk haulers make in 3 days, but smaller vessels do it much faster. Communication delays. Communication waves travel at the speed of light, which is roughly 1 AU per 8 minutes. Thus, getting a reply to a question takes at least 16 minutes per AU between you and the other party. No communication waves can pass through portals. Instead, a ship or a probe must make the jump and then transmit the message on the other side. This leads to great communication delays between systems. The Bulletin keeps multiple probes ready on every portal station, and anyone can pay to use them to send information. This is both expensive and not without risk, however, as you never know who might be listening on the other end. Portal jumping. Fees and convoys. For a price, the portal stations can calculate the portal field's movements and current size, making the jump relatively safe. The fees are usually high, between 5,000 and 10,000 bear, which means most skippers prefer to share the cost by forming convoys and jumping together. Portal jumps with coordinates calculated for a convoy give a +3 to the pilot's pilot test. Bulk haulers. Another way to jump is to wait for a bulk hauler to come by and jump alongside it. The haulers always get their coordinates and entry vectors on approaching the portal station, and tagging along with them is free, but requires an easy +1 pilot test. Unfortunately, bulk hauler jumps are few and far between. Solo jump. The broke skipper's last resort is to have the ship's crew itself make all jump calculations. This takes about 4 hours and requires a successful science test. Each extra 6 reduces the time by 1 hour to a minimum of 1 hour. The jump itself requires a pilot test at -1. Jumping blind. The truly desperate, often corsairs on the run and other criminals, can choose to jump blind without any astronomical calculations. This requires an unassisted pilot test at -3. Portal jumps. Jumping through a portal means traveling into the portal fields close to the sun of the system. Exactly how the portal fields function is unknown, but their proximity to the stars would indicate that they are powered by the star's radiation or gravitation. The portal fields themselves are in constant movement, seemingly connected to the phases of their suns. Advanced mathematics are necessary before any portal jump to compute the field's current size and a safe entry vector. Without such calculations, there is a great risk of only partly hitting the field. For the unlucky crew, this means an instant of bright light, after which the ship simply disappears, or at the very least suffers enormous damage. No human can travel through a portal field while awake. The crew must be put in stasis, cryogenic sleep, or they will suffer terrible mental and physical trauma called bad stasis, hypersickness, or frostbite, if they are unlucky enough to survive. On voyages through several systems, most of the crew is left in stasis for the entire time and only woken up at the final destination. In dangerous systems such as Oticon, all of the crew is woken up after clearing the jump. Spaceships and star travel. Planetside landing. Making a trip from orbit down to a planet's surface usually takes 1 to a few hours. All ships must make preparations for atmospheric entry or takeoff. This includes warming up the graviton projectors, securing the cargo, and adjusting heat shields. Most freighters in the third horizon are too big for it to be practical for them to land planetside, instead docking with space stations in orbit above the planet, where they unload their cargo to smaller vessels. Orbit ports are found above most planets with large enough populations, while systems with fewer inhabitants instead rely on spaceports on the portal stations. In the orbit ports, cargo from the bulk haulers is redistributed to smaller spaceships and then brought down to the surface below. Some cargo is put up for auction, usually in planetside souks, where free traders bid on contracts for transporting it to colonies and space stations farther from the hub of the system. Systems on the periphery of the horizon, outside of the circle of Dabaran and the Miran chain, are not visited by bulk haulers at all. Table 7.2. Failed portal jumps. Roll on the table when a portal jump fails. All results but the last one mean that the ship remains in the system it attempted to leave. If you failed when jumping blind, add a +1 to the die showing the tens. D66. Outcome. 11 to 14 the ship enters the field at its very edge, causing explosive decompression in a random module. 15 to 22 the field absorbs the energy of the ship's reactor. The ship is disabled, requiring D6 days of repairs. 23 to 26 the ship enters the portal but is flung out again, after taking D6 points of damage. 31 to 34 the ship is hit by powerful discharges from the portal, suffering a -1 to maneuverability until repaired in a dockyard. 35 to 44 the ship collides with another ship or some debris on its way into the portal. This has the same effects as ramming, page 169. 45 to 53 the ship enters the portal and is lost there for D6 hours. Then it returns, now haunted by something from beyond the darkness. The GM decides the details. 54 to 61 the ship disappears into the portal for D6 days, but is then spat back out in the system it tried to leave. One PC on board suffers a mania, page 337. 62 to 66 the ship disappears into the portal for D6 months, but is then spat back out in the system it tried to leave. 71 to 76 the ship enters the portal, but exits it in a random system. Spacecraft in the third horizon. A multitude of different types of spacecraft travel the horizon. Most have been constructed recently, albeit using plans and tradition centuries old, but some routes are still traveled by old, pre-Zenith vessels. Thanks to the consortium's rapid expansion, the shipyards of the horizon are coming back to life. New types of simple but robust ships are being produced modularly and then fitted for different purposes. Warships are built in only a few shipyards, and the larger ones are generally hundreds of years old, predating even the Portal Wars. All ships in the Third Horizon are divided into classes by their size, each class having its own set of game stats, as described in the adjacent box text. Modules are chosen when the ship is constructed, but can also be added later on. Features are minor additions that improve the ship. Ship stats. Class is a measure of the ship's size, from a small scout ship or fighter, Class I, to a bulk hauler, Class V. Class determines how much energy is needed to power the ship. Modules indicate how many optional modules the ship can hold, beyond the 3 required modules of bridge, reactor, and graviton projector. Energy points, EP, is a measure of the strength of the reactor, how much energy there is to distribute between the different functions of the ship. Hull points, HP, determine how much physical damage the ship can take. Maneuverability indicates how agile and easy to maneuver the ship is. Signature determines how difficult the ship is to detect by others. Armor tells you how many dice you get for your armor test. Speed is used to calculate travel times in number of days, by dividing the distance, in AU, by the ship's speed. Cost is the base price of the ship, without any features or extra modules. Create your ship. When creating your group of PCs, you also get to choose a spaceship. Each group concept lists options which are detailed in the table to the left. Plans showing the layout of some of these ships can be found at the end of this book. If you don't want to choose one of these, you are free to create your own spaceship by following these steps. Create your own spaceship. Decide what kind of spaceship you need. Determine its class and its origin shipyard. Pick a ship problem. Pick modules. Pick 3 features. Modify the ship's game stats according to the modules and features you chose. Calculate the group's debt. A ship needs a crew, and the crew's minimum size is determined by the class of the ship. Certain positions must be filled, either by real people or by advanced computers. See features below. Some very small ships are crewed only by a pilot. Type and class. Your first choice is what type of ship you have, a fast courier vessel, a trusty freighter, or a rugged gunship. Decide on what you need in terms of cargo space, torpedoes, defense systems, etc. Use the pre-made ships on page 158 for inspiration if you want. Class 3 is usually a good fit for a normal group of players. Table 7.5 details the starting game stats for the different classes. The game stats can be modified by your choice of modules and features. Shipyards in the Horizon. Keleb's Mira. Beautiful, lean, and fast ships. +1 to maneuverability, but +1 to signature. +5% to base price. Example. Sabah's group is about to create their spaceship. They want something fast, and with the ability to land planetside. They find a small courier vessel they like, and name it Narzalis. Example. The ship Narzalis is built in the Keleb's shipyards on Mira, and is therefore slim and streamlined. Its starting game stats are modified with a +1 to maneuverability but also a +1 to signature. The Narzalis is a Class 3 ship, and its starting stats are as follows. Maneuverability +1, 5 EP, 6 HP, signature +1, armor 5, speed 2, and up to 10 extra modules. Harima, the Monolith. Fast ships designed for pursuit or courier missions. Luxurious. +1 EP but -1 HP. +5% to base price. Karmaruk, Zalos. Pariah ships, antimatter propulsion. Unlocks the feature antimatter rockets. No price increase unless you pick this feature. Darkos, Qua asteroid belt. Practical armed freighters. +1 HP, but -2 to armor. +5% to base price. Halgria in orbit between Coriolis and Qua. Cheap freighters of low quality, also bulk haulers. -1 to maneuverability but plus class extra modules. -5% to base price. Daharab, Sadal B, the Syndicate/Faircom freighters and battleships with illegal armaments. -1 to extra modules but plus class modules reserved for weapons. +5% to base price. The ship's problem. To make your ship feel more unique, you should give it a problem. The problem will not always be active. The GM can activate it using his darkness points. Choose from the examples below or use your imagination. Faulty thrusters. The ship's thrusters are unreliable, especially when under stress. When the problem is activated, the ship suffers a -1 to maneuverability, lasting during a combat encounter or some other event requiring dice rolls, such as docking. Curse. The icons have turned their gaze away from the ship, making portal jumps and longer space travel dangerous. When the problem is activated, you get a -1 when rolling for a portal jump, and space travel counts as one danger level higher. Page 140. Table 7.6. Example. The group thinks that a bickering ship intelligence seems fun, and therefore picks eccentric ship intelligence to be the problem of Narzalis. Using darkness points on ships. Darkness points can be used during travel and combat in space. Below are effects that the GM can trigger. Broken system. A system on board stops working. It could be anything from a weapon system to life support. A technology or data gen roll is required to repair it. Costs 3 DP or 1 DP if the system in question was poorly tended to. Ship problem. The ship's problem is activated. Details are specified in the list of problems above. Costs 2 DP. Overload. A system is overloaded, either from neglected upkeep or a temporary malfunction. The system stops working for 3 turns. See service. Below. Costs 1 DP. Unreliable sensors. The sensors of the ship are of poor quality. When the problem is activated, all data gen sensor rolls suffer a -1 during a combat encounter or some other event requiring dice rolls. Worn-out ship computer. The ship's computer has seen better days. When the problem is activated, all pilot rolls suffer a -1 during a fight or some other event requiring dice rolls. Slow accelerator. The grav projector's accelerator unit is slow and unresponsive. When the problem is activated, moving the ship in combat costs 1 extra EP. Obvious signature. The hull reflects radiation, making it easy to spot on sensors. When the problem is activated, all opponents get a +2 to their data gen rolls to detect the ship. Eccentric ship intelligence. Requires the feature ship intelligence. When the problem is activated, the intelligence will refuse to perform a specific task and instead begin to protest loudly over the ship's intercom. The effect lasts during a combat encounter or a few hours. Modules. A ship has a number of modules, each one supplying some important function. All spaceships in the third horizon have 3 required modules: bridge, reactor, graviton projector. All other modules are called optional modules. How many of these can be fitted on a ship depends on the ship's class. The starting number of modules can be modified by the feature extra modules. See below. To serve its purpose, different ships need different combinations of the modules listed below. Small ships can fit few modules, while larger ships usually have plenty of space. The cost of optional modules is added to the ship's base price. See the adjacent list. Required modules. Bridge. Oh. The bridge is the brain of the ship, housing the stations of the captain, the pilot, and the sensor operator. Sensors and propulsion are controlled from the bridge, and from here you can gaze out into the dark between the stars. On small ships, the bridge is called a cockpit. Reactor. Oh. Almost all ships in the third horizon use hydrogen-based fusion reactors to power their engines. Each ship class has its own reactor size. There are features that increase reactor output. Graviton projector. Oh. A large generator and an exhaust system, ejecting gravitons that push against nearby gravity fields, thus propelling the spaceship forward. The graviton flow can be directed in different directions, enabling the ship to maneuver. The exhaust stream can cause gravitational phenomena. The gravity closest to the projector exhaust is severely increased, followed by dangerously violent shifts in the gravity farther away. The area around a craft about to take off is generally cleared out in advance, and the pilot will slowly turn up the projector's effect. The graviton projector is generally located at the rear of a ship. Optional modules. Salvage station. Oh. To be able to salvage wrecks and space junk, you will need lots of empty space, a system of derricks, some mechanized grabber arms, and a good hull cutter. The salvage module can be used to salvage debris or ships up to 1 class below that of your own ship. Docking station. Oh. The ship has a docking hatch and extendable tunnel that enables you to dock with other ships. The station includes an airlock that can perform rudimentary decontamination of visitors and foreign objects. A ship without a docking station must land inside a hangar, or let smaller ships into its own hangar, for the crew to enter or exit the ship. Hangar. Oh. Being able to let smaller spaceships into one's own ship has many advantages. How big a ship the hangar will fit depends on the class of your ship. The ship entering the hangar can be 2 classes below that of your ship at the largest. Normally, only one ship at a time can be in the hangar, but for every additional step of class difference, the number of ships the hangar will fit is multiplied by 4. Thus, a Class V ship hangar will fit 1 Class 3 vessel. For Class 2 ships, or 16 Class I vessels, you can have more than 1 hangar on a ship. Hangars are very handy when it comes to repairs. Page 168. Tech level. Just like regular gear, ship modules and features have a tech level. Page 104. Usually, spaceships and their associated technology are of ordinary tech level O, but some modules and features are advanced A, and some rare ones even factionary F. Some modules are restricted, marked asterisk. To purchase these, someone in the crew must have the talent licensed. Page 73. The importance of docking stations. The docking station module, while optional, is almost a necessity for ships above Class 2. Without it, you won't be able to dock with space stations or other spaceships, and thus you will need to land in a hangar to enter or exit the ship. Cabins. Oh. Cabins for crew or passengers. The passenger capacity depends on the type of accommodation but also means different levels of comfort, and, in turn, what kinds of people might see the ship as a viable mode of transportation. Coffins. Small, coffin-like compartments in rows and layers. A shared hygiene unit. Standard. Personal cabins of about 3 by 2 meters. Each cabin has a bed and a hygiene unit. The module contains a shared small recreational space with a table and chairs. Suite. A big suite with an enormous bed and spaces for hygiene and recreation, as large as possible on a spacecraft in the horizon. The passenger capacity per module depends on the type of accommodation and the ship's class. Chapel. Oh. An area reserved for worshipping the icons, with 8 visible icons, and an asymmetry in their placement, or an empty alcove, for the faceless one. Grants a +1 to the prayer reroll for the entire crew, page 55. As well as a bonus to portal jumps, page 139. Cargo hold. Oh. The area has atmosphere and climate control systems for the cargo to survive the journey. How much of a load the cargo hold can take depends on the class of the ship. See the table on the next page. Advanced targeting computer. Oh. An advanced computer with dedicated GIN systems for active locking. Bonus +1 when locking onto targets. Advanced torpedoes. O/A/F***. Torpedoes fitted with their own GIN intelligence, and blessed by the Doc's priest just in case. Gives -1 to the enemy's countermeasures. Advanced weapon system. O/A/F***. A system with smart targeting algorithms, modified Cobalite rounds, accelerator cannon, or perhaps bigger lance chambers, thermal cannon. Bonus +1 to the weapon system in question. Advanced workshop. A cutting-edge workshop with all the latest tools, such as nanite saws, mercury jets, intelligent tools, etc. Enables repairs of advanced-level equipment. Antimatter rockets. A. The ship utilizes antimatter rocket propulsion, a technology demanding advanced antimatter control systems so far only mastered by the Order of the Pariah. The antimatter rockets require less space than other propulsion systems, since no reactor is necessary, and the rockets only occupy the space normally reserved for the graviton projector. The ship can hold 1 additional extra module. The Order's fighters and gunships are small and lightning fast compared to those of other factions, and gain a +2 to maneuverability when it comes to acceleration. The downside of the antimatter rockets is, of course, that they need refueling with pure antimatter instead of hydrogen, and that a critical hit in the rocket's module counts as a critical hit in a reactor. The rockets are also expensive, more so than a normal reactor and projector combined. Arboretum. Oh. a garden of green plants, a small hydroponic system, and perhaps even fauna. The crew can recover stress here twice as fast as normal, 2 MP/hour, and the Arboretum supplies emergency food for a few days. Atmospheric entry. Oh, the ship has been streamlined and fitted to withstand atmospheric entry, enabling it to land on and take off from planets. Ships without this feature must stay in orbit and use shuttles to descend to the surface. All ships can make an emergency planetside landing, but without this feature they will be stuck where they land, as their construction will make taking off again impossible. Blessed ship, P. Some event in the past has resulted in the ship being blessed by the icons. +1 to all pilot roles when portal jumping or traveling long distances. Bonus modules. Oh, the ship has an additional 5 extra modules. This feature can be purchased several times for larger ships. ED fields. Oh, ED fields are force fields designed to plug hull breaches, reducing the effect of explosive decompression, page 99. ED generators are installed all over the ship and are automatically engaged if the hull is breached. Ships without this technology must repair all breaches manually, which means that the collapsed module cannot be used without exoshells until the damage is repaired. Ejector. Oh, this feature means that the workstations on the bridge are built into escape pods, automatically ejected from the ship in case of a catastrophic systems failure. This feature is most common on ships designed for combat, such as fighters, but could be installed on any ship. The size of the ejector depends on the class of the ship and can fit as many crew members as the bridge can. External cargo. Oh, the ship is modified to carry external cargo, using a system of grabber arms and magnetic hooks. For each cargo hold on the ship, see above, specify if it is an internal or external one. External cargo holds can hold 4 times the tonnage of internal ones but lack atmosphere. Put an exo on if you need to visit them. Heavy armor. Oh, the ship's armor is reinforced with Duralite sheets and sometimes even nanite patterns modeled after the Order's Martyr armors. Gives +1 to the ship's armor rating, but also decreases maneuverability by 1. The feature can be purchased 3 times. Library database. A database giving you a +3 to culture or science within one defined area, for example astronics, humanities, or artifacts. Precise thrusters. Oh, the thrusters have been fitted with brand new magnet flux cores and nanite membranes. Nimble and easy to maneuver. The ship gains a +2 to docking, landing, and evasion. See space combat. Reactor burst. Oh, the reactor can be pushed to its very limits, giving an automatic 3 extra EP when overloading the reactor, page 168, plus any EP from 6s on the roll. The ship takes 2 points of hull damage from this, regardless of whether the roll succeeded or not. Research computer. A. The ship computer has been upgraded and now contains tools for measuring. Gives +1 to science when measuring something and analyzing the results. Can be combined with a library database. Robust hull. Oh, the beams and joints of the hull have been replaced with Duralite and smart nanites. Gives +1 hull point. Salvage unit. Oh, this feature enables you to salvage ships up to 2 classes below that of your own ship, using a mining station. Sensitive sensors. Oh, the sensors of the ship are extremely fine-tuned. Each tier of this feature gives +1 to all sensor rolls. Can be bought up to 3 times. Ship intelligence. A. The ship's main computer is very capable and verbal. It can perform any function on the ship with a 1 in the attribute and a 3 in the skill relevant for that function. It can perform only one function at a time, cannot replace more than 1 crew member at a time, and cannot help, page 58, crew members with their roles. Some ship intelligences become eccentric over the years, acting erratically and refusing to carry out certain commands. Ship system. A. 1 crew position on the ship is replaced by a dedicated computer system. The system has a 3 in both the attribute and the skill relevant to the position. More than 1 ship system can be installed. All crew positions can be automated except for the captain. Stealth technology. A. The ship is fitted with the latest in high-absorbent duraceramics and zero-signature radiation shields. Gives -1 to signature. The ship can disappear during combat. Page 169. Supercharged reactor. Oh. The fuel rods in the reactor use hydrogen isotopes with higher energy output. Gives the ship +1 energy point. Super sensors. A. High output sensor cores, reinforced sensor chambers, and nanite membranes. Increases the sensor range to 8 combat units. Trauma lab. A. The medlab has been upgraded to a trauma lab. See Chapter 6. Example. The group is equipping their ship Narzalis with extra modules, other than the 3 fixed modules of bridge, reactor, and graviton projector, and chooses the following. Cabins for standard cabins, a chapel, a medlab, a service station, as they expect to be traveling to primitive planets, a stasis hold, to be able to portal jump, a workshop, to analyze artifacts and other findings, a cargo hold, a countermeasure dispenser, and an accelerator cannon. They also pick the following features: atmospheric entry, ship intelligence, and turbo projector. The turbo projector gives the Narzalis speed 3 and maneuverability +2. Living wear and tear. While the ship is getting worn down, lots of less essential systems will also start to malfunction. While not always giving penalties in the game mechanics, they can add some color to the game and help create drama. Airlocks closing just a little too slow, flickering lights, unresponsive landing gear, doors refusing to open, etc. These problems can be activated using DP, page 56. Tuned accelerator. Oh. The accelerator core powering the graviton projector has advanced exhaust controls and GIN intelligences for higher effect. Gives a +2 to the pilot roll for the advance/retreat action. Turbo projector. Oh. The projector's graviton coils have been reinforced. Gives +1 to maneuverability and speed. Can be purchased twice. Service and maintenance. Your adventures will sooner or later start to wear down your spaceship. Micrometeorites or frost damage, a clumsy docking, or maybe an uncontrolled landing. It will happen to even the best of crews. Servicing your ship, a technology test, also resupplies food, drink, and other consumables, as well as reactor isotopes, antimatter, etc. Your service role is modified depending on where you are. If you fail the role, you still pay half the listed cost. Table 7.11. You should service your ship after any longer space travel, $10 or more, short travels that include portal jumping, and after every completed scenario. If you have a service station on board, ignore the penalty for doing service in primitive environments. If you have the antimatter rockets feature, service costs are doubled. If you choose not to service your craft, or if you fail the roll, the ship will start to break down. Roll on the table to the right to see which systems are affected. For each missed tune-up, the wear effects stack. If you roll the same system twice on the table, it breaks down completely and the ship is disabled until repaired. Space combat. Space travel in the third horizon is generally peaceful. The long distances in the dark between the stars are usually just monotonous and claustrophobic. However, the time may come when you are met with hostility and must defend yourselves. This section deals with space combat and describes how to play out a violent encounter in the void. Scale. The system described below is designed to manage combat between only a few ships per side. The most common combat encounter is a one-on-one ship duel. Large battles between whole armadas are a part of the history of the Third Horizon, but are very rare nowadays. Crew positions. All spaceships have specific crew positions that must be covered. Small vessels can be constructed so that the same person can perform several functions at once, while large ships may have many crew members per position. More on this below. The 5 crew positions are captain, engineer, pilot, sensor operator, gunner. As soon as you have acquired your spaceship, you should decide within the group who should do what job on board. When the torpedo alarm warns of imminent attack, everyone must know exactly what they are supposed to do. In the icon card deck, each crew position has a corresponding crew card detailing the actions of that position. The crew cards are not needed to play, but they are helpful. Distance and segments. The distances in empty space are huge, too vast for it to be meaningful to keep track of the exact distance between two ships. Instead, the game uses the abstract term combat units, CU. One CU can be tens or even hundreds of miles. The combat area is divided into segments. on the Space Combat map, in the back of the book, and available for download from our website. The space between each horizontal line is 1 segment. The distance between each segment is 1 cu. All movement in space combat is handled by moving between the segments on the map. The rules manage movement in space in only 1 dimension, an abstraction of the 3-dimensional movement that is actually taking place. Movement. In space combat, the terrain between the combatants is not important. The dark between the stars is endless. What matters is the relative distance between the ships. To move 1 cu toward or away from an enemy ship, test pilot, more under crew positions. Below. The movement roll can be modified negatively, -1 or -2, by obstacles in the segment you intend to reach, such as asteroids, space junk, or gravity wells. Range. Just like in ground combat, the range between you and your enemy is divided into 5 steps. Sensors and signature. When you approach another spacecraft, the question is who detects the other first. Sometimes this can determine the outcome of the entire battle. How far away you can detect other spaceships depends on your sensors and how you use them. Passive sensors. This is the standard setting on any sensor. The sensor range is medium, 2 cu, and your signature is unaffected. Active sensors. The sensors are set to maximum effect. The sensor range is long, 4 cu, but you get +2 to your signature. The active sensor mode costs 1 EP per turn. See below. Extreme sensors. If you have the feature Extreme Sensors, your sensor range in active mode is increased to extreme, 8 cu. Otherwise, they work like normal active sensors. Transponders. All spaceships are required to travel with their transponders switched on. This is both the law and common courtesy. The transponder transmits data about the ship's position, name, class, home docks, and destination. A ship with an active transponder is automatically detected as soon as it enters sensor range. Silent running and signature. Traveling with your transponder switched off is regarded with extreme suspicion. Only smugglers and military vessels do that. If a ship with its transponder switched off enters your sensor range, it is not automatically detected. The GM will ask your sensor operator to test data GIN. The roll is modified by the signature of the target, page 162. The distance between the ships and other factors, table 7.14, as well as some ship features. The same applies if you are the ones traveling without an active transponder and enter another ship's sensor range. If both you and the enemy ship are traveling without active transponders and have the same sensor range, you both roll simultaneously to detect the other when you get close enough. Radio silence. If the enemy ship does not adhere to radio silence, it is in some way using its off-ship communications, you get a +2 to your detection roll. Reactor shutdown. A ship that really wants to avoid detection can perform an emergency reactor shutdown. The operation requires a successful technology test by the engineer of the ship. To determine how many minutes the shutdown takes, roll a number of d6 equal to the class of the ship. Only one person at a time may attempt the shutdown, but several attempts can be made. With the reactor shut down, the ship is dead. You lose all your energy points and cannot change course. Use weapon systems or active sensors. The artificial gravity on board is also lost. The reserve batteries power passive sensors, emergency lights, and life support systems, but only for a number of days equal to the class of the ship. Restarting the reactor requires another technology roll. To determine how many hours the restart takes, roll a number of d6 equal to the class of the ship. Game aids. Space combat is a little more complicated than planetside combat. To help you keep track of things, the following game aids can be useful. The ship sheet, found in the back of the book and can be downloaded from our website. The crew cards, included in the icon card deck, which is sold separately. The space combat map, found in the back of the book and can be downloaded from our website. How to use these aids is described below. You and them. The rules in this chapter are written from the point of view of your PCs and their ship, but they apply for NPCs as well, unless stated otherwise. Success. If your sensor roll is successful, you detect the enemy ship and may now engage with it. Your level of success determines how much information you get. Table 7.15. You can, of course, contact the ship and inquire after more details, but whether or not they reply is up to the captain of that ship. You get to make another sensor roll only when the circumstances change. See below. Failure. If your sensor roll fails, you detect nothing. The GM reveals no information. The sensor operator gets to roll again when the circumstances change in your favor. For example, if the enemy ship moves a range step closer to you, makes an active sensor sweep, uses its radio, etc. Avoiding contact. If you detect the enemy ship, but remain undetected yourself, you can choose to change course and avoid contact. If you move a range step closer to the other ship, or take some other action that makes your signature more noticeable, its sensor operator will get to make another attempt to detect you. Confrontation. When you have detected an enemy spaceship, you can choose whether or not to attack it. If you, in turn, also have been detected, roll your initiative scores and place your ships on the ship combat map. If the enemy has not detected you, however, you get what is called a free turn, read more below. Instead of attacking, you can choose to hail the captain of the other ship using your radio system. This will, of course, cost you the element of surprise if things turn violent later on. Space Combat Map. The Space Combat Map is found in the back of the book and can be downloaded from the Free League website. Use any markers you like to represent the ships involved in the battle. Please note that the Space Combat Map is used only when two vessels have detected each other and engage in combat. Only then are pilot rolls needed to move toward or away from the enemy ship. Before both parties have detected each other, the GM only needs to determine the range between the ships. Disappearing. When you have been detected, you will remain on the enemy's radar screen as long as you stay within their sensor range, unless your ship is equipped with stealth technology. See below. If it is, your sensor operator can make you disappear from their screens. Turns and initiative. Space combat is divided into turns just like ground combat, Chapter 5, but a turn in space is longer, usually several minutes. Initiative. Initiative scores are determined at the beginning of the fight just like in ground combat, but in space only the captains of the engaged ships roll. They each make a command roll. The highest die each captain rolled will be her ship's initiative score for the rest of the battle. The scores can be changed during the course of the fight, just like in ground combat. In case of a tie, the number of dice showing the highest number determines who goes first. 2 fives beat 1 5, for example. A second tie is broken by the highest command skill level among the captains. If that still leaves some combatants tied, chance decides who goes first. Table 7.15. Sensor rolls. Degree of success. Information. Limited, 1 to 2 sixes. Distance in CU, current course. Critical, 3 plus sixes. Distance, class, course, weapons. The icon cards. You cannot use the icon deck, page 83, to substitute the initiative dice in space combat. You can use the cards to keep track of the turn order, however. Turn phases. One turn of space combat is divided into 5 phases, 1 per crew position. All pilots act in the pilot phase, all engineers in the engineer phase, and so on. The turn order within each phase is determined by the initiative scores of the captains. The 5 phases are detailed below, but here is a brief overview. Order phase. All captains choose their orders secretly and roll command. Engineer phase. The engineers distribute their ship's EP and perform any necessary repairs. Pilot phase. The pilots maneuver to get either closer to, or farther away from, their enemy ship. Sensor phase. The sensor operators lock onto targets, break locks on their own ships, and perform data attacks. Attack phase. The gunners fire their weapon systems, including countermeasures. In each combat phase, crew members in a certain position get to perform one action. The available actions are described below. Unlike regular combat, actions in space combat are not divided into slow, normal, and fast actions. There is only one kind of action, and you get one action per turn. Order phase. During the first phase of the turn, the captains act. The captain's action is to give orders. A captain cannot force crew members to obey her, but by following the given orders, the other crew members can get positive modifiers later in the turn. Repair. Grants a bonus to ship repairs. Phase 2. Evade. Grants a bonus to evasive maneuvers. Phase 3. and to attempts at breaking an enemy lock-on, Phase 4. Retreat grants a bonus to movement away from the enemy ship, Phase 3. Attack grants a bonus to movement toward an enemy ship, Phase 3. And to all attacks, Phase 5. Giving orders. The captain chooses her order without showing it to the other captains, usually only the GM. Write down your order on a piece of paper, without showing it to the opposing captain. The other captains do the same, and then you all reveal your orders at the same time. When you have revealed your order, and it is your turn to act, test command. If you pass, your order gives a positive modifier equal to the number of 6s on your roll. If your ship can perform more than one action of the same kind, for example, more than one attack, the modifier applies to all of these actions. Your crew are free to follow your order, benefiting from the modifier, or to disregard it, forfeiting the bonus. Other instructions. Your function as captain is, as far as the rules are concerned, only to give one of the 4 orders above, but there is nothing stopping you from giving other orders as well. How the engineer should distribute the EP or which target the gunner should attack, for example. Your crew is then free to obey you or not, as they see fit. Example. Narzalis is en route to the Jackram station and has to pass through the Corsair belt. The crew opts to run silent, turns the transponder off to avoid detection, and sets their sensors to passive mode. The GM has decided that the Corsair vessel Tigris, also silent and with its sensors set to passive mode, is out hunting in the belt as the Narzalis passes by. When the 2 ships are 2 CU from each other, their sensor operators both test data GIN to detect the other ship. The GM, the operator onboard the Tigris, gets a plus or minus 0 because of the medium range, and a plus 1 because of the Tigris-sensitive sensors. The roll shows 1-6, and the Narzalis shows up on the screens. Sahab, the sensor operator on the Narzalis, rolls an unmodified sensor roll, succeeds, and detects the Tigris. Time to take out the space combat map and place the ships 2 CU from each other. Starting placement. When 2 ships engage in combat with each other, place ship tokens on the space combat map. Make sure to place the tokens the correct distance from each other. Which segments on the map you choose is not important. Try to place the ships equally close to the center of the map. Surprise attack. If you attack an enemy ship that has yet to detect you on its screens, see above, your attack counts as a surprise attack. In the first turn of the battle, only you get to act. This is called a free turn. After the first attack, you are automatically detected, and all parties roll initiative scores like you normally would, and the fight continues normally. NPCs and EPs. The GM distributes EP to his ships just like the players do. If you have the icon card deck, use the GM crew card. It holds up to 4 ships. Engineer phase. The second phase in the turn belongs to the engineers. Their actions are not chosen secretly. 1 engineer at a time performs her action, in the established turn order. Energy distribution. The most important task for the engineer is to distribute the energy from the reactor. The power generated is not enough for all systems all the time, meaning that the engineer must prioritize. In the game, this is represented by energy points, EP. Each ship has a pool of EP to spend every turn. If your ship takes damage, the EP pool can decrease. Read more under ship damage below. Each turn, the engineer distributes the entire EP pool to the other crew members. To keep track of EP, you can use any token you like and place them on the respective crew cards, if you have access to the icon card deck. EP pools are refreshed at the beginning of each turn. EP cannot be saved between turns. As a rule, all actions in space combat performed by a crew member cost 1 EP, but there are some exceptions. Captain's orders, Phase 1, cost no EP. Overloading the reactor, Phase 2, costs no EP. The pilot's actions, Phase 3, cost a number of EP equal to the class of the ship. Firing a torpedo, Phase 5, costs no EP. Ground combat and space combat. Ground combat and space combat can happen at the same time. Perhaps a firefight breaks out on your ship while it is at the same time engaged in space combat. For simplicity, we recommend that you alternate between the two: 1 turn of space combat, then 1 turn of ground combat, ground combat, and so on. You cannot be an active combatant in both fights at the same time. If you are engaged in ground combat in a turn, you cannot participate in the space combat in that same turn. Overload. If a crew member gets additional EP to spend on an action, the action becomes more effective. Each additional EP above the base cost of the action gives a +1 bonus to the roll. 3 extra EP means a +3 modifier, for example. The engineer's actions. Distributing EP is no action per se and requires no dice roll. After the EP have been distributed, the engineer can perform one of the following actions, all demanding technology tests. Overloading the reactor. A successful roll gives you extra EP equal to the number of 6s on your roll. Distribute the extra EP immediately. The ship suffers 1 point of HP damage per extra EP generated. A failed roll means 1 point of HP damage. Cost, 0 EP. Repair hull damage. A successful roll restores hull points equal to the number of 6s on your roll. A failed roll has no effect. Cost, 1 EP. Requires 1 ordinary spare part, page 113. Without a service station, you get a -2 to the roll. Repair system damage. A successful roll restores lost EP equal to the number of 6s on your roll, taking effect at the beginning of the next turn. A failed roll has no effect. Cost, 1 EP. Requires 1 ordinary spare part. Without a service station, you get a -2 to the roll. Repair critical damage. A successful roll repairs 1 critical damage, provided the ship has not been vaporized. A failed roll has no effect. Cost, 1 EP. Requires 1 ordinary spare part. Without a service station, you get a -2 to the roll. Repair module. A successful roll restores a disabled module to working condition. A failed roll has no effect. Cost, 1 EP. Requires 1 ordinary spare part, page 113. Without a service station, you get a -2 to the roll. Open an airlock to an enemy ship that the pilot has docked with in the previous turn. See boarding, phase 3. Below. Cost, 1 EP. Pilot phase. The pilots all act in the 3rd phase. This phase is played openly just like phase 2. The pilots act one by one, in the established turn order. The pilot can perform a variety of maneuvers, each one requiring a pilot test. Each maneuver is modified by the maneuverability of the ship, page 141. A failed roll means that the intended maneuver is not performed. Unlike other crew members, the pilot can perform multiple actions at once, if she has been allotted enough EP. Each additional action after the first one gives a -2 to all actions. The pilot chooses the order of her actions. These are the available actions. Position. The pilot attempts to move into a better position. Each 6 on the roll raises the initiative score of the ship by 1 for the coming turns. Cost. EP equal to the class of the ship. Advance/retreat. The ship moves 1 segment on the map in the direction of your choice. For each additional 6 on the roll, you can move 1 extra segment. Cost. EP equal to the class of the ship. Evasive maneuver. An unexpected maneuver that gives a penalty to all attacks against the ship for the rest of the turn, equal to the number of 6s on the roll. Cost. EP equal to the class of the ship. Ramming. If the ship is in the same segment as an enemy ship, contact range, the pilot may attempt to ram the enemy. The action is an opposed pilot roll for the 2 pilots. It counts as an action for the attacker but not for the defender. Both rolls are modified by the maneuverability of the ships. Read more about ramming on page 171. Cost. EP equal to the class of the ship. Boarding. If the ship is equipped with a docking station, the pilot may attempt to dock with an enemy ship to send a boarding party over. Just like ramming, this is an opposed pilot roll modified by maneuverability. The attacking pilot suffers a -2, however, as docking during combat is incredibly difficult. If you win the roll, the engineer may, in the next turn, test technology to open an airlock into the enemy ship. Once the docking is complete, the target ship cannot retreat from the attacker. Cost. EP equal to the class of the ship. Sensor phase. The sensor operators act in phase 4 openly just like phases 2 and 3. 1 operator at a time performs her action, in the established turn order. The sensor operator can perform one of several key actions during a fight, all requiring data gen rolls. Target lock. To attack the enemy effectively, the sensor operator should attempt to lock the targeting computers on the enemy craft. The roll is modified by the signature of the enemy ship. A successful roll means that the target is now locked, giving a positive modifier to attacks against this target equal to the number of 6s on the roll. Note the lock strength down or use a die to indicate it. Torpedoes cannot be used at all without first locking the target. Other weapon systems can be used without a lock, but suffer a -2 modifier. Only one target at a time may be locked. If you establish a new lock, the previous lock is lost. Cost: 1 EP. Breaking target lock. To avoid attacks, the sensor operator may attempt to break an enemy lock on the ship. This is modified negatively by the strength of the enemy lock. A successful roll breaks the lock. Cost: 1 EP. Pulse and meme attacks. The operator launches a data pulse or meme attack against the opponent. The roll is modified by the enemy's signature. Pulse attacks deal EP damage, not HP damage. Read more about meme attacks on page 149. Cost: 1 EP. Disappear. If the ship is fitted with stealth technology, page 154, the sensor operator may attempt to drop from the enemy screens. If the ship has a lock on it, the roll is modified negatively by the strength of the lock, the highest value in the case of multiple locks. A successful roll ends the combat. The enemy ship may, of course, try to detect you again. Cost: 1 EP. Attack phase. In the last phase, the gunners get to act. Their actions are declared openly, as in phases 2 to 4. One gunner acts at a time, in the established turn order, with a few exceptions. See below. The gunner fires the ship's weapon systems. If there is more than one weapon system on board, the gunner must choose which system to fire. The attack roll is a ranged combat test. Fire weapon system. The attack is modified by the bonus of the weapon system, certain features, above, and by the strength of the lock on the enemy ship. Firing without a target lock gives the gunner a -2 to the roll. Incoming torpedoes may also be targeted. On a successful roll, the target suffers damage, below. Cost: 1 EP. Launch a torpedo, like the action above, but requires a lock on the target. Torpedoes don't hit their targets immediately. They approach them at a speed of 2 cu per turn, including the turn they were launched. Use a token of some sort to represent the torpedo on the combat map. Torpedoes can be fired upon and destroyed by the defender. A ship can carry only a limited number of torpedoes. Cost: none, but extra EP may be spent for a bonus. Defensive fire. A ship equipped with an autocannon or a countermeasure dispenser can fire defensive fire against an incoming torpedo, even if the torpedo is launched from 2 cu or less, and thus strikes in the same turn. The defensive fire is rolled for right before the torpedo strikes, and is considered to occur at contact range. The defensive fire replaces any offensive fire by the gunner in the same turn. Thus, a gunner on a ship acting early in the turn order will need to hold off on firing offensively if she wants to retain the option of defensive fire later in the turn. If the ship has multiple gunners and weapon systems, it can fire offensively and defensively in the same turn. The defensive fire roll is modified by the strength of the enemy's target lock. A successful defensive fire roll means that the torpedo is destroyed or misses its target. Cost: 1 EP. Small crews. On smaller ships, designed for fewer than 5 crew members, the crew positions are changed. For Class 2, the pilot takes on the captain's role as well. In Phase 1, the pilot rolls the initiative score, but is unable to give orders that carry positive modifiers. 3. Class 2, the engineer takes on the sensor operator's role as well. The data gen and technology roles are rolled normally. The engineer simply gets 2 actions per turn. 2. Class 1 and 2, the pilot takes on the gunner's role as well. The ranged combat attack roles are unmodified. The pilot simply gets 2 actions per turn. 1. Class I, the pilot covers all crew positions, getting 4 actions per turn. All of the changes above stack. On a ship crewed by 3 people, the pilot also acts as captain, and the engineer acts as sensor operator. Lost crew. The above only applies to ships designed purposefully for the specified number of crew members. If a ship designed for a larger crew loses some members, the roles are still combined as above, but for every extra action a crew member performs, she gets a -2 to all her actions. Everyone on board must declare at the beginning of the turn in which phases she intends to act. The initiative role is not an action. A single person could try to manage a ship designed for a crew of 5, but if she wants to act in every phase, all her actions carry a -8 modifier. Ship systems. A ship with the features ship system or ship intelligence can have these features cover some positions. Read more on page 154. Large crews. Large ships may have more than 5 crew members. There can only be one captain, but you may have more than one of the other positions. Pilot. Only one person maneuvers the ship in combat, but a co-pilot can take over when necessary. Engineer. Only the head engineer gets to distribute the EP, but all engineers get an action during Phase 2. Each individual action may only be attempted once per turn, however. Extra engineers can also help, page 58, each other with an action. Sensor operator. Extra operators can be used to get more actions in the sensor phase. Each individual action may only be attempted once per turn. Extra operators can help each other with an action. Gunner. Ships armed with multiple weapon systems may use more than one gunner to make extra attacks. Each gunner gets one attack. 2 gunners may not use the same system. Remember that only one target may be locked at once. If the gunners wish to fire at multiple targets, all but one of them must fire without the guidance of a target lock at -2. Ship damage. Spaceships take damage just like people, but the scale is different. Ships can suffer 2 kinds of damage: hull damage and systems damage. Hull damage decreases the ship's hull points, HP, which are a measure of how big and robust the ship is. Systems damage decreases the ship's energy points, EP, which are a measure of the reactor's output. EP are used to power the different systems of the ship, as described above. When a ship suffers EP damage, its effectiveness drops. Systems damage first eliminates EP not already spent in the turn, and after that destroys EP already used. Hull damage. When a ship is hit by an enemy weapon system, it suffers damage just like people do in ground combat. 1/6 on the roll inflicts hull damage equal to the weapon's weapon damage. Some weapon systems inflict EP damage instead of HP damage, and some systems inflict both HP and EP damage. For each additional 6 after the first one on the gunner's attack roll, she gets to choose a bonus effect. More damage. The target takes 1 additional point of damage. This effect may be chosen multiple times. Critical hit. The target suffers a critical hit. This costs a number of 6s after the first one equal to the weapon system's crit rating. Page 150. If even more 6s are rolled, the severity of the critical damage may be increased. More on critical damage below. Armor. The armor of a spaceship works exactly like body armor in ground combat. If you take a hit, roll a number of dice equal to your armor rating. For each 6 you roll, lower the damage by 1. This roll is not an action for any crew member. Critical damage. If the armor roll reduces the damage suffered to 0, any critical damage is also eliminated. The attacker must declare whether or not she intends to score a critical hit before the armor roll is made. Disabled ship. When a ship drops to either 0 HP or 0 EP, it is disabled. Hull collapse. On a ship reduced to 0 HP, the reactor and all weapon systems stop working, and the ship also suffers explosive decompression. Time to get to the escape pods or into an exo. Read more on page 99. A disabled ship is not blown to bits, however. It can be repaired using the right equipment. Systems collapse. On a ship reduced to 0 EP, the reactor stops working. The life support systems will keep functioning, but no system that requires EP can be used. The ship is dead in space, continuing on its present course with its present speed, and will be lost in the darkness unless towed to safety or repaired. Ship ramming. When one ship rams another, see the pilot phase, above, both ships suffer damage. Each ship takes damage equal to the class of the enemy ship. The defender then suffers extra HP damage equal to the number of extra 6s on the attacker's roll, after the 6 is necessary to win the opposed roll. Damage to crew. If the bridge, or some other module where crew members or passengers are located, is destroyed, its occupants risk grave injury. The attacker rolls 6 dice for each person in the module. The roll works like a normal ranged attack, but skill level and weapon bonus are ignored. Use the weapon system's weapon damage and crit value. The scale of the damage is, of course, off, but the person is not hit with full force. Torpedoes explode when they hit their target, causing more shrapnel damage than other weapons. On a torpedo hit, roll 9 dice against each person in the module. On top of the risk of being killed in the blast, the destroyed module also suffers explosive decompression. Page 99. Table 7.16. Critical ship damage. 2d6, critical damage. 2 limited decompression. The integrity of the bridge or some other populated module is breached, venting oxygen into space. Roll a die at the beginning of each following turn. On a 6, the module suffers complete explosive decompression. Page 99. The engineer can repair the breach in the engineer phase. 3 structural damage. The armor rating of the ship is reduced by 2, and signature is increased by 2 until the damage is repaired. For damaged sensors, the sensor operator gets a -2 to all her rolls until the damage is repaired. 5 damaged thrusters. The ship becomes harder to control. Maneuverability is decreased by 2. 6 damaged power coupling. The power flow from the reactor to the rest of the ship is reduced. The ship's EP pool is decreased by 2. 7 destroyed module. A random module is destroyed. It cannot be used until the damage is repaired. Use dice to randomly determine which module is affected. The 3 required modules, bridge, reactor, and graviton projector, cannot be hit. They have their own critical damage rules. If the module is populated, its occupants risk injury. See the box on the previous page. 8 disabled weapon system. One of the weapon systems on the ship is hit and stops working. If you have more than one weapon system, determine which is hit randomly. If the ship has no weapons at all, re-roll this result. 9 disabled graviton projector. The ship loses its propulsion, continues forward at a constant speed. The pilot can no longer perform any actions. 10 destroyed bridge. The ship can no longer be maneuvered. The captain, pilot, and sensor operator can no longer perform their actions. The engineer and gunner stations are normally not on the bridge, so they can act normally. Everyone on the bridge risks damage, and the module suffers explosive decompression. 11 chain reaction. Roll twice on the table. 12 reactor detonation. A critical hit in the reactor is the worst possible outcome. Reactors in the third horizon generate enormous amounts of energy, and a critical hit in the reactor releases all this energy at once. The effect is disastrous. The ship is broken apart and lost forever. Everyone on board risks serious damage, see the box text, and is of course subjected to immediate explosive decompression. Critical damage. Critical damage will seriously affect some of the core functions of the ship. Roll 2d6 to determine the effect. Severity. If you have more 6s to spend than those which you need to score a critical injury, you can use them to increase the severity of the injury. For every extra 6 spent to increase the severity of the critical injury, you get to re-roll the 2d6 crit roll once. You need to determine how many 6s you want to spend on this before you start re-rolling. You are allowed to go back to an earlier result if you re-roll. Cumulative effects. All effects from critical damage that modify skill tests stack. If the ship suffers the same critical damage again, add the modifiers. Destroyed modules. Modules destroyed by a critical hit can be repaired by the engineer. The feature ship system can also repair destroyed modules. Ship repairs. Repairing a damaged ship requires technology rolls, tools, and spare parts. Read more under the engineer phase on page 168. Ships are usually made up of ordinary technology, and can therefore be repaired using ordinary spare parts, page 113. Some modules and features are advanced tech, however, requiring advanced parts. Repairs are easier to perform while in dock or in a spaceport. Repairs during travel or combat suffer a -2 to the roll, unless the ship has a service station. Disabled ship. A ship that has been disabled from either 0 HP or 0 EP requires more extensive and time-consuming repairs. For every HP or EP you want to restore to the ship, you must spend a whole day on repairs. Space combat example. The PC's vessel, the Narzalis, and the Corsair vessel, the Tigris, have detected one another and the battle has begun. The distance between them is 2 cu. The captains roll their initiative scores, a command roll. They both get 1/6. Both their command skill levels are 3, so chance determines who goes first. The GM rolls the highest, the Tigris is first up. Both ships have an initiative score of 6. Turn 1, order phase. Both the GM and Nicodema, captain of the Narzalis, secretly choose their orders, and then reveal them. They have both chosen the attack. Order. The GM tests command for the captain of the Tigris and succeeds 1/6. The Tigris will have a +1 bonus for moving toward the Narzalis as well as to any attack rolls for the rest of the turn. Nicodema tests her command but fails. She chooses not to pray to the icons for a reroll, so the PCs will not get any modifiers from Nicodema's order. Turn 1, engineer phase. The EP of the two ships are now being distributed. Both are Class 3 vessels with unmodified reactors. That means they have 5 EP each. EP distribution is done openly. The GM spends 3 EP on the pilot, 1 on the sensor operator, and 1 on the gunner. The engineer on the Narzalis, Nema, spends her EP the same way. None of the engineers wish to perform any actions. Turn 1, pilot phase. The pilots openly declare their actions, the GM going first as he has the initiative. The GM chooses to advance toward the Narzalis and tests pilot with a +1 because the pilot follows the attack. Order given by the captain in phase 1. The GM gets 1/6 and moves the Tigris 1 segment closer to the Narzalis. The ships are now only 1 cu apart. On board the Narzalis, the pilot Joven attempts an evasive maneuver with no bonus. This costs 3 EP. She gets 2 6s on her roll, which means that all attacks against the Narzalis suffer a -2 this turn. Turn 1, sensor phase. Time for the sensor operators to act. The GM is up first and chooses to attempt target lock, 1 EP, on the Narzalis. The GM tests data gin and gets 1/6. There is now a lock on the Narzalis with a strength of 1. The sensor operator on the Narzalis, Sabah, immediately attempts to break the lock, 1 EP, and tests data gin with a -1, the strength of the enemy lock. Sabah succeeds with 2 6s. The lock is broken. Turn 1, attack phase. The GM begins activating the Tigris gunner. He chooses to use the advanced accelerator cannon that costs 1 EP and tests ranged combat with a +2 from the weapon, +1 for the cannon and +1 for the advanced feature, +1 for the attack. Order, -2 for the evasive maneuver performed by the pilot of the Narzalis, and finally -2 for not having a lock on the target, resulting in a total modifier of -1. Still, he is triumphant 3 6s and spends 2 of them on a critical hit. The PCs test the Narzalis armor, but roll no 6s. The Narzalis suffers 1 point of HP damage, as well as the critical damage thrusters, giving her a -2 to maneuverability. Now it is time to return fire. As the PCs are fewer than 5, they have equipped the Narzalis with the feature ship intelligence that acts as gunner, firing their accelerator cannon. It rolls for ranged combat with a +1 from the weapon bonus. This costs 1 EP. The roll succeeds, showing 2 6s, and after the GM fails his armor test, the Tigris suffers 2 points of hull damage. Turn 2, order phase. The GM and Captain Nicodema choose their orders secretly. The GM has picked attack. Again. Nicodema chooses retreat. The GM rolls command and gets 2 6s. The Tigris will get a +2 to movement toward the Narzalis and to all attacks. Nicodema rolls command, also scoring 2 6s, which means that the Narzalis will get a +2 to movement away from the Tigris. Turn 2, engineer phase. This turn, the GM spends 3 EP on the gunner, 1 on the engineer, and 1 on the sensor operator. The engineer on the Tigris uses the EP for the action repair system damage, but fails the technology roll. Nema of the Narzalis spends 3 EP on the pilot, 1 EP on the engineer, and 1 EP on the gunner. Nema then attempts the repair critical damage action, and succeeds. The thrusters are now working again. Turn 2, pilot phase. The GM didn't spend any EP on his pilot, who in turn can't perform an action. Pilot Joven on the Narzalis chooses to obey Nicodema's retreat order, getting a +2 to her pilot roll. Despite this, she fails and the distance between the two vessels remains the same. Turn 2, Sensor Phase. The GM once again chooses to try and establish a target lock on the Narzalis. He tests Data Jin and gets 1-6. A Strength 1 lock is now in place on the Narzalis to aid the gunner of the Tigris in the coming phase. Turn 2, Attack Phase. The GM has prepared a mighty attack for the gunner of the Tigris. He chooses to launch a torpedo. He gets a +7 to the ranged combat roll, +1 for the torpedo, +2 for the attack order, +1 for the target lock, and +3 for the extra EP allotted to the gunner. The torpedo is launched and hits its target. The GM rolls 2 6s, inflicting 3 points of hull damage. The PCs test their ship's armor and get 1-6, but still suffer 2 points of hull damage. The Narzalis, now down to 3 hull points, fires its accelerator cannon again, testing ranged combat with a +1 from the weapon bonus and gets 1-6. The GM tests the armor of Tigris and gets 1-6. The attack doesn't penetrate the thick Duralite hull of the Tigris. The battle continues. Chapter 8. From Zalos to Menkar, the horizon is full of wonders. The crater dome on Algol, the Eye of Echarin, the Icon City on Mira, these are only some examples of holy places to which pilgrims flock by the thousands. Yet Qua, most holy, the star at the center of the horizon, shines the brightest, a beacon of civilization, defiant in the endless black. The Third Horizon, and Astronomical Overview, Elder Mayhead. The Third Horizon. The Third Horizon is the game setting of Coriolis, a cluster of 36 star systems connected by ancient portals. From the hub, the cosmopolitan space station Coriolis, to the far reaches of Menkar and Inu, the peoples and societies of the Third Horizon are all linked by fate. This book will present the Third Horizon in all its multifaceted glory. We will begin with the history of the horizon, then move on to describe the current political tensions and take an in-depth look at the dominant factions. After that, this book will describe the different cultures and peoples of the horizon, as well as the key star systems. The last chapters, only for the GM's eyes, describe the creatures and secrets that lurk in the dark between the stars, as well as the introductory adventure. The history of the horizon. Your story in Coriolis will take place in the network of star systems called the Third Horizon, or, more commonly, just the Horizon. Via the ancient portal fields, interstellar travel connects the people of the horizon through commerce and cultural exchange. Mankind has called the horizon its home for 5 centuries now, and since the portal wars ended just over 100 years ago, its only home. Songs, poems, and books still recount the memories of what came before. However, the Third Horizon is not the first place mankind colonized. The Three Horizons. When mankind left Alarda, taking its first hesitant steps out into the universe, hundreds upon hundreds of simple vessels departed for unknown destinations beyond the Big Black. Most were never heard from again. A few reported having found only empty star systems or uninhabitable planets, their mission's failures. But then, a lone ship returned with the news that they had found a strange artifact of unknown construction, and the fate of humanity was forever changed. The expedition, the names of its crew long lost in the fog of the past, had found a star portal. When the full importance of the discovery became clear, new worlds suddenly lay before the feet of mankind. The cluster of stars that waited only a portal jump away was named the First Horizon. The ruling powers of Alarda wasted no time. One by one, the newly accessible stars were colonized. Earth-like planets were discovered. Humanity established itself as a spacefaring civilization once and for all. A while later, the Second Horizon was discovered. A new wave of colonists conquered it world by world. Centuries passed, and what had started as a new golden age slowly turned into something else. Few details have survived to this day, but it is clear that a schism arose between the two horizons. Eventually, a third horizon was discovered, giving hope of refuge to those who wanted to escape the older horizon's increasingly monolithic cultures. The first come, The first to arrive in the third horizon were fortune seekers, religious dissidents, and rebels. None of them had any love for the empire builders of the first horizon, or any means of competing for resources in the rapidly overcrowding second horizon. Some of them would permanently put their mark on the third horizon. The group that eventually became the Order of the Pariah, the colonists who founded the beautiful cities on Mira, and the Otakon dynasty are some examples. The first come laid the foundation for the third horizon of today, colonizing the larger systems, building magnificent cities, and creating a free and tolerant new order. It was the first come who introduced the third horizon to the icons and the dark between the stars. Today it's the region's largest religion. It was a civilized era. There was peace and commerce between the peoples. Cultures flourished and evolved. But like all good things, the peace couldn't last forever. The Portal Wars. How and why the Portal Wars began, no one really knows anymore. Some historians believe that rebel groups wished to end the imperialism of the First Horizon. Others that the wars were only a tragic side effect of a conflict between the two older horizons. There are even those who claim that the First and Second Horizons started the wars together, with the intention of isolating the Third Horizon and leaving it to crumble in the empty void. When the wars began, the armadas and servants of the first two horizons were spread all over the Third Horizon, but after a long and bloody campaign, the peoples of the Third Horizon, with the fleets of the Order of the Pariah leading the charge, managed to push their remaining enemies into the affluent Otakon system. The final battle above Otakon ended in disaster. Whole fleets and eventually the entire system were destroyed. The Order and the Third Horizon emerged victorious, but paid a terrible price for it. The portals back to the older horizons collapsed, ending communication and trade forever. The peoples of the Third Horizon were now alone. A recession followed immediately after the end of the war. With the supply of important resources from the older horizons cut off, general standards of living plunged. The long night, an age of darkness, isolation, and decay began. The portals connecting the systems of the Third Horizon still worked, but trade diminished rapidly. Many cultures became planet-bound. The dream of the stars that had been realized for such a short time was again just a dream. The advanced technology that many of the horizon's wonders relied upon was forgotten, cities and outposts fell, and civilization receded. The long night, as this period is known today, was an era without progress and with a declining population. Here and there, lights in the darkness struggled on. The university in the icon city that never shut its doors, the temple city of Lotus in perpetual bloom, the Order's regime on Zalos that held their own against the dark with vigilance and strict discipline. But these are the exceptions. The story of the long night is one of famine, plague, and despair. Whole cultures vanished in the sands of time. The peoples feared that darkness had arrived to stay, until a strange ship suddenly arrived in the Dabran system. The Portal Builders. The origins of the portals and their creators are unknown. That the portals were engineered by some highly intelligent beings is beyond questioning, but no remains found anywhere give any clues as to the hidden architect's appearance, or even when they lived. The Portal Builders, as they are usually called, are veiled in mystery. Many theories exist, of course, substantiated to varying degrees. Some researchers believe them to be an ancient human civilization, others that they were envoys of some omnipotent intelligence. Zenith and Nadir. Over a millennia ago, the desperate rulers of Alarda gazed dreaming toward the distant stars, and one of those stars was Dabran. Two gigantic ships took off, headed for the Red Giant. The twin colossi were named Zenith and Nadir, and on board they carried colonists meant to settle in the system now called Dabran. The colonists were in stasis, cryosleep, several 100,000 per ship. The fate of the crew was different, however. Through the generations they remained awake, tending to the ship and its sleeping passengers in the quiet, starry night. From time to time, the crew would also go into stasis for a few years, but essentially they lived and died at the post to which their family had been appointed. The captain family Quasar, the helmsman of the Urids clan, and many other families in essential crew positions saw birth, life, and death on the bridge of the Zenith. Their voyage lasted nearly a full millennia, and at some point toward the end, contact with Nadir was lost. Alone, Zenith finally arrived in the Dabran system to assess the conditions for colonization. They found that the system definitively could support human life, and that it already did. Mankind had already colonized the systems around the red giant more than 500 years earlier. Memories of horizons lost. Few, if any, today still remember the first or second horizons. Rumors would have it that some ascetics, like the godchild of the cliffs of Garuda, are old enough to tell stories of the lost horizons, but most people in the third horizon nowadays are too busy with current affairs to fantasize about the old days. Not even the crew of Zenith can really say much. The portals were not even discovered when they left their dying world. The songs about Alarda, the lost home, are few but colorful. They tell of cities covering whole continents, towers so high they reach the atmosphere, and an impossibly blue sky, beautiful beyond description. The Zenithians. What the astounded crew of the Zenith discovered were 36 linked star systems, homes to a myriad of scattered outposts and colonies. The cults, orders, and tribes that lived across the horizon were largely without interest in communicating with each other, or lacked the technology to do so. The occasional contact that did occur was mainly in the form of repression or outright war. The crew of the Zenith, called the Latecome by the old colonists and Zenithians by themselves, traveled the third horizon for a long time while trying to agree on what to do next, eventually putting their ship in orbit above Qua as the discussion intensified. The heart of the issue was what to do now that their colonization directive seemed pointless. The crew kept the colonists in stasis as they debated their future. The captain family, the Quasars, proposed to carry out the mission despite the new situation, while others, led by the Reed's family, argued that everyone should be free to decide for themselves. The directives were redundant and thus the contract void. A third faction within the crew lost patience as the discussions dragged on, and woke the colonists from stasis on their own. The traitors, now called the Draconite faction, left the ship in the chaos of the awakening. The founding of Coriolis. Complete disorder seemed imminent, and the captain of the Zenith, a Baron Quasar, responded to the threat of mutiny by offering all crew and colonists the choice to go wherever they pleased and to bring with them the resources they needed for survival at their destinations. The Quasar family themselves descended to the planet below and founded a colony there, on and around the monolith. The newly awakened colonists quickly formed gangs and groups, choosing leaders mainly from the crew, who had more knowledge of the situation. Some factions left to found colonies in other systems, but many remained in the Qua system. The remains of the Zenith became the basis for the construction of a giant space station, Coriolis, dominated from the very beginning by the Reed's clan and their faction, the Consortium. The new era. In the wake of the expeditions suddenly departing for destinations all across the horizon, the Consortium began opening the trade routes again. Their proud bastion, Coriolis Station, became a place where the first-come groups, long isolated from each other, could meet and interact with the newcomers, the Zenithians. Powerful groups that had up until now lacked both the incentive and the resources to communicate off-world now suddenly had both. Soon, the courts of Dabran traded as much with the theocrats of Sadal as they did with each other, all thanks to the Consortium, and convoys from Mira, packed with supplies from their rich home world, became a regular sight in both these systems. With travel suddenly accessible again, the traditional pilgrimages resurged, and holy sites such as Lotus and Dabran, the Icon City on Mira and the Dome of the Icons on Coriolis were soon flooded with believers from every system. The monolith, home of the Quasars, quickly joined the flow of commerce through its dominance over the booming economy on primitive Qua. Goods from the surface of the planet were transported up to Coriolis and unloaded for distribution on the Net, the spindly skeleton of the Zenith, orbiting Qua as a sister satellite to the space station. The Council of Factions. With the opening of the horizon, other factions, less locally and more ideologically based, re-entered the stage. From their remote headquarters, possessing strange knowledge and mythical technology to back up their ideological strength, many factions and cults sent representatives to Coriolis. With few exceptions, they all bought seats on the station's political council to try and influence the fragile, reborn horizon to their faction's benefit. This became the foundation of the Council of Factions. The recent arrival of the emissaries has brought the stability of the council into question, and only time will tell how many of the faction members will continue to place their trust in its ability to keep the peace. The horizon today. As Coriolis, the third horizon, begins, a series of destabilizing events have shaken the third horizon to the core. The arrival of the emissaries. With the new age, balance and the grace of the icons has returned to the horizon. Trade and new Zenithian ways have replaced armed conflict and isolationism. Ancient traditions have been abandoned, which upsets some of the factions. Luckily, the Council of Factions seemed to live up to its civilized reputation, and careful negotiations resolved issues that in the past would have resulted in bloodshed. And then the emissaries arrived. It started with reports of faint sensor echoes from the depths of the gas giant Xene, and then they emerged ghosts from another world. They arrived at the Foundation's research installation monitoring the gas giant, numbering 5, and on an unknown mission. One of them remained at the station, 3 set off into the horizon, and the last one headed straight for Coriolis to demand a seat on the council. The birth of the mystics. When the emissaries arrived, so did something else. Ordinary people suddenly began changing. Minds twisting, rampant madness, but worst of all, mystical powers, thought only to exist among the ascetics of the circle of seekers, were suddenly manifesting themselves at random. From prince to beggar, first come to Zenithian, anyone could suddenly fall victim to the illness, known as mystic's disease or simply the blight. The metachurgs of the Foundation compete with the Order's prophets to try and explain the phenomena as either a mind meme or an evil curse from beyond the darkness. People with mystical powers are being hunted and killed. Even just suspicions of the illness are enough to place someone in mortal danger. Mystics who wish to live stay silent and disappear, while fear and hate has the horizon in a stranglehold. The Zelosian conflict. When the emissary on the Foundation station at Xene declared itself the judge incarnate, an icon, the first-come factions were outraged by the blatant heresy. The Order of the Pariah threatened to leave the council, but was persuaded to stay. Instead, the Order closed their home system and stopped all traffic through the Zelos system, effectively shutting down the pilgrims' route to Mira. This also threatened the trade flow vital to the consortium, which has responded by posing an ultimatum. Reopen the routes or the Legion will be sent in to deal with the situation. The Order says that they will keep the system closed until the blasphemous emissary is extradited to Zelos to stand trial. The other factions watch and wait. The Council does nothing. A secret arms race begins. Docks on Qua and Sadal increase their production. The consortium sends spies and agents all across the horizon for information. Zelos remains silent. The Tauan distress call. Suddenly, something happened. A distorted distress signal arrived from one of the colonial agency's largest settlements, Sabari on Tauan. A desperate cry for help. Only a fragment of the whole message had gotten through, but it spoke of an attack. The Zenithian factions convened and assembled a rescue mission. The fleet departed for Tauan only to face death and destruction. Just a handful of ships returned. Silence descends upon the horizon yet again, but something stirs beneath the surface. The prophets and astronics read terrible omens in the stars, or in the dark between them. Chapter 9. Qua is the seat of power, Coriolis its focal point, and the consortium its uncrowned emperor. There can be no doubt about the fact that the Zenithian faction is the largest organization in the horizon, but there is no shortage of aspiring usurpers either. The dethroning is coming. May the icons have mercy. In the shadow of the consortium, political landscapes of the third horizon, Zeidelden Zo. Factions. The horizon is not dominated by a single power, but instead a wide range of groups struggle to claim the title. These are the factions. These monolithic organizations are divided into 2 groups, fighting economic, cultural, and military wars among each other to further their individual agendas. The horizon is full of large corporations, institutions, and orders, but only a few, those with strong enough ancestry and political power, are called factions. Despite some disagreement on the issue, the general consensus is that there are 10 active factions in the horizon today, divided into 2 groups, First Come and Zenithian. The dividing line between the early colonists and the late-come Zenithians is the third horizon's most prominent cultural conflict, taken to its extreme in the power play of the factions. The First Come share a strong belief in the icons, while the Zenithians base their ideology on the austere pragmatism introduced by the arrival of their archship, Zenith. There are some exceptions. The Church of the Icons is a young faction, but counts as First Come thanks to their strong religious foundation. The Legion, on the other hand, has a first-come history, having fought together with the Order of the Pariah at Otakon, but counts as Zenithian because of their current alliance with the Consortium. Zenithian factions. The Zenithian factions, headed by the Consortium, all promote the pragmatic Zenithian culture and focus on function and effectiveness. They acknowledge the icon faith, and many Zenithians have adopted the icons as their gods, but view religion as something separate from politics and refuse to let the icons influence their ideology. Their common goal is to consolidate their power in the horizon and act as guardians and shepherds for the Zenithian peoples, as they believe this to be the way into a new golden age. The Zenithian factions have a natural leader in the Consortium, who through their myriad subsidiaries and trade networks have gathered riches and resources second to none. Thanks to their alliance with the Legion, they also possess considerable military strength, dominating Coriolis and controlling large territories throughout the horizon. Not all Zenithians are happy with their leadership, however. The proud Zenithian hegemony regards themselves as the true rulers of the Zenithians, and they are steadily growing stronger. The smallest factions, the Free League and the Syndicate, have less direct power on the political scene, but work with precision in the shadows, often together. They are also the most ideologically flexible of the Zenithian factions, open to negotiations and compromises for mutual benefit with the First-Come factions. First-Come factions. Unlike their Zenithian counterparts, the First-Come factions place great belief in religious and mystical ideas about destiny and morality, in the legendary words of Icon Mother Sarisha. Without the icons, the suns would go out. Without prayer, the horizon would stop. Faith and morality can be discussed just as intensely before drafting a new trade agreement as when debating whether or not humanities have souls. The First-Come factions are known for their inability to agree with each other, often leaving it to the Zenithians to mediate between them. Only on one occasion have the First-Come factions joined forces to achieve a common goal, when they crushed Nazarim's sacrifice. There is no obvious leader among the First-Come factions, but as far as wealth and size goes, the Church of the Icons and the Order of the Pariah are the strongest. With the Order's recent seclusion and the Church of the Icons' lack of any real military strength, the First-Come factions are more divided than ever. Nazarim's sacrifice. Factions are mighty, but not invincible. Nazarim's sacrifice was a cult-like faction of great power, until they were wiped out in a single, devastating blow and erased from the annals of the horizon. Not much is known of this First-Come faction, other than that they were hunted down by their brothers and sisters in the Order of the Pariah and the Draconites, supported by the other First-Come factions and the Legion. The history of the Nazarim is more or less taboo to discuss, but there are of course many theories, most of which agree that the Nazarim turned to the dark between the stars, thus sentencing themselves to death. Zenithian factions. The Consortium, the Free League, the Legion, the Syndicate, the Zenithian hegemony. First-Come factions. Ahlam's Temple, the Draconites, the Church of the Icons, the Order of the Pariah, the Nomad Federation, the Consortium. Expansion is life. The Consortium is the largest faction in the Third Horizon. It consists of a group of large corporations which together dominate trade, manufacturing, media, science, and colonization. The Consortium and the Coriolis station are one, so closely tied together that most people in the horizon can't tell them apart. Coriolis was constructed using materials from the dismantling of the Zenith, on the orders of the Urides family, the seconds in command. The Uridices had a vision that became the consortium's motto: sell everything to everyone. The Urides clan, together with the families Par, Nestera, and Yevgeny, founded the core group of companies that now, some 60 years later, have grown into one huge faction. The consortium of today consists of about 20 larger companies, all owning installations and factories throughout the horizon. Most production facilities are located on Qua or in the larger systems, but new colonies are established all the time. The larger corporations have representatives on the board of directors, the faction's governing body, and the three largest ones, the Bulletin, the Foundation, and the Colonial Agency, each have their own seat at the Council of Factions. The current faction director and council member is Tierra Urides, closely associated with the military-industrial trinity Parnestra, Tylides, and Zor, and a personal friend of Legion General Ekaterina Hierida. The new, aggressive policies promoted by Tierra have begun to escalate conflicts across the horizon. A storm is coming. The The companies of the consortium. The companies of the consortium cover most areas of production, save perhaps the food industry, where they are represented only by the Par Biosculptors ready-made meals. They have many famous products on the weapons market, manufactured by Zor, Dial, Tylides, or Nestera all over the horizon. Entertainment and information is handled by the Bulletin and Exeter, while companies like the Foundation, Cellar Delecta, and Nyala dominate virtually all advanced manufacturing and research. The industrial corporations have the greatest amount of autonomy within the faction, often acting as a counterweight to the three largest members. They are also the ones who are spread the farthest across the horizon, Alcara's Daharab dockyards on Sidal and Zor's research center in Trigon, Mira, being clear examples of this. External security is handled by the Legion with their mighty star fleet and fearsome legionnaires. Most of the big companies have private corporate brigades, however, such as the Nestera Brigade, who cleared the conglomerate of rebel elements, or the Colonial Rangers, the agency's tactical teams. Police matters are handled by the Coriolis Guard with the help of the Judicators, hired from the hegemony. They are not trusted with internal security, however. This falls under the jurisdiction of the Intelligence Service, the top-secret special branch. Very few within the consortium know any details about the affairs of the special branch, but they are said to have access to all of the Foundation's latest research and the corporation's most advanced technology. Production. The production units of the consortium are spread across the entire horizon. How they operate differs, from simple factories of the conglomerate to more advanced orbital facilities on dedicated space stations. Modular production of things like Vulcan weapons, tags, and MDOSes runs continuously, while larger and more expensive items are only made to order, for example ships of the heavier classes, advanced weapon systems, reactors, etc. Things like these are huge investments, which is why the consortium also has a large network of banks for financing and risk diversification. The Bulletin. The largest news agency in the horizon is the Bulletin, a Coriolis-based media conglomerate. Their motto is newsworthy and accessible, something that colors both their news coverage and their other programs. Being Coriolis-based, both news and other programs are mainly from the station itself, or from the portal stations, most of which have some degree of Bulletin presence. They do, of course, send correspondents to the far reaches of the horizon if some event there is sensational enough, and to the sites and planets most visited by pilgrims. They usually contract freelancers for the most remote jobs. This keeps both the costs and the risks to a minimum. Other than news and entertainment, the Bulletin also offers a post and courier service called the ERMS Courier. ERMS ships carry mainly the Bulletin's own news, but also other messages and information, and, in rare cases, physical mail. The faces of the Bulletin. A sure ticket to fame in the Third Horizon is to become a known face on a Bulletin broadcast. Jalab Korhin, the star anchor and morning hostess Nana Alide, who hosts her shows from the top of the spire, are famous throughout the horizon, and their take on current affairs carries great weight. Jasmine Amliki, star of the popular series The Plantation Owner's Daughter, and Hija Tarakono from the fashion show Gilded Veils, are other examples of Bulletin celebrities. The out-of-system correspondents are few but well-known, like Alandro Shanatar on Mira or the recently jailed Ivev Dakur in the Zalos system. The Bulletin runs the only real media school in the horizon, the Lyceum of Propaganda on Coriolis. This is where the reporters and show hosts come to train, but the school has also seen spies, diplomats, and a few successful private detectives pass through its halls over the years. As of late, the Bulletin has become troubled with an increase in independent voices challenging their media dominance. The Red Spider out in the Rimward Reach, Zuraya in the Sidal system, and the Freedom Call on Algol. The recent jailing of the Bulletin's correspondent to Zalos has led to a diplomatic crisis between the consortium and the Order. The Foundation. The Secular Foundation is the part of the consortium mainly concerned with research and development. Table 9.1 The largest consortium companies. Company Main Industry. Alcara Larger ships. The Bulletin. Information. Entertainment. Cellar Delecta. Cybernetic prosthetics. Bionics. Metachurgy. Exeter Reactors, Cruises, Tourism. Hyperion Bulk Haulers. Logistics. Freight. The Colonial Agency, Mineral Prospecting, Mining Operations, Colonization. Nestera, Advanced Body Armor, Ground Vehicles. Nomo, Graviton Generators, Inertia Dampeners. Nyala, computers, hardware, software. Par, intermediate goods. Foods. Ship armor. Parnestra, accelerator weapons, body armor. The Foundation, research, education. Tylides, exosuits, smaller ships, probes, torpedoes. Vulcaner, Vulcan weapons. Zor, advanced body armor, shock weapons, thermal weapons. They are known for their starkly rational and scientific, that is to say, Zenithian view of the world. To the first come, the Foundation is a bastion of non-believers and is shameful to the entire horizon. The company is, as the name suggests, run as a foundation, selling and leasing their breakthroughs to third parties. Most production methods and patents used by consortium companies were developed by the Foundation. The Foundation rediscovered the algorithms necessary to understand and use the portal fields, and due to this is a strong presence within the consortium. This knowledge was at the time only in the hands of the Order and the Nazarim, and they kept it a secret. Apart from portal field and astronics research, which takes place at institutes spread all across the horizon, like the Candermal and the Rimward Reach, for example, the main areas of research for the Foundation are socioarithmetics, intelligence research, portal archaeology, and bionics. The intelligence research is mostly focused on ship intelligences and is highly classified, conducted only in secret units under the supervision of the Special Branch. The bionics research, on the other hand, is completely open for review in an effort to challenge the Order's monopoly on hospitals and sanatoriums. New sciences. Socioarithmetics is a field of study in which mathematical algorithms are applied to whole populations to make macropolitical predictions. The Foundation claims that their methods are accurate, but their critics present the fact that they failed to predict the arrival of the emissaries as proof of the opposite. The professors at the Foundation's Mathematical Institute say that not every individual can be accounted for in their studies as a response to the criticism. The Bulletin has had great results when using the methods to tailor programs more to the preferences of their viewers. The fields of Xeno and portal archaeology receive huge backing from the Foundation. Several expeditions are launched each year, usually in association with the Colonial Agency, to explore ruins, remnants of portal builder technology, or other artifacts. The biggest site is off-limits to the expeditions, however, the inside of the monolith, closed to rival factions by order of the Asturban, the hegemony's secret police. The Foundation's College of Engineers on Coriolis offers the best natural science education in the horizon. The generous scholarships offered to promising scientists and students also add to its reputation. The Colonial Agency. When the horizon was new and unknown to the Zenithians, the Urites family started an agency tasked with financing, launching, and establishing new colonies. Nowadays, they rarely find new colonies themselves, and the Colonial Agency, through its extension the Colonial Bank, has shifted its main focus to financing, educating, and tech leasing to independent entrepreneurs looking to start mining operations, colonies, and factories. They also run a school on Coriolis, the Colonial Agency's higher education center, where they train the horizon's best scouts, explorers, and colonists. The top students are recruited to the Colonial Rangers, special ops teams used to secure sensitive investments that require a little more finesse than the blunt fist of the Legion. Through investments in the consortium's heavy industry, the agency has access to dust trawlers, mining drones, mobile smelters, and other heavy machinery that an entrepreneur might need to lease. Hyperion shuttles and bulk haulers handle transportation. The Zenithians and the consortium are not the only ones who employ the agency. Many first-come rulers and merchants, including recently the iconocrate of Sedal, are clients here. A hated faction. Being a colonial agent is a responsibility that comes with many perks, but also risks. Many view the Colonial Agency as an exploitative, parasitic corporation. Thieves that ship resources off-world and pocket the profit. Especially so on Algol, where they are strong but despised. They are accused of having caused a terrible natural disaster, in which an entire ocean was drained in the search for precious minerals on the ocean floor. The most reputable agents are celebrities whose advice is sought before any large project. Ares Cleon, who found the Oharu 12 diamonds, or Minajifa, who discovered the silk fields on Menkar and mapped the monolith there, are names that often come up in connection with new expeditions and bulletin reports. Compared to them, the agency's council member, Desarin Kai, is a relatively anonymous figure. The one area the agency stays clear of is archaeological expeditions. After the catastrophic failure on Menkar, when the monolith there crumbled and fell, all such undertakings are left to the Foundation, although joint efforts are not uncommon. The Free League. The Free League organizes the small actors on the otherwise consortium-dominated market. Having access to a skilled workforce in spaceports and souks, they offer a service the consortium cannot. The League, as it is commonly called, was originally created as a counterweight to the consortium, but had no way of competing in the beginning. They tried to perform the same functions as the consortium, but have over time changed their attitude towards nurturing a more symbiotic relationship instead. The fact of the matter is that without the League's deckhands, pilots, and engineers, all of the consortium's ships and haulers would wait in dock, their cargo unloaded, and without the free traders, consortium commerce wouldn't reach as far out on the star arms as it does. In the shadows, both parties are still trying to outmaneuver the other, however. When it comes to free traders and markets outside of the core systems, the League is practically in a monopoly position. The risks compared to the calculated profit are too great for any of the major consortium companies to get involved. The League runs several auction houses and souks in the outer systems, as well as a few on both Qua and Coriolis. The current goal for the League is to keep its control of the outer markets, and to improve the living conditions of its members. No other faction is as open about its membership as the League, counting official members. The Free League is the Horizon's largest faction. The League's dirty laundry. The League's biggest problem is the alleged connection between itself and the Syndicate, something widely proclaimed by the consortium. The League's council member, Jezebel Niles, has time and again repudiated the accusations in very vivid language. To quiet the rumors, the League has begun hiring bounty hunters to go after corsairs, smugglers, and even the Algolan slavers. Another fly in the ointment is that the League's own so-called Night Hands, the paramilitary wing of the organization previously reserved for dealing with scabs and disloyal members, seems to have become more autonomous. The leader of the Night Hands, the stevedore Zarya, is often seen around the dodgy parts of the Ozone Plaza and is rumored to have dealings with the Syndicate. It is not all bad for the League, of course. Living astrogator legend Ahina Kuma still joins a new crew before every trip, bringing the icon's benevolent grace with her. Other celebrity members include Baris Khan, head pilot on the Net, and shipless Captain Fatma Baruti, who takes jobs wherever a captain is needed. Some regard it as a bad omen when she comes walking through a port looking to ship out. The League is actively recruiting among the plebeians in the conglomerate, something the local elite, the factory owners, and the consortium are less than happy with. Some even say that the League supports some of the uprisings in the conglomerate. Unity is strength. Membership. The faction is based on paid membership. Every member must pay a license fee of 100 bear per cc, and in return, she is protected by the League through legal counsel, insurance, and, perhaps most importantly, the right to bid on auctions. Through better working conditions, higher salaries, and better insurance policies, the League makes life better for its members every day. They also run a school in Coriolis, free for members, since they still have to work while they study. A new academy for captains and astrogators has just been opened on Coriolis, something the Foundation has protested loudly, as they claim the sole rights to all portal stations and the crewing of them. The slum queen Ijala Baktu has previously been a League member, but now fights against the Zenithians in the Era borough close to the monolith. The League boroughs. In the last few cycles, the League has begun organizing itself in different neighborhoods in the larger cities of the Horizon. In metropolitan areas such as Akander, Cimarron, and Daharab, new boroughs with their own militias, hospitals, schools, and even sanitation, water, and energy plants have formed. The League seems to be on a quest for urban colonization across the Third Horizon, something that the other factions will likely not accept in the long run. The Legion. The best must die so the rest can live. The Legion is comprised of a diverse collection of mercenaries and armed skippers, gathered around the remnants of a fleet squadron from the Portal Wars. The Legion is the youngest of the first-come factions, so young that it is usually considered Zenithian, albeit this is mainly due to their close ties to the consortium. Some say that they might as well just join the consortium, but this would not be in the corporation's best interest. It would mean one less Zenithian vote on the council. The two flagships Shahrazad and Dunyazad and their escort, the only survivors from Shaduser's Second Fleet after the Portal Wars, founded the Legion. When the fleets from the First Horizon were about to attack Mira, Some of Shaducer's forces were diverted to set up an ambush there, but as the enemies took the Otakon route and were destroyed there along with the rest of Shaducer's fleets, they survived. During the chaotic years that followed the end of the war, the survivors traveled the horizon as warlords and corsairs. Many of the horrors perpetrated during those years can be traced back to the Legion, something they refuse to acknowledge today, of course. When the Zenith arrived and the Consortium was founded, this new and powerful employer suddenly meant new possibilities. The Legion of today was born. They were originally hired by the Consortium to wipe out the fleets of the Zenithian hegemony, but suffered terrible losses and retreated, instead being tasked with hunting corsairs, greedy nobles, or any other who would threaten the Consortium's interests. Legion organization. The Legion of today is still centered on the two flagships, but is otherwise organized as three separate branches: the fleet, the companies, and the guard. To many, the fleet represents the true Legion. Even though one of the flagships has gone missing, or is away on a secret mission, the fleet is growing, new ships coming in from the docks on Sadal and many other yards. The exact size of the fleet is unknown. Supposedly, the Legion still has access to secret bases all over the horizon left behind since the chaotic years, but no one knows for sure. The Consortium is the only faction who uses the fleet today. The companies are the everyday faces of the Legion. Many different factions employ this branch for all sorts of missions. The companies are not a uniform army as much as they are a jumbled mess of mercenary groups who can access lucrative jobs through their membership in the Legion. The faction has strict rules that detail how a mission should be carried out, and all member companies must obey the rules or face expulsion and have their leaders hunted down and executed. This makes for plenty of jobs available to free companies. They get paid less but have no rules to follow. The Coriolis Guard is the branch with the lowest reputation. They answer directly to the governor of Coriolis and are responsible for keeping the peace on the station, but they are too corrupt to be any good at it. Legionnaires view them as fake mercs or proxy legionnaires. Woe to the unlucky legionnaire who gets injured badly enough to be demoted to the guard. Heroes of the Legion. Suhaima Taslim, the disabled legionnaire who represents the faction at the council, is but one of many war heroes who pride themselves on sporting the Legion's skull tattoo. Jasma Khyber Palu is a heavily modified soldier with both visible and hidden cybernetics who leads the half-crazed Steel Skulls unit. She gladly accepts dangerous jobs that come with a high risk of injury, and thus a good chance of new mods. The skipper Scalide Dolgana, in her fast fighter Xantis, is famous for her skills as a blockade runner and corsair hunter. Anyone would be lucky to have her as escort out on the Star Arms. Rumor has it that the Legion gets their new tech from consortium companies like Cellar Delecta, Nema Bionics, and Industrial Algebra. True or not, it is evident that many Legionnaires have implants that are unavailable on the open market, sometimes even strange bionic sculpts that cause the faithful to make the sign against the dark between the stars when the soldiers walk past. The fleet. Few know how large the fleet of the Legion really is. The larger ships are well documented by both the Special Branch and other factions, but the disappearance of Shahrazad and the rumors of hidden bases beg the uneasy answer that the size of the fleet may have been underestimated. Only two other factions have war fleets of their own: the Zenithian Hegemony and the Order of the Pariah. The Syndicate. They have what you need, we have what you want. Organized crime in the Third Horizon is controlled by a handful of families and their respective street gangs. The faction is based on Coriolis, but has no seat on the council, much to their chagrin. The Syndicate was founded at the same time as Coriolis, and is viewed by many as the illegal shadow of the Consortium. The faction is made up of a group of wealthy families from the crew of the Zenith who joined forces with first-come criminal groups on Algol, Sadal, and Zalos. Together, they took control over the street gangs that had started to form on Coriolis. The Syndicate wants their operations to run smoothly, and this requires a certain level of law and order. They cooperate with the Guard to combat petty crime because it disturbs their more lucrative forms of business: protection rackets, gambling, pimping, drugs, and smuggling. In the first decades after its birth, the Syndicate grew to own almost the entire Guard through threats and bribery. The courts and the governor needed a drastic change, and asked the Zenithian Hegemony for help. The Hegemony created the Judicators. This new tool of law enforcement decimated the Syndicate's lower levels, especially the street gangs. Soon, however, the crime families learned to adapt, and balance returned once again. Today, the Judicators are less involved with the syndicate and focus their resources on other forms of crime. The basis of the syndicate is the gangs that run the different plazas on Coriolis. Things get violent from time to time, as the gang's methods include a certain level of territorial disputes and revenge. Outside of the station, the middle layers of the organization, the so-called sharpers, run the operations. They operate above the gangs, organizing things like smuggling and drug production. The only areas the syndicate stays away from are slave trading and the smuggling of faction tech. Unfortunately, other players are less scrupulous. The front. The syndicate's contact with the legitimate economy is handled by frontmen in the consortium companies, bureaucrats on Sadal, drug cartels on Algol, and supposedly even the rebels on Zalos B. These contacts are used for smuggling, drug production, proxy trips, and illegal research, sometimes with human subjects. The syndicate is not considered to possess any faction technology of its own, with the possible exception of the rumored black ships. The biggest concern for the syndicate today is the rumors going around that they have begun to associate with the Algolan slavers, which has led to a renewed interest from the Judicators. Both the Church of the Icons and Ahlam's Temple have, unsuccessfully, tried to fight the syndicate's power. The challengers. The syndicate is the largest criminal organization in the horizon, but not the only one. There are 3 rising threats to their power in the horizon: the Serpent, the Slavers, and Faircom, criminal groups dealing in slave trade and gun running. Table 9.2 Families and Gangs. Family. Origin. Gang. Turf. Distinguishing marks. Adibal. Sadal. Ferris. Malukid. Dresses in garish colors. Afina. Algol. Gania. Spice Plaza. Secret Handshake. Burbasil. Zenith. Lama. Ozone Plaza. Lips tattooed black. Intisar. Zalos. Iza. Spring Plaza. Scarification on their backs. Rafa. Algol. Wark. Market Plaza. Secret Handshake. The Black Ships. Recently, stories have begun to surface about oddly shaped ships that sensors can hardly detect, and that suddenly vanish in a burst of static. Some crews claim to have spotted the ships near the smuggling routes, most frequently around the moons of Transurha in the Qua system. The Zenithian hegemony. As it once was, so shall it be again. The aristocrats of the Zenithian hegemony are the elite of the monolith on the planet Qua, and are very clear about their intentions to expand their control, first to Coriolis and then to the entire horizon. Members of the captain's family and other high-ranking officers of the crew of the Zenith founded the hegemony after the schism on board. Captain Abaran Quasar, together with the cabinet of thousands from the monolith, officially rules the faction, but a divide has been growing within the organization. De facto, there are 2 factions within the hegemony: the hegemonists and the Neo-Zenithians, the former led by the Quasar family and the latter by Aryanites. Both groups share the view that the hegemony is the rightful ruler of the Third Horizon and destined to lead its peoples to greatness, but they disagree on how to get there. The hegemonists are elitist and unforgiving, while the Neo-Zenithians prefer cooperation, mainly with the consortium, but also with other factions. Both groups act as patrons for middle-class Zenithians through scholarships, as mentors for entrepreneurs, and invest heavily in Zenithian projects, industrial as well as research. The 2 groups both control a few key institutions within the faction each. The hegemonists control the infamous secret police, the Asturban, while the Neo-Zenithians founded the Judicators and dominate the mighty fleet. The 2 police forces aside, the different families keep house guards of their own. The pride of Zenith. The fleet of the Zenithian hegemony is neither the biggest nor the most powerful in the horizon, but when it comes down to quality, it might be the best. The Zenith Aviation Academy in the monolith is generally considered the best in the horizon, and a long line of popular holodramas has elevated the academy to a legendary reputation. The Sky City in the monolith also houses elements of the Salakad flotilla, known as the best Corsair hunters in system with their elite Nighthawk squadron. Just recently, the patrol routes of the flotilla have been extended and some ships have been tasked with hunting syndicate smugglers. The Aryanites family is believed to control the fleet, but this has not been proven. The hegemony has many famous members throughout the horizon apart from Captain Quasar himself and the faction's council member Johara Quasar. The duelist Mehet Ar Rama, a hegemonist, is notorious for her skills with the Mercurium sword and the ritual scaphe dagger. From the Neo-Zenithians, Commander Ehin Ar Eusidia, a Nighthawk squadron fighter ace personally responsible for several Corsair kills, is among the best known. The hegemony runs two schools of great reputation: the Aviation Academy in the Monolith and the Judicators Forensics Institute on Coriolis. People from all over the horizon come to the system to apply, but the school rules allow only Zenithians to become students. The blood cult. The bloodlines mean everything in the hegemony. The ruling class is obsessed with one thing above all others: the preservation of the genetic unity of the survivors from the zenith. Their worldview is centered on what crew position your family had, and how closely related you are to the original crew. The great philosopher Mercatsar Constantine spoke of the sanctity and perfection of the Zenithian blood, and argued that the Zenithian civilization could only achieve true greatness if they protected their bloodlines from the evil forces that had caused the Third Horizon to fall into darkness. Certain positions are therefore reserved for purebloods only, and defiling one's family could be grounds for expulsion from the faction. The idea of Zenithian supremacy has spawned a stubborn search for proof of earlier Zenithian settlements in the horizon. Some patriotic historians claim that the second Arkship, Nadir, reached the Third Horizon before the Portal Wars and founded a colony. Several expeditions have searched the horizon for the remains of this mythical settlement. The hegemony controls the monolith and the surrounding metropolis, the conglomerate. They have made huge investments in the different districts and factory islands, but leave most of the daily affairs to hired Algolan colonists, who in turn rule the plebeians and slummers with an iron fist. This practice has resulted in the Free League beginning to recruit in the factories and slums, which has led to clashes between the two factions, sometimes involving both house guards and mercenaries. The families, hegemonists, Quasar, Din Rama, Constantines, Din Eusidia, Astur, Neo-Zenithians, Aryanites, Lascarid, Vanna Zen 1, Aristides, Asturban. The Asturban is both secret police and intelligence agency, watching over the Zenithians from their fortress in the monolith. The name literally means Eye of Astur. The Astur family want everyone to know the power they hold as founders and supervisors of the organization. What was once the security staff on board the Zenith has now evolved into one of the most competent and ruthless intelligence agencies in the horizon. The Asturban is very set in the old ways, seeing themselves as protectors of Zenithians everywhere, regardless of whether they support the hegemony or not. Asturban agents are no strangers to carrying out raids on rival factions in what they call self-defense, something the Council has condemned repeatedly. The Draconites. Through conflict, the truth. The Draconites hide their egocentrism behind intricate rituals and imposing robes, if their opponents are to be believed. Few factions have such an air of mystery as that which surrounds the Draconite Order. They are renowned for their fearlessness in both combat and diplomacy, and are said to make no distinction between the two. The faction originated in the part of the crew of the Zenith that valued resolve and willpower above all else. They viewed the commanding Quasar and Eurid's families as too entrenched in discussions about what to do with the colonists in stasis, and instead went ahead and woke them up on their own. They were among the first to leave the Zenith after the awakening, disappearing into the dark. Whatever it was that they found out there among the debris and ruins on abandoned worlds, no one knows, but they quickly became the stuff of legends, ghosts seldom seen but intensely discussed. The stories claim that their travels in the dark between the stars turned them into something cold and purely egotistical. When they re-entered the light of civilization, they did it as a disciplined faction of warrior philosophers, possessing secret truths the other factions could only dream of. The secrets of the Draconites. The Draconites wield advanced technology with obvious elements of the lost wisdom of the old horizons. How they have acquired this technology is unknown, but whispers in the shadows tell of unspeakable pacts with hidden orders from before the Portal Wars, or even alliances with creatures beyond human comprehension. The Draconites themselves say nothing. The organization of the Order is secret, but they would seem to operate in cells centered on strong leaders, with a minimum of contact between the individual groups. Or perhaps someone or something is pulling the strings from the shadows, guiding the faction towards some obscure goal. The only thing known for certain is that they have a system of apprentices, where a senior member guides and educates a younger novice through the mysteries of the order. Some people believe that the order is made up of a series of circles, with the members all seeking entry to the next circle and the next, advancing toward the inner sanctum at the center. The select outsiders who have witnessed the arcane rituals where a draconite warrior appears to be transcending to a higher form of wisdom support the latter theory. The philosophy of the order is the subject of much debate and the most outlandish theories. That they emphasize conflict as a metaphysical concept is clear to anyone. They regard it as a form of both personal and collective growth. Even though most would think this a very violent approach to the world, some say that it is just as much about inner conflict, about the perpetual struggle with the impure parts of the self, and that the draconites seek to confront and defeat their inner demons no matter the cost. This is in many ways reflected in the order's worship of the Lady of Tears in her cold and strict form, the executioner. Her sword is sharp and always ready for whoever breaks the traditions or codes of the order, but also for the weak of heart. The executioner protects any and all who are in control of their own lives and who choose their own death. No home or hearth. No one knows the location of the draconites' headquarters. The order is present in many places throughout the horizon, but usually only with one or a few members. There is much speculation about the order's actual size and distribution. They were recently offered a seat at the Council of Factions, perhaps motivated by the consortium sticking to the logic of keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Only one draconite is known to reside on Coriolis, the council member Mandragor Ho, who, despite a plain appearance, can make the most seasoned of bulletin reporters shake in their shoes. The exact role of the spokesperson is unclear. The Church of the Icons. There is only one salvation, and only 9 ways that will lead you there. The movement called the Church of the Icons is a faction both old and new, resting on a basis of ancient cults, but founded in the modern age, preaching the modern ways of the faith. The exact origin of the Icon faith has been lost to time, but everyone knows that it was introduced to the Third Horizon by cultists and believers from the First Horizon. All but one of these cults, the Circle of Seekers, are dead today, but their religious practices have been all but abandoned by the general population. Instead, the Church of the Icons has become the dominant religious faction. They are the Horizon's youngest faction, and have grown strong through collecting, canonizing, and institutionalizing the wide, sprawling faith that has existed in the Horizon for centuries. During a live bulletin broadcast in CC49, the 9 sacred rites were put in writing in the Icon City on Mira, where the church originally grew into a faction to begin with during the darkness of the long night after the end of the war. A ruling matriarch and patriarch, assisted by an assembly of clergy, head the new faction. Today, the Seekers, whose presence was also strong on Mira, have been marginalized, looked upon as wise ascetics and prophets rather than actual figures of power within the faction. The key difference between the Church's doctrine and the iconic folklore is that the faction denies the duality of the Icon's temperaments and vengefulness. Instead, the Church preaches that evil exists within humans themselves, and that it is released when the dark between the stars enters someone's life. The Circle of Seekers. The Circle of Seekers remain, but are strongest on Sadal, on Mira and her sister systems, and on Dabaran, where they have both the Temple of the Circle and a monastery school in Lotus, the Holy City. The Seeker title is only awarded to someone upon initiation into one of their monasteries, which are always shaped like circles. It is said that the Seekers possess the same mystical powers as those afflicted with the mystic's disease, but that they are in full control of them. The Seekers have a reputation for being skillful negotiators. They have often been called upon to end bitter conflicts, such as the Jerusalem riots on Algol and in the aftermath of the bloody massacre on the moon of Menkar. Apart from this, the Seekers generally keep a low profile. On Coriolis and in other places, they run meditative stone gardens where believers and seekers can come to find peace. The Missionaries. The Church of the Icon's calling is to unite all the peoples of the Horizon in the one true faith, and the mission is therefore the first of the sacred rites. Missionary expeditions depart regularly from the core systems out to the star arms, often carrying both missionaries and seekers. The most famous member of the church is not the matriarch or the patriarch, as one might expect, but the council member Wasima M., a former seeker turned arch-herod. She has openly declared her views on many difficult questions of morality and ontology, the latest one being the intense debate about whether humanities have souls or not. Aside from Wasima, the prophet Yeziel Marcos is a well-known face, as he frequently appears on the morning shows of the Bulletin with a loud opinion on the blight and its impact on the horizon. The father of the mission, Sharif Afton Coriolis, has initiated the most missionary expeditions and just recently came back alive from the disaster at Tawan. Talismans. The faithful often carry a talisman representing their favorite icon, something the church has been trying to change, instead encouraging believers to carry a silver sideways 8, the symbol of the church. The sideways 8 symbolizes the 8 visible icons, with the empty spaces representing the faceless one, but it is also the symbol of infinity in Dabern mathematics. The sacred rites, the mission, the life bond, the creed, the blessing, the fast, the confession, the pilgrimage, the giving of alms, the prayer. Ahlam's temple. Every human is a world of its own. The faction of Ahlam's temple is a systematic explorer of the mysteries of experience and the senses. To the public, the faction is best known for their inimitable courtesans. Like the Seekers, Ahlam's temple is an old cult, but instead of the religious traditions of the Seekers or the church, the temple's foundation is the eternal importance of the present. To the temple, the icons represent the human soul's different positions, both spiritual and physical. Just like the Church of the Icons, the temple seeks to spread their philosophies. The knowledge of the purity of the present will help the people of the horizon lead better lives. The teachings of Ahlam are applied to everything from dance and art to judiciary theory and politics. The Judicator's interrogation methods, which don't use torture, are based on an Alamite theory. The origins of the teaching stem from Miran temple dances and poems from before the Portal Wars. Esteemed philosophers like Haraman Hassam and poets like Jasmine Siddat developed the heritage into the Temple of Ahlam of today. The courtesans. The temple is mainly famous for the courtesan academies they run on Coriolis and Mira. The education there is completely focused on the 8 arts of pleasure. Apart from the courtesans, many influential rhetoricians, prophets, entertainers, and officers have attended the academies. Both the Zenithian hegemony and the Bulletin regularly send employees and aristocrats to the academies to be taught the mysteries of subjectivity and sensory input. True courtesans are only taught in the academies and begin their education at an early age. Only the best students complete the program and get their titles. On Coriolis and in other metropolises, true courtesans are in high demand. In some places, it would be unthinkable to enter the political arena without a courtesan by one side. Wealthy families, and recently even the big corporations, employ a personal aesthete to show off their status. A part of the temple less spoken of is the Black Lotuses, courtesans who have been trained in the 9th art, the pleasure of death. These assassins played a crucial role in the destruction of the Nazarim sacrifice, but how active they really are today is uncertain to outsiders. Aside from Terminos Leet, the faction's council member, the temple is home to famous people like Hijagua, the bigender courtesan from Menil, the war dancer Palmyra Ferex from Mira, and Dark Slaman, the slum poet who, in his wall poems, mocks rulers and plebeians alike. The temple possesses an ancient technology, the proxy technology. It was designed for therapeutic and educational purposes and lets you share another person's experiences and knowledge. Unfortunately, the syndicate has stolen the technology and uses it to manufacture so-called proxy trips. These are usually of an erotic nature, but rumors are going around about Moru trips that let you experience someone else's death. The temple is fighting to get their technology back, but have had no success so far. Ahlam's memeturgy. Aside from the proxy technology, rumors say that the philosophers of the temple can create memes of their own. By manipulating light, sound, and biosignals, the so-called memeturgs can make people believe or do things that are not true to their nature. For the philosophers and teachers of the temple, the use of memes is just a means to an end, a way to achieve enlightenment, although the same memes could be used to control people. It is not without reason that the saying goes, "A courtesan's whisper is a bond for any man or woman." Rumors say that the Black Lotuses of the faction are trained to use simple verbal memes. Other examples exist of memeturgs, such as the famous tyrant Zibin, who controls parts of the Zibin system with his followers. Tales of the Jinni also say that they can sow thoughts into the minds of people. The Lotus Deal. A lotus deal is a common idiom in the horizon and describes secret problem-solving or underhanded negotiations. It can also be used to insinuate that someone has gone to bed with someone to get a position or a favor. The Order of the Pariah. The end is near. The Order of the Pariah has an ambivalent reputation in the horizon. On the one hand, their work with the sick and the poor on Coriolis is greatly lauded, but at the same time, people whisper about their bloody war crimes during the Portal Wars and their crusade against dissidents in their home system, Xalos. On Coriolis, the Order is known as the Samaritans. They run a hospital, a sanatorium for the hypersick, a poorhouse, several soup kitchens, and a renowned medical school. The medical students become neophytes of the Order, and their education is heavily influenced by the faction's religious views, but all the students are offered generous scholarships for the duration of their training. When they graduate, they are often offered employment by groups who are otherwise less than friendly toward the Order, a good indication of the quality of the school. The Samaritans appear the perfect believers, helping their fellow human beings out of the kindness of their hearts. This reputation is kept intact on Coriolis thanks to the Samaritan part of their work. The memories of the Order's involvement in the atrocities of the Portal Wars are not something the station's mainly Xenothian population keeps alive. The council representative for the Order of the Pariah is Sister Almas, headmaster of the Medical Academy. She is just and resolute both as a teacher and as a politician. Her students claim that she never sleeps, but instead spends her nights before a statue of the martyr, deep in prayer. The martyrs. Outside of Coriolis, the name Samaritans is frowned upon. Here, the Order is known as the martyrs and have an entirely different reputation. Their symbol, the martyr's crown, stirs feelings of unease in almost everyone. Stories from the Portal Wars speak of the Order as fanatic martyr worshippers, merciless in combat and without any concern for their own lives. Their enormous monastery cruisers are said to have carried both crusaders and flagellants into battle, a rumor that is still prevalent. The Order of the Pariah is of first-come descent, and worships the martyr, the icon commonly known as the Judge. They were an active party in the Portal Wars and closed their home system, Xalos, at the end of the war, not opening it until many years later, when the consortium dispatched the Legion to demand passage. This pattern is now repeating itself. Xalos has been closed once again since one of the emissaries proclaimed itself the Judge incarnate, a sacrilege according to the Order. It is likely only the fact that the space station at Xene is owned by the Foundation, and thus by extension the consortium, that has kept the Order from showing their more aggressive side in the Qua system as well. A certain amount of fear always arises when their ships dock at Coriolis. However, their hulls depicting cataclysmic scenes of war, and the dockworkers whispering about onboard ossuaries filled with the sacred bones of martyred warriors. The Order's bionics and fleet. Another reason for concern is that the Order possesses a unique form of biotechnology that, among other things, enables the creation of the animate suits of armor their elite holy warriors use. The first reports of this armor came from bulletin correspondents who smuggled information out of Xalos about the Order's relentless hunt for religious dissidents. The technology has again become a topic of discussion on Coriolis as more and more people expect the day when the Legion will turn their weapons against the Order is fast approaching. How large a fleet the Order commands is unclear, but given the fact that the consortium has yet to order the Legion to open the route through Xalos with force, it is thought to be of considerable size. Animate armor. The holy warriors of the Order cover themselves in adaptive armor that makes their bodies stronger. The armor also learns from hits taken, adjusting itself for better protection, which means you generally only get one shot at taking down a martyr warrior. This has spawned the saying, like the first hit on a martyr, describing an action that has no effect. The Nomad Federation. We know the secrets of the void. The Nomad Federation is a collective of nomadic fleets from across the horizon, all of whom, in different ways, have come under pressure from the aggressive expansion of other factions. The Federation is a jumble of different families, clans, bloodlines, alliances, and tribes all claiming nomad heritage. Most nomads in the Federation are from the Quadrant of the Pillar, the Rimward Reach, or Nharmada, but the Kyber swarm from Algol, the Salvage nomads from Otakon, and the Jebel and Chambi clans from Melek are also represented here. The prime goal of the faction is to strengthen the nomads against the other factions whose claims in the horizon have grown considerably, especially since the founding of Coriolis. The spokesperson for the Federation on Coriolis is Abia Goharshud, a proud Quadrant Mogul descendant of House Yen blood. She was originally a member of the Free League and tried to lobby for the nomad cause there, but after a falling out, she and her nomad allies left the League and worked independently for a while on Coriolis. The nomads' need for a representative at the council was becoming increasingly urgent, and bit by bit, rival clans and families came together in support of Goharshud and the campaign to get her a seat on the council. New policies. What kind of issues the faction would address at the council is uncertain, but it is likely that they would demand that nomad culture be treated as equal to that of other peoples, and act as political opposition to the Zenithian factions. After all, it is they, not the nomads, who are the newcomers in the horizon. In the popular assembly on Coriolis, the nomads have argued that the Zenithians must start respecting old laws and decrees, but up until recently, the Zenithian factions have responded to the demands without interest, something they are now beginning to regret. Suddenly a powerful force in the popular assembly, the nomads have demanded a seat on the Council of Factions, or else. Their threats include the disruption of consortium trade in the quadrant of the Pillar and Free League activities in the Armada system, and a collective strike against the prospectors in the Rimward Reach. Thanks to the impressive armada, the nomads could scramble if they wanted to. The threats are taken very seriously. A troubled federation. The giant federation faces a huge internal problem. Not only can they rarely present a unified front, bad blood passed down through generations of feuding tribes makes sure of that, but they also support the ways of old that would see the faction itself divided into different social strata with conflicting class interests. These pre-war alliances and divisions give Goharshud a difficult faction to unite. The nomads from the Quadrant of the Pillar, spoken for by Osman Nakshijahan, have turned out to be less than inclined to engage in politics that won't directly affect the Miran route, but are more than willing to close the portals to the consortium between Kwa and Altai if their sovereignty isn't recognized. The Rimward Reach swarms, represented by Urshia Kabu, have witnessed firsthand how the Zenithians in the consortium can affect whole systems with their insidious schemes. They say the time has come to mobilize the fleet unless the Federation is invited into the Council of Factions. The envoy for the Hausyan line, Kur Farabi the Blind, seeks the aid of the Free League to set up trade agreements with the consortium. Moreover, they advocate that the nomads should approach the other cultures of the horizon through education and compassion. Whose voice is the loudest at any given time could be hard to discern for an outsider. The nomads are also troubled by language confusion within the faction. Support at the council. The so-called nomad question has become increasingly inflamed, largely due to the emissary being offered a seat as observer on the Council of Factions, something the nomads have never even been close to. The Nomad Federation has many allies among the first-come factions, who think that the Federation should have been on the Council since its inception. Ahlum's Temple and the Draconites support the Federation's claims. These two factions have enjoyed good trade with the nomads for a long time. Not all first-come factions feel the same way about the nomads, however. The Order of the Pariah and the Federation are not officially speaking to each other after the attack on the nomad Tanzimat clan on Zalos B. The Zenithian factions are not happy with the Federation's new demands. The Consortium and, to some extent, the Free League, both trade-oriented groups, are suspicious toward these potential competitors, and the Legion is uneasy with the Federation's naval strength. The Zenithian hegemony has yet to air an opinion either way about the nomads. Politics is a game of Shah, after all. The mighty fleet. The Nomad Federation controls by far the largest fleet in the horizon, although a great part of it consists of civilian ships and it is spread over many systems. Recent reports suggest that the nomads have begun forming larger armed convoys. Suhaima Taslim spoke with force on a bulletin show, saying that if the militarization of the nomad fleet continues, the Legion will have to respond. Goharshud countered, saying that more corsairs are stalking the nomad routes than before because the consortium's bulk haulers have begun reaching the poorer systems where they drive out the local traders, forcing ordinary people to turn to piracy. The relations between the Federation and the Legion have since then been frosty, to say the least. The small players. The small players are groups and organizations operating one level beneath the factions. The factions may be the true rulers of the horizon, but they cannot run everything themselves, and some areas of business are, at least officially, better left to players of more questionable repute. The small players operate on the level between the people and the factions and handle all sorts of things, from far-world trade and fringe bazaars to secret missions, detective work, and security details. Free trader markets. Markets where free traders and peddlers meet up to do business exist all across the horizon. Larger companies trade directly with their clients and use faction-run logistics, but this is not an option for smaller groups and crews who instead must find contracts locally in the spaceports they visit. Traditionally, the free trader markets all look the same. Merchants and free traders gather in a square or some other open space, clustering around the often loud and charismatic contract brokers, the Cabaras. The Cabara will then auction off the different trade missions. Tonnage, prices, destinations, and delivery times are discussed loudly, and the captains offer their ships to the merchants. The Cabara gets a small broker's fee for each deal closed. The cost of the jobs is settled publicly on the market so that none of the parties can change the deal afterwards without losing their reputation. While the competition between the free traders can be fierce, some captains and ships are famous enough to ask a higher price and still get the job. In return, the merchant has a higher chance of a safe and speedy delivery. Sucalesh. Sucalesh is the free trader market on Coriolis, located in the heart of the core, and functions as both bazaar and auction house. The large hall is filled with stalls, podiums, crates, and all sorts of rubble, and everywhere Cabaras are calling out contracts. Some from the station itself, some from the net, and some from qua below. The open secret about the Sucalesh is that the syndicate gangs control the Cabaras and that the guard looks the other way. This has sometimes resulted in the gang feuds spilling over into the market, and that captains have been forced to carry extra cargo by the gang controlling their Cabara. The higher-ranking syndicate members try to keep this from happening too often. The equivalent of the Sucalesh can be found in almost every spaceport and caravanserai, usually under the name Souk Eswad. Last chance markets. Farthest out on the star arms, in the rim systems or around remote sister stars where the trade routes terminate, you will find the so-called last chance markets. The two best-known ones are on Inu and Menkar, and they are also the wildest. No one sets foot there without packing a Vulcan or bringing a bodyguard. Trade missions to and from the edges of civilization can bring huge profit, but unfortunately, not only desperate free traders visit the last chance markets. Corsairs, warlords, local tyrants, and the like flock to these markets to get supplies or new tech from the core systems, sometimes leading to captains or whole crews being kidnapped. The last chance market on Inu is located in an open olive grove outside the Yavim spaceport with a clear view of anyone coming and going for just this reason. Freelance agencies. For groups of freelancers or agents, jobs will not be as easy to come across as for free traders or mercenaries. The well-paid jobs will most likely be handled by the intelligence agencies that rarely accept external help. Detective work, anything from missing persons to industrial espionage, is generally managed privately and discreetly, and many detective agencies can be found through the Infonet. On Coriolis, the best way is to register your business via the bulletin on the Infonet. There are a few larger freelance firms on Coriolis who sometimes hire experts for certain tasks. The largest firm is Under the Lotus, who, despite their name, has nothing to do with the temple. They specialize in missing persons and suspicions of adultery or other indiscretions, and have large numbers of lawyers and bureaucrats on retainer to resolve the conflicts that often arise as side effects of the detective work itself. Spy nests. Some places in the third horizon are more filled with lies and intrigue than others, places where the intelligence services gather to hunt for information and secrets. The world of secrets is, of course, always in motion, but given the infighting in the Council of Factions and the mounting political tensions in the horizon, some places are safe bets, the city of foreigners on the moon of Karmaruk, Zalos, for example. Spies, company mercenaries, correspondents, and freelancers flock to the city in the hopes of finding secrets, precious cargo, or valuable contracts. A new hotbed for the intelligence community is the asteroid station Jakram in the Rimward Reach, Qua, in which the Order of the Pariah have suddenly shown a great deal of interest. The Consortium Special Branch also maintains a visible presence here with a high-security prison, some Foundation research installations, and a Legion base. To the common people, Dabran is the capital of intrigue, with its lords, dars, and emirs locked in a constant and very public dance of espionage, murder, and negotiation. Freelancers are in high demand on Dabrin as the royalty can deny any knowledge of them if they are caught. The small players and the group. The small players are designed as potential employers for the PCs. They will run smaller missions, have ties to local patrons, and sometimes act as envoys for factionaries. Intelligence agencies. The larger factions have their own intelligence agencies, both internal and external, and most large corporations have counterespionage departments. The largest and best known, thanks primarily to a series of bulletin movies, is the Consortium Special Branch. They often use freelancers, many of whom are later incorporated into the organization. The Special Branch has spread to almost the entire horizon and deals in everything from espionage, the securing of resources, and assassinations to political blackmail, artifact hunting, and sabotage. The runner-up is probably the Order's intelligence service, but not much is known about it, and the Black Lotuses are also rumored to run a spy network. Many factions and regimes also have secret police forces, Sadal and Zalos, for example, and the Zenithian hegemony has the fearsome Asturban. They are not prone to hiring freelancers, but it happens, if unofficially. The larger companies, the Colonial Agency, the Bulletin, Nestera, Nyala, and Seller Delecta, for example, hire freelancers for all sorts of investigative missions. Courier missions. Sending messages and information across the horizon is a physical affair that requires a ship, since no signals can pass through the portals. The largest player on this market is Erm's Courier, run by the Bulletin, but people with high secrecy demands often choose smaller firms instead, making for a large market for independent courier crews. Courier missions are common in the free trader souks, where a crew can make a good profit running a courier mission alongside regular cargo. As the souks are public places, mercenaries usually escort sensitive information, but this is not very anonymous. Seeing a demand with no supply here, Captain Masomola Kifri started Kifri's Courier Bureau, or just the Bureau, a few cycles ago. The Bureau works like a mercenary agency, with full client anonymity. The business is excellent, and their new offices on an artificial island in the Spire are well attended. The Bureau supplies encrypted tags, bags, or other larger vessels to secure the secrets of their clients. Mercenary agencies. The mercenary market works similarly to the courier market. Although the Legion is almost the only player here, there are certain jobs they cannot take because of the risks or nature of the missions. Furthermore, their fleet is used only for consortium missions, meaning that the market for escorting, corsair hunting, or sabotage is completely open to other mercenaries. Hubs like Coriolis, Akandarosharif, and Turganum have big mercenary agencies run privately but on Legion contracts, and probably under the supervision of several intelligence agencies. In offices like these, mercenary groups can sign up and list their ships, resources, and expertise, sharpshooting, explosives, data gin, infiltration, or whatever it may be, and the prospective client can anonymously pick the company that seems the best fit for the mission. Contract and negotiation meetings are then set up by the agency. The Black Skull. Just off the Ozone Plaza on Coriolis, a modest building decorated in black lotuses and skulls houses the Black Skull. The name and exterior aside, this is not the Legionnaire's favorite bar, cranium, but a mercenary agency. The house is dark and quiet, surveillance-proof, according to a small plaque above the door. The Black Skull specializes in operations in the Qua system, but have contacts on Algol, Dabrin, and Sadal as well. If needed, the agency can also coordinate ship and shuttle transport for ground companies. Alkabar's Assistance. Near the center of Akandarosharif, the firm Alkabar's Assistance resides in a shiny new ebony and white skyscraper. Elegant panorama windows with views toward the northern dust seas provide a striking setting for the contract signings between the clients and the mercenaries. Alkabar's is a big name in both ground and space escorting and can bring in many different companies and ships, led by special assistance coordinators, if necessary. The coordinators are often ex-legionnaires or soldiers or officers from the larger mercenary groups. Alkabar's also have offices on Coriolis, in the nicer parts of the core, and on Mira, Dabrin, Sadal, and Zalos. Travelers and space caravans. Since the Zenithians opened the horizon, and especially since the Church of the Icons declared the pilgrimage a sacred rite, travel has multiplied many times over. Both plebeians and lords travel, if under different circumstances. The rich travel on board Exeter luxury liners or on their own private yachts. The poor can travel the horizon by working on ships, or go on the cheap stasis freighters that some of the larger shipping companies run. To still turn a profit, the stasis beds themselves are part of the cargo. Another way is to hitch a ride with nomads, expeditions, or caravans. Ofleona's Caravan. For almost 10 cycles, Captain Ofleona of the Flower of Ipsilim has traveled the temple route between Mira and Dabaran via Iwaz and Kwa. Over the cycles, other ships have formed a convoy around the giant freighter, whose cargo hold has been rebuilt into a large bazaar lined with living modules. In the aft of the ship there are endless corridors of stasis beds. Anyone is welcome to join the caravan as long as there is a free stasis bed. Smaller ships, together called the Starflowers, help out with logistics within the caravan and protection if needed. But the icons seem to be watching over the caravan, and corsairs have never tried to attack it. Similar caravans of skippers who have banded together can be found all across the horizon. The Rimward Reach Nomads, the Berbadir Trio, and the Iwa Star Sailors on the Sadal route, to name a few. The Pilgrim is a repurposed heavy freighter on loan to the Church of the Icons that helps pilgrims travel non-stop between Kwa and Mira. Marmara's Flying Circus. Several entertainment groups have begun traveling the horizon over the last few cycles. They are courtesan ships, circuses, theater troupes, or artists, and they all share the routes between the core systems, landing in ports, markets, and bazaars, especially during festivals. Marmara's Flying Circus is one such group, traveling between Coriolis, Kwa, Luba, and the outer colonies in the system. The Parnoftim family, headed by the matriarch Yavina Noftima, commands the circus, which is made up of a large freighter and a few smaller shuttles. They specialize in acrobatics and exotic animals. Their stars are the domesticated Durhad from Luba. The freighter Marmara is in constant need of repairs, and their stops become longer and long. Research institutes. Scientists and explorers often join an academy or a larger faculty to get their work funded. The colleges run by the Foundation are the most popular and have the best resources. Portal and xenoarchaeology is the latest trend, fueled by the pseudo-documentary Tracking the Scarabaeus, about a witty archaeologist searching for portal builder ruins in the cold Dabaran desert. The Foundation and the major universities are reluctant to fund expeditions, and not even the colonial agency sponsors exploratory voyages anymore. Smaller institutes are left to seek funding from wealthy patrons or local lords. Independent skippers with small ships are hired for the expeditions, plus some mercenaries if the job involves risks. In the hegemony and the courts of Dabaran, funding expeditions is popular and considered a very noble act. Fermalgaraud's Mathematical Institute. Despite the name, Fermalgaraud's in Dabaran does not work only with mathematics, but also has faculties for applied sciences like astronomics, portal mathematics, xenobiology, and xenoarchaeology. Every year they launch expeditions to famous portal builder remains in the horizon and examine the sites using the latest passive sensor technology. The institute's main sponsor, Pasha Nulido Larahin, also funds independent archaeologists and scientists with interesting ideas. Institutes like Fermalgaraud's exist in many places, funding all sorts of scholarships and expeditions. The Nest-era School of Archaeology, Constantine's Astronix Academy focusing on deep space phenomena and space archaeology, and the College of History in Turganum, Mira are a few examples. Corporate expeditions. Some of the larger companies are always on the prowl for forgotten technology. This is done in a number of ways. Historical research into old tomes and databases can reveal rumors of hidden installations. Freelance and mercenary expeditions to the outer systems is another way. To minimize risks for the company, freelancers run the expeditions, but a company agent or scientist goes with them to secure the findings. Both Nestera and Nyala are very interested in ancient technology and portal artifacts. Cellar Delecta sponsor expeditions to look for pharmaceuticals and medicinal herbs, just recently on the Uharan Forest moons. Chapter 10. The Sogoi of Kwa live in almost perfect harmony with the rainforest in a primitive fertility cult. Despite having lost all civilization, the Sogoi culture has much to offer modern Zenithians: exotic cuisine, herbal remedies, and of course their colorful clothing. Sogoi, barbarian or beast. Dahaman Dolquasser, the people of the horizon. The people of the third horizon are often divided into First Come and Zenithian, But reality is, of course, much more nuanced. Hardened colonists, nomads, biosculpted humanoids, and, at least according to some, even semi-intelligences all make up the vibrant bustle of people inhabiting the cluster. A long time ago, the third horizon was silent. In the ruins left behind by the portal builders lived only semi-intelligences, more animal than human. Eventually, the original colonists from the first horizon arrived through the portals, in self-imposed exile or through forced displacement. They settled on Algol, later spreading to Mira, Zalos, Qua, Sadal, and Dabaran. Space stations were constructed, grand palaces erected, and new colonies founded. The early colonists spread across the third horizon like seeds on the wind. They bore many names, but most have been forgotten. Today, they are remembered only as the First Come. The First Come. The First Come are a diverse group of people that migrated to the third horizon in great colonization vessels in many waves countless years ago. The order of their arrival has been forgotten, but tradition names Algol as the first planet they settled on. Starting out as a rather homogeneous group regarding language and culture, they slowly grew apart over the centuries. Today, almost every system has its own language, although migrants and colonists spread the tongues within the horizon. The conglomerate on Qua has a large Algolan-speaking minority, for example. The Icon faith is the one constant across all the First-Come peoples, albeit with many different variations in practice. The First-Come societies tend to be centered on the extended family or the clan, but this is beginning to change. For a long time, the First-Come lived only in the core systems, but when time turned colonists into natives, new waves of pioneers colonized the systems farther out. The war against the First and Second Horizons stopped the spread and laid waste to vast territories, however, and the population declined during the Long Night. Today, the First-Come are expanding again, as a reaction to the arrival of the Zenithians and their trade. The Starfarers. The space nomads travel the horizon in ancient ships, often heavily modified and jury-rigged, using whatever spare parts their engineers can get hold of. Just like other First-Come people, the nomads are clan-oriented with large families, passing down a profession through generations. From your early years, you will be an apprentice pilot, hydroponic farmer, life support engineer, security guard, or maybe an exo-warrior. The clan organizes all of society's functions. Since the arrival of the Zenithians, the nomads are increasing in numbers, probably due to the fact that ships are easier to come by and that the best planets are quickly becoming crowded. Many people are faced with the choice of moving away and becoming colonists or making the stars their home, and choose the latter. The nomads fear nothing. They know death is waiting on the other side of the hull and that the smallest mistake could lead them to it. On the other hand, they are freer than any other people. They can go anywhere, jump as they please, and lead adventurous lives. The saying, "a drop of nomad's blood in you," is used to describe wild or impulsive people. Most nomadic groups keep to one route or territory, usually remaining within one system. There are reports indicating that more mystics have appeared among the nomads than elsewhere, something that would support the theory that it is the dark between the stars that is the source of the blight. The Humanists. The Humanists are a scorned and despised group. They are modified humans created to perform certain functions or endure certain hardships better than base humans. Even the plebeians, whose work is almost the same as that of the Humanists, look down upon them. The Humanists often live isolated lives, in remote colonies on hostile worlds or distant space stations, like the Serb, for example. Some Humanists live as nomads after their employers or masters have disappeared, like the Zinger on Luba. Recognizing a humanite without advanced sensors and biometric scanners can be hard. Tiny sculpts like reptilian third eyelids, extremity hearts, or modified glands are invisible to the naked eye, while larger modifications usually are the result of cosmetic sculpting on Coriolis, the independent station Ahalim, or in the Algolan meat district. According to the stories of some of the more primitive peoples, there are humanists that have lost almost all their humanity and have become more like animals. Rumors claim that the Nekatra are actually the result of the Legion experimenting with Lupin biocode. The Beri nomads. The Beri nomads live in the relatively temperate desert regions of Luba's northern hemisphere, riding their dromedons between the oases that surround Lake Nemba. The Beri are suspicious toward new things, and only a few members speak Zeni or own technology more advanced than a long rifle. They lead a good life regardless of this, masters of the desert in black kaftans. Outside of Lubaw, they are mainly known for their hot chili stew with chicken and eggs. Language. The language of the Zenithians, Zeni, has grown into the lingua franca of the Horizon today, as trade and commerce are dominated by the Zenithians. Most travelers and PCs speak Zeni in addition to their native tongues. Language spoken where? Zeni, Coriolis, and the entire Horizon. Dabari, Dabaran, and in many of the systems along the Dabaran Circle. Miri, Mira, and Iwaz. Quan, Qua, and Coriolis. Algolan, Algol, Qua, and in many systems along the Algolan route. Zalosi, Zalos. Most first come today live as planetside colonists, plebeians, or slummers, although a sizable part of the population are space nomads or stationaries, living in fleets and swarms or on lonely space stations. The people of the Horizon. The peoples of the Rimward Reach. The three nomad swarms in the Rimward Reach are a motley group without a clear common agenda. They are basically self-sufficient but trade when they need to and run some rudimentary mining operations. They control a large number of ships, but are spread across all of the Rimward Reach as the new colonists have outmatched them in forming permanent settlements. Swarm is the nomadic term for a group of spaceships with a common ancestry. A swarm is normally spread over several AUs. Individual vessels can leave the swarm for short periods of time, but it is rare for a ship to change swarm. The three swarms of today are the warmongering Metter, the secretive Bajeo, and the Yahin Kabu, the traders. A fourth swarm, a Hyler, was lost at the beginning of the Marab conflict, a schism that affected the entire Rimward Reach. Known humanites in the Horizon. Although the Foundation's biocode census indicates that as much as 10% of the Horizon's population carries humanite biocode, only a few humanites are publicly known. One known group is the Serb, usually found on remote space stations or mining vessels. The Serb have the ability to live as a group without conflicts arising and can emit sense signals that affect feelings and behaviors. The technically skilled Zinger have an unknown origin, but are in several ways adapted to hot desert climates, and seem to have relatives in the Algolan deserts. The Ictor, who live on the Quan North Cap, are extremely cold resistant. The Nereids in the oceans of Sedal can breathe underwater and are used by the iconocracy as workers in the heavy industry located in the planet's oceans and marshes. The Zenithians. The popular saying, "Everyone is a Zenithian and everyone is not," describes how many regard the Zenithian people or themselves. No one in the Horizon, with the possible exception of the hemographers in the hegemony, knows exactly how many Zenithians there actually are. It is, however, obvious that a lot more people call themselves Zenithians than the Zenith brought with her. Data from the Mathematical Institute in Data show that there are more Zenithians in the Horizon than there possibly could be, given the size of the Arkship. This is because many call themselves Zenithians without actually being one. 2 generations have passed since the arrival of the Zenith, some 60-odd cycles of marriages and couplings between first-come and Zenithians that have created a Horizon far less divided than it appears to be at the Council of Factions. The Expatriates. On Amito, far from the hub of the Horizon, lies the domed city Zai, home of the Expatriates, on the forested slopes of the Allantides. The Expatriates are a cult that claims direct descent from the mighty families the Zenithians left behind on El Arda, but who later joined the colonists who became the first come. Zai is sponsored by the hegemony and has been approved as a true Zenithian colony by the faction. The Expatriates follow the hegemony with slavish discipline, and many lower-ranking Asturban troopers are recruited from Zai. The Zenithian hegemony claims to speak for all Zenithians and offers assistance whenever it is in the faction's interests, whether the help is appreciated or not. The best-known example of their aid is probably the storming of the Autumn Palace on Dabaran, where a Zenithian noble had applied for asylum with the Emir. According to the press release to the Bulletin, he had been brainwashed by anti-Zenithian interests. During the storming, led by an Asturban strike team, the Emir and all of his family were killed, and the fleeing nobleman was escorted back to the monolith. Those who call themselves Zenithians feel more modern than the first come, although they are still icon believers. Zenithians in other systems than Qua are often connected to colonies from Coriolis or Qua, or to a consortium corporation. Some cities have whole districts populated by Zenithian exiles, such as Little Zenith in Albers, Sedal, or the round Parcorioli block in Turganum, Mira. The Zenithians are generally of a more pragmatic nature than the first come, and have replaced family ties with corporations, factions, and bear. Daily life in the horizon. Life for the inhabitants of the third horizon is governed just as much by the icon faith as it is by location and situation. Most people share roughly the same daily routines and the division of the day into 4 watches: morning, day, evening, and night. The morning and day watches are devoted to work, and the evening watch to one's family, the icons, or leisure. During the night watch, decent people sleep, but the party life continues for the privileged, students, and criminals. True believers start each watch with prayer, but visits to a chapel or shrine usually take place at the end of the day watch or during the evening. In the larger cities and on Coriolis, life is rather easy in regard to supplies, food, entertainment, and information, but the lives of colonists, stationaries, nomads, and slummers are harder, as one or more of these resources may be scarce. A day in the colony. Planetside colonists struggle each and every day. Keeping the colony safe requires constant work on domes, survival tents, or longhouses. Resources must be gathered and stockpiled, regardless of whether it is lumber, xenoanimals, minerals, or artifacts. The day usually starts with communal breakfast and prayer before the arduous labor begins. There is hardly anything in the way of entertainment, apart from what can be imported by free traders, hollow stories, news, or, at best, macro tags with some bulletin shows. The night is spent guarding the colony against external threats. A day on the space station. A day in the life of the stationary is similar to that of the colonist, but is centered on the space station's endless cycle of docking, loading, repairs, and service. The cold of space, vacuum, radiation storms, and many other threats force the stationaries to live and work in shifts during all watches. When one group begins their morning watch, another group crawls into bed. The lack of space on board means that food and supplies must be rationed. Perishable goods, other than what can be grown in the hydroponic greenhouses on board, are rare luxuries. The supply of news and entertainment such as holodramas is usually good, unless the station is very remote. A day in the swarm. For the nomad, every day is a journey, or so the saying goes. The nomads work just as hard as the colonists and stationaries, but enjoy the freedom of waking up to new valleys, oases, moons, or systems, depending on how the group travels. The day is not structured around the watches like that of other people, although the care for the life support, the hydroponics, and the reactors is very strict. The available entertainment is often indigenous to the swarm, such as leatherball, storytelling, dancing, or terror performances. News and information are acquired at stops along the way, and what you don't know, as the smiling Ephrite would say. A day in the city. In the cities, your social status determines everything, from the slummers at the bottom of the ladder to the privileged at the very top. In between the two live the plebeians, the entrepreneurs, and the bureaucrats. A day in the life of a slummer is a naked fight for survival. Whether it is about finding food, shelter, or a safe place to sleep, it never ends. Alms from the faithful make it easier, but never easy. The slummer's perfect opposites are the privileged. Rich business owners, emirs, factionaries, and high-ranking officials who live off their savings, for whom a day is usually spent trying to expand one's personal wealth, power, or influence. The privileged are the only ones in the horizon who have proper leisure time, perhaps devoted to hunting, racing, or just partying. Some of the privileged apply themselves to studying, research, or exploration, although usually as patrons for others who are less well off. Between the two extremes are the plebeians, the day laborers, those who make sure the wheels keep turning. From the lowliest factory worker, the carriers in the jungles and mountains, and the palace cleaners, to plantation workers, light globe divers, and dock workers, they are the ordinary people of the horizon cities. Their days are filled with hard work from morning to evening, interrupted only by short breaks and silent prayer. Sleeping is everyone's favorite hobby, with holodramas and drug use being the runners-up. Bear and bear. Bear is the currency of the horizon, but is actually several different currencies mixed together. Electronic transactions are equal everywhere, but physical money, bills, Miron icon coins, Algolan gem spheres, varies in worth depending on where you are. Locally, cash money is generally equivalent to tag-based bear, but this may not be true when you travel to another system. The peddler Urbulas learned this the hard way when he tried to purchase Quan lumber using Algolan gem spheres. In the end, he lost his ship, and the spheres became ballast on a river barge. Technology in the horizon. The third horizon is full of technological marvels. From the primitive shepherd's flutes found on Zamusa to the advanced grav belts the Miran dancers use. The most basic technology is called primitive, found generally on the fringes of civilized space, in the lost colonies, or with certain planetside nomads. The technology that came with the zenith is called ordinary, and the same goes for most of the first-come tech. Spaceships, exoshells, and gravcrafts are ordinary technology. The technology necessary for portal jumps, such as stasis beds and complex ship computers, is called advanced technology. The advanced tier also includes the different life-lengthening inventions, such as biosculpting, body part cloning, and certain cybernetics. Everyday technology. Inhabitants of the third horizon interact with ordinary technology every day, using devices such as tags, transactors, communicators, and tabulas. Only primitive tribes and backwater colonies lack this sort of tech. Travel and spaceships. Travel, once reserved for a select few, is now blooming across all the systems. Planetside transportation varies between the worlds. People use river barges on Qua, shuttles on Dabaran, and trains on Sadal, for example. Before the Zenithians opened up the horizon again, there were only a handful of spaceships in operational condition, and they belonged to larger powers such as the Order, royal courts in the fringe systems, or to ruthless corsairs. Interplanetary trade was rare and existed in only a few systems. The new era is boiling with free traders. The most heavily trafficked route is that between Mira and Dabaran, a trip the bulk haulers make regularly each segment. Big cruise liners with thousands of stasis beds follow the same route, but not as often, maybe once per triad. Yachts, pleasure sloops, and Emir's cruisers carry rich passengers between safaris and exotic shopping on distant worlds. But the masses travel for business or for their faith. Pilgrims make up a large portion of the horizon's travelers. Items everybody owns. Some items can be found everywhere in the civilized parts of the horizon. Beggars and slummers aside, most people have somewhere to live and food on their plates, plus common items like tags, transactors, and whatever gear they need for their profession. Transactors and tags are common methods of payment on Coriolis, on space stations, and in larger cities. The difference between the two is that a transactor is locked to its owner's biocode while a tag is anonymous, only protected by a numeric code. Direct transfers between bank accounts are of course available in hubs like Coriolis, but other methods are required when one is out traveling. If an even higher level of anonymity is required, one can use physical bear, printed by the company banks, the factions, and some of the royal courts. Bear are used for small purchases. Using large sums of cash will look suspicious, and some systems have outlawed it altogether. To gather information, take notes, or just to read the bulletin's news, merchants and other wealthy people use tabulas instead of actual paper. A tabula is a tablet in mimetic glass that can be operated by hand or using a fancy stylus pen. The freighter Zerale docking in Port Neoptra. Communication. To communicate in a city or on a station, most people use messengers, or communicators if they can afford them. Space stations have relay transmitters on board that make sure all communicators can reach each other, as long as their users have the identification codes necessary to find the intended receiver. Newer cities usually have enough relays to make communicators fairly reliable, although the variation between cities or systems can be big. Supposedly, Lord Yinad Padasmaku had to wait 3 whole days to get an audience with the matriarch of Mira because his communicator was unable to reach the guard towers in the Icon City. Terminals and the net. On Coriolis and in cities with a strong consortium presence, you will find the bulletin's terminals, connected through the encrypted infonet. Notable exceptions include Karmaruk on Zalos, the city of prophets in Albers, and some of the more conservative Dars on Dabaran. The infonet can also be used by computers, tabulas, and advanced transactors for information sharing, data storage, or bear transactions. The syndicate has just started to realize that the infonet is a new arena for profit-making. Apart from the infonet, smaller networks using power lines or relay towers exist in the modern districts of Algol, Mira, and Dabaran, as well as on larger space stations such as Jakram. These networks are usually less reliable than the bulletin's infonet. The Algolan Zoo Bank was declared bankrupt a few cycles ago after an overload in the AYM network fried the intelligence that administered all of the bank's transactions. Arca Stellar A&W Division. The Arca Stellar Archaeology and Weapons Division, commonly just ARCA, is an offshoot of the Foundation's regular science divisions. The ARCA Institute's origins are somewhat mysterious, possibly indicating that the special branch might have been involved in its founding. Exactly what research they conduct and who their clients are is also unclear, but the corporate emir Davo Paralalti is often seen in the company of consortium factionaries, and the new ARCA base in Awadi is under the protection of the Legion fleet. ARCA is generally considered the source of much of the Horizon's advanced technology. The faction technology is even more complex and usually kept secret. Examples of this tech are the antimatter rockets of the Order of the Pariah, the Draconites' Meson weapons, and the experimental giant exos being developed by the consortium. The last technology tier is the glyphs and artifacts left behind by the portal builders, everything from sugar globes and healing scarabs to the Soletta in Menkar or the fusion spheres of Anaspera. Some portal builder technology is entirely incomprehensible and hints at an alien physiognomy. The Bulletin's comm base. So, how does a communicator work? Personal communicators have specific codes that the caller must know in order to reach you. Some communicators are linked to the biocode of their owners, and newer ones may even be voice-operated, like computers. Comm codes are usually delivered in person or on tags via messengers. On Coriolis, the Bulletin supplies a registry on its infonet where comm codes may be stored through any info terminal. Similar code bases can be found in most larger cities or stations where the Bulletin has a network of terminals in place, such as AYM, the main districts of the conglomerate, the Icon City, Darbari, and Albers, to name a few. The wealthy have personal couriers to send messages in cities or on stations, sometimes even off-world. This type of courier service can usually be bought from freelancers as well. Dignitaries and the very rich can also afford the powerful planetary or system communicators, with the latter working even in systems without satellite relays. News and couriers. News has always been distributed by word of mouth in the Horizon. Nomads, merchants, or Terabs all spread the news on their travels, albeit for different reasons. The larger cities have newspapers, either in printed form or on tabulas. When the systems began communicating again, the free traders were the first to start spreading news and rumors between systems, but it was the Bulletin which really organized interstellar communication when it started supplying the portal stations with their probes. Their ownership of the probes also means that they are the ones who determine which news to spread. The probes go through the portals, and relays on the other side transmit the data to new probes by the next portal, and so on. This way, the news is spread through roughly one system per day, at least along the route between Mira and Dabrin. Farther out, where the portal stations are less secure, information is usually recorded on tags and carried by free traders or the ERM's courier, the Bulletin's own courier service. Sending mail is generally a slow affair, with a chain of free traders eventually getting from sender to receiver. A package usually takes a week, sometimes a whole segment, to arrive at its destination. For speedy deliveries, one must hire a fast courier vessel, an ERM's ship perhaps, or one of the many other players on the courier market. Couriers are costly but fast, usually making it through a system in 2 days. Intelligences and the net. Scientists from the Foundation, the Data Institute, and other elite academies have developed advanced intelligences that can control ships, drones, and other complex systems. Their inventions are based on old ship intelligences from first-come ships and from the Zenith. According to a hypothesis presented by the mathematician Ibrahim Hadrogas, these intelligences will spontaneously evolve into true intelligences equal to humans and humanids. This will also, Hadrogas argues, result in them getting a ghost or soul, which is the essence of being human according to the Church of the Icons. Networks such as the Infonet are what will act as a catalyst for the intelligences, says Hadrogas. This worries some Orthodox believers, and several info terminals on Algol, among other places, have been vandalized. Culture in the Third Horizon. The Icons and nothing else are what keep the Horizon together, at least according to the old first-come proverbs, followed by culture and family. Yesef Megnalim, the famous agitator, summed it up well when he said, "The Icons first, family second, and games for the people." The different systems share some cultural references, but what counts as good or popular differs from system to system, or even from faction to faction. The blood operas are appreciated almost exclusively in the Zenithian hegemony, while conservative factions such as the Order hold chant choirs in high regard. Music and song. The sira is a string instrument played all over the horizon, its bright notes elevating Barya ballads as well as Algolan round dance. Apart from the sira, the horizon contains a myriad of instruments with local variations beyond counting, from wooden flutes on Mira and Algol to mechanical music machines on Dabaran. The 9-string Sharu lyre is a legendary instrument mastered almost only by Ahlam's courtesans, who can bestow both ecstasy and torment on the listener. There are 2 major styles of singing: the Barya, melancholy and portentous, and the Kaba, which is more dance-oriented and backed by computer organs. The Kaba is all the rage in the clubs in the core of Coriolis and in the Dars of Dabaran, where popular musicians such as the Goori brothers, the Siras of Dardarlides, and Halahal perform it. The stars of the Barya include Hana Ibram, Aisha, and modern legend Sani Soul. A more obscure song style is the prophet songs popular on and around Mira and Zalos, 6-bar stanzas about the words of the icons, visions of the future, or passages from the Holy Scriptures. A Zalosian version of the prophet songs are the chant choirs, although they often end in revels of flagellation. The blood operas of the Zenithian hegemony are the complete opposite, extravagant compositions with huge orchestras, elevating Zenithian order and reason over the icons. Literature and storytelling. Storytelling is just as strong a tradition as singing in the horizon. The champions of the craft are often the Tereb, people similar to traveling poets or bards. Literature is also popular, and reading is considered a noble pursuit, a sign that one has time to spare. The privileged make sure to always keep books around their homes, and some even have special reading rooms or balconies with special light-reflecting fields around them. The very rich employ courtesans or readers to perform the stories for them. On Coriolis, the well-off often get together to kawa read, meaning that they listen to a storyteller while enjoying kawa, chai, dates, and sweet fruit. The most famous writer in the horizon is without a doubt the secretive Mazelman, allegedly living somewhere in the Rimward Reach to research his next book. His earlier works, The Siren's Call, The Nightingale, and Stories from a Lost Age, are must-reads among the upper classes. The so-called tag stories are very popular among the plebeians and the poor. They are short, adventurous stories, often about brave heroes and captains who defy evil factionaries, bureaucrats, or the rich. The series about Captain Salima of the Lotus Leaf is a bestseller, and comprises about 20 parts to date, with many shadow writers working on the project. Holo, proxy, and pictorial media. The technology used to spread news across the horizon is also used by the entertainment industry. The Bulletin is a market leader here as well, through their 7-star studio, and people everywhere follow their popular holodramas The Plantation Owner's Daughter, Guesthouse Brahima, and the comedy show The Avant-Garde, centered on the mischief and escapades of the students living in the Malukad district. Other players also produce and market holo films, the Iconocrats on Sadal and a few Algolan trade houses, for example, but they are rarely up to Bulletin standards. The theater is very popular throughout the horizon, from the street corner puppet shows on Algol to the acrobatic Miran theater. Proxy media has spread to the public thanks to the syndicate's illegal erotic proxy trips, but more and more proxy novellas are beginning to circulate. They are often of impressive quality, which hints at a big corp or faction-sponsored product. Holidays and celebrations. Most holidays in the Third Horizon are of a religious nature and celebrate the glory of the icons in one way or another. Since the founding of Coriolis and the Church of the Icons Declaration of the Sacred Rites, the dominant icon holidays have spread to almost the entire horizon. Local traditions are still upheld, of course, such as the Elephant Festival on Algol and the Day of Flowers on Mira. The 3 big holidays in the horizon are the Cyclade, the Founding, and the Pilgrimaria. The Cyclade takes place on the last day of the current year or cycle. Big parties are organized and resolutions for the future are made. Many choose to enter their life bonds on this day, or sign important trade agreements. To be born during the Cyclade is considered a sign of good fortune in life. The Founding is a day the faithful spend in prayer, praising friends and benefactors but also passing judgment on liars and traitors. Feuds between families, clans, or business competitors should be settled on this day. After sundown, processions carrying statues of the judge and the gambler parade through the cities, villages, and stations. The faithful end the day in quiet reflection. The Pilgrimaria is the proper day to start one's pilgrimage. For those who have already completed theirs, or who are unable to travel, the day is devoted to remembering the dead. In recent years, the Algolan tradition to sculpt skulls out of fruit, sugar, or colored clay has spread to the rest of the horizon. And what used to be a very solemn celebration is now more festive. Dancers with skulls painted on their bodies dance in the core to the sounds and flashes of firecrackers. Big fireworks shows are common in planetside cities. Proxy star Gilazandian, most famous for the algali butterfly. Miran acrobatics. For as long as anyone can remember, acrobatics, dancing, and martial arts have been a part of Miran culture. The flying theaters, acrobatic performances traditionally using advanced systems of ropes and pulleys, tell the stories of King Makak, Samahib, the dancers incarnate, and many other often humorous adventures. The theaters use grav belts instead of ropes nowadays, and this has propelled the art form to new aesthetic heights. The scene where the dancer comes flying across the stage in a red coronacle with flowing veils in jasmine morning has been described as magical by theater critics, and it gave Nestera, who manufactures the grav belts, massive publicity on Mira. Icon belief. Mankind's existence on scattered oases in the endless darkness is an almost unfathomable mystery. The icons are what fill the void and provide comfort in the absurdity of life in the dark. The 9 icons. It is not clear exactly where the icons come from. This knowledge was lost during the exile from Al-Arda. The Zenithians can shed no light on the matter, but this is of no consequence to the faithful. The fact that the icons exist is enough. The icons link everyday life with spirituality in many ways. The figurines on the altars of people's homes, the talismans on dashboards and bridges, and the temples and chapels along the trade routes, in the villages and on the space stations, all are links between the individual and eternity. The 9 icons are worshipped differently depending on profession, faction, and personal beliefs. In some places they are even praised under different names, but, according to the Church of the Icons, they are still the same icons. The 9 icons and their followers are presented below. Calendar. In the third horizon and on Coriolis, time is usually measured in cycles or Coriolis cycles, CCs, instead of years, as the length of a year differs from system to system. 1 CC is the length of a Quan year and is divided into 3 triads of 3 segments each. Each segment is dedicated to 1 icon. There is 1 odd day between each of the triads. These odd days are special holidays and are celebrated in a fashion reflecting the coming triad's icons. The messenger. The fleet-footed messenger brings news, prayers, and omens to wherever the faithful might be. The messenger is portrayed as a pale boy with a stern face and flaming eyes. He is sometimes depicted holding a winged messenger rod, and in some places he himself is portrayed with wings, such as in the Hafr Chapel on Algol, for example. He is sometimes called the Whisperer, the one who knows all your secrets, or the seducer who drives people mad. Many view the messenger as the icon that escorts your ghost to the afterlife when your body dies, often as a host of sparrows or some other small birds. Sacrifices to the messenger are often made when a message must be delivered or cargo secured, or together with intercessory prayer to bring someone good luck. A common sacrifice is the burning of a prayer written on a piece of paper, or putting a small vessel carved out of sugar in the alcove of the messenger in the temple. Woe to all who neglect the temperamental messenger. The dancer. The dancer is the icon of inspiration and perseverance. Sometimes woman, sometimes man, but most often androgynous and ungendered like the hijras. The dancer represents the bond formed in the life union between 2 lovers, but also unbridled lust when appearing as the musician, playing a 9-string lyre or a sira. Darker folklore speaks of the beast, representing mankind's true nature and, according to Dar Salab's grief, legend has it that the Sultan Dar Salab on Dabran sent his son on an important diplomatic mission during the water wars, but offered no tribute to the messenger. The son was supposed to hoist white sails upon his return, but forgot, and was shot down by the Sultan's accelerator batteries. The bereaved ruler ordered the construction of a gigantic sailing palace in which he had himself immured as an offering in the hopes of good fortunes for his son in the afterlife. The afterlife. Philosophers, priests, and prophets everywhere debate the nature of life beyond the corporeal. To common people, the afterlife is a heavenly place, reminiscent of Alarda before it was destroyed by industry and progress. Ascetics in the circle of seekers dispute the existence of an afterlife altogether, instead believing that the spirit is reunited with the icons in the eternal aeum. The Church of the Icons has no official view on the afterlife, but has denied all claims that the ghost or soul of a deceased can be trapped in the dark between the stars and transformed into a dybbuk, a sarcophagoi, or some other mythic creature. To some, the dancer's darker aspect represents inherent evil. The beast has no place in the temples, but some of Myra's forest nomads worship it as the icon of strength and portray it as a dragon-like creature with fur and 9 eyes. Sacrifices to the dancer are a small but exquisite meal, a dance or a beautiful song, but preferably all 3 combined. The gambler. For the adventurous, the intelligent, and the gifted, the gambler is a perfect fit. Curious children who speak the truth as they see it and think quickly on their feet are the icon's protégés. The icon is often pictured as a young man stretching his hand towards you, urging you to take a risk, to roll the dice. Myth and folklore across the horizon usually describe the gambler as a trickster, such as in the forms of the laughing hyena on Algol, King Macaque on Mira, or a juggling cherub. The darker aspect of the icon is surrounded by stories of monsters and the dark between the stars. On Mira, one incarnation of the gambler is the ensnarer, who comes for the cowardly and the weak that are afraid to take risks in life. The gambler appreciates simple offerings, such as dice, gambler cards from an icon deck, a mug of wine, or some other kohol. Lingering memories from the long night speak of goat blood sacrifices, and ever fouler things. Offerings. A suitable sacrifice can be just about anything one has at hand, as long as the act of faith itself is pure, but trading in offerings is nevertheless a lucrative business. Outside larger domes, chapels, or temples there is usually a row of traders selling myrrh, tabak, or olibanum incense sticks, tiny sugar sculptures holding bowls of vinegar, bone fragments, dice, cards, decorative rope work, Algolan paper sculptures. Basically everything even faintly faith-related. The Church of the Icons has not done anything about this yet, but concerns are being raised about the dangers of commercializing the faith, the zenithism of it all. The deckhand. The deckhand is usually portrayed as a tired boy holding a broom or a switch key. The deckhand can bless homes, ships, and stores, if they're well kept and the right offerings have been made. The deckhand protects the unfortunate, as the folklore always depicts the icon sharing their fate, tricked out of a well-earned reward. Some stories describe the deckhand a bit differently, as a rascal that disturbs commerce, destroys electronics on ships, or makes sure the shelves in the shops are dusty and crooked. This aspect of the deckhand is called the waba or the fox. The best sacrifice to the deckhand is a well-kept shop, balanced accounts, and meticulous service to one's ship. In the chapels, a common offering is to wash the altar of the icon and read a fairy tale for the tired boy. The merchant. The portly merchant, an older man dressed in embroidered silk robes, is the icon of prosperity, forward-thinking, and success. The kind and generous side of the icon is often depicted as an elderly, smiling woman giving alms to the poor. She is revered by colonists who live off the land, and plantation owners and farmers who pray for a good harvest. The darker side of the merchant is the miser, who can be found in caricature form in many plays and hollow dramas. The miser has an insatiable lust for bare, precious stones, and power, and is oblivious to the consequences. Commonly, a sacrifice to the merchant is bear, although sometimes gold-leafed sugar bear, or fancy raw materials, delicacies, or cut crystals. The judge, an old matriarch with a grave face and a sword at her side, is the common way to picture the judge. The judge's realm is that of justice and due punishment, hence the name. Early icon myths name the icon either the blind or the warden, and many believe that it is the judge who presides over the afterlife, accompanied by the gambler and holding a pair of scales. The famous mosaic in the Sarah's temple on Minow depicts the judge together with the hyena-headed gambler, who is trying to lead the ghosts of the dead astray. The martyr is another aspect of the judge and the most important icon to the order of the pariah. The martyr accepts unjust punishments, such as in the story, The Woes of Chigas, where the martyr takes Chiga's place when Kahaz, the monster of the deep, is coming to devour her. The only sacrifice the judge desires is confession of one's failings and lies, and remorseful penance. Flagellation in honor of the martyr can be appropriate under certain circumstances, but is almost exclusively practiced by the order. The traveler. For free traders, caravanners, explorers, or colonists, the traveler stands for protection. The traveler is often a man with his eyes on the horizon, holding a walking stick, a compass, or maybe an astrograph. A first-come variation of the traveler is the star singer, who is a spreader of wisdom and who anchors reality with song and story. Yet another aspect is the demiurge worshipped on Menkar, believed to be the original portal creator. In this origin story, the portal builders never existed, but instead it was the icons themselves who wove the network of gates between the horizons. The malicious side of the traveler is the spider, who controls the web of starways and traps reckless ship crews in the darkness between the portals. Offerings to the traveler are usually a knotted hemp rope or crude string, a figurine of a ship, a dromedon, a horse, or some other transportation craft. The Lady of Tears. On their way toward the judge's justice, the Lady of Tears accompanies the dead. She also consoles the ones still living. The Lady of Tears is a woman dressed in the white of mourning, traces of tears still on her cheeks, but with a mysterious smile. Her element is fire, the cleansing fire that destroys the body to set the spirit free. A dark aspect of the lady is the butcher or the executioner, who cuts or hacks off body parts until nothing is left, but still leaves the ghost trapped. A less grim incarnation is the Lady of Tar, who covers the pyre and the corpse in pitch for a quick and intense fire. The Lady of Tears is praised with offerings of burning myrrh, white candles, or small fires, not inside the chapel, though. Mourners and pyres. It is customary in the horizon to hire mourners for the funerals of loved ones. Preferably, one should endeavor to hire courtesan-trained mourners, with their beautiful white silk dresses, carrying palm leaves and flowers of the light. Mourners are a high-status profession, and they are believed by many to have a mystical contact with the icons thanks to the nature of their craft. Iconoscopes written by a mourner always seem to come true. Funeral pyres, or cremation, are the main form of funeral rite in the third horizon. According to Foundation historians, this is probably related to the practical benefits of these methods to life on spaceships or space stations, but the first come scoff at such heathen theories. Fire is the only thing that can release the spirit from the body, hence the tradition. Only the most holy of bones are spared from the flames, as this will keep their saintly spirits in the horizon where they can continue their righteous work. Myths about sarcophagi who feast on corpses, or even worse, about Bakr or necrographers who reanimate the deceased as their slaves, are likely a part of the explanation as well. Only a few asteroid communities or very remote space stations keep from burning their dead, instead letting the station's recycling systems take care of the corpses, but this is a custom of bad, almost unholy repute. The Faceless One. The seeker among the icons is never pictured. In temples and on icon walls there is instead an empty place or alcove, or an asymmetry in the placement of the other icons. Not so long ago, many did not even know of the existence of the Faceless One, but the rise of the Church of the Icons changed that. On stage, the Faceless One is portrayed as a masked figure all in black that sneaks about the set, rearranging the props and giving or taking away objects from the actors. The most common aspect of the icon is the shadow, although for a long time many thought of it as an evil spirit rather than an icon. The shadow brings madness by luring the soul out into the dark between the stars. The anonymity of the Faceless One makes for few sacrifices in its honor, except by those who have known and revered the icon for a long time, such as the Black Lotuses of Ahlam's temple or the Curver nomads in Agi Oharu. A proper offering is often a mask, black or white stones, or a drop of blood from the believer. Unsubstantiated but persistent rumors claim that certain unsavory cults on Mira and Dabran worship a perverted aspect of the Faceless One with human sacrifices to quench the icon's thirst for souls. The Church of the Icons. The rise of the Church of the Icons has changed the way the icons are worshipped in the horizon. Through the canonizing of the Holy Scriptures and the declaration of sacred rites, the faith has been formalized in a way it never was before. The dark aspects of the icons have officially been cast out, but still remain among most of the general public. From Mira, Coriolis, and Daberon, the matriarchs and patriarchs rule the Church, living in life bonds with one another but without children, as they are firmly devoted to the icons only. The pinnacles of the faith are the sacred rites, and they are equally important to all believers, although local customs may weigh in depending on system, culture, and clan. The sacred rites. There are 9 sacred rites, just like there are 9 icons, but many hold prayer and blessing as the 2 most important ones. The order has their own version of the blessing, incorporating elements of flagellation and martyrdom. The mission. The mission is what separates the new faith from the old ways found on Mira, Zalos, and Sidal. The mission rite requires a believer to leave her home and travel the horizon for one segment, spreading the faith. Low-ranking preachers or prophets are often sent to the fringes of civilization to serve in a chapel or monastery there, sometimes for a whole triad. The life bond. At some point during one's lifetime, one should form a life bond with someone of the same or opposite gender. The Orthodox believers meant that the purpose of the life bond was to procreate, but this is possible regardless of gender in the third horizon, thanks to advanced technology such as nutriwombs and cloning. Divorce is forbidden. Widows and widowers are supposed to live out the rest of their lives in mourning. The Creed. Once a year, during the Cyclade, a believer should openly declare her faith by reciting the Creed together with others in a temple. The blessing. Blessing one's home, ship, shop, or other business is done by all believers. The blessing is especially important before going traveling or at the start of a new year or cycle. The fast. During the segment of the merchant between dawn and dusk, during the morning and day watch, the faithful must abstain from food and drink. Children and the sick are excused from fasting. The purpose of the fast is to cleanse body and soul, but also to serve as a reminder of material necessity. The confession. To purify the mind, the faithful should confess their sins once per segment, preferably to an anointed priest or priestess, but a missionary, preacher, or pilgrim could also do. No believer is free from mistakes and lies, which makes the confession a very important sacrament. The pilgrimage. There are 2 holy sites that the faithful should visit at least once during their lives: the dome of the icons on Coriolis and the icon city on Mira. Many regard the temple city Lotus on Daberon as an even holier site, and the Church has come under pressure to include Lotus in the pilgrimage. The ALMS giving. Giving alms to the poor pleases the icons and should be done once per segment. 1/9 of one's income is to be given away. Almsgiving is considered one of the most important sacred rites on Mira. The prayer. The faithful should pray twice a day, at dawn and dusk. This rule can be broken if the believer's life is in danger or for other special occasions. It is common across the horizon for people to gather at prayer plazas and pray together. The praying person should be on her knees, and preferably on a prayer rug. Chapels and holy sites. The horizon is full of chapels, temples, icon walls, and sculptures. Much of the worship takes place at these sites, in homes, or at spiritual focal points such as the Lotus Rock on Daberon or the Holy Grove in Alki. Pilgrims flock to 3 major holy sites: the Dome of the Icons on Coriolis, the Icon City on Mira, and Lotus on Daberon. The crater dome on Algol is smaller and mainly visited by local pilgrims, but the news of its holiness is spreading. The Icon Chapel. The typical chapel is an open, octagonal building with 8 or 9 alcoves in a large room. The alcoves contain statues of all the icons except the faceless one. The chapels usually have high ceilings, supported by a pillar in each alcove, and it is common that they have an opening in the ceiling where the sun or the stars can be seen. The local priest or preacher will usually live in a building adjacent to the chapel, although only missionaries or pilgrims tend to very remote sites. No matter how small the dome, chapel, or temple is, they always contain a common room where the faithful can relax and spend time together, with food, chai, hookahs, or just a few chairs. Many chapels also have fountains or, in the Algolan fashion, raked stone gardens. Special courtesan temples exist on Mira where more intimate acts are allowed, something the modern parts of the Church want to ban. Icon walls and reliquaries. In places where a chapel cannot be built for some reason, you will commonly find icon walls instead. They are simple brick walls with alcoves for the icon statues. Icon walls are often built on holy sites, such as on top of the remnants or catacombs of an earlier temple. Some of the older temples have vast networks of catacombs underneath them where holy bones are buried. These catacombs may also contain hidden reliquaries where precious gifts or offerings are kept, usually under guard by preachers, warrior monks, or just the watchful eyes of the icons. On ships and stations, there may not always be room for a proper chapel, but there is almost always a prayer room or an icon wall on board. Many believers would not set foot on a ship that didn't have some form of space dedicated to the icons, which makes such ships rare. In the fifth L point above Melek lies the Temple of Horizon's End, which its proprietors claim to be unique in all the horizon. Visiting pilgrims can meditate and pray with only an ED field between them and empty space, under the flames of the Melek sun. Spirituality and schisms. Despite the Church's efforts, the icon faith is not a uniform religion but is filled with variations, deviations, and schisms. Common people regard the icons as multifaceted and unpredictable, capable of both blessings and curses. This is firmly denied by the Church of the Icons through all the teachings of their missionaries, preachers, and prophets. Nothing bad can come from the icons. Mankind itself and the dark between the stars are the roots of evil. At present, there are two major schisms dividing the faith: the emissary from Zine and Oikomen as Najim. The troublesome emissary. The ghosts from the gas giant Zine, often described as either spirits or spectral phenomena, have recently declared themselves the emissaries of Zine. There are officially 5 of them, but rumors claim that there are really 9 altogether, and that the Foundation and the Consortium are hiding the truth. One of the emissaries has named itself the Judge Incarnate, which the Order of the Pariah views as heresy since the Judge, in its martyr aspect, is the only icon they worship. The Order has put the Foundation and the Consortium under pressure to extradite the emissary, threatening to send their antimatter-armed warships to the Qua system. The Catacombs of Zaranj. The Zaranji catacombs on Dabran are said to contain rich offerings made by the wealthy neighboring Dars before the temple was destroyed in the Portal Wars. Many archaeologists and grave robbers have gone in search of the fabled riches but have come out empty-handed, if they were lucky enough to come out at all. Oikomen as Najim. In the last few cycles, a new subject has sparked debate among philosophers and preachers, especially in the Rimward Reach in the Qua system. The matter concerns whether or not humanists are the spiritual equals of base humans. The issue was first brought up when new colonists questioned the nomads' religious rhetoric. The Prophet Ndina addressed the issue in a sermon, and the 5 head preachers in the Rimward Reach were quick to outline new teachings for the Najim, the humanists. An ecumenical assembly, Oikomen as Najim, is being organized to establish that there is no spiritual difference between humanists and base humans. Invitations to the assembly have been sent out to knowledgeable preachers and prophets across the horizon, as well as to the matriarch and patriarch of Mira. So far, there is no consensus on the matter. The faith of the factions. The religious practices of the factions differ greatly. The first-come factions are all dominated by religious and mystical ideas, but in different forms. 2 factions praise only one icon, the Draconites, who worship the executioner, and the Order of the Pariah, who bow only to the martyr. There are even some different practices within the Church of the Icons, where the marginalized cult of the Circle of Seekers view the icon faith as a rough but practical simplification of the great mystery of life, and that each icon is its own way to enlightenment. The Zenithian factions distance themselves from the icons, but not openly, for strategic reasons. An exception to this is the Foundation, which is in direct opposition to a worldview where the icons have any power at all. Their hardline scientific convictions have put them on a collision course with the Order of the Pariah. The faith of the people. To most of the Horizon's inhabitants, the icons are a real force to worship and placate in order for life to function. Many people have their own favorite icon, one that has helped them through hard times or brought them luck. A sacrifice can be made to one's favorite icon before an important event that normally wouldn't fall under that specific icon's general niche. Praying too often to a multitude of icons is said to bring bad luck and to nourish the dark between the stars. Common people believe that the icons, contrary to the Church's rhetoric, have more than one face, and are as prone to anger as they are to generosity. Sometimes it can be wise to honor an icon with offerings just to ward off its gaze. Take care not to treat the judge this way, however. The judge is an icon that doesn't take kindly to false worship. The Ugly One. There is an old story about a peddler who tried to trick the merchant in order to turn a greater profit. With offerings and wailing prayers, he purported to be on the brink of financial ruin. This was a lie, and instead he made huge amounts of money selling the cargo that was bestowed upon him. The merchant eventually found out and was very angry. A fire broke out on the peddler's ship that destroyed half of his face. To this day, the Ugly One is said to be traveling the horizon as a prophet, warning of the righteous wrath of the icons. Taboos. There are many taboos in the horizon, connected to the icon's vengeful tendencies. Certain things must not be done or even mentioned. To speak of the dark between the stars is among the worst things one can do, for example. Instead, people use metaphors or euphemisms. Other taboos include certain foods, not showing generosity or hospitality, refusing to accept gifts, and speaking ill of the icons. Talismans. Believers often carry talismans representing their favorite icon or the church of the icons. Talismans are holy items and are often miniature sculptures or portraits of the icon or its symbol. Just like offerings, talismans can be bought in the street markets outside most temples and chapels. The talisman market in Icon City is known for its many different and exotic interpretations of the icons. Many pilgrims wish to return from their pilgrimage with a talisman that has been blessed in the dome of the icons. For a talisman to have holy power, it must be blessed in a temple before the right icon, accompanied by the proper offerings. The talismans are usually left in the temple for one whole day, and to take a talisman during this time is one of the strongest taboos in the horizon. It is common for people to put their talismans back on the altar during religious festivals to recharge their holy power. Iconoscopes and prophecies. For each of the icons, there is a segment in the calendar and in the sky. The constellations of an icon can vary between systems, as some of them are so far apart that the night sky shows different stars. It is widely accepted that iconoscopes, descriptions of how the stars in the segment of one icon or another interact with other stars along the ecliptic, can predict someone's future. Iconoscopes are personal and centered on the most important icon in someone's life. Crafting an iconoscope is a complex process with more exceptions than rules. The techniques vary between systems and cultures, and a sibyl or oracle from one system may have a difficult time trying to read the stars in another system. Making an iconoscope for someone who didn't ask for it is taboo, as is trying to read one's own future. There are also methods of soothsaying that don't involve the stars. Using an icon deck to read the future in the cards drawn is one method, while arithmetic is popular on Dabron. Arithmetic is the art of using unworldly numbers and algorithms to predict the future. The true mathematicians of Dabron regard arithmetic with disdain, but the practice is in wide circulation on the planet. Local icons. Almost wherever you go, you will find local icon variations not acknowledged by the church or Orthodox believers. In some systems, one icon takes precedence over all others, such as the martyr on Zalos, and in some places, important figures in society have been elevated to an almost godlike position, such as iconocrat Aremerat on Sadal, for example. Certain primitive first-come tribes interpret elemental beings, strange phenomena, or wild spirits as icons, of which the Azaleans in the Quan jungles, Bayan the star snake, or the Ouroboros are all examples. The Kanda cloud in the Rimward Reach and the winking pulsar outside of Algebar are both considered holy by nomads. Regardless of local customs, the 9 icons exist in every system, albeit under different names. Only in a few cases has a local icon replaced one of the original 9, an important ancestor, some lesser deity, or even a spirit or jinn. In the Yastapal system, Ekaterina, a dead Malika, has replaced the judge. Ekaterina represents justice, but also fertility. Spirits and myths. Superstition is common everywhere in the horizon. With the possible exception of the most ardent disbelievers in the Foundation, the dark between the stars makes everyone nervous. Stories of black magic, necromancy, and dark covenants involving blood-curdling rituals or mechanical cadaver clocks are common among the first-come people. Some scientific studies have even found signs of similar mythology among semi-intelligent species such as Equilibri and Scavara. The universe is also thought to harbor many other things that the Foundation sensors and tomographs cannot explain. Black bear, Hadra clouds, Jinni, and Majib are all signs that the world is not at all simple or easy to comprehend. Jinn. The Jinn turn up in almost all first-come fairy tales and myths, although sometimes as Een, Jinni, Janna, or Bakr. Jinn are thought to be unpredictable spirits, full of tricks. In folklore, the Jinn are sent by the icons to assist heroes or punish tyrants and liars. They often show up as mirages, whirlwinds, or just a shimmering in the air, but they are said to be able to take human form, or even the forms of snakes or winged creatures, visible only at the corner of your vision as they shoot past you. The Jinn are thought to be able to possess humans and control their actions. It is believed that it was a malicious Jinn who caused the Prophet Maluk's madness, in which he slaughtered his whole congregation. The most dangerous of the Jinn, according to the Prophet Horam, is the Efrite, who seeks out catacombs or space stations where corpses aren't cremated in order to possess their inhabitants, living or dead. As mentioned, not all Jinn are evil. Some of them can even be of great help. The 9 Muses, masters of all the arts of pleasure, are spirits often worshipped by courtesans who pray for success in their profession. The Marids or Majib are arrogant Jinn with almost iconic powers who are said to grant wishes, if you can pay the price. The Silver Fox is a trickster spirit, thought by many to be an aspect of the deckhand. It is said to dwell among forested hills, where it takes the form of a beautiful man or woman to lure unsuspecting travelers down into its hole. The guests are offered cups of chai or kawa and then bewitched or possessed. Judicator Amidi testified to finding the bodies of several children in a hole in the ground just outside of the conglomerate when the serial killer Adalai roamed the planet. The hole also contained fox droppings. Amidi was so shaken by the whole affair that he turned in his badge and went to lead an ascetic's life in the jungle. Sorcerers. Apart from spirits and jinn, there are many other stories about the dark arts in the horizon. Parents on Kwa and Coriolis scare their children with tales of the man-eating spirits that primitive first-come called sarcophagoi. In other versions, the sarcophagoi are spirits who infiltrate spaceships on long hauls, turning the crew against each other and sowing madness. When the crew has finally killed each other in their mania, the sarcophagoi feast on their corpses. Other sorcerer figures in folklore are the Bakr, who can reanimate dead cadavers. They are said to hang around slums and tent towns in cities such as Akandaro Sharif and the conglomerate. When it comes to the now extinct faction, the Nazarim sacrifice, the worst evils imaginable are mixed with a certain amount of truth. It is commonly believed that they practiced human sacrifice, performed dark rituals, and formed unholy alliances with evil spirits and jinn. The smiling Efrite. There is one exception to the common myth of the evil Efrite, the tale of how the smiling Efrite met the storyteller Salimid. The Efrite was so enchanted by her stories, and the fact that she gave him her little finger as a gift, that he promised to only help people from that day forward, as long as they told him a good story. The smiling Efrite is said to show up around festivals or circus visits, but you just might find him in a quiet cantina as well, waiting for a story. In return, the Efrite will make the storyteller's travels easier. Symptoms of a possession. When an evil jinn possesses a human, there is precious little time to call for a preacher to perform an exorcism. The signs of a possession can be many, but in some cases it is only a high fever. Symptoms. Lingering pain in different parts of the body, even though the medicurgs can find nothing wrong. Hallucinations. Depression. Cannot stand to hear the Holy Scriptures or the Creed being recited. Constant nightmares, for example about black dogs, cats, snakes, etc. Mood swings. High fever and disorientation. Bijam's false face. Bijam's false face is a well-known myth in the Third Horizon. It is a story about the ability to change one's face, which is an act most believers would consider utterly depraved and heretical. Some religious ideas locate a person's spirit or ghost in the lines of the face, or as Horam's third book declares, without your eyes and your smile, you are alone before the icons. Some say that Bijam is a dark morph, a daimon, jinn, or diab that, through changing the face of its possessed host, can steal the ghost. Others believe that Bijam is actually one of the Black Sector's most successful biosculpts, designed for infiltration and assassination. The fact that Bijam is an anagram of Majib, which means both shadow and master, and happens to be the name of the biocode magistra from Ahalim that recently went missing, only serves to further the whispered speculations. It is rumored that Majib created the sculpt for a traveling Terab as a masterpiece to complete her training under Master Herod's Afrit. Chapter 11. Coriolis, Jewel and Beating Heart of the Horizon, Cradle and Holy Shrine of the Zenithian Civilization. Only the icons themselves can outshine this, the most glorious wonder under the stars. O Coriolis, your palaces are magnificent and your halls regal. You are my greatest love, Oditio Coriolis, Galberal Coriolis. The Coriolis space station is the hub of the Third Horizon in more ways than one. It was from this place that the Zenithians brought the Horizon back to life. The station lies at the intersection of all the major trade routes and houses both the Council of Factions and many other rulers. When the Zenithians stripped their Arkship for parts and created the Colossus that would become Coriolis Station, they had no idea what it would mean to the Horizon. During the first cycles of the station's existence, many areas were empty and uninhabited. Over time, the station filled up with activity and experienced a cultural boom, while decaying at the same time. From the deep echoes of the cellar to the floors in the spire mimicking real planetary nature under blue hollow skies, the Coriolis of today is a melting pot of Algolan refugees, masked Sedalian bureaucrats, and wealthy pashas from Shivas and Dabran. Facts about the station. Population. According to the census of CC 61, Coriolis has 521,465 permanent residents. The number of occupants with temporary residence permits was, at the time of the census, 189,453. Semi-intelligences and slummers in the cellar were not included in the census, but their numbers are kept low by the purges of the Coriolis Guard. Physical data. The station measures 6,136 meters from the cellar to the top of the spire. The diameter of the ring is 3,540 meters, and that of the core is 1,500 meters at its widest point. The four larger plazas are 604 meters in diameter. Calendar. One Coriolis cycle is divided into 336 days. Each day is divided into watches of 6 hours each morning, day, evening, and night. The cycle is divided into 9 37-day segments, each devoted to one icon. Each segment ends with an extended rest period, and after each triad, 3 segments, a special holiday is celebrated. The 3 holidays are the Founding, the Cyclade or New Year's Eve, and the Pilgrimaria. Law and order. The Coriolis Guard is the keeper of the peace, both on the station and in the surrounding space, and is under the direct control of the governor. The judicators, who have extensive authority to investigate, make arrests, and, in some cases, punish the guilty parties at the scene of the crime, handle serious criminality. The judicators answer to the courts, who are independent from the governor and the council, but who rule in accordance with the laws of the station. Governance. The governor rules the station with the help of the Council of Factions and the will of the taxpayers through the 2001 seats of the Popular Assembly. Taxes are optional and are usually paid collectively by a company, clan, or other group to get a vote in the assembly, but a number of wealthy individuals also hold seats, 732 people as of CC 61. The price of a vote in the assembly was 9,000 bear in CC 61. The Popular Assembly votes on issues where the governor and the council need the support of the people. The assembly always gets to vote in legislative matters. History. The Coriolis station was constructed from the corpse of the Arkship Zenith that arrived in the Third Horizon some 60 cycles ago. Portions of the Zenith's components and gear were taken by the Quasar family down to the monolith on Qua, and some went with the Draconites when they broke the chain of command on board and vanished into the void. Left in the remnants were the seconds in command, the Urids clan, and the newly awoken colonists, who together formed the consortium. Coriolis was constructed as a signal to the entire horizon that a new era was dawning, and because it was a practical use of the Zenith's cadaver. The leftovers became the net, the reloading port that floats outside the station. In a show of Zenithian fellowship, Coriolis was parked in a geostationary orbit above the monolith, with the spire pointing towards the top of the black column below. This is how it all began. Timeline. CC event. -5 The Zenith arrives in the Dabaran system. 0 The consortium begins the construction of Coriolis. Desmond Reeds becomes the station's first governor. 5 The fleets of the Legion and the Zenithian hegemony engage in combat in the Hemura system, with none of the combatants gaining the upper hand. Tyr Mezena becomes the second governor of Coriolis. 7 The Legion and the consortium form a defense pact. 8 The Legion and the Zenithian hegemony sign a treaty to form a non-aggression pact. 10 Construction of the Coriolis station is completed. 14 The Free League faction is founded as a partner to the consortium. 17 Mauricio Iskara becomes the third governor of Coriolis. 21 All other factions are invited to send representatives to the Council of Factions. 26 Abzina Lectili becomes the fourth governor of Coriolis. 34 The main trade routes through the horizon are secured by the Legion. The governor of Coriolis signs the Free Trader Treaty that gives anyone the right to use the star portals and forbids any one group from seizing control of a portal. 36 Xander Corrida becomes the fifth governor of Coriolis. 41 The Order of the Pariah blocks the portals in their home system, Zalos, but after being pressured by the other council members, they back down and guarantee that the Free Trader Treaty will be respected. Ships can pass through Zalos again, but are heavily escorted and not permitted to dock. Reports slip out of the system about horrible events on Zalos, but the Order has no comment on the matter, as it is an internal affair. The Council has had to accept the situation since the Order lifted the blockade. 42 Nahara Corinth becomes the sixth governor of Coriolis. 51 The Order of the Pariah opens the Samaritan Medical Academy on Coriolis, as well as launching a poverty relief program and a sanatorium for the hyper-sick adjacent to the school. 52 Jalaman Ho becomes the seventh governor of Coriolis. 58 There are riots in the streets, started by unpatriotic groups backed by anti-republican interests. The Guard restores order, but is unable to arrest the real instigators. 59 The Judicators are formed with the aid of the Zenithian hegemony, and go to work supported by new legislation against organized crime and anti-patriotic activity. The Popular Assembly removes Jalaman Ho as governor through a vote of no confidence. Iria Shiliamaran becomes the eighth governor of Coriolis. 60 The ghosts from Zine are discovered, and the Foundation makes the first formal contact with the specters from the depths of the gas giant. The governor orders the Guard to perform a series of purges of the cellar, as it has become a hiding place for slummers and semi-intelligences that refuse to accept the laws of the station. Kemal Dargosian becomes the ninth governor of Coriolis. 61 Emissary Alam from Zine arrives at Coriolis and is granted observer status on the council. Contact with the colonies in the Tawan system is lost, and the consortium, the colonial agency, and the Foundation organize a rescue mission. Coriolis Station. Coriolis is divided into three parts, not counting the cellar. From the top down they are the spire, the core, and the ring. Each part has its own distinctive style and atmosphere, but the friendly and welcoming Coriolis residents are everywhere. The three parts are described below, from the point of view of the arriving traveler. The ring. The ring of the station is huge, and running along its whole extent is the promenade, the bustling street of boutiques and shops that characterizes Coriolis. The promenade is best accessed from one of the four plazas located where each of the four spokes connect to the ring. Taking a taxi or a grav chair is an excellent way to get there, if you can pay. The promenade is usually very crowded, making grav chairs, rickshaws, or walking the best modes of transportation. Neoptra Spaceport. The largest of the four commercial spaceports on Coriolis is the Neoptra, located on the ring just below the Spice Plaza. Each of the plazas connects to one of four larger spaceports, but there are many private ports as well, especially in the Spire. The Neoptra is usually the first impression a visitor gets of Coriolis, and the current governor has had it modernized and renovated with shining floors in white Quan marble and beautiful bas-reliefs on the sturdy pillars that support the many balconies that make up the spaceport's different levels. The outer parts are still kept practical, of course, strictly Armonite bulkheads and riveted plating. Inside the crescent-shaped balconies that follow the arch of the outer hull is a large terminal full of small cantinas, shops, market stalls, and carts, a sort of miniature of the larger plazas. The terminal has several large exits with security checkpoints and 3 customs stations. Customs officers and members of the guard keep close tabs on everyone entering or leaving the station. Travel papers are scanned with tabulas and luggage is inspected. The customs station is where you pay for weapon licenses and livestock or semi-intelligence's import fees, and they can be used as quarantine stations in the event of disease. There are heavily reinforced bulkheads between the customs stations and the rest of the station that can be closed in case of a threat, but they have never been used so far. Many of Coriolis residents work in the Neoptra port, and some even live there, beggars, courtesans, and 1 or 2 prophets. The port is also frequented by several Kambalas, con artists who make their living pestering naive travelers. The balcony at the very top of the port is called the balustrade. Fancy ships that can't afford their own private docks use this level, which also houses a walkway with a mighty view of Kwa through a sapphire glass window, like a lush, green sun in the emptiness. Stevedore Central. Below the ground floor of the spaceport runs the maze of corridors and loading bays used for storage and distribution of imported goods, commonly known as Stevedore Central. The slightly larger bays used by the loaders who work the net are also found here. Missing cargo. During the last few segments, cargo has gone missing from the warehouses below Stevedore Central, usually small quantities of luxuries such as fresh foods or delicacies. No one knows who the thief is, but one of the Stevedore Akbars, Shio Shicharma from Luba, has been tasked with finding out. She has been unsuccessful so far and is considering looking for external help. The Skavara Ra, the Stevedore's mascot and lucky charm, has also gone missing. Is it all somehow connected? Vent shafts run like ant trails below the spaceport. The stevedores who work here can find their way through these secret passages and get between the loading bays and the port above, but an outsider would become lost almost immediately. The promenade. The promenade is a walkway running along the entire ring, full of both living modules and shops. Family-run businesses are common, and many people live where they work or close by. The promenade itself is wide, with high ceilings, almost reaching the top of the ring. Bridges, wires, and the occasional grav chair cross between the walls above the crowd, as some of the higher levels have balconies with smaller walkways, shops, and cafes. Public transportation in the ring exists in the form of the ring tube, a fast cable car service. There is a tube station at each of the 4 plazas, as well as one in the core. Tickets to go through the core are more expensive, so most people prefer to go half a lap around the ring if they need to get to the other side. The living modules on the ring are small, rarely larger than 2 rooms for a big family sleeping in shifts. The living modules form a mosaic of crisscrossing stairs, balconies, balustrades, and rope bridges above the promenade, crowded with people going about their daily chores, children playing, and dogs and monkeys jumping around. Clotheslines share the airspace with beautiful fabric roofs over balconies, and the noise and chatter from the promenade below can be heard at all hours. The Spice Plaza. As hinted by the name, the Spice Plaza is the place for all forms of spice trade on Coriolis, but the marketplace also hosts a wide variety of fruit and vegetable vendors. The Spice Plaza offers exotic flavors from all corners of the horizon, but especially from Kwa. Fresh bananas, shiny green melons, mangoes, burrs, heaven fruit, dried figs and dates, coconut, fresh moist cinnamon, nuts, and almonds. The tiny stalls display beautiful trays of deep red paprika, intense saffron, peppers in every color, chili powder, and cumin seeds. Foreign spice mixes from near and far are introduced into Kwan cuisine via the Spice Plaza. Algolan Kora, Berberi mix from Luba, smoked paprika from Sadal, and many others. Bakeries, pastry shops, baklava carts, and honey trolleys surround the plaza on all sides. Baklava and other phyllo-based pastries. Locations and services in the spaceport. The infirmary run by the Medicurg Leo. The Journey's End Cantina, famous for its shish kebab. The Free League's exchange and bank office, where bear and travel currency can be bought. The Oasis Courtesan and Massage Salon, owned by the Madriga Ahia. An icon chapel. The cargo blocks, storage units for light cargo awaiting customs inspection. Guard Point 13, where Captain Karu oversees spaceport security. Jacovo's Kawa Trolley with fresh ground Kawa. Customs Point 1, where weapon licenses are acquired. The shuttle service Monolith round trips, offering quick but expensive transport from the balustrade. The Law of the Legion, easy access to biosculptors, prosthetists, tattoo artists, and guns makes the Ozone Plaza and the nearby stretch of the promenade attract legionnaires like moths to a flame. Legion-affiliated bars usually feature skulls or bones in their names or on their signs. The three most infamous watering holes are Machbarons, Egals, and the Cranium Bar, the latter also serving as the unofficial headquarters of the faction and the place one should seek out to join the ranks of the legionnaires. Many other mercenary agencies can be found in close proximity to these three places. The heavy Legion presence makes the Ozone Plaza a relatively safe place. The so-called Bone Law, based on military laws and punishment, is enforced in the plaza. The Legion makes sure the peace is kept, and the Coriolis Guard never patrols here. Legally, the Bone Law actually only applies to members of the Legion and contains some pretty archaic practices, such as the right to trial by combat and public whipping as punishment. The harshest punishment in the Bone Law is the promenade, in which the guilty party is simply thrown out of an airlock, but it has never been carried out on Coriolis. The Ozone Plaza's empty space is not covered with market stalls as in the other plazas, but kept clear for the slow-moving clutter of bodies on their way to or from work. There are many tailors and haberdasheries in the streets around the plaza. This is where to go for the latest fashion, even for members of the upper classes in the spire, although the very rich deal only with the tailors that do house calls. The most famous haberdasheries here are Firmahat and Sons, Yisami's Fabrics, and the Pasha's Flying Palace, which is the most expensive of them all, offering house calls at an extra fee. Many courier agencies also have their offices by the core plaza. Both the Bulletin's own ERMs and private firms like Kifri's Courier Bureau can be found here. Malukid. Coriolis Entertainment District is called the Malukid, a potpourri of shady alleys and old buildings housing restaurants, cantinas, bars, and gambling dens. The Malukid has everything a thrill-seeking resident or visitor could possibly desire. Gambling is clearly the dominant vice, taking place in bars, gambling dens, and in the big stadium located just next to the district. Restaurants that stand out are the Al-Qadr with its all-red interior and the Mutjar, a classier establishment for refined and expensive excitement. The stadium. The oval stadium rises above the Malukid almost all the way up to the arced beams of the skeleton of the core. The stadium offers every type of zero-G entertainment there is: holographic obstacle courses, thermal duels, graviton ball, scooter racing, Algolan kickball, and much more. There is one main event every night during the evening watch, usually with professional contestants and intense betting. In the hangars underneath the stadium, visitors can try out the different activities for themselves. There are a few restaurants and bars in the stadium as well, with Tala having the best reputation thanks to its beautiful glass balconies above the scooter track. More savage forms of entertainment are also offered at the stadium in the form of modulation or gladiator matches. The violence is often very artistic, but still nothing for the squeamish. The crowd's favorite is duels between Nekatra and other wild beasts, Durhad, wildlings, Aziks, and other rare creatures. Humans are not allowed to fight under the same circumstances as beasts, only through modulation. Exceptions used to be made for Dabran slave warriors pitted against the beasts, but this is not the case anymore. Slavery has also been officially banned on Dabran. The amphitheater. The artists on Coriolis who don't live and work in the ring can be found in the district around the amphitheater. The open, bowl-shaped theater is based on a Dabran original and is partly made from yellow Algolan sandstone. Both modern art forms such as hollow art, modulator sculptures, and proxy music, and eternal classics such as dance, theater, mime, storytelling, and classical music are performed on the stage of the amphi. The Diva Chamarakur is the artistic director and makes sure the ticket prices are kept reasonable. There are private boxes available for those with some extra bear to spend. The largest events are usually concerts with famous performers like Sani Soul, the Lotus Flutes, or the dance troupe Feather Steps. The Little Horizon. The little horizon blocks are located along one of the core's outer walls and are home to all new arrivals on the station, from all corners of the horizon. The street vendors here offer exotic delicacies such as candied hizia bugs, moon fruit, or salted florinis. The architecture is also varied and foreign, with Algolan pagodas and round nomad huts crammed in between angular Sedalian houses and Miran balconies. The Little Horizon is home to the smuggling organization The Serpent, and the syndicate gangs now and then attempt to claim the area, which often results in street fighting. The headquarters of the Coriolis Guard and the Judicators. The headquarters of the Coriolis Guard is located in a pillar that is the center beam of the frame of the station. This is not the only office of the Guard, but it is the largest, with its administration, garages, grav elevators that run through the whole core, and their arsenal of a few light police vehicles. The offices of the Judicators are also located here, behind thick armor-plated walls and equipped with security gates since the gang war of CC-59. The front of the Judicators section of the building is more imposing than that of the Guards, in polished marble rather than scratched hyperplastic. The Bulletin Complex. A brand new complex close to the outer wall of the core serves as headquarters for the Bulletin. The building is adorned with old Miran bas-reliefs depicting famous reporters, courier vessels, and the faction's spherical portal probes, easy to recognize by their 4 antennas. The complex contains several broadcast studios, newsrooms, offices, makeup rooms, hollow effect chambers, and everything else necessary for the making of a bulletin show. The wing facing the core is where you will find the infobase, the hub that connects all the terminals on the station to the infonet. The public is not allowed inside the complex other than as studio audience for a select few shows such as The Wheel of Fatima or News at Dawn. The Dome of the Icons. The Dome of the Icons prides itself on being the largest temple in the horizon, even if the veracity of this has been questioned. The dome has a front made of glass from Ikander sand from the volcanic beaches of Antmira, and it is surely a breathtaking sight, stretching 100 meters into the air. The dome itself is a towering 60 meters high, also made of glass, anchored in the twice-as-high central tower with thick steel cables. From the chamber at the top of the tower, the preachers lead the faithful in prayer between the watches. The dome is always lit by huge spotlights in a representation of the icon's light in the dark night, and is the only exception in the otherwise perpetual semi-dusk of the core. The open dome covers an exquisite mosaic floor where the actual shrine is located, a humble 9-sided temple in burned clay, only a few meters high, just below the central tower. The temple is covered in inscriptions and symbols, some hinting at an iconic connection. A little to the side of the temple sits a small well called the Well of Tears, a quiet place of refuge for people in grief or bereavement. The tiled floor of the well is covered with talismans, handkerchiefs, hairpins, jewelry, and other offerings. Preachers and prophets. The temple grounds are full of preachers, prophets, and priests, but only 5 of them, including the faction's local Herat Wasima M, have access to the temple itself, and only at morning and evening prayers and holiday mass. All other holy activities such as prayer, meditation, sacrifice, and the like takes place in the mosaic square under the dome, usually on one's personal prayer rug or on a reed rug loaned from one of the novices. Many novices and priests wish to serve at the dome on Coriolis, as the story of the Uplifted One says that true believers can ascend directly to the icons from the temple grounds. The Foundation's Infatheca. The black, glass front of the Infatheca is the bastion of the unbelievers on Coriolis. The halls inside cannot be accessed without sanctioned business in the building and contain every possible form of data storage, from holograms, modulates, and proxy to Miran books bound in human skin, papyrus from Dabran, and magnetic memory cubes of meteorite iron from the frozen wastes of Otakon, and much, much more. One can gaze down at all this from the high galleries at the top of the building through volcano-proof sapphire glass, and elite legionnaires and secret security systems developed by the Foundation guard the whole complex. Guard drones. The latest addition to the Guard's arsenal is 3 sensor drones on loan from the Palatina lab owned by the Foundation. They are really a sort of modified sensor buoy of the same model as those used in spaceship countermeasure dispensers, but with remote control via Jin units and hollow glasses. They are armed with both Vulcan and stun weapons, and, according to rumors, the new and experimental vomit fields developed by the Foundation. The people of Coriolis hate the drones bitterly, and the machines are often met with volleys of rotten fruit or garbage when they are out on patrol. The Malukid horror. There is an abandoned block in the Malukid. Legend has it that it all started when a boy in one of the families who lived there became possessed by something from the dark between the stars, an evil Ephraite or maybe a Dybbuk. The family of the boy tried to get help from preachers and prophets, but nothing worked. One day, the whole family was gone and the module they had lived in was drenched in blood. The story spread around the neighborhood and the other families moved out of the house. More mysterious things happened after that. Food and drink spoiling, children suffering from strange diseases, and eventually the whole block was deserted. Residents of the surrounding houses leave offerings to the icons by the entrance to the block, and no one dares to linger in the nearby alleys come evening. Popular bulletin shows. The bulletin show, the biggest morning and evening show, led by Dawn hostess Nana Eliades. The Wheel of Fatima, a game show where contestants spin a prize wheel to win fancy prizes such as an evening at Alcamar's or luxury cruises in the Hamura system. News at Dawn, a news show that reports on the latest happenings in the Qua system, as well as the rest of the horizon. Street Judge, hollow show about the judicator Aman Hazra solving crimes on Coriolis. Best episode, Chrysanthemum Red. The plantation owner's daughter drama about love and intrigue on a Quan plantation. Best episode, Under the Baobab. Studio Jana, a news show with investigative reporters digging for scandals and injustice, mainly in the Qua system. The Voice of the Icons, the church's own icon show and debate program, hosted by the preacher Alima Suraz. The Dome of the Icons. The Museum of History. One of the wings of the Infathika houses the Foundation's Museum of the Horizon's modern, post-Portal Wars, history. The relics gathered here are divided into 3 categories: Primitive Era, Arrival, and New Era. The Primitive Era exhibition contains things such as scrap armors from the Sarma barbarians, an almost full suit of skin from an Uharan shaman, tattooed from head to toe with the ancient wisdom of a dying people, and a sizable collection of long rifles and other primitive weapons. Visitors to the Arrival exhibition will see a detailed modulate of the Zenith's transformation into Coriolis and the Net, and many other examples of Zenithian technological supremacy. The New Era shows pictures from all over the horizon, but with a focus on consortium-sponsored projects on the core worlds. The restricted sections of the museum are said to hold great riches such as a broken death clock from Hamura, a mummified Miron family, and taxidermied specimens of curious beasts and dark morphs of unknown origin. Several failed burglary attempts have taken place here, since the museum's security level is the same as the Infathikas. The Student District. If you are looking for wild parties and daring japes, the Student District is the place to go. The district is jammed in between the academies of the factions and the gambling dens of the Malukid, and its tiny apartments make even the living modules of the ring feel spacious. Peace and quiet are non-existent concepts, as the student parties here run around the clock in rolling waves of intoxication, music, and laughter. The taverns Wuruds and Azads are good places to visit if you need a reasonably priced place to recover from the nightlife. The rooftop Quadim restaurant, with its view of the Malukid, is somewhat more expensive, but in return, they keep the noisier students away. The University District. The massive University District contains all the faction-run schools and academies, the Bulletin's gigantic Infathika, and the rampant decadence of the Student District. The district has one of the larger tube stations on Coriolis, the Academy, where students crowd with ordinary people coming into the core from the Spice Plaza, located just a spoke away. The larger academies have their own student housing, usually in the form of long rows of modest buildings with many floors of student halls. A few parks are scattered across the University District. The Clay Temple from Goasa. The Clay Temple from Goasa is one of the Church of the Icon's most important relics, found on Antmira during the bloodiest months of the Portal Wars. The preacher Adhar Baku was a member of the expedition that found the temple and was the one who realized its importance and value. He had a local Humanite clan transport the temple to the Icon City, where it was left until CC 48, when it was transported to Coriolis. Through generous donations, the Church of the Icons could buy a whole block in the core, where they had famous artists design and build the mosaic square and the dome above the temple. Because of a mishap during the transportation and reconstruction of the temple, The inscribed text on the temple walls is no longer readable. The Foundation has asked the church several times for permission to create a replica of the original temple to decipher the text, but has been denied every time. Schools on Coriolis. The Free League's General College. The Legion's War Academy. The Samaritan Medical Academy. The Foundation's Biomedical Institute. The Judicator's Forensics Institute. Ahlum's Courtesan Academy. The Bulletin's Lyceum of Propaganda. The Colonial Agency's School of Higher Education. The Consortium School of Economics. The Legion's Cadet School. The Foundation's College of Engineers. The Tube Station, the Academy. Garble's Curiosities. In a small, anonymous square off one of the winding streets that zigzag away from the center of the core, you just might stumble across the tiny antiques shop Garble's Curiosities. It is almost hidden behind a cafe where elderly men and women slurp sweet kawa, only advertised by a tiny brass sign. The shop looks much bigger on the inside and is a veritable maze of shelves, corridors, and staircases full of old books, manuscripts, unreadable tags, strange art, mounted animals from all over the horizon, and the proprietor's two huge collections of light globes and healing scarabs. Garbal is an expert on horizon history and known in the academies and among the station's would-be historians. Questions about rare artifacts or art are sometimes directed here. The Garden of Seekers. The Garden of Seekers is an odd collection of many different miniature landscapes in a space smaller than 1 hectare. In the middle of the garden sits the Seeker cult's strange temple, constructed in a weird blend of all the garden's architectural styles. The landscapes of the garden are from all across the horizon. A Dabran oasis sits next to some steaming Quan jungle, and a spindly marsh delta from Baram on Sadal shares a corner with a dry, Zalosian forest. Several places in the garden are built like small canyons, with rope bridges across seemingly bottomless ravines. There are small benches and tables for visitors to rest at scattered across the garden. All the horizon's flowers can be smelled here, from poppy to jasmine. The streets around the garden are far from safe, however. The guard, the gangs, and other violent types usually lie in wait for their victims here or in the surrounding blocks. Some shifty dealings take place inside the garden as well. Spies and professional snitches often lurk about the shadowy green. The missing students. Every year, students go missing from the universities and academies. Most of them either drop out, find new lives, or seek their happiness somewhere else in the horizon. Some families go looking for their lost ones, but this is the exception. When the elderly Waba Kariha one day strolled past the little grove between her block and University Park, she spotted a hand sticking out of the ground. The guard and eventually the judicators were called to the scene. When the grove was dug out, the bodies of 2 missing students were found, both murdered, but the judicators won't say how. The nightlife is suddenly much quieter in the student district. Everyone is scared and whispers to one another. Is there a killer among us? The Samaritan Sanatorium. Just opposite the Infathika's black front lies the conglomerate of blocks and buildings that have melded together into the Samaritan Sanatorium. Inside the front gates, you come to a hallway where you are supposed to state your business before you are allowed to continue. The vast courtyard of the complex is a wonderland of flowing green hills and mosaic paths of blue and white, a place of rest and refuge. Visitors to the sanatorium usually remark that even the air smells better here. Elevated walkways and balconies stretching high up into the air of the core circle the courtyard. Patients, relatives, Samaritans, and even pets mingle on the balconies that are full of laundry lines, tables, and patios. Not unlike the alleys of the ring. The Samaritans live in a row of low, whitewashed houses made from Quan clay that also function as wards and chapels in honor of the martyr. Stairs from the courtyard lead to the open wards above as well as to the rooms for treatment and storage that exist in the deep cellar of the sanatorium, an underbelly of unknown depths. Anyone is welcome at the Samaritan Sanatorium, regardless of status or wealth, but it is mainly poor people who are patients here, as the privileged employ private physicians. There are, of course, exceptions. Rich people afflicted with grave and disgraceful illnesses that have lost them their social status or family support are often forced to visit the Samaritans as a last resort. Alkamar's restaurant. The Spire. The Spire is altogether different from the rest of the station. There is more open space, more light, and fewer people here than in the ring or the core. The ceilings are higher, the ventilation systems make sure the air is fresh and dry. The hollow sky is brighter here than down below, and the streetlights in the narrow streets keep the shadows away. The spire consists of some 200 floors. The lower ones are numbered from 1 upwards, while the higher levels have fancy names like their Arda, Luna, Aphrodite, or Alchemera, which is the top floor where the restaurant with almost the same name can be found. The lower floors are usually a more or less controlled chaos of corridors and streets running between markets, recreational facilities, shopping centers, and other public places. The station's commoners reach the spire via elevators from the core that run up to the lower floors. To get even farther up, one has to change elevators or, as the wealthy do, continue in a comfortable grav chair or palanquin through private shafts that lead upwards. A few places of interest in the spire are described below. Alchemar's Restaurant. The restaurant at the top of the spire is legendary across the horizon, and foodies from every system travel here just for the tasting menu. Taking into account that it usually takes several segments to get a reservation here, unless you are a regular, one can book a table and then begin traveling to Coriolis from practically anywhere in the horizon. The entrance to the restaurant is guarded by Alchemar's mythical stone figures, relics of old, vaguely humanoid warriors in pale jade, red marble, and black basalt. When you walk inside, you are welcomed by the smell of spices, orchids, and other flowers mixed with the perfume of the guests and sweet, soothing incense. A real courtesan will take you by the arm and escort you to your table, and then retreat to a nearby divan to rest, only a wave away, during your visit. Through the glass Armonite dome above, you can watch the green jungles of Quafar, far below. There are several menus to choose from depending on your palate and your wallet, as everything here ranges from very expensive to ridiculously expensive. Those who cannot afford a visit can buy a ticket for the Alchemar's lottery that draws one winner every segment. The lottery tickets can be bought in most places of gambling on Coriolis. Regulars at Alchemar's: Judge Nigelia Kurahan, Ambassador Johar Quasar, Courtesan Domina Ferex, Merchant and Consortium Factionary Ibrahim Nestera, Technocrat Janos din Nimitala, Hegemonist Hiram din Rama, Kyria's Arboretum. The 14th floor of the spire houses an enclosed grove full of songbirds, exotic plants, and landscapes from all over the third horizon. Both visitors and residents come here for a moment's peace or to remember their home planets. The Arboretum is a hotspot for acrobats, terabs, sibyls, and all sorts of street performers. Abra. The 96th floor is really one of a kind, as it is dominated by the large, man-made Lake Abra. Paths and promenades follow the waterside, and along the outer walls there are a few hundred luxurious 2-story living modules, each with their own balconies facing the lake and a small jetty where the owners can moor their decorated lake rafts. If a day of solitary fishing is not your idea of a good time, you could always take the raft over to the Abermina's restaurant among the palm trees on the tiny atoll in the middle of the lake. The residence of the emissary. The emissary from Zine lives on the Abra level on a slope just by the lake. The residence is a 3-room apartment in a small house where the council has made sure the other apartments are empty. The Ajadra. The Ajadra is a very popular entertainment complex located on level 12, especially among families with children. Many residents from the core come here to enjoy holo movies, theater, exhibitions, playgrounds, cafes, or one of the restaurants in the food court. Arda, Luna, and Aphrodite. The floors from level 150 and upward contain luxurious palaces for important officials, the wealthiest merchants, and high-ranking factionaries. The floors are designed to remind one of the Zenithians' ancient home and are beyond extravagant. The climate here is much more dry and cool than in the rest of the station, modeled after the stories of Alarda, and the hollow sky is almost 20 meters high. The residences here are usually 3 or 4 buildings erected around 1 or more courtyards with mosaic floors, fountains, and lush cherry trees. The Palace of the Hegemony. The otherwise dry their level is also home to the Hegemony's mission to Coriolis. A huge, sky-blue dome surrounded by 8 icon towers in an octagonal shape crowns the whitewashed palace. The geometric perfection between the dome and the octagon and the ratio between the towers and the dome demands respect from even a Dabran architect. The towers almost reach the hollow sky above. Small jungle oases with Quan flora surround the palace, and special ED fields keep temperature and humidity high. Ambassador Johar Quasar is responsible for the hegemony's relations with Coriolis, assisted by several courtesans and cultural attaches. The residence of the governor. Not far from the palace of the hegemony lives the governor of Coriolis, Kemal Dargosian. His beautifully designed palace, surrounded by palm trees, commonly called the Seraglio, contains wide-open halls, tiled floors, and many fountains and pools. The household employs several courtesans and singers to create a pleasant setting. The garden outside features some remarkable topiary work with bushes and trees shaped in geometrical patterns. The grounds are circled by a low wall above which black globes hover. They are not ornamental, but rather something advanced from the technical divisions of the consortium. The plethora of theories about the matter suggest that they are attack drones, field generators, explosive charges, and many other things. There is a big party in the governor's residence once per triad, to which voting citizens, special dignitaries, and factionaries are invited. The lucky odd contestant on the Wheel of Fatima could also get an invitation to the party as a prize on the show. The Palace of the Council. On the 145th floor of the spire you will find the Palace of the Council, a grand, star-shaped building with many wings. This is where the Council of Factions convenes to decide the future of the horizon. Each wing can fit an entire faction staff of bureaucrats, notaries, courtesans, and servants, as well as richly decorated offices for each of the council members. At the heart of the building lies the faction hall, lit by 9 eternity lights, artifacts from distant Amido. The Spire Plaza. The Spire Plaza can be found on level 66 and is the place where the popular assembly gathers all voting men and women of Coriolis to advise the council. When the assembly is in session, the council's private army, the Praetorian Guard, close off the plaza. The public is welcome to enjoy the stunning view of eternity through the panorama windows of the plaza anytime in between the sessions. If you wish to engage with a member of the assembly, your best bet would be to visit the core plaza where they are usually found discussing politics in one of the kawa shops. The docks of the Coriolis Guard. The garrison that protects the station and supervises the customs tolls has their docks in the spire. The pilots of the Steel Hawks flotilla serve their Nestera Hawk X-9 fighters here between missions. The Steel Hawks and the Night Hawks from the Monolith perform a joint maneuver once per year, ending with a mighty air show outside the Dome of Alkmaars. Iskra. Levels 165 through 168 are what the locals call Consortium City. The district is really named after the third governor of Coriolis, Mauricio Iskra, who helped finish the construction of the station. The Iskra is devoted solely to consortium companies, and the 3 big ones, the Bulletin, the Colonial Agency, and the Foundation, each has a huge complex here. The most noticeable building here is the leaning, rhombic tower of the Foundation called the Tower of Letter, after the scientist Osimhen Din Letter, a pioneer in the field of intelligence research. Open parks with artificial lawns, sculpture groves, and streams separate the big company buildings. Small cantinas and restaurants gather people from different companies in informal discussion. A central hub holds express elevators directly to the core plaza. Large parts of the Iskra are empty, however, as many consortium companies have chosen to move their headquarters closer to their production, to the conglomerate on Kwa. The Foundation's Archaeological Museum. On level 164, just below the Iskra, the Foundation has collected many archaeological finds from the horizon. The faction's Xenoarchaeological Institute, the wet dream of all ambitious archaeologists, is located nearby. The Round Museum has a wide courtyard constructed as a Neo-Zenithian interpretation of the circular ruins found on Uharu 9. Its collections contain several portal builder artifacts such as light globes, an opened healing scarab, and the mysterious Masar machine, an artifact constructed of what appears to be ceramic plates that slowly change in configuration. Ruins from many different places have also been imported and reconstructed here, the round Uharu 9 houses, for example, as well as an old Sedalian step pyramid and sentinel statues from Aspera. A huge zero-G aquarium holds a floating nanite cloud, supposedly a part of the Scourge of Ashes from Otakon. Table 11.8 Encounters in the Spire. D6, Name, Profession, Characteristics, Activity, Motivation. 1. Kamini, Diplomat, Big Hair, Walking, Rank. 2. Lizamzin servant, old-fashioned uniform, on an errand, loyalty. 3. Ont ambassador, masked, conspiring, personal gain. 4. Kun courtesan, uses hand fan, watching, vengeance. 5. Xerxes, rich brat, oily hair, tanned, mocking, become like daddy. 6. Divina, royal successor, sequined clothes, mingling, make a difference. The cellar. Other than the plebeians, who do maintenance on the station's life support, and the members of the guard on purge patrols, no one visits the cellar of Coriolis. If you have business in the cellar, put on some protective gear and buy a gun. As the gravity down here is unstable, it is good to be acquainted with 0G. Roughly speaking, the cellar can be divided into a higher, less decrepit part, and a lower, very worn-down part. The floors of the cellar are not named or numbered, and the only maps that exist are handmade by the service personnel with the bitter jobs of tending to the systems down here. The upper cellar. The higher floors are worn and desolate but basically in working order. They are sometimes used for docking and unloading when the net is busy with a bulk hauler. The guard patrols the upper levels and are responsible for repairs. The syndicate are said to use these floors for smuggling operations. All the locations described below are in the upper cellar. The lower cellar. The lower levels show a rapidly increasing degree of decay. The gravity comes and goes, and rumors say that only slummers and escaped semi-intelligences, mainly carrion-eating Scavara, live here, but no one knows for sure. The sewers. An old sewage treatment plant in the upper part of the cellar has been converted into a massive gambling den. Named simply, Lost Artifact. The Foundation's xenoarchaeologist Dina Maricali has returned from an expedition to Uharu 9 with a large haul of first-come items and maybe even some portal builder artifacts. While everything was being properly logged and processed, the unthinkable happened. A rectangular, white sandstone statuette disappeared. The Data Jin can find no trace of a burglary, and so Dina and her archivist Chuma Harami have become the prime suspects. They deny the accusations, but are unable to explain how the artifact has gone missing. The way down. The cellar is a restricted area, but there are ways of getting down. The guard's way, with contacts in the guard and some bear to grease the wheels, you can access the cellar the official way, through the guard's elevators. The syndicate's way, with contacts in the syndicate and either through payment or after running some errand for the faction, you might get escorted to the higher cellar through secret smuggling tunnels with a black bag over your head. The gambler's way. Those who know their way around the gambling circuit or have friends in the Malukid should be able to obtain directions for the sewers, the cellar's gambling den. The student's way. Many students have visited the aqueduct of Zakara in the cellar at some point, and most hall guards or morally ambiguous students could give up the location in exchange for bear, exam cheats, or something similar. A corridor in the cellar. The sewers. Its reputation speaks of high stakes and even higher takings. If you manage to win and make it out alive, you can live out your days like a pasha. The sewers are run by the enigmatic Mita, who recently strong-armed the Free League into giving up their control of the place, something they are less than happy with. The sewers consist of 3 parts: the bazaar, Jacinto's cantina, and the pit, where actual gladiator matches supposedly take place. The aqueduct of Zakara. The students of Coriolis speak of Zakaras in romantic terms as, traditionally, many of them have visited the aqueduct for romance as well as for sins of the flesh. The old aqueduct is still in operation, slowly passing water that is more or less clean. This has made the site popular with both slummers and Scavara, as clean water is hard to come by in the cellar. The net. The net follows Coriolis like a shadow. Its spindly and seemingly fragile construction is actually the Zenith's old skeleton, nowadays supporting commerce rather than an actual ship. From afar, the net appears as a strange jumble of light and dark shapes against the starlight. A steady stream of spaceships come and go, and as one comes closer, the enormity of the net becomes clear. The old ribs of the Zenith metal beams several kilometers long act as an outer perimeter, but during the 50-odd cycles since the completion of Coriolis, the net has been rebuilt, expanded, and broken down in different sections at the same time, which makes its borders far from clear. At the intersection of the beams are hubs of docks, loading ports, and service stations. Heavy freighters bearing the logo of the consortium rest against the beams while their precious cargo is redistributed onto smaller vessels to be taken down to Qua. Banged-up free trader ships glitter like tiny pearls in the dark as welders mend the damages from their last trip. Stevedores and exos move across the ships and the beams in a never-ending dance. The pilots of the net. To most people, the net looks like a wild and unpredictable mess of tons of metal and explosive fuel. A disaster of epic proportions just waiting to happen. This is true, and such a disaster would surely have happened already if it weren't for the pilots who work the net. Pilotage is an invaluable cog in the gears of commerce, and working the net means working at the very heart of trade. The pilots have their own guild independent from any external interference. Their code calls for them to always act impartially, and their priority is always to make sure everything runs smoothly and effectively. This is how it works in theory at least, but not always in reality, although the guild is very quick to suspend members who take bribes that favor one company's traffic over others. This stern practice means that you will find plenty of ex-pilots in the shadier bars of the station, drowning their sorrows after losing what is actually one of the best-paid jobs a common worker can get. Bari's Con and the shadow trade. The net is no place for business, and no money changes hands here. Everything is settled beforehand, and the net is only a place of logistics and service. Loading and unloading, repairs and modifications, those are the activities of the net. It is a place of workers, not of merchants in fancy dress or arrogant captains. Hard work and a sense of duty are valued here, not wealth or clan. This, at least, is the image spread by Bari's Khan, head pilot and COO of the net. Khan is a stern but just leader. He cannot be bought and is absolutely impartial with all the factions in the horizon. He does have an adventurous side to him, however, which he lets out by allowing shady free traders and others who desire anonymity for their business to use the net as a meeting point. No one can, of course, stop one captain from sending a courier over to another ship while on the net, but Khan takes it one step further by offering empty docks as rendezvous points for negotiations, social gatherings, and sometimes even duels. He never charges anyone for these extra services, instead being content as long as he gets to hear the story of how the meeting turned out afterwards. He operates through intermediaries, but this is actually not necessary as all the factions who use the net also have need of such informal meetings from time to time. The net has many hubs. One of the smaller ones is Kalara 4, an annex for unloading and redistribution of goods from the sector of the dancer on the net. The person in charge is Gulzar, a Dabarani, who tries to keep the hub running with slim economic means of doing so. There are two service platforms that rotate around Kalara 4 in eccentric orbits, Era 1 and Era 2. Although Gulzar is the official boss, the supervisor Zabaka is really the person the stevedores and technicians look up to and treat as their leader. Zabaka is a member of the Free League and is a tough negotiator on behalf of the rights of her workers. Kalara 4 has a bad reputation, and people say that the workers of the hub add to their meager salaries by dealing in contraband, either for transport to other systems or to Qua and Coriolis. Bari's Khan has not sanctioned this, and if it is true, there will be consequences. Hotel Hangshawa. The Hangshawa Hotel is a block of living modules for low-income earners on the net. Via elevators and shuttles, most areas are within easy access of the hotel. The hotel is known for harboring several traveling peddlers who sell proxy tags. The hotel is in terrible condition and is run by slumlords assisted by the Kush mercenary group. The guests pay a small fee to rent a so-called coffin. A small, enclosed unit with a bed that extends from the wall, shelves, and enough space for one or two people, but it is well known that the coffins sometimes house whole families. The shuttles. From the spaceports of Coriolis, several shuttles per day depart for the net, the monolith, and the larger districts of the conglomerate. The Popular Assembly and the Hegemony, who both wish to see blossoming trade between the station and the planet below, subsidize passenger tickets. Coriolis government. The government of Coriolis mirrors the internal geography of the station, with the governor, the Popular Assembly, and the Council of Factions in the spire. In the core below you will find administrative services, the Coriolis Guard, and the Judicators. The cellar, the largest part of the station, has no government. The governor. The governor is the ruler of Coriolis and the one who is ultimately responsible for its operations and security. The governor has personal control of the Coriolis Guard, who patrol the station and the nearby space. In the end, the governor answers to the Council of Factions, but gets a vote on the council in return. Anyone can become governor is a popular idea on Coriolis, but in reality, it is only the faction-sponsored candidates that stand a chance. The consortium's candidate is always the one who is most likely to win. Formally, the governor is independent from the factions, if one is to believe such things. Governor Kemal Dargosian. The current governor of Coriolis, Kemal Dargosian, is a man everyone seems to have an opinion on. Some say that he is a drunk who does nothing but throw parties in the seraglio, but he has actually done a pretty good job of keeping the council together through the turbulent times just after the arrival of the emissary. Everyone is in agreement that he does the consortium's bidding, however. The Council of Factions. The legally acknowledged factions in the horizon gather in the Council of Factions on Coriolis. The purpose of the council is, according to its bylaws, to prevent and resolve conflict, and to develop the horizon. Each faction has one vote, as does the governor. The emissary from Xene has observer status and cannot vote. After a vote in the council, the outcome is made public, but not how the individual factions voted. It is usually pretty easy to deduce this anyway from listening to the faction's council members' statements before and after the vote, but not always. The example of the vote on whether the emissary should be granted observer status or not illustrates this. At least 7 of the 13 votes were needed for the motion to pass, but afterwards, 8 factions spoke out in disappointment over the results. The council usually presents a unified front, however, with a smiling governor who speaks of peace and understanding on the bulletin shows. The council can leave a decision to the popular assembly, but if they do, they have to follow the voice of the assembly. This means that the assembly is a tool mainly used to threaten or manipulate other factions on a specific issue, but a few insignificant matters are passed along to the assembly each cycle so they won't feel left out. The popular assembly. When the Council of Factions is in doubt about the will of the people, they can ask the help of the popular assembly, although in reality, this rarely happens on any important issues. The assembly always gets a say in legislative matters, however. This makes the assembly a double-edged sword that on the one hand can be used to legitimize the decisions of the council, but on the other hand could have the complete opposite effect. The members of the assembly have not been elected. They are Coriolis 2001 taxpayers. 732 of them are wealthy individuals, and the rest represent different companies or lobby groups. The bureaucracy. The massive bureaucracy that executes the decisions made higher up, and which handles daily affairs, is a department of the government called Administrative Services. Admin, as it is often called, is located in the center pillar of the core, and it consists of a staff of bureaucrats divided into tiers. The 3 at the top are the chief bureaucrats, sometimes called before the council or the assembly to defend their department or to write new memos regarding the station's operations. Admin handles the myriad of different licenses that exist on the station. The Coriolis Guard. The police force on the station is the Legion-affiliated Coriolis Guard, which is responsible for both internal and external security, as well as firefighting and emergency medical transport. The Guard's most important job is to keep the streets peaceful and to sentence criminals with the proper fines and corporal punishment. Arrests are rarely made, and only when someone is to be handed over to the judicators. The Guard despises the judicators, who they think are arrogant and authoritarian, a view shared by much of the station's general population. The situation is not made better by the fact that the judicators can order the Guard around, but the Guard can only ask the judicators for help. The judicators. The judicators are the criminal court's own detectives, used to investigate serious crime. All judicators are recruited from the officers and pilots ranks in the monolith and then given special training in the Judicators Forensics Institute in the Corps. Judicators have far-reaching mandates. They can sentence criminals at the scene of the crime just like the Guard, but can also issue orders to both the Guard and to civilians. They are free to sentence a criminal to whatever punishment they see fit, even death, as long as they can explain themselves to the courts afterwards. They can detain, arrest, and interrogate freely, and in theory use torture. A new paradigm in interrogation techniques, based on the teachings of Ahlam, has limited the use of torture, however, as the truthfulness of the confessions they produce has been questioned. The courts. The criminal courts of Coriolis are separate from the governor and the government. They enforce the laws created by the council and the assembly. In reality, however, the courts are accommodating when it comes to sensitive cases involving factionaries, for example. The courts oversee the judicators according to the idea that it is the preservation of law and order on the station that is important, not necessarily the methods. Crime. Despite the efforts of the guard and the judicators, crime is widespread on the station. It is most noticeable around the four plazas on the ring and in the Mulukid, all places where the gangs of the syndicate operate. The guard and the judicators try to keep a low profile here, so as not to provoke confrontation unless innocents are in danger. Although they have a rather wide definition of innocent. The cellar has no police presence whatsoever. But then again, civilized people never go down there. Crime in the Mulukid. The Audibal family, which is a member of the syndicate, runs the gambling district on Coriolis. They cooperate with the guard to maintain some level of order. Too much chaos would damage their lucrative betting and gambling operations. The judicators here are mainly concerned with tracking down corrupt bureaucrats and members of the guard. Judicator Nin Xaver. Crime on the Spice Plaza. The Afina family runs this plaza through their ganganias with the guard's silent blessing. The judicators are, in turn, very active here, as this is where much of the drug running on the station starts. Crime on the Spring Plaza. The Spring Plaza is always nice and quiet. This is something the syndicate family Intisar has their gang. Iza work very hard to achieve. The guard is almost completely absent here, but the judicators keep an eye on the Iza to make sure they don't get too cocky and demand too much protection money from the merchants on the plaza. Crime on the Market Plaza. The Market Plaza is far from safe as the gang in control, the Wark, is under constant attack from the two promenade gangs, the Arama and the Goro. The Rafa family is trying to mediate in the conflict, but to no avail. Shootings, store fires, and other acts of retaliation are common here. The guard has many patrols in the area, but if they cannot get the situation under control soon, the judicators will make a move and start to clean up the mess. Crime on the Ozone Plaza. The Legion runs the Ozone Plaza. The Burbasil family keeps a presence here through the Black-Lipped Llama Gang? Sure, but they cooperate with the Legionnaires and demand no protection fees from the merchants, instead focusing on weapons and technology smuggling. The judicators stay away as well unless asked for by the Legion. Crime in the cellar. The cellar is only visited by the guard when they are on one of their purges, rounding up slummers and semi-intelligences for deportation to labor camps on Kwa. Many avoid this fate by hiding in the deep part of the station, however. The Legion made a proposition to the council to nerve gas the entire cellar now and then to be rid of the problem, but the suggestion was leaked to the assembly and caused an outrage. It was likely the syndicate who leaked the documents, as they used the cellar for smuggling and secret storage. Every now and then, honest people also need the docks and hangars of the cellar when the traffic is too heavy out on the net. Prisons. There are no actual prisons on Coriolis, only a central jail in the headquarters of the Coriolis Guard and smaller detention centers in the guard stations of hot areas. Violent maniacs are given to the Samaritan Sanatorium, where they are supposedly locked up in tiny cells on the lower levels. Guard stations. The guard stations are the small, local police offices commonly called karkalu, kept by the guard in the core and ring of the station. They are often run down with cracked facades and ill-kept by the tired members of the guard. One officer with a handful of grunts to do the paperwork normally runs a station. The stations usually have a weapons cabinet and a small drunk tank. Important facts about Coriolis. If you are new to the station, Coriolis will offer plenty of sites and activities. But there are a few things all new arrivals should know. Bear and cash. Monetary transactions on Coriolis are usually handled electronically by using tags, although smaller payments can, of course, be made in cash. It is wise to have two tags. One for information, licenses, addresses, insurances, medical records, etc., and one for your money. A transactor is a safer medium if you wish to keep everything in one place, as it is locked to your bio code. Ordinary tags are only protected by a numeric code. The info terminals. The info terminals on Coriolis supply people on the station with all sorts of useful information, and they are veritable gold mines to a data spider. All information on the infonet will sooner or later leak out, even private messages from forums and password-protected areas. The factions' communications use the same network but generally have stronger encryption. The station's security and defense systems run on a separate encrypted network that can only be accessed by the terminals inside administrative services, the headquarters of the Guard, and a few other places. Attempts to get at this information are criminal acts and will trigger swift reprisal from the judicators. Work. Anyone is free to come and work on Coriolis, but to gain access to basic health care you need to purchase a work permit. These are supplied by administrative services in the core at a cost of 100 bear per cc. Business. There are no mandatory taxes on Coriolis, but if you wish to start a business, you need to pay for a business license. The license must be renewed every cycle, and the cost depends on the type of your business. Housing. If you intend to stay on the station for a longer period of time, renting a room or a module in a family-run boarding house would be a good idea. As the small businesses generally cannot afford any hollow or modulate advertising, they can be tricky to find compared to regular hotels. Staying in a hotel for more than a few days will be very expensive, however, unless you choose one of the cheap coffin-style hotels common in the spaceports. Buying your own living module is expensive, but a very good investment. Law and order. The laws of the station are enforced by the Coriolis Guard, who answer to the governor. For serious crimes, there is a special division, the judicators, who work directly under the criminal courts. Both the Guard and the judicators are mandated to sentence criminals at the scene for a number of crimes. The Guard can order corporal punishments such as whippings or public humiliation. The judicators can order public mutilations and also sentence someone to death, if they can justify it. Incarceration on the station is always short and reserved for cases of public intoxication or lunacy. Longer sentences are served in forced labor camps on Qua. Fines are common, often in addition to other punishment. Suicide is a crime that leads to confiscation of all assets to prevent people from indebting themselves and then committing suicide to save their families from repossession. Health care. Through the work permit you have access to several private medical facilities on the station. There are usually block doctors in the larger residential areas. Those without a work permit can visit the Samaritan Sanatorium and its adjacent hospital. Spirituality. Icon chapels can be found everywhere across the station, and the preachers there are at your service in exchange for some small gift. The Church of the Icons can also help you in their dome in the core, but reserve more extensive aid for their members. Membership is free, however. Transportation. Most people in the center of the station use the ring tube for longer stretches of transportation. The tube runs around the ring and into the core through each of the 4 spokes. There are 5 tube stations, 1 on each of the ring plazas and 1 in the core. Hover taxis are more expensive but can take you anywhere in the core on the ring or up to the spire via the grav shafts. Private vehicles require their owners to purchase expensive vehicle licenses. Bikes, rickshaws, and palanquins are license-free, but ground loaders, grav chairs, and gravcraft are not. Crawlers are only allowed on the station for sanitation and transport companies, and for the Guard and the judicators. Weapon laws and self-defense. All weapons require licenses that cost the same amount as the weapon itself per year. Heavier weaponry and weapon systems are not allowed on the station. Persons convicted of violent crimes cannot purchase weapon licenses. The self-defense laws of the station state that everyone has the right to defend themselves and their property from an attack, but that the defensive violence should be proportionate to the threat. It is rare for someone to be found guilty of excessive use of force, however, unless the person used an illegal weapon. Sights. Coriolis is a wondrous sight in its own right, but a visit to the Dome of the Icons is recommended if you wish to experience something out of the ordinary. The Foundation's Museum of History and the Spire Plaza are must-sees. Careful advanced planning could also land you a reservation to Alkmaar's. Holidays and festivals. There are 3 major holidays on Coriolis: the Founding, the Cyclade, and the Pilgrimaria. The Founding is a celebration of the construction of the station, the establishing of the office of the governor, and the formation of the Council of Factions. The celebrations are station-wide with food, music, and dancing. In the evening, There is a remembrance ceremony on the Spire Plaza for those who have died defending the station, members of the guard and the judicators, as well as governors and civilians. The Cyclade is the celebration of the new cycle and contains a variety of events and competitions. The parties are even bigger than during the founding, and the night traditionally ends with a huge concert in the core. An informal tradition for many is to party all the way around the ring during the day and then end the night in the core. The Pilgrimaria is a calmer holiday. The day should be devoted to prayer and reflection. The queues for the dome grow long already during the night watch of the day before. Processions carrying icon statues pass along the promenade with much pomp during the day. The day usually ends with a big dinner for family and friends. How to blend in on Coriolis. Support the governor, the council of factions, and the will of the people. Accept diversity, and understand that through this, others will accept you. Praise the icons and give proper sacrifice before important decisions and as thanks for a blessed life. Let your actions reflect the icon calendar. Participate in holidays and festivals. Never speak well of Dabaran, Mira, or any other place falsely purporting to be the center of the horizon. Chapter 12. Finally to Qua Fair, to starlit ruins drawn, to pagan rites and monoliths, the people of the dawn. The captain, pointing, said, "Press on, to sleeping children's promised lands, the people of the dawn. The long night, Salarad din Rama, the Qua Syst. The planets of Qua." This chapter will detail the most important locations in the Qua system. Starting from the star and counting outwards, the planets of Qua are Luba, the desert world closest to the star; Gina, a hostile world with only one small colony; Kua, the green planet that takes its name from the star; the asteroid belt, worked by prospectors; Xene, a gas giant in the depths of which the emissaries are supposed to have originated; Sura, an ice planet that smugglers and pirates call home; the Rimward Reach, inhabited by free-minded pilgrims and entrepreneurs. Qua is the obvious hub of the third horizon. The system has an invaluable strategic position and is home to the space station Coriolis and the rulers of mankind. But Qua is more than that. This chapter will describe the different planets and regions of the system, from the jungle world that shares its name with the star itself to the emptiness of the Rimward Reach. The Qua system is, without a doubt, the most important system of all. The Coriolis station is the seat of political power, and Zenithian culture is molded in the palaces on Qua below, slowly spreading to and dominating the rest of the horizon. The system is also a miniature version of the horizon as a whole. Under the surface, it is rife with conflict between Zenithian landowners and first-come workers on Qua, or between the struggling prospector clans and the traditional nomads in the Rimward Reach. Spies, assassins, and agents from every faction gather in the system. Coriolis and the Consortium are the dominant players in the system, but their authority is challenged by everything from tiny smuggler gangs to whole regions, such as the independent Rimward Reach that is growing stronger day by day. Luba. Luba is a planet full of raw and untamed natural power. From the boiling infernos of the southern hemispheres, where gigantic refineries on tracks extract molten or directly from the ground and the Nar wind can disintegrate a gold-plated reflective exo in a matter of minutes, to the dry deserts of the north, full of green oases, wandering nomads, and rumored portal builder ruins hidden under the sand, to the smog-filled skies of the plastic metropolis Marabi. Luba has everything a curious visitor could wish for. A mysterious world. Luba is the planet closest to the star, giving it a good strategic position near the portals, but the planet is important for many more reasons than its location. The very first thing the starfarers noticed when they arrived at Luba was that the axial tilt of the planet was 43 degrees and that the same side was always facing the sun. This means that the planet is without seasons and that the variations in temperature between the hemispheres are enormous. Current science says that this is due to an earlier collision with another planetary body that is now missing. Another quirk that carries practical implications is that the magnetosphere of the planet is slight, but very strong. This explains why the only space station in orbit, Quetzalcoatl, the eye of the sun in local dialects, can remain so close to the surface and always stay on the night side. This is also the reason why there are no communication satellites above Luba. Yet another mystery is that Luba, despite its small size, has roughly the same gravitational pull as Qua. The astronauts of the Foundation have no explanation for this, but it could be connected to the many problems encountered by geochemists here. Despite all their advanced technology, they have a hard time getting more than shallow readings from the planet's surface. Night and day. The two hemispheres are completely different. The temperature in the hottest areas of the southern hemisphere can reach well over 600 degrees Celsius during the day, while the northern half of the planet has more normal temperatures of between 50 and 100 degrees Celsius. There is no naturally occurring life in the southern hemisphere whatsoever, only traveling or refineries on giant tracks or anti-grav runners that gather molten ore from the ground. The refineries are isolated, peculiar communities that foster a hard and bleak population. The north has a small belt where natural life exists in the form of a few types of resilient steppe grass, the slow-moving dromedons, and the feral durhad. Sandstone fossils found in the northern desert also indicate that the planet at some point had both forests and oceans. Many Foundation chemists have written their theses about the history of Luba, but no one has been able to present a solid theory that accounts for the planet's oddities yet. The northern belt is divided into three provinces: Karahana, Tursin, and Nahar. First come nomads wandering across the wastes between the oases originally inhabited these areas. Zenithian settlers later colonized the belt, especially the Karahana province, founding what would later become the Merabi metropolis. Farthest to the north, where the sun never shines, there are massive glaciers. A handful of mining corporations come here to mine ice for the fusion reactors of the spaceships that visit Katsidil. Nomads and factionaries. The indigenous people of Luba consist of many different nomadic tribes, the two largest being the Beri and the Zinger. The nomads live on the steppes of the northern hemisphere, although many of them have settled permanently around the new city of Merabi. Merabi is the heart of the planet's petroleum and petrochemical industry and the place where the factions have the most power. Both Merabi and the city of Nahari are formally under the protection of the consortium, while Tursin and the oasis settlements in the north are independent communities. The two largest refineries, Horizon and Terminator, are free from faction involvement and run as family cooperatives. The Icon faith is generally very strong here, with some refineries being almost theocracies. The Free League and the Colonial Agency both own a couple of smaller refineries. The Sharifs. The nomad settlements traditionally appoint so-called Sharifs to keep the peace, but with mandates only in the community or even within a single clan. There is practically no gun control among the nomads, but theft is punished severely. The refineries tend to keep small militias or hire Sharifs to uphold the laws of the rulers, often draconically. The faithful. The population of Luba is very devout, but practices a version of the Icon faith in which local myths related to the climate, the sun, and the desert play an important part. The icons are often pictured differently here, especially the judge. Around the Mahanji oasis, the judge is revered as Yulung, the stone dragon, and the faceless one is almost always Zadok, the black dragon, Yulung's opposite. Several pyromaniac cults thrive in the south, praising heat and fire in a heathen belief that this is the true aspect of the judge. Facts about Luba. Diameter, 4,879 kilometers, roughly 40% that of Qua. Equatorial circumference, 15,637 kilometers, roughly 40% that of Qua. Surface area, 75 million square kilometers, roughly 15% that of Qua. Gravity, 0.97 standard gravity. Day length, 27 hours. Gina. Gina is the Qua system's second planet counting from the star. The route between the portals and both the planet Qua and Coriolis passes by Gina, but few ships ever stop here. The planet's industry is not big enough to attract traders or transports. There are no spaceships permanently stationed in the settlement of Aram's Ravine either. The Colonial Agency keeps a few ground vehicles, but nothing that can leave the planet. To contact the outside world, the inhabitants have to rely on free traders or other ships which come to the planet to visit the Kala Durha, a luxury space station on Gina's moon. Gina has few qualities that make it worth a visit and many qualities that make you want to avoid it. Acidified wastelands, frozen poles, and pounding heat over eroded highlands and dried-up oceans. There is water below the planet's surface and a few lakes and rivers just north and south of the equator. The poisonous air means that primarily only fungi, bacteria, and a few species of lichen can live here. There is some limited insect life underground and in deep crevices, of which the sturdiest example is a butterfly that in its larval form is well adapted to the climate, but dies shortly after transforming. Apart from the colony Aram's ravine, intelligent life on the planet is limited to a few tribes of odd acid-resistant barbarians. They could possibly be humanoids, but this has not been thoroughly researched. Evidence against the humanite theory includes the fact that no traces of early first-come ruins that could have belonged to their masters have been found on Gina, which is common in other places with a humanite population. Aram's ravine. Aram's ravine is the only colony on Gina, located near the Lamka Plateau north of the equator, where a natural body of water is present. The colony is the hub for everyone working the claims along the plateau's fault line or the salt pits in the Desera Delta. Aram's ravine started out as just one of the hundreds of prospecting endeavors that the colonial agency started in the Qua system. Like the majority of those projects, Aram's ravine turned out to be a disappointment. The bauxite findings were bigger on other planets and Gina's toxic air made even small-scale mining expensive. The colonists that remained in Aram's did so against their better judgment, clinging to a desperate hope that the place would somehow deliver what they had been promised. The ravine is steadily growing, and the rapid erosion has turned the colony into a pillar city full of columns formed of layers of tougher rock upon which the remaining buildings sit. Many houses have been lost over the years, having slid off the pillars and into the darkness below. Some people live down in the actual ravine itself, the bulk of them miners, but rumors say that some among these slummers seem remarkably unharmed by the acidic atmosphere, something attributed to supposed dealings with the wild barbarians that live on the other side of the plateau. The ravine dwellers are growing in numbers, mainly because the ore and salt mining operations work their people until they break, after which the unlucky survivors have nowhere else to go but down below. Sooner or later, you'll end up in the ravine, as the saying goes, which is doubly true, as the ravine also functions as the colony's only burial site. Kala Duraha. The moon Kala Duraha has blossomed thanks to its strategic location and the fact that Coriolis and the Council have become key players in the politics of the horizon. The station's wide domes and panoramic windows make it look like a water lily on the surface of the moon, with its heart burrowed deep inside the rock-like roots. The station started out as a dirty mining colony, and exactly how it has been able to transform itself into a luxury resort is debated both in the free trader cantinas out in the Rimward Reach and in the halls of power on Coriolis. Facts about Gina. Diameter: 6,790 kilometers, roughly 50% that of Qua. Equatorial circumference: 21,321 kilometers, roughly 50% that of Qua. Surface area: 145 million square kilometers, roughly 28% that of Qua. Gravity: 0.37 standard gravity. Day length: 20 hours. Acid storms. The acid storms that appear so colorful and majestic from the halls of the Kala Duraha are a lethal threat down on the planet's surface. They are caused by unique weather phenomena that concentrate the acids in the air to dangerous levels. In extreme cases, the acidity can be so strong that it immediately causes chemical burns to unprotected skin. An unfiltered breath during one such storm could be fatal, as the sensitivity of the membranes in the lungs is much higher than that of the skin. How the storms are created is poorly understood. Hand-crank sirens in Aram's ravine warn the inhabitants of the coming danger, and the streets are quickly empty, even though everybody knows that very few storms are dangerous enough to wound or kill someone in protective gear. People outside of Aram's are warned by crackling messages over the agency's communicators. When the warning comes, one should quickly take cover underground, inside vehicles, or in survival tents. Qua. Qua is the largest planet in the system, and an important seat of power because of the mysterious monolith, home to the Zenithian hegemony. Qua is a planet full of contrasts, with the decadent members of the hegemony living in affluence in the monolith while the lives of the first-come plantation workers are hard and short, full of bitter toil in the relentless monsoon rain. The palaces of the monolith, the gleaming spires of the factory complexes, and the moldy river barges are all locations full of intrigue and conflict, but also possibilities, which only strengthened Qua's role as one of the leading planets in the horizon. Before the arrival of the Zenithian Arkship, Qua was a backwater planet. None of the groups that later would become factions had their bases here. The native Sogoi and other first-come peoples were the only inhabitants of the green jungle world. A few expeditions from Dabran and Algol had attempted to examine the gigantic stone pillar that stretched all the way up through the clouds and had founded some smaller settlements, but overall, the dangers of the dark jungles were too great for the planet to be of any interest for large-scale investments. The first come on Qua are almost exclusively different nomadic peoples that live in the jungles around the equator. The most well-known group is the Sogoi, a proud tribe of warriors and trackers. The Sogoi are the group that the Zenithians and their allies exploit the hardest on the plantations, and they are the majority group in the conglomerate slums. The Zenithians. The arrival of the Zenith changed the fate of Qua forever. The empty planet was deemed a possible home for the sleeping colonists. What happened next is history. A quick and well-planned mutiny, led by what would later become the Draconites, divided the crew. The different groups that formed in the chaos were all given reasonable materials and technology to found colonies of their own, but the Quasars, the captain's family, made sure the best ships and resources stayed with them. The Quasars led the group known today as the Zenithian hegemony down to the planet below the Zenith, to a place on the equator where a curious black monolith rose from the jungle. Through silver-tongued negotiation and superior firepower, they quickly subdued the Algolan trade colony Shiva that was constructed around the base of the column. The Algolan colonists were hired as agents for the Zenithians. The city that began to grow around the Black Obelisk attracted fortune seekers and colonists from all across the horizon, and eventually evolved into a giant amalgamation of new and old buildings, quickly losing its original name and becoming known only as the conglomerate. The jungle. The jungle is Qua, and Qua is the jungle is a Sogoi saying that sums up the general view of Qua in the horizon. Heat, damp, rain, and gigantic trees are what make up the jungles that cover most of the planet. The jungles are inhabited by wild beasts, crazed first-come tribes, and, if the hollow dramas are to be believed, mighty portal builder relics. The immensely popular bulletin series The Plantation Owner's Daughter is set on Qua, and this is usually where most people's knowledge of the planet ends. Rebels and mercenaries. Nature is not the only danger in the jungles. Many of society's outcasts have banded together and live as raiders or rebels here. They can be freedom fighters from the slummers movement in the conglomerate or syndicate mercenaries guarding ochre factories. Either way, running into them will most likely end in death or imprisonment. The exceptions are some of the rebel groups that fight for the rights of the plebeians who live around the monolith. The third popular brigade under General Zasra Namul targets only the corporations, mainly their enemies in the Nestera Defense Forces led by Colonel Jamina Abram. The Sogoi. The Sogoi are a proud people who view themselves as the true heirs to Qua. Their stories describe how they turned their back on the stars to lead a simple life in the jungles, and they regard their way of life as the opposite of the hubris of the arrogant Zenithians. The jungles are a completely different world from the city life in the conglomerate or elsewhere. Every day is a struggle against the wild forces of nature in the form of heavy rains, monsoon storms, and flash floods, as well as more slowly eroding effects such as damp, rust, mold, and the diseases that thrive in the humid climate. But the jungles can also be benevolent, with their rich supply of fruits, lumber, and other raw materials. Equilibri. Equilibri are small, lemur-like semi-intelligences that can be trained to work on plantations. They are indigenous to the planet and roamed wild in the jungles before the Sogoi began training them. Some zoologists say that the Equilibri are much smarter than they let on, but the slummers who have seen the little creatures rummage through the conglomerate's garbage piles know that scientists can't be trusted. A rare variant is the silver-furred Equilibri, who are popular pets because of their beauty and docility. Silver-furred Equilibri are considered a status symbol both on Coriolis and in the monolith. The monolith. No one knows who built the monolith or why. The most common theory is that the cryptic portal builders constructed the gargantuan pylon as a monument to the civilization they once spread across the horizon. Despite its unknown origins, it is hard to deny that the strange artifact is among the most impressive sights in the horizon, and as such, it has become a symbol of the pride the Zenithians place in their own civilization. The awe-inspiring glory of the monolith made it the obvious choice of location for the Quasar family and their followers when they left the Zenith 6 decades ago. After centuries of cryo-dreams, the Zenithian colonists longed for a place to call home. The primordial stone reaching for the sky surrounded by an air of might and stability was perfect. That the first-come tribes in the area treated the monolith with superstitious respect only made it an even better place to settle. If the Zenithians could colonize the house of the gods of old, who could possibly question their right to power? Since then, the monolith has been the symbol of Zenithian civilization, quasi-economic expansion, and the new order introduced by the colonists from beyond the stars. If Coriolis, constructed from the remains of the zenith, is the political focal point of the horizon, then the monolith is the undisputable citadel of the Zenithian way of life. The House Guards. The most visible military presence in the monolith is the house guards of the bigger families in the Cabinet of Thousands. Every family has their own guard and places great pride in presenting themselves as true patrons of Zenithian culture and power. This is expressed through the house guards' colorful uniforms and ostentatious ceremonies, a source of much pride and joy to the Zenithians themselves, but it is all a bit much to an outsider. Conglomerate slang for the house guards is peacock troops. Peacock troops, Quasar's Janissaries, are, of course, the house guard with the proudest lineage, supposedly descended from military traditions of long-lost Alarda. The Janissaries guard the palace of the hegemony and view themselves as the crown jewels of Zenithian supremacy. This has resulted in more than one bloody duel between the Janissaries and members of other regiments. Din Rama's fearsome 1st Sogoi Battalion are among the more exotic of the house guards, demanding both fear and respect wherever they show up with their vivid feather uniforms and antique long rifles. The Aryanites Seraphim Guard are equipped with grav belts and old-fashioned sail wings, without question giving them the most spectacular entrance when they dive through the clouds in perfect formation. Geography of the monolith. The monolith is almost unbelievably large. From base to top it reaches a little over 4,000 meters into the air, which makes it the largest known building in the third horizon. If you are standing by the base or in the conglomerate, the top is sometimes lost in the clouds, and it is not hard to understand why some say that the towering artifact is the gate to the Icon's promised lands. The monolith can be divided into 3 parts. Covenant City, climbing out of the conglomerate and surrounding the base of the artifact. Visitors from near and far gather here to sign important deals, negotiate with the Zenithian families, or to apply for permits to travel further up the monolith. Famous locations here include the Covenant Ring, full of hotels and restaurants, the Hanging Bazaar with all its exotic goods, and the Wall of the Icons, a holy site covered in mysterious inscriptions. The Forbidden Sector, the area between the top of Covenant City and the lower levels of Sky City. This section contains only a few smaller buildings, a much-publicized excavation, and the fort of the Asturban. Sky City, home to the Zenithian elite. A place of palaces, gilded colonnades, and exotic parks. The seat of a Baron Quasar and the Cabinet of Thousands. The conglomerate. Most people see the conglomerate as an endless city covering most of Quas-Equator. But this is not entirely true. All the different districts, factory islands, and slums combined do. The Palace of the Hegemony. This extravagant castle constructed from Dabran purple opal and Miran marble houses a Baron Quasar and the Thousands, rulers of Qua and the hegemony. The view from the arcades and stairs of the palace is said to be the most beautiful in the entire horizon. Clouds as far as the eye can see, crowned by the eternal darkness of space and the glittering constellations of the icons. The Esplanade of Thousands. A lavish boulevard circles Sky City, protected from the thin atmosphere by decompression fields. Lush parks, monuments to the ancestors, and villas and palaces beyond counting for the ruling classes can be found here. The spaceport. Small ships carrying luxuries and important guests are cleared to use this heavily guarded spaceport. Close by are the hangars of the Salakad flotilla with its elite squadron, the Nighthawks. Zenith's Aviation Academy. The best school in the horizon for pilots and ship crews is located in Sky City. Hundreds of men and women pass through its halls every year. All students must serve in the fleet of the hegemony after completing the academy training. The Flower Palace. Whether this is a unique museum or a clear sign of hubris depends on your point of view. The Flower Palace is said to contain specimens of every known plant in the horizon, and its giant halls mimic different planetary ecosystems. The select few who have seen the glory up close regard it as one of the hegemony's greatest achievements. The Fort of the Esturban. The headquarters of the fearsome secret police are located in the heart of the Forbidden Sector. All security work in the monolith is coordinated from here, as well as sensitive operations. This is where high-value prisoners are taken to be interrogated by Esturban's gray-clad specialists. Shiva Plaza. Covenant City's political and economic hub is possibly the most important place for merchants looking for the big contract. Zenithians from Sky City come here to negotiate with visitors they deem important enough, usually through intermediaries, but sometimes in the flesh. The Azalians, Jinn of the Woods. The Azalians are the largest creatures in the jungle, and some of the tunnels they create under the surface are so big that they can be seen from orbit. Despite the tunnels being very obvious proof of the size of the creatures, no Azalian encounter has actually been proven. The tunnels are used for traveling by the jungle tribes and also seem to affect the ecosystem. An expedition from the Foundation, led by the famous zoologist Hina Mursak, recently departed for the dark woods to solve the mystery of the Azalians once and for all, but is missing since hostilities broke out between a logging corporation and a religious enclave. The conglomerate's districts cover vast areas, but much of it is abandoned and quickly being reclaimed by the jungle. River deltas run through the city and the water is used as transportation routes for hovercraft or boats. The larger districts have paved roads, mainly used to transport goods with heavier gravcraft. The buildings in the conglomerate range from monstrous sky towers to low hangars and shantytowns. Rooftop farming is common on the larger factory islands. Little Algol. Little Algol was one of the first neighborhoods to form when the Zenithians colonized the monolith, making it even older than Covenant City. What is left of the once vibrant district today is the rundown dignitary city. Its broken marble stairs and overgrown walkways used to be a place of business and negotiation for the wealthy Zenithian families, but today you will only find a small contract souk here where minor companies, families, and plebeians representatives settle contracts about trade and labor. Little Algol has spread slowly over the years. Much of it is a slum of decrepit shacks. Some of it is buildings or factories of slightly higher standards, and a growing part is jungle-covered. The Ramesha River Market is a bustling place where long lines of river barges have their cargo unloaded and redistributed to other districts. Since the 7th Cataract was closed off after the Mibia offensive, traffic in the Ramesha port has increased, and much cargo is taken straight from the barges onto waiting gravcraft bound for Era. The Dabaran Intermezzo. The Zenithians are a proud people who take their holy sites very seriously. The Dabaran poet Galbaril had to learn this the hard and painful way after saying this about the monolith. It is a true wonder, without a doubt the mightiest member I have ever seen. His first and last visit to the monolith ended in disaster. His indecent words caused an outrage and he was immediately deported. His collected works were banned in the hegemony, and the export of Quan lumber to the Dabaran courts was halted for several cycles. The conflict was eventually settled in the council, and the miserable poet had to write a sonnet celebrating the glory of the monolith. Galbaril vanished from the cultural world after this, living in self-imposed exile somewhere in the horizon. The Queen's slumber. The conglomerate is boiling with discontent. The people have had enough of predatory capitalism and Zenithian supremacy, and a resistance movement has begun to form over the last few cycles. Its leader is the charismatic young worker Ijala Baktu, scornfully called the Slum Queen by the Zenithians in the monolith. The rebellion has so far been limited to a few neighborhoods on the outskirts of the conglomerate, but it is spreading inwards quickly. Zine. Beyond the asteroid belt lies the colossal gas giant Zine, known only for two things: the valuable minerals that can be mined on its 11 moons, and the strange beings that recently emerged from the dark depths of the clouds. Zine is a gas giant 10 times the size of the planet Qua. Its surface is ravaged by violent storms, many kilometers high and extremely dangerous to all kinds of human vehicles. For a long time, Zine was considered of little interest to anyone but the astronauts of the Foundation. The events of the last few cycles have radically changed this, and instead made Zine famous all across the horizon. The ghosts from Zine. They rose from the depths of the gas giant, the ghosts from Zine, the emissaries. They claim to be messengers, but representing who is shrouded in secrecy. Some say they are the descendants of the portal builders, others that they are the restless ghosts of starfarers long since dead. There are even some radical theologians who say the emissaries are the icons made flesh. Regardless of the creature's origins, their arrival has changed the horizon forever. Mineral mining. When the Foundation's probes discovered huge mineral deposits on Caelist, Xene's third-largest moon, it stirred considerable discussion within the prospector community on Coriolis. More reports of promising findings on other moons came in, and suddenly Xene was on everybody's lips. The last 10 cycles have seen several mining corporations and independent prospectors establishing themselves in the vicinity of the gas giant. It is a dangerous place. Many prospectors have been lost in the shadows of Xene. Independent mining colony Calder's Dream. Xene's sixth moon, Eode, houses the ragged prospector base Calder's Dream. The far-from dreamlike station has only 3 permanent residents. The worn-out old prospector Calder, Lana the cook and cantina owner, and Sue, the thieving monkey. Miners and prospectors come here after a hard day's work to drink, eat, and gossip about their finds. The Foundation Station. The largest human settlement around Xene is the Foundation's research installation FS7. The old station used to have only a small crew of astronautics, planetologists, and geologists, but since the mineral discoveries, and especially since the arrival of the emissaries, the inhabitants of FS7 have increased manifold. Today, pilgrims from every corner of the horizon travel to FS7 to worship the emissary that still remains on the station. Sura. Sura is one of the horizon's least hospitable planets. It is a world where ice storms beat down on endless tundra, with a poisonous atmosphere that makes living here a nightmare, and extreme cold that forces the few settlements that actually exist to retreat behind thermal shields and armonite walls. The conditions make it one of the few planets in the Qua system that has never been colonized, as the costs have been too high and the rewards too little. Anila's philosopher. It hasn't always been like this, however. During the golden age of the First Come, a huge colonization vessel, the Anila, was constructed and sent to bring the fruits of civilization to Sura. Colonists, thinkers, and believers left Qua to turn the ice planet into a promised land. They never did. Contact with the Anila was lost just after the ship arrived at Sura, and it soon became clear that disaster had struck. For a long time, it was believed that the ship had broken apart during its entry into the atmosphere and crashed, leaving no survivors. But then, many years later, a strange signal reached Qua. A person named Ajani, philosopher and survivor of the Anila, sent a series of transmissions describing the crash and the time that followed. The story eventually became the Ramshadra, one of the most important books of the First Come reign. Ajani spoke of an unforgiving world, but also of the rare moments when the storms subsided and Sura rose from the mists in all its majestic splendor. The philosopher's lands. The Ramshadra eventually spawned a religious community that worshipped the words of Ajani as if they were a message from the icons themselves. The Ramsha cult is still active today and recruits most of its followers from the First Come people. They regard Sura as a holy planet, and the cult's most important mission is to find what they call the Philosopher's Lands, the place from where Ajani transmitted the Ramshadra and managed to survive against all odds. But the clues to its location are few, and Sura is big and hostile. The Smuggler's Haven. Many cycles passed before humans visited Sura again, and this time the visitors had far from noble intentions. As the fleets were purging the asteroid belt, the smugglers had to move their bases farther and farther towards the Oort cloud. The inhospitable world on the brink of the Big Black was suddenly the smugglers' only choice. When the Rimward Reach was discovered and colonized, Sura's location suddenly became very favorable, and more smuggler gangs sought shelter under the icy clouds. Small asteroid stations were constructed in the rings of the planet and surface bases were hidden in remote ice deserts. It is in one such base that Abdul Shi, the Horizon's most notorious smuggler sultan, is said to rest in a magnificent mausoleum designed by the great architect Lovehane. The Fallen Moon. Sura is mostly covered in ice and snow, enormous wastes of tundra pierced by jagged glacial fangs around which the winds reach hurricane strength. The Harbala Massif is the only real mountain range on the planet, and its peaks reach tens of kilometers into the sky. The Massif, measuring several thousand kilometers in length and a few degrees in width, is actually the remains of what used to be Sura's moon. The ore-rich moon fell to the planet below hundreds of thousands of years ago, today forming the planet's most visible landmark. The Harbala is ever so slowly sinking through the ice, and in a couple of thousand years it will have disappeared completely. The moon ore is the planet's only valuable natural resource and the reason for the existence of a small outpost on the Harbala's southern slopes. In the last few cycles, the workers' snow crawlers and mining drills have gone deeper and deeper into the mountain in search of the precious minerals, and there are rumors going around about a few curious discoveries in the darkness that have caused the most superstitious of the miners to lay down their tools. The last outpost. In the shadow of the mighty Harbala crouches Sura's only real settlement, the Surhani outpost, called Hope's End by the locals. Underground vaults and protective domes gather hardened miners and indentured freighter pilots, as well as the Ramshah followers and one or two bitter entrepreneurs cursing their fate. The settlement is formally owned by the colonial agency, and the faction's local representative, Malva Sarhel, makes sure everything is running as it should. A few hundred souls call Surhani their home and manage to live here in peace and relative comfort. Life on Sura. The extreme weather, the toxic atmosphere, and the strong gravity make living on the frozen world hard and arduous. But with the right gear, knowledge, and protection, it is possible to lead a decent life. Settlements and bases are often dug into the ice or the rock around the Harbala, and powerful grav generators are installed, an absolute necessity to make the bases habitable. For transportation up on the surface, the inhabitants use snow crawlers, slow but reliable vehicles constructed to withstand everything but the worst storms. Reinforced exoshells are needed if one must be out in the open for a longer period of time, but a cheap air filter and warm clothes are enough for a short walk. Terrible ice storms, often thousands of kilometers wide, plague the planet regularly, and anyone out in the open when they hit won't live long in the extreme weather. The Rimward Reach. In the sector of the Lady of Tears, beyond the far borders of Transurha, you will find the area known as the Rimward Reach. For a long time, this was just empty space on the edges of the Qua system, but this changed dramatically when a Foundation probe found something deep inside the Kanda cloud. An expedition traveled to the Rimward Reach and found that it hadn't always been empty. Strange monuments and drifting shipwrecks bore witness to a time when first-come colonists didn't fear the Big Black. Today, many years later, the area is a haven for freethinkers and fortune-seekers, but a bloody struggle for the area's resources is being fought under the calm surface. This end of the horizon gathers shady prospectors, cunning spies, and ruthless archaeologists, all fighting for their chance at a better life. A fight with few winners and many losers. The Rimward Reach is not dominated by any one faction, an exception in the otherwise consortium-controlled system. Because of its remote location, the faction's initial disinterest, and the independent space station Jakram's strong position, the Rimward Reach is a melting pot of groups both big and small with colliding agendas. The independent space station Jakram. Thanks to its strategic position in the mouth of Kanda, Jakram has become the most important hub in the Rimward Reach. The head of the station is the enigmatic Akbar, who has turned Jakram into both a protector of the Rimward Reach and a uniting force for its peoples. The roughly 12,000 inhabitants of the station include every sort of misfit or adventurer the horizon has to offer, from independent miners and smugglers to radical theologians and eccentric mystics, all drawn to the Rimward Reach to escape the yoke of factionary oppression. The Cave of Bridges. The beating heart of the Jakram station is the enormous cavern in the middle of the asteroid called the Cave of Bridges. Wabas visiting for the first time are met with a stupefying view. The circular cave is hundreds of meters high and wide, cluttered with first-come stone houses, plastic sheds, rickety ladders, winding stairs, and above all, a thick net of stairs and ramps. The cave is never quiet. The sales pitches of the merchants blend with the kabah from the governor's palace and the snickering of the Quan bantam monkeys that jump between the bridges high above the ground, searching for something shining or edible. The Twin Station. The station is split into two by a deep chasm called Escalam's Rift. What caused the rift is unclear, but analyses have determined it to be approximately 3 centuries old, about the same time that the Founders disappeared from the Rimward Reach. The other side of the rift houses the ruins of an old part of Jakram, today called the Twin Station. The restless ghosts of the Founders are supposedly still haunting the halls of the Twin Station. Both Escalam's Rift and the Twin Station are off-limits on the orders of Akbar. Jakram's inhabitants love a good ghost story about the halls on the other side, but are mindful not to come near the rift. The only ones with any kind of knowledge about the forgotten parts of the station are the mystics. The Armada of the First Come. One of the greatest mysteries left behind by the Founders is the cluster of shipwrecks called the Armada of the First Come, hundreds of wrecks in eerily perfect rows. Some of them seem to have deactivated but operational systems. Investigators are puzzled by the incomprehensible encryption that protects the Armada's slumbering systems. It would almost seem as if the old ships are waiting for their old masters to return. The Legion set up a blockade around the Armada a little while back. Maybe they have succeeded where the ship archaeologists failed. The legacy of the Founders. The First Come people that once lived in the Rimward Reach and constructed the Jakram Station are known today only as the Founders. Who they were or where they came from is unknown, but scientists of more or less honest repute have a plethora of theories. Studies of ruins and archaeological findings have shown that the Founders were deeply religious, but were also accomplished scientists and researchers. The many advanced machines they left behind are clear proof of this. Many Founder artifacts can be found throughout the Rimward Reach. The Marab conflict. All of the Rimward Reach today is somehow affected by the low-intensity conflict between the Prospector clans and the Nomad swarms. The heart of the conflict is a dispute over who has the rights to the valuable Magdan deposits that exist in the Marab cluster. When the clans started looking for Magdan around Kanda, they founded bases on several asteroids around the cloud. All was well until one day when they discovered huge deposits of Magdan around the Marab asteroid, traditionally considered a holy site and used as a meeting place and settlement by the Nomad swarms. The Nomads would allow no mining to take place, and when the hot-blooded prospectors attempted to do it anyway, their ships and drones were shot down. This is how the violent Marab conflict started. Recently, it has escalated, the confrontations becoming bloodier and bloodier. Quan expansion. The last few cycles of Quan expansion into the Rimward Reach, especially by the Consortium and the Legion, have caused tensions, but so far violent confrontation has been avoided. In just the last few segments, the Legion has increased their presence in the Rimward Reach heavily. It started when they formed a blockade around the Armada of the First Come, something that surprised even their allies in the Foundation. Stubborn rumors claim that a bulk hauler under heavy escort is about to arrive at the Thalos base. The seers and infomongers of Coriolis are all in agreement that something is about to happen in the Reach.